Li Fei awoke in a dim room lost in thought as he gazed at a table arrayed with a bottle of sleeping pills and a slightly crumpled diary. March 7th today the landlord again urged for the rent. March 8th damn it the landlord's son actually put laxatives in the hotel's water dispenser. March 9th the stout and abrasive landlord arrived once more having even cut off the hotel's water and electricity. March 10th the sleeping pills were secured, the farewell note prepared, and even the bank card along with secret savings had been mailed to his parents. It was time to bid the world farewell. It really is the perfect kind of weather to close one's eyes today. After reading the final page of the diary, Li Fei couldn't help but frown. Moments ago he had been a homebody, sipping iced cola, munching on fried chicken burgers, spending days binge-watching dramas and novels, living a carefree life. In the very next moment he found himself transmigrated into the body of a disheartened young man also named Li Fei, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy and suicide. Life truly is a series of ups and downs. It was utterly miserable. If one were to transmigrate, one should be reborn as a privileged second generation, indulging in endless feasting, frolicking and flirtations, a life truly befitting a transmigrator. The entrepreneurial loss system. Li Fei's heart immediately leapt with joy. Having just transmigrated, he found himself facing a situation where the previous owner had intended to commit suicide, a cataclysmic beginning indeed. Unexpectedly a system was bound to him. Could it be that he was the chosen one? Now such magnificent fortunes had finally come his way. With the system in his grasp, the world was his. Upon witnessing the published system task, Li Fei was instantly overcome with excitement. To incur a loss of 1 million within 10 days if the entire amount is lost would yield a full refund of 1 million. This route to profit was astonishingly swift. One must not rejoice prematurely. It was still uncertain whether he could secure the full 1 million. However, Li Fei noticed that the system appeared to have a particular rule. That is, he himself also had a salary amounting to 1% of the total payroll of all employees. Doesn't this imply that if he recruited enough staff his salary could reach astronomical proportions? However, there was a stipulation that the number of employees recruited must remain within normal limits. It seemed the system had seen through Li Fei's thoughts, promptly applying a patch. Nonetheless, Li Fei was determined to make a grand move and embrace this opulent fortune. From this moment on, let me Li Fei live resplendently in your stead. After uttering those words, Li Fei burned the diary, the farewell note and all remnants, then flushed all the sleeping pills down the toilet. Having done so, he nonchalantly drove his rickety van to his own hotel. According to the previous owner's memories, Li Fei drove to a village known as Huhaitang. After winding through a maze of chaotic alleys, he finally discovered the hotel he once managed. The Happy Hotel. Staring at the modest hotel and its shabby signboard, Li Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. Though dubbed a hotel, it was merely a five-story self-built building in the village. The ground floor housed the lobby and reception. Floors 2 to 4 contained a total of 18 guest rooms, while the 5th floor was occupied by the landlord's family. The landlord, named Wei Xiaoli, was a stout and formidable woman in her 40s, notorious for her petty calculations and for constantly finding reasons to trouble the previous owner. Complaints ranged from hotel guests being too noisy and disturbing the neighbors' sleep to guests throwing trash out of rear windows. The previous owner, timid by nature, often resorted to boundless compromise and compensation to avoid further trouble. Situated in a remote area with shoddy decor and rather steep prices compounded by a difficult landlord, the burdens had piled up exorbitantly. It was no wonder the previous owner had persistently lost money. As soon as Li Fei stepped into the hotel, he saw the landlord seated boldly on the lobby sofa, pointing at the reception staff Xin Qingzhu and cleaning lady Zhao Chuanmei, berating them. The two, at a loss for words, stood helplessly by. "This is my final warning. Hurry and call your boss to bring him over to pay up. If you don't pay today, you're all out," declared the landlord with formidable authority. Previously, the owner, hampered by insufficient funds, had signed only a 1-year lease. However, the hotel's renovation had cost a considerable sum. Now, with dismal revenues and mounting losses, the previous owner evidently could no longer afford to renew the lease for another year. Upon witnessing this, the landlord naturally set her sights on this very hotel. Despite the business being lackluster, the decent renovation ensured that a few guests still checked in daily. All told, it would still yield a substantial monthly income. Thus, the landlord intended to force Li Fei out and take over the management of the hotel herself. The building was hers, and Li Fei had long completed the renovations on it. Soon all that would be required was the occasional janitor to tidy up. No, there was no need for a dedicated cleaner when the hotel grew sufficiently dirty. Hiring an hourly worker would suffice. In that light, it appeared far more economical than mere renting. Growing increasingly convinced of the plan's viability, the landlord began to hassle Li Fei in an effort to force him out so she could manage the hotel herself. "Auntie, you cannot sit here. You are disrupting our normal operations," pleaded Xin Qingzhu pitifully. The landlord's behavior was truly over the line. Not only did she disrupt the hotel's operations, but she also verbally abused both Xin Qingzhu and Zhao Chunmei. Had it not been for the fear of losing her job, Xin would have leapt forward to seize the landlord's hair and give her a thrashing. "What? You won't let me sit here? This house is mine. Why shouldn't I be allowed to sit here? Stop with the nonsense. What right do you two miserable workers have to speak to me? If you hadn't rented my property, would you even have these jobs?" After declaring this, the landlord strode to a standing refrigerator, opened its door and retrieved 2 bottles of beverage, handing them to her son. Come on, how drink. Mom, I want that one too, the large bottle of cola is delicious. The landlord's son, who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, clutched the 2 beverage bottles tightly, his eyes greedily fixed on the large bottle of cola in the refrigerator. Stop. You cannot take them. Shin Xingju and Zhao Chunmei hurriedly rushed over to guard the refrigerator. In response, the landlord dragged them aside with force while her son spat at and kicked the 2 in a chaotic manner. Today I won't deal with you 2 any further. Seeing that he could not separate them, the landlord raised her hefty hand poised to slap their faces. In the landlady's eyes, Shin Xingju and Zhao Chunmei were nothing more than lowly migrant workers, yet now the 2 of them actually dared to defy her, the landlady. Utter insubordination, outrageous. She raised her hand, intending to give the 2 of them a fierce lesson. Just then the landlady suddenly felt someone grab her arm, and the slap ultimately never fell. The landlady was utterly astonished. Someone actually dared to go against her. My temper is about to explode. She turned her head and discovered that the one holding her arm was Li Fei. Guilt pricked her heart at once. After all, she had just stolen his things and been caught red-handed. Yet on second thought, Li Fei was just a spineless pushover. Whatever she said, he had always nodded along meekly, looking like someone easy to bully. Auntie, the weather isn't even hot yet, but your temper sure is, Li Fei said coldly. What? How dare you call me auntie? The landlady could hardly believe it. Li Fei had always left her with the impression of a coward she could push around at will. How could he dare? How could he possibly dare? Who had given him such courage? Look at you, sagging skin eye bags practically hanging down, your whole body bloated into a lump. Calling you auntie is already saving you a lot of face. Li Fei began his verbal assault without restraint. You dare talk to me like that? Is there no law, no justice left at all? Li Fei, I'm formally notifying you today, you're getting out. Even if you want to renew the lease, I won't rent this place to you anymore, the landlady said viciously. What was wrong with Li Fei? How had he suddenly become so tough? Was this still that spineless wretch she remembered? The landlady was completely dumbfounded. So she immediately played her trump card. She would not renew Li Fei's lease on the building. Hearing this, Li Fei was not the least bit surprised. Very well then, I'll formally inform you too, I won't be renting your building anymore, Li Fei replied indifferently. He had originally planned to use his system funds to renovate the hotel properly, but after witnessing the landlady's disgusting behavior, he no longer saw any need. He was prepared to lose money, but he refused to lose it without principles. With someone like the landlady, he did not want her earning even a single cent from him. Fine, you've got guts, the landlady sneered. Seeing this, the landlady appeared unconcerned, even secretly delighted. At last was her plan finally succeeding. Wait. Leave the things behind. As the landlady and her son tried to slip away, Li Fei stepped forward and yanked away the 3 bottles of drinks clutched tightly in the boy's arms. Wah! The landlady's son Hao immediately burst into loud sobs, then lifted his leg to kick Li Fei, clearly a child accustomed to running rampant. Screw you, Li Fei snapped. Li Fei had no intention of indulging him and sent the landlady's son flying with a kick. Shock, sheer disbelief, how could he? How could he possibly dare? Li Fei had always seemed weak and easily bullied. How could he dare to treat her precious son like this? After a few seconds of dazed shock, the landlady plopped down on the floor and started wailing loudly. Although she wanted desperately to rush up and beat Li Fei, one look at his powerful muscles made her instantly understand she was no match for him, so she chose to roll on the ground and make a scene, then call the police. Over 10 minutes later, several officers arrived at the hotel. Officer, you must stand up for us, she cried. He's a grown man, yet he actually kicked my son, the landlady angrily recounted Li Fei's so-called crimes to the officers who had rushed over. Officer, I never kicked her son. On the contrary, her son secretly put laxatives into our water dispenser. There's surveillance footage, Li Fei said, then pulled up the video of the boy spiking the dispenser. Officer, I want the footage checked too. He clearly kicked my son and knocked him over just now, the landlady blurted, panicking the moment she saw the video of her son's prank. Won't we know if I kicked him or not once we check the recordings? Li Fei said indifferently. He knew the blind spots of his hotel's cameras all too well. The reason he had dared kick the landlady's son was precisely because they were in a surveillance dead zone. Moreover, he had judged the force of his kick with great care, enough for the boy to suffer a setback but not enough to leave any marks. After checking, the officers indeed found no trace of Li Fei's supposed violence, but instead discovered clear evidence of the landlady's son putting laxatives into the water dispenser. The landlady panicked completely. Still, she stubbornly insisted that Li Fei had kicked her son. Seeing how adamant she was, the officers turned to question Shin Xingju and Zhao Chunmei. When the officers questioned Shin Xingju and Zhao Chunmei, the two naturally shook their heads in unison, claiming they had seen nothing. Watching them lie through their teeth, the landlady was so enraged she plopped onto the floor again. Seeing the landlady like this, the officers immediately lost interest in humoring her. They had seen plenty of such unreasonable troublemakers. By now the situation was clear. Li Fei had not kicked the landlady's son at all. Instead, it was the boy who had put laxatives into the hotel's water dispenser. In the end, the farce concluded with the landlady ordered to compensate the victim Zhao Chunmei and the hotel owner Li Fei 1,000 yuan. After watching the landlady leave with her son crestfallen, Li Fei turned to Xin Qingju and Zhao Chunmei with a smile. Thank you both for earlier. Had it not been for their testimony on his behalf, he would have had to compensate the landlady several thousand yuan at the very least. That sum would not count as business expenses, which meant it would have to come out of his own pocket. Right now Li Fei barely had any money left. Boss, it's what we should do. But have you really decided not to renew the lease? Xin Qingju asked nervously. If the boss chose not to renew, wouldn't that mean the two of them were about to lose their jobs? At the side, Zhao Chunmei also gazed at Li Fei intently, terrified that he would indeed say he would not renew. Yes, I've decided, Li Fei replied with a nod. Although Xin Qingju and Zhao Chunmei had mentally prepared themselves, they were still deeply saddened when they heard his decision. Though their current salaries were not high, the work here was very easy, close to home, and the boss was a good man. Most importantly, he had never once delayed their wages. Finding another job this satisfactory would not be easy. However, I'm planning to open another hotel nearby. If you're willing, you can come work there, Li Fei said casually. Li Fei had originally planned to pick any random industry to start a business in this era of fierce competition in every field. Losing money in a startup was all too easy. But in light of how Xin Qingju and Zhao Chunmei had helped him just now, he decided instead to open another hotel nearby and continue employing the two of them. In doing so, he could both solve their employment problem and secondly discuss the landlady and vent his anger. As for how to make her suffer, Li Fei had plenty of ideas. When Xin Qingju and Zhao Chunmei heard that Li Fei intended to open another hotel and keep them on, they were completely stunned. He was going to open another hotel, and right next to Xingfu Hotel. They could not wrap their heads around it at all. Although they were happy that the boss would open a new hotel and continue employing them, his decision left them utterly baffled. Opening another hotel with rent plus renovation costs and more would be a huge expense. Wouldn't it be easier to just apologize to the landlady, say a few nice words, and continue renting this place? Li Fei paid no attention to their opinions. He simply gave the two of them a day off, of course with full pay. The two women were visibly astonished when they heard this. A day off with pay. In the end, they could not resist their boss's insistence and accepted the paid leave with easy hearts. After sending them off, Li Fei began to ponder his next move. This hotel was the fruit of the previous owner's hard work. He could not simply let it benefit someone like the landlady for nothing. Then Li Fei stepped out of the hotel and headed to a scrap recycling station in the urban village. When Li Fei arrived at the recycling station, he saw the owner comfortably lounging in a recliner watching television. Boss, do you accept furniture and appliances? Li Fei asked directly. Yes, of course, but the price will only be based on scrap prices, the owner replied casually. Li Fei nodded, indifferent to the owner's words. Since he couldn't take the items in the hotel with him and didn't want to leave them for the landlord, it was better to sell them directly to the recycling station. Of course, selling on a second-hand platform would be the most profitable, as he could make a lot more money. However, Li Fei didn't have that much time left. The rent was due in 2 days and he couldn't sell everything in that time. How much do you have? The owner of the recycling station asked. A whole hotel, Li Fei said. Put. The owner, who was drinking water, spat it out directly. When Li Fei brought the owner to the hotel, the latter was completely dumbfounded. You're selling all the furniture and appliances from the entire hotel? The owner seemed a bit incredulous. Yes, Li Fei nodded. To be honest, he was somewhat reluctant to sell everything as scrap. After all, this was a hotel that the previous owner had worked hard to establish, and now he was just casually selling it all off as scrap. However, the new hotel would definitely not need these items. He would have to buy all new and better things for the new hotel, otherwise how could he lose money? So now Li Fei decisively decided to sell everything as scrap. The owner checked several guest rooms and found there were indeed quite a few items. Each guest room had a bed, a small sofa, and a coffee table, and there was even a television. In addition, there were genuine leather sofas, coffee tables, upright refrigerators, washing machines, and so on in the lobby. Now all these items were to be sold to him at scrap prices. This was a fortune. The owner began estimating the purchase price, 3,000 yuan. Even though Li Fei was psychologically prepared, he still felt a pang when he heard the owner's quote of 3,000 yuan. Damn it, these items originally cost dozens of 3,000s and now they could only be sold for 3,000. No way, that's too low. Look at the television, the upright refrigerator, and this genuine leather sofa, they're all good items. Li Fei began negotiating with the owner about the price. Finally, when the owner raised the price to 5,000, Li Fei gritted his teeth and agreed. After that, the owner called a few workers to start moving the items. Stop. Who allowed you to move things from here? The landlord saw the workers starting to move items and immediately came out to stop them. These are my belongings. I can handle them however I want. Do you have any say in it? Li Fei said coldly. Seeing Li Fei's firm attitude, the landlord could only back down helplessly. It was truly heart-wrenching. These items were originally intended for the landlord's future hotel. How could Li Fei directly sell them as? What a waste! It was simply a waste. After spending an entire afternoon, all the items in the hotel were finally cleared out. Li Fei looked at the empty hotel and revealed a satisfied smile. However, the tiles had also cost a considerable amount. Thinking of this, Li Fei went to the building materials market to buy 2 buckets of paint and hired 2 workers. "Boss, are you sure you want to do this?" The 2 workers were shocked when they heard Li Fei say to randomly paint the floors with all this paint. Such good tiles, just to waste them like this. "It's sinful." Li Fei nodded. These tiles were carefully renovated by him back then. Why should he let someone like the landlord benefit without it? In no time, the bright tiles in the hotel were splattered with paint. After the 3 of them worked for more than 2 hours, they finally covered all the tiles in the hotel with paint. The landlord was still sulking in her room. Those items were supposed to be hers, and with them she wouldn't have to spend much to open a hotel. Unexpectedly, Li Fei would rather sell them at a low price to the recycling station than leave them for her. How could there be such low-minded people in this world? It was really infuriating. The more the landlord thought about it, the angrier she became, preparing to go downstairs to see what was left in the hotel. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw that the hotel floor was splattered with paint. Ah! The landlord let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Li Fei had actually splattered paint all over the tiles in the hotel. How despicable! It was truly despicable. However, being angry didn't provide her with any solutions. After all, these tiles were all renovated with Li Fei's money. Now just splattering paint on them wouldn't help even if she called the police. "Li Fei, I won't let this go with you," the landlord shouted angrily. After sulking for a while, she suddenly thought of a good idea and started to laugh. "Hee, did you think that selling the furniture and appliances to the recycling station would be the end of it? You are too young and too simple." Then the landlord went directly to the recycling station. "Boss, are the items you just collected from the hotel for sale?" the landlord asked. Indeed, she was going to buy back everything Li Fei sold to the recycling station. Yes, of course, the owner of the recycling station thought to himself, realizing there was big business to be made. "What? 300,000 yuan?" The landlord was directly shocked. Although she didn't know how much Li Fei sold these items for, it was a recycling station, so it probably wasn't much. "These are all good items. Look at this genuine leather sofa, these televisions, washing machines, and refrigerators. If you were to buy them yourself, you wouldn't be able to get all this for 300,000 yuan," the owner of the recycling station said. In the end, after over half an hour of haggling, the landlord bought all the items for 25,000 yuan. After purchasing these items, the landlord hired a few workers to start cleaning the floors. After doing all this, Li Fei had already arrived near the urban village, starting to look for suitable houses. To open a small hotel, at least 20 guest rooms would be needed. Calculating the renovation cost at 300,000 yuan per room, the renovation alone would cost over 600,000 yuan. Then there were also the salaries of the employees. According to the system's requirements, this hotel could hire a maximum of 3 employees, 1 waiter, 1 front desk clerk, and 1 cleaner. 3 employees would add up to a maximum monthly salary of around 100,000 yuan. So Li Fei could receive one of that from the system, which was 100 yuan. What a scam! It was too much of a scam. "As a hotel owner, you only give me 100 yuan a month," Li Fei directly protested. "System brother, don't you think 3 employees for a hotel is really too few? Think about it, the hotel has to operate 24 hours, so there must be shifts. Each shift is 12 hours, so at least 6 people would be needed. This is a 5-story apartment building located on a street opposite the Happiness Hotel. Since the building has just been completed, no tenants have moved in yet." Li Fei dialed the phone number left by the landlord. As soon as the phone rang, it was picked up on the other end. Upon hearing that Li Fei was looking to rent a place, the person on the line was quite pleased and promised to come over in 2 or 3 minutes. After hanging up, Li Fei began to wait by the roadside. Before long, a man in his 50s approached. The man had dark skin and a slender build. "Young man, are you here to rent a place?" Lu Fugue asked. His building was newly constructed and he had only just posted the rental advertisement that morning, so he was surprised that someone came to rent it so quickly. Lu Fugue had borrowed quite a bit of money from relatives to build this place. Therefore, the sooner it was rented out, the sooner he could pay off the debts. Li Fei nodded. He did not mention to the landlord that he intended to rent the entire building. He thought it was better to go in and see first. The environment and decoration were secondary. The most important thing was to observe the landlord's character. If he encountered someone like the previous landlord again, even if the house was suitable, he would have to think twice. Lu Fugue led Li Fei into the apartment building and began to introduce his property. "Young man, look at this room, it's so spacious. All the units have just been renovated and there are bed, sofas, etc. You only need to bring your luggage to move in." Listening to the introduction, Li Fei started to pay close attention. To be honest, he did not care at all about the size and decoration of the house. His primary goal was to lose money. After touring around, Li Fei found that it seemed fairly decent here. The environment was average, the location was ordinary, and the size and decoration of the rooms were also quite average. But isn't this exactly the type of house he was looking for? If the house excelled in every aspect, he would actually be hesitant to consider it. More importantly, this landlord had a good temperament and was easy to negotiate with regarding any issues. After confirming that the landlord did not live there, Li Fei decided to rent it. This was also a lesson learned from his previous rental experience: never live in the same building as the landlord. Not bad, I am very satisfied with your property. I want to rent the entire building, Li Fei said casually. The entire building was a frame structure with a total of 5 floors. The first floor had 3 rooms that could be combined to create a lobby for a hotel. On the second, third, fourth and fifth floors there were a total of 20 rooms, just the right amount. Ha! Lu Fugue was taken aback upon hearing Li Fei's words. However, he quickly regained his composure. He initially thought Li Fei only wanted to rent 1 room, but he never expected that the young man actually wanted to rent the entire building. He knew that to rent out the entire property it would take at least half a year. Now that Li Fei could rent it all at once, it saved him a lot of trouble. The key point was that he could collect a considerable amount of rent during those 6 months. I plan to run a hotel here, Li Fei said. That's great, of course. Lu Fugue nodded repeatedly. As long as you pay the rent on time, I won't care what you do with the whole place. In the end, Li Fei signed a 20-year contract with Lu Fugue. There was no choice. The law stipulated that the maximum lease term was 20 years. Although it was a 20-year contract, the rent was paid annually, making it quite convenient and flexible. The contract stipulated an annual rent of 150000 yuan, but after the contract expired, Li Fei had the right of first refusal for renewal. Originally, Li Fei intended to pay 4 or 5 years' rent in one go, but unexpectedly the system saw through this and rejected his idea. System, what about the deposit? Li Fei suddenly thought of this issue. The system's settlement time was only 10 days, while the deposit would need to be at least a year, which meant he would lose money no matter how he looked at it. Regarding the deposit, please solve it yourself. Li Fei was quite speechless upon hearing the system's response. Since he had to solve it himself, there were only 2 options. The first was to use his own money as a deposit, and the second was to convince the landlord not to collect a deposit from him. Li Fei chose the second option directly. After some negotiation, Li Fei finally persuaded the landlord not to require a deposit. The landlord was eager to rent out the property entirely, and after a moment of thought agreed to Li Fei's request. After signing the contract, Li Fei promptly paid the landlord 150000 yuan in one go. Lu Fugue looked at the 150000 yuan that arrived in his Alipay account and instantly smiled broadly. The rent of 150000 yuan was far beyond Lu Fugue's expectations. He had anticipated a price range of 100000 to 12000 yuan, but he never expected that this young man would not even haggle. Such extravagance was simply astounding. Finally, after Li Fei received the keys to all the rooms, he drove away in his shabby van. He needed to quickly find a decoration company to merge the 3 rooms on the first floor into a lobby. Now that he had money, Li Fei naturally would not be stingy. He drove directly to a relatively large decoration company. Upon entering, a pretty young girl greeted him warmly. Hello, sir. Are you looking to renovate? Li Fei nodded. Please have a seat, sir. These are our company's highly skilled design engineers. The young girl enthusiastically took out a booklet and opened it to show introductions of some designers from the decoration company. Li Fei took the booklet and began to look through it. The booklet was beautifully made, containing an introduction to the company as well as some profiles of the designers and their teams. Li Fei glanced at it and directly pointed to the top designer, Tang Wanqing. You'll take her. Ah. The young girl seemed a bit incredulous. Because Tang Wanqing was their decoration company's top designer who had won many awards in various competitions. Among them, Tang Wanqing's most famous achievement was winning first place in a home decoration program on CCTV. This level of prestige meant that regular clients would hardly dare to specifically request her by name. The reason was simple: she was too expensive. Her design fee was 3 times that of other designers. Moreover, Tang Wanqing's design fees were not only expensive, she was also very picky about the materials used in the renovation. If something could be expensive, she would never use cheap materials. Therefore, only those wealthy merchants could afford to specifically request Tang Wanqing for their design and renovation needs. However, the young man in front of her dressed ordinarily and whose demeanor did not suggest he was a hidden wealthy person. How could he have the courage to request Tang Wanqing to design for him? Sir, Tang Wanqing is our decoration company's top designer and her design fees are more than 3 times that of other designers, the young girl decided to kindly remind him. Upon hearing this, Li Fei was even more delighted. Exactly, I want the expensive one. I wouldn't even consider a cheaper designer. The more expensive the design and renovation costs, the quicker I can lose money. The young girl saw Li Fei nodding and directly went to find Tang Wanqing. Li Fei then boredly sipped tea alone. After a while, the sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed. Li Fei looked up to see a slender figure approaching him. The woman was dressed in a professional suit, her hair styled up with delicate features and subtle makeup. This is the gentleman, the young girl introduced Li Fei to Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing nodded slightly and then sat down. Li Fei did not want to waste time and directly stated his request. Renovating a hotel. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, both Tang Wanqing and the young girl were taken aback. Tang Wanqing was momentarily stunned. Throughout her career she had been approached by countless wealthy clients. There were clients looking to design and renovate villas, those wanting to design and renovate landscape estates, and even clients for various luxurious venues and office buildings. Now there was one more, a client who wanted her to design and renovate a small hotel. However, the customer is, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. Tang Wanqing sat down and began to understand Li Fei's requirements. Since the floor tiles of the hotel were already laid, Li Fei did not want to make too many changes, so the tiles did not need to be disturbed. Li Fei only asked Tang Wanqing to design the hotel rooms, corridors, hall and restrooms, and then do some soft decoration. Since he still needed to hire 8 more employees, Li Fei asked Tang Wanqing to convert the 5th floor of the hotel into an office space. Tang Wanqing readily agreed. Including the design fees, she quoted 400,000. 400,000. Without the system it would only be 400,000, which Li Fei was unwilling to spend. However, now that he had the system, he hoped the other party would ask for a higher price. Tang Wanqing, as a top designer, initially looked down on such small projects. However, business at the decoration company had not been good recently, and since she was idle anyway, she also wanted to try out this design direction for a hotel, which was why she agreed. As for the design fee, designers of her level usually charged based on the entire project. For projects worth several hundred million, the design fee alone would be at least 3 to 4 million. Considering that this client probably didn't have much money, Tang Wanqing only proposed a design fee of 100,000 with the remaining 300,000 for soft decoration. Li Fei agreed in one breath. Of course, this 400,000 was just for design and some soft decoration costs, not including items in the guest rooms such as mattresses, sofas, bedding and toiletries. However, there was no rush to buy those items, he could purchase them later after the hotel was softly decorated. At that time he could spend a significant amount on these purchases. After sorting this out, Li Fei went to an advertising company. He planned to make a sign for his hotel. As for the name of the hotel, Li Fei had already decided it would be called Not Good at All Hotel. He believed that once the sign was hung up, no one would want to come to his hotel. If no one came, there would be no revenue, allowing him to achieve a complete loss. Thinking of the 1 million he was about to receive, Li Fei felt a surge of excitement. The owner of the advertising company was a man in his 30s, and when he heard the name on the sign Li Fei wanted to make Not Good at All Hotel, he was completely stunned. What the hell? Who is this person? Who would name their hotel like that? This name is clearly afraid of making money. However, the one paying is the boss, so he just needed to make the sign. Li Fei's request was for the sign to be big and eye-catching so he could spend more money. Hearing Li Fei's request, the advertising company owner took a deep puff on his cigarette and directly recommended that Li Fei use acrylic crystal letters that could illuminate, including installation, for only 2,000. However, due to the complexity of the production, it would take a little time to make. Li Fei readily agreed, leaving a 200 deposit before exiting the advertising company. After a busy day, it was already getting late. Li Fei casually found a place to eat a bowl of noodles, settled the bill and returned to his rented room. The house Li Fei rented was located in a village within the city in the southern part of Binhai City, not far from the hotel. Li Fei decided that once the hotel was renovated he would move in directly. This way he could save on rent, and with one less guest room he would have less revenue. It was a win-win situation. The next day Li Fei woke up full of energy. Today he needed to quickly recruit talents for his hotel. There were still 9 days until the system's settlement time, and he could time it so that he paid the employees on the last day of the settlement. Thus, the earlier he recruited employees, the more days of wages he could pay. Li Fei quickly washed up and drove his van to the Binhai City talent market. It was Tuesday and there happened to be a job fair in the morning. When Li Fei arrived at the talent market, there were already quite a few people gathered. After parking, Li Fei walked into the talent market. There were many people inside and quite a few recruitment booths. Li Fei stated his purpose to the staff and one of them directly led him to a booth. Fortunately, this was Blue Star, where the requirements for recruitment companies were not very strict and the staff did not check his business license or anything. Otherwise it would have been quite difficult for him. Upon arriving at the booth, Li Fei frowned slightly. It seemed a bit secluded here. Other booths were located on main roads easily visible to the job seekers passing by. His booth, however, was in a remote corner where job seekers had to turn around to see it, which was quite troublesome. But Li Fei did not complain. Yesterday, when making the sign at the advertising company, he had specially made a display board. The display board was beautifully made, listing all the positions he needed to recruit for the hotel along with salary and benefits. Although the system stipulated that his company's employee wages could not exceed normal ranges, there were no regulations regarding employee benefits, leaving ample room for maneuvering. Li Fei thought all night and came up with many hidden benefits. Just like civil servants, their salaries may seem low, but their hidden benefits are substantial. Li Fei decided to take inspiration from this and offer his employees some hidden benefits. Otherwise, if his employees' salaries were low and the benefits were not good, they would quit frequently, which would be troublesome for him. He had to know that his salary was linked to the total wages of the employees. If an employee quit, he would have to recruit again, which would be quite a hassle. The best scenario would be for an employee to stay on solidly once hired. This way Li Fei could save a lot of work. Therefore the hidden benefits Li Fei offered were quite generous. Weekends off. Absolute 100 monthly phone allowance, 1000 shopping vouchers for supermarkets, 300 transportation allowance, 500 housing allowance, and various gifts during holidays. Not only that, but paid vacations were also included. Additionally, there would be various free professional training, regular health checkups, and comprehensive insurance. Finally, meals for lunch and dinner for the employees would also be provided, and not just provided but free. Li Fei decided that after recruiting he would directly order meals from a restaurant next to the hotel, setting a standard of 6 dishes and a soup for every meal. As for the meal costs, let's tentatively set it at 25 per person per meal. Seeing that the system did not object, Li Fei couldn't help but smile inwardly. Calculating this way, the employees' monthly salaries were actually quite high. Li Fei believed that as long as the employees came in, they would never want to quit. Just when Li Fei was fantasizing about a large influx of job seekers coming to apply, he unexpectedly found that after waiting for a long time, not a single person showed up. This left Li Fei quite frustrated. "I've offered such good conditions, why aren't you coming?" In the end, Li Fei directly moved his booth to the corridor. The previous booth was too secluded. Not only was it secluded, but job seekers also had to turn a corner to see it. Who would think there was a recruitment booth around the corner? Just as Li Fei was moving the booth to the corridor, 2 seemingly sweet-looking girls walked over. "Excuse me, is this a recruitment event?" Lin Xiaoma asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Accompanying her was her classmate and close friend Su Xiaoxi. "That's right," Li Fei replied enthusiastically. After waiting for a long time, someone finally came to inquire. It was truly a rare occurrence. "We're hiring for cleaning staff, receptionists, waiters, security, human resources, and finance." Lin Xiaoma began to carefully read the information on the recruitment board. She and her close friend Su Xiaoxi graduated from a second-tier university in the city with a major in finance. Nowadays, not only graduates from second-tier universities like them, but even many from top-tier universities find it very difficult to secure a good job. It's important to note that over 12 million university students are graduating this year. Coupled with those who graduated previously and have yet to find jobs, this number is exceedingly large. Therefore, they have continuously lowered their expectations. Initially, when they just graduated, they aimed to find a position in a foreign company. However, after submitting their resumes, they didn't even receive an invitation for an interview. If they couldn't get into foreign companies, surely they could find a position in a local large enterprise. This time they managed to get an interview, but after seeing dozens of job seekers who graduated from top-tier universities while waiting, they decisively decided to leave. The competition was brutally fierce. Ultimately, they could only shift their focus to smaller companies. However, even these smaller companies were quite selective. A bachelor's degree was merely the threshold for the interview. After that, they also needed to prove they had various certificates such as passing the English Level 4 exam and so on. Helpless after strolling around the entire recruitment venue and receiving no news after submitting several resumes, they found Li Fei. "Xiaoma, this is a small inn, are you sure we want to interview here?" Su Xiaoxi expressed some reluctance. As a proud university graduate, it felt rather humiliating to be applying for a job at an inn. Although Lin Xiaoma also felt a bit hesitant, she still made up her mind and walked up to Li Fei saying, "We are applying for the finance position." There was no time to waste. If they couldn't find a job, they might not even be able to pay their rent. Now even having enough to eat had become a problem. Did they still have to worry about their pride? Thus Lin Xiaoma decisively decided that as long as the inn was willing to hire her, she would work there. Seeing that Lin Xiaoma seemed to have made up her mind, Su Xiaoxi reluctantly walked over. After all, they were close friends. Even if it was a fire pit, they could only jump in together. "Are both of you applying for the finance position?" "We are just a small inn and we are only hiring one person for the finance role," Li Fei stated honestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi felt a bit disappointed and were about to leave. "However, we are also hiring for a human resources position. You may want to give it a try." Seeing that the two were about to leave, Li Fei hurriedly called them back. These two were the first batch of interviewees he had waited so long for, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Human resources position. "Can finance majors apply for human resources?" Lin Xiaoma asked. When she saw Li Fei nodding affirmatively, she was momentarily stunned. This seemed a bit hasty. However, it was quite common to look for jobs across different majors. Naturally, she could accept it. In the end, after Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi passed Li Fei's rigorous screening, they directly took up positions at the inn named Not Bad at All. Su Xiaoxi was assigned to the human resources position while Lin Xiaoma took the finance position. "Our salaries are based on the city's average wage. The human resources salary is 3,500 and the finance salary is also 3,500. Of course, this is just the salary during the internship period. Once you are confirmed, your salary will increase to 5,000 per month. You can be confirmed after a month." Li Fei began to introduce the details. An internship salary of 3,500, confirmation after 1 month, and then 5,000. Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi were neither surprised nor disappointed by this salary. How should they put it? It was quite standard. According to Li Fei, it was the city's average salary. However, it was already very good that they could be accepted by the inn. As for other benefits and treatments at our company, you can take a look at this document. Li Fei said, handing them a printed document from the advertising company. Other benefits and treatments. Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi did not have high hopes. However, when Lin Xiaoma took the document from Li Fei and saw the densely packed list of various benefits and treatments, she gasped in shock. This is too exaggerated, right? 2 days off on weekends. A monthly subsidy of 1,000 for supermarket shopping, 100 for phone bills, 300 for transportation and 500 for housing. There are various gifts during holidays and paid vacations. 5 insurances and 1 fund, various health checkups plus free meals every day. If all of this is true, then this job is simply their dream job. 2 days off. It's important to know that many companies nowadays only provide 1 day off, and some companies only have 1 or 2 days of rest in a month. Working is tiring enough, and without sufficient rest people become more and more exhausted and lose their passion. But now this inn is offering them 2 days off. This is really nice. With 2 days off they can go home and visit their parents. If it were just 1 day off, there would be no time at all, just the travel time would take a whole day. The more Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi looked, the more excited they became. They couldn't wait to start working immediately. Then you are considered to have started working from now on. However, since the inn is undergoing renovations, it will take about 5 to 6 days. During this time you can work from home. Of course, during the home office period your salary will still be paid. Li Fei said casually. Ha! Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi were once again shocked upon hearing this. Working from home. In reality, this just meant playing at home. Since the inn was being renovated, they really had nothing to do. If it were any other boss, they would probably just ask you to come to work after 5 or 6 days. What could you say? Yet their boss was allowing them to work from home and still paying them. Such thoughtfulness, this boss is incredibly considerate. After exchanging phone numbers, Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi happily left the recruitment venue. Yes. Li Fei was even more excited. Finally, he had recruited his first batch of employees. He was 1 step closer to his goal of 100,000 employees. The Million Employee Plan. Indeed, this is an incredibly ambitious plan devised by Li Fei. It's worth noting that although the system's funds have all incurred losses, he can receive the full rebate from the system. However, achieving a total loss is certainly a challenging task. Ever since he was young, Li Fei has emphasized the importance of having a dual approach, ensuring both aspects are robust. Thus, he directly established a Million Employee Plan for himself. On one hand, he must strive to incur total losses in the system's funds, aiming to obtain the full rebate. On the other hand, he must also work hard to increase the number of employees in the company. Li Fei set a small goal for himself. Let's aim for 1 million employees. His salary is one of the total salary of all employees. If there are 1 million employees, then his salary will amount to the sum of 10,000 employees' salaries. Calculating with an average salary of 5,000 yuan per employee, he could receive 50 million yuan each month. What does 50 million a month even mean? At that point, even if he does nothing and receives no rebate funds from the system's losses, he would still have a salary income of 50 million every month. Haha, just thinking about it makes him ecstatic. However, achieving 100,000 employees is no easy feat. Therefore, Li Fei's next plan is to open more companies with a large number of employees. He has already started regretting opening a hotel as his first establishment. If he had opened a factory instead, hiring dozens or hundreds of workers, he could now steadily earn a salary of 4 to 5,000 monthly. Currently, his salary is just over 400 yuan per month. However, regret is of no use now. Li Fei began recruiting employees again. Come and take a look. We are hiring here. Li Fei started shouting. His booth was too secluded and people were reluctant to come over and take a look. Unexpectedly, his shout attracted several people at once. Here are the details of the various benefits and conditions our hotel offers. Feel free to take a look. This time Li Fei decided to take the initiative. Initially, people seemed a bit dismissive when they saw it was a small hotel. However, once they saw the benefits, they began to get excited. These benefits were simply too good. If these hidden benefits were taken into account, their salaries wouldn't be lacking at all. I want to sign up, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and everyone began to buzz with excitement. I'm applying for the security position. I'm applying for the front desk. I'm applying for housekeeping. Li Fei watched the enthusiastic scene and couldn't help but smile. In the end, Li Fei hired 6 people. Now including the previous employees of the Happiness Hotel Shinqingzhu and Zhaochuanmei, as well as the newly hired Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi, he had filled all 10 slots provided by the system. These 10 slots included 1 for finance, 1 for human resources, 2 for security, 2 for the front desk, 2 for housekeeping, and 2 for service. As per usual, Li Fei instructed them to come to work in 5 to 6 days. Of course, there would be salary during this period. Upon hearing this news, the few of them showed expressions of disbelief. By the time Li Fei left the recruitment venue, it was already noon. His stomach growled with hunger and he needed to grab something to eat first. Currently, his total net worth was just over 7,000 yuan. This amount included 5,000 yuan from selling the hotel's furniture and appliances, 1,000 yuan compensation from the landlord, and over 1,000 yuan he originally had. Therefore Li Fei had to be frugal. Finally he drove his van to a fast food restaurant and spent 15 yuan on a filling meal. When Li Fei returned to his hotel he found that renovations had already begun. In just one morning 3 rooms on the first floor had been knocked down. The second, third, fourth and fifth floors were also under construction. After observing for a while Li Fei returned to his rented place. Back in his rented house with nothing else to do, Li Fei began browsing the Taobao website for various items needed to run a hotel. Items such as mattresses, sheets and duvet covers, toiletries, disposable slippers, towels and bath towels needed to be purchased by him. With about 5 more days of renovations left he figured he could order these items online, as the delivery would also take around 5 to 6 days. The system's task was to incur a loss of 1 million within 10 days. So far Li Fei had already spent 150,000 yuan on rent and 40,000 yuan on design and soft furnishings. He still had 45,000 yuan left. Subsequently Li Fei began purchasing mattresses, sheets and duvet covers, toiletries and other items online. Li Fei decided to buy quality items, opting for more expensive options to maximize his spending. Now the first floor of the hotel served as the lobby, while the fifth floor became the employee office space, leaving only the second, third and fourth floors as actual guest rooms. Each floor had 5 guest rooms totaling only 15 rooms. Soon Li Fei had selected these products. An 8,000 yuan mattress, a sofa worth over 3,000, a liquid crystal television for over 3,000, a set of disposable toiletries costing over 100 and sheets and bedding that added up to another 3,000. For each item selected Li Fei bought 15 sets in one go. In total he spent around 27,000 yuan. After that Li Fei spent around 10,000 yuan on a set of genuine leather sofas and coffee tables. He also bought 10 ergonomic chairs for the employees, each costing over 2,000, totaling 20,000 yuan. The finance, HR and front desk all needed computers, and as the boss he needed one too. Li Fei then bought 4 computers, each costing over 10,000. For a hotel employee, uniforms are essential. Li Fei began selecting uniforms for the staff. Luckily there were many types of work uniforms available online, such as for security, housekeeping, front desk, finance and HR. After selecting everything Li Fei bought a total of 10 sets of different types of work uniforms, spending over 7,000 yuan. After purchasing these items he was left with only 10,000 yuan. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye 5 days had passed. At this point the hotel's decoration was completely finished and the business license had been obtained. When Li Fei arrived at the hotel in his van, the decorator Tang Wanqing had been waiting for a long time. As the client he deserved respect. It was Li Fei's first time seeing the hotel after the renovations. How did this little courtyard become so beautiful? Wow! Li Fei exclaimed. I just asked you to do some soft decoration inside the hotel, why did you also renovate the little courtyard? The key point is that it was renovated so beautifully. The little courtyard had completely transformed. Previously it was untidy and looked chaotic. Now after Tang Wanqing's simple renovation the little courtyard had undergone a tremendous change. The entire yard was covered in turf, leaving a small path in the middle which was paved with marble. Then many green plants were placed in the yard, instantly elevating the aesthetic of the little courtyard. Accompanied by Tang Wanqing, Li Fei walked into the hotel lobby. Wow! What a drastic transformation! The entire lobby was unrecognizable from its original state. The renovated lobby was bright and airy, further enhanced by the adornment of green plants, making it quite nice. Subsequently Li Fei followed Tang Wanqing to the second, third and fourth floors. These floors were all guest room areas. The decoration in every guest room was also very simple and cozy. Not only the rooms but the corridors were also meticulously designed. Many artworks were hung in the corridors, significantly enhancing the hotel's overall prestige. When Li Fei reached the 5th floor, which was the employee office area, he was also taken aback. On the 5th floor Tang Wanqing retained only 3 rooms. These 3 rooms included one for the boss office, one for HR and one for finance. The other rooms were knocked down to create an open office space. The more Li Fei looked the more satisfied he became. However he also felt a bit worried. With such a beautifully renovated hotel, what if the business boomed? But then he thought again. That can't be possible, it absolutely cannot be. With such a poor location, could anyone really find their way here? The next day when Li Fei arrived at the hotel again, the staff had already gathered. Counting the numbers, there were a total of 10 people. Yesterday Li Fei had already hung up the hotel sign. Not Bad Hotel looked quite impressive. Initially in the morning the staff were a bit hesitant to enter. Not Bad Hotel. Is that even a name a person can come up with? Which boss would name their hotel like that? It was only after they called Li Fei and received a positive response that they walked in. As soon as they entered they were astonished by the hotel in front of them. They initially thought this hotel where they were about to work was just an ordinary small hotel, but were surprised to find the environment to be so pleasant. Working in such an environment must surely lift one's spirits every day. Today everyone is just here to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Starting tomorrow everyone will officially begin work. This is the front desk position, this is the laundry room, and this is the security rest area. There is an HR office and a finance office on the 5th floor. Li Fei led the employees to start familiarizing themselves with the venue. The boss had said that they would officially start working tomorrow. So after familiarizing themselves with the venue, the employees were about to leave. Li Fei stopped them. It's getting late, let's have a meal before heading back. Our hotel provides meals, 2 meals a day. Upon hearing this, the employees felt a warm sense of hospitality. Although it was just a simple meal, this boss treated his employees with kindness. Many of them had searched for jobs before, but no boss had treated them as thoughtfully as Li Fei did. The previous bosses they encountered would not rest until they had squeezed the last bit of value from their employees. After speaking, Li Fei called the nearby restaurant to place an order. Next to the hotel was a restaurant specializing in dishes from the Gan and Hunan regions. Yesterday Li Fei had spoken to the restaurant owner, and upon hearing that Li Fei would be ordering 2 meals for his employees every day, she was overjoyed. With 10 employees plus Li Fei himself, that made 11 people. For 11 people with a meal cost of 50 yuan per person per day, that amounted to 550 yuan in total. 550 yuan was equivalent to the consumption of several people at a table. The key point was that it was a stable business. 550 a day would result in nearly 150,000 yuan in annual revenue. With the restaurant's profit margin exceeding 40, she would net over 6,000 yuan from that revenue. If the hotel operated for several years, just Li Fei as a single customer could make her profit tremendously. Therefore, when the owner received Li Fei's call, she immediately instructed the kitchen to prioritize his order. Of course, he was her biggest client, so she naturally prioritized his needs. Soon a waiter from the restaurant walked in carrying 2 large bags of takeout. It was the waiter's first time here, and seeing such a great environment, he could hardly believe it. Previously this was just an ordinary 5-story building, quite plain. Now everything had changed dramatically. When the takeout arrived, Li Fei and the employees began to eat. With a meal allowance of 50 yuan per person per day, 1 meal would cost 25. Li Fei observed that the dishes prepared by the owner were quite good. There were 6 different dishes, 3 meat and 3 vegetarian, and the taste was satisfactory. Li Fei, feeling a bit hungry, started to eat heartily. After everyone finished their meal, Li Fei called Lin Xiuma aside. As the finance manager, I will entrust you with managing the funds for our hotel from now on. Saying this, Li Fei intended to transfer the remaining 100,000 yuan to Lin Xiuma. In the future there would be many expenses such as employee salaries, benefits and meals from the restaurant. Li Fei decided to leave these trivial matters to Lin Xiuma to handle. After all, expenses for meals would not always involve 11 people eating every day. The employees had weekends off, so often only half of them would be on duty at any given time. Just thinking about having Li Fei calculate these was a headache. Thus Li Fei entrusted all these matters to Lin Xiuma. Since he had hired a finance manager, he should make good use. Li Fei aspired to be a big boss with millions of employees in the future, so he needed to start learning now. He needed to learn how to delegate tasks to his employees. After all, one's energy is always limited. If he had to handle everything himself, it would be exhausting and never-ending. Therefore, tasks that could be handed over to employees should be prioritized for delegation. Li Fei also decided to let Lin Xiuma manage this 100,000 yuan. After all, this 100,000 yuan could not be used for personal expenses. So it was better to let Lin Xiuma handle it. Whenever he needed to spend money, he could just inform Lin Xiuma. It was simple, easy and pleasant. At the same time, this 100,000 yuan was also a straightforward test. If Lin Xiuma couldn't manage this amount, Li Fei wouldn't dare to keep her. In the future, the system's funds would undoubtedly increase, and when the time came with billions in funds, those would also need to be managed by a finance director. If Lin Xiuma could pass this test, Li Fei would consider promoting her and giving her a raise. If not, he would have to think about replacing her. Lin Xiuma thought that when the boss called her over, it was for something trivial. She never expected that he would transfer 100,000 yuan to her all at once to manage. Indeed, to her, this 100,000 yuan was a significant amount. This. Lin Xiuma hesitated to accept. Believe in yourself, you are now the finance manager of our hotel and you will surely manage this money well, Li Fei encouraged her. Eventually Lin Xiuma accepted the 100,000 yuan. As a finance manager, she had some confidence in managing money. Although in larger companies a finance position wouldn't be assigned to just one person. Typically there would be a cashier and an accountant, one for managing money and the other for managing accounts. This division helps to minimize financial loopholes. However, since Li Fei's hotel was just a small establishment, he couldn't be bothered to set up such roles. Moreover, Li Fei had no worries about Lin Xiuma embezzling funds. Because even if Lin Xiuma did embezzle, it would count as a loss. Li Fei loved this aspect of the system. However, he would not condone any embezzlement by his finance personnel. He was very clear about these accounts. Once the company expanded to a certain scale, he could establish a financial auditing team. As for now, it was completely unnecessary. That afternoon Li Fei was watching a TV drama at home when he received a call from the courier. The items have arrived. Li Fei hurriedly drove his van to the hotel. There were a lot of items and the courier piled everything in the hotel courtyard. So many items. Li Fei was instantly overwhelmed. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to move them himself. I am a man with a system now, why should I suffer by moving things? It's simple, just hire a few workers. Soon Li Fei arrived at a labor market. This is the largest labor market in Binjiang City. Every day many people wait here for work. By the time Li Fei drove his van here there were not many people waiting. Move the items 500 each, I need 6 people, Li Fei shouted loudly. 500 each. This price is already quite high. However, no one rushed over. If the items Li Fei wanted them to move were cement tiles or something similar, then 500 yuan would not be much. Boss, what are we moving? How many floors? A laborer came over to ask. We are moving some mattresses, chairs, etc. A total of 5 floors, Li Fei replied. I'll do it, boss. I'll go too. Upon hearing this, those who were hesitating immediately came over to sign up. Li Fei selected 6 workers who were slightly older. There was no choice, these older individuals had no competitive edge in the labor market. Every little help counts. The 6 selected individuals looked shocked. The boss actually chose them. They were all around 50 years old, and at this age they were at a disadvantage compared to those strong laborers in their 30s. Thus they had no chance at higher paying jobs. Now a 500 yuan job had directly fallen into their lap. It was quite unexpected and pleasantly surprising. When Li Fei brought them to the hotel, everyone was even more astonished at the sight of the items. You hired 6 people for just these few items. This job could have been quickly done with just 1 or 2 people. However, no one would dare to say much. Anyway, it's fixed at 500 each. The sooner they finish, the sooner they can go home. Soon everyone began to move the items. Wow, this mattress is of really good quality. When the package was opened, one worker saw what was inside. It was a mattress crafted with great care. Although there was a layer of transparent plastic film, it was still evident. It looked very high-end. These mattresses go into every room on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th floors, 1 in each room. Li Fei began assigning tasks to everyone. A total of 15 guest rooms, 15 mattresses, and the 6 workers quickly moved all the mattresses upstairs. The mattresses were not too heavy, 2 people could easily lift one. Unlike the heavy work they had done before, which involved moving steel bars and lifting cement. After moving the mattresses, everyone started to carry the leather sofas and coffee tables. Moving them from the courtyard to the 1st floor was effortless. Finally, everyone began to move the chairs. Each person carried 2 chairs from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. It was really easy, almost effortless. After moving all these items, only some small things like bed sheets and quilts were left. Soon they completed moving everything in less than an hour. Li Fei was also very straightforward, paying everyone 500 each. However, he no longer cared about the money, it was all in Lin Xiaomo's hands. Li Fei directly asked the workers to send him their payment codes, which he then forwarded to Lin Xiaomo. Soon each worker received a transfer of 500 yuan. They were thrilled, absolutely delighted. Earning 500 yuan for less than an hour's worth of simple work was quite the deal. The workers all smiled broadly. Wait a minute, you've been moving for the whole afternoon, you must be quite tired. Why not head over to the nearby Ganchuangxiang restaurant, order a table of dishes and a few bottles of beer. Just put it on the bill for our hotel. The few workers were just about to say goodbye to Li Fei and head home when he spoke again, shocking everyone once more. Ha! We only moved for less than an hour, how could we be tired? However, this was a kind gesture from the boss and they were naturally happy to accept it. Immediately a few of them skeptically walked into the Ganchuangxiang restaurant Li Fei mentioned. Upon explaining their purpose, they were still quite anxious. Is this for real? Will the boss lady just kick us out? Upon hearing their words, the boss lady directly made a phone call. Yes, understood. After hanging up, the boss lady had already put on a cheerful smile. Gentlemen, what would you like to eat? Feel free to order. In the end, the few workers simply ordered a few dishes and each got a bottle of beer totaling over 200 yuan. The boss lady then happily noted it down in her ledger. This ledger was specifically for managing the accounts with Li Fei's hotel. The date, the number of dishes ordered by the hotel, and the total amount were all recorded clearly. Of course, the hotel would keep records too. At the end of every month, everyone would need to check the accounts together. The boss lady naturally wouldn't dare to misrecord. If she dared to misrecord, she would probably cry if she lost such an important client. Over at the hotel, Li Fei checked the hotel once more and found that everything was ready. The business license had also been obtained a few days ago. Now everything was prepared, just waiting for the grand opening tomorrow. Locking the door, Li Fei stepped out of the hotel courtyard. Just as he was about to take a vehicle back, he noticed across the street that the Happy Hotel had reopened. The Happy Hotel was the very first hotel Li Fei had. The plump landlord was grinning proudly, lighting a string of 500 firecrackers. A banner hung above the hotel entrance reading Grand Opening. Li Fei smirked. Hee, I had already anticipated that you would take this action today. Immediately Li Fei called a security guard at his hotel. Alright, understood, boss. Zhao Peng hung up the phone. He was a security guard who had been hired by Li Fei's hotel a few days ago. Zhao Peng was in his 30s at the prime of his life. However, lacking both education and skills after retiring from the military, he could only find security jobs. After searching for several companies, he found that they were far from what he had imagined. The first few companies offered low wages and too many trivial tasks. There were constant training sessions and meetings. Zhao Peng was almost driven mad. Ultimately, after being deliberately made difficult by his superiors a few times, he decisively resigned. Unexpectedly, just after resigning, he came to work as a security guard at Li Fei's hotel. Although the pay was not high, the welfare benefits were good. Each month he received over 2,000 yuan just from various allowances. Adding in the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, his salary was considerably higher than those in larger companies. The main thing was that the boss was incredibly kind. Not only did he not deliberately make things difficult for them, but he was also warm and considerate. Just now the boss had assigned him a task. He was asked to stay overnight at the Happy Hotel across the street. Not only would he be reimbursed for the room cost, but he would also get double pay for working overtime. This was quite unexpected. Staying at a hotel for a night could still count as overtime. Zhao Peng was completely stunned. Are you saying that the room rate at the Happiness Hotel is 128 yuan for one night? Li Fei asked. Yes, boss, Zhao Peng replied truthfully. Yesterday he was playing with his phone at home when he suddenly received a call from his boss. On the phone, the boss instructed him to stay one night at the Happiness Hotel across the street, and the key point was that not only would the boss cover the room fee, but he would also pay him overtime at double the rate. Zhao Peng was taken aback. When he arrived at the Happiness Hotel, he saw the plump landlady. Upon hearing that he was there to check in, she immediately demanded 128. 128. Damn. For this shabby place you want to charge me 128. If it weren't for the boss ordering me to check in, I would seriously consider 58. Reluctantly, Zhao Peng completed the check-in process. He was truly pained. 128 was wasted just like that. Looking at the plump landlady's broad smile as she received the 128 transfer, Zhao Peng forcefully suppressed the urge to slap her. After transferring the money and completing the check-in, he walked into the room assigned to him. As soon as he entered, he furrowed his brows. How should I put it? It was terrible, far too terrible. If this place were to be compared to their slightly better hotels, it wouldn't even deserve to carry their shoes. The entire room was filled with a faint smell of paint, though not strong, it was still noticeable. The furniture and appliances were also subpar. As for the bed, it creaked incessantly with the slightest movement. It was torture, pure torture. Zhao Peng found himself unable to sleep. When Li Fei heard Zhao Peng say that the Happiness Hotel charged 128 for one night, he was stunned. 128 yuan was indeed quite steep. Previously, when the former owner operated the hotel, it was only 88 yuan per night. Now that fat landlord had directly raised it to 128. Is he crazy about money? Fine, since you set the room rate at the Happiness Hotel at 128 per night, I will set my hotel's rate at 88 per night. Although the system stipulated that he could not arbitrarily set prices and disrupt market order, this was a village hotel, and here there was no accurate so-called market price for any hotel. Here there are rooms priced at 128.98 and even 68. What's more outrageous is that there are rooms available for just 20 or 30 yuan a night. Of course, those hotels charging 20 or 30 yuan a night must have terrible conditions. This gave Li Fei a very flexible pricing power. Subsequently, Li Fei looked at the various photos Zhao Peng sent him. Sure enough, the landlord had repurchased the furniture and appliances he had sold to the recycling station. Although Li Fei did not know how much the landlord bought them back for, it was certainly far above 5,000 yuan. Li Fei also noticed that there were traces of paint on the floors of the corridor lobby in the room where Zhao Peng was staying. Although the landlord had made great efforts to clean, paint is not that easy to wash away. Seeing this, Li Fei didn't want to focus on the Happiness Hotel anymore. Speaking of the Happiness Hotel, Li Fei was speechless. This landlord was truly stingy. The sign of the Happiness Hotel was so old and worn out that he wouldn't even spend money to replace it. What a talent! His thoughts returned to his own slightly better hotel. Today, all the employees at the hotel were going to start working officially. The working hours for finance, HR, and cleaning staff were from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. with a 2-hour break for lunch. The front desk, waitstaff, and security took shifts. Day shift was from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and night shift was from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following day, rotating weekly. This scheduling was also considerate of the employees' meal times. Dinner was served around 6 p.m. and with this schedule, both day and night shift employees could have their dinner. Considering the significant health risks of night shifts, Li Fei designated 2 guest rooms for employees. He also announced that employees on night shift could sleep in the designated rooms when there were no guests. This meant that 2 more guest rooms were effectively taken out of circulation. Thinking of this, Li Fei praised himself for this decision. Originally, a few employees had expressed the desire to resign upon hearing about the night shifts. Now that the boss said they could sleep when there were no guests at night, they immediately dismissed the idea of resigning. Of course, if the boss had gone to such lengths, it would be really foolish for them to resign. With such good benefits and a considerate boss, if they resigned, they probably wouldn't find such a good job again. After Li Fei finished explaining everything, he drove his van back to the rental apartment to move his things. Yes, he was moving into the hotel today. This was a decision he had made earlier. The rented place was a loft of over 50 square meters, and climbing the stairs every day was exhausting. For such a place, he was being charged 1,000 yuan in rent every month. It would be better for him to live directly in the hotel. Living in his own hotel, not only would there be someone to clean every day, but most importantly, he wouldn't have to pay rent. Returning to his rented loft, Li Fei looked at all his belongings. It seemed that there really wasn't anything valuable. In the entire loft, aside from some clothes from the former owner, the most valuable items were probably an old washing machine and an old television. Li Fei tidied up a bit and packed a few pieces of clothing and some daily necessities like a kettle, phone charger, and so on. As for the luggage, Li Fei decided not to take it. The hotel's luggage was far better than this. After packing up, he headed to his own hotel with the things. In the hotel lobby, wow, this chair is really comfortable to sit in. The front desk staff Xiao Mei discovered that the chair under her was an ergonomic chair, and sitting on it was quite pleasant. Not only was the chair comfortable, but even the computer was a top brand, running very smoothly. Now she no longer worried about the computer crashing while watching dramas. She had previously worked as a front desk staff at another hotel. However, the chairs there were extremely uncomfortable. They were hard and uncomfortable, and after sitting for a while she felt unwell all over. And that old computer would freeze up when she tried to watch dramas during boring work. She was nearly speechless. Now the environment here was comfortable, the work was easy, the benefits were excellent, and meals were provided. Working here made her feel incredibly fortunate. Meanwhile, Shin Xingju looked at Xiao Mei's carefree demeanor and felt increasingly worried. Shin Xingju was the first veteran employee to follow the boss. Previously, when she was at the Happiness Hotel, she was both the front desk and the waitress. Sometimes she even acted as a procurement officer and handled logistics. She never imagined that the boss would choose not to renew the lease for the Happiness Hotel and would come here to continue operating. Given the decoration and renovation level of this hotel, it would conservatively cost around 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. In addition to the rent for the property, and with the boss hiring so many employees, the expenses were simply enormous. The key point was that the hotel still had not a single guest. It was truly worrying. How could they attract more guests to the hotel? When Li Fei returned to his own hotel, it was already around 5 in the afternoon. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, Shin Xingju spoke anxiously, "Boss, it's nearly been a full day, and not a single guest has checked in yet. Such a high-quality hotel, charging only 88 yuan per night, yet no one had come to stay." It made no sense. Shin Xingju was practically beside herself with worry. Hearing that not a single guest had arrived all day, Li Fei could barely suppress his inward mirth, but outwardly he calmly reassured Shin Xingju. After a brief exchange, he returned to his van to unload his belongings. Originally, he had intended to hire workers to help him move. Yet the system flatly refused. These items were his personal possessions, not hotel property. With no choice, Li Fei resigned himself to hauling everything alone. At that moment, the hotel staff noticed the cargo in their boss's vehicle and immediately rushed out, eager to assist. After all, if not now, when else would they seize the chance to impress? Each staff member grabbed a few items and began carrying them upstairs. Li Fei had chosen a room on the 4th floor, the innermost one. Since the hotel lacked an elevator, rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors were typically booked first. Staying on the 4th floor meant peace and quiet, no noise disturbances. Once he'd finished arranging his things, it was already dinner time. The restaurant had delivered the staff's evening meal. As usual, dinner consisted of 6 dishes and 1 soup, each staff member savoring every bite with evident delight. After eating, those scheduled to finish their shifts departed while others prepared for their next shift. Li Fei cheerfully retreated to his room, sinking onto the soft mattress and settling in to watch a television drama. An 8th Sandayu bed truly felt worlds apart from the hard, cramped loft cot he'd once rented. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin and his wife had just arrived by train. Like countless others, they belonged to the vast ranks of migrant workers, this time drawn to Binjiang City, lured by rumors of higher wages. Upon disembarking, they hailed a taxi straight to Huhaitang, a village nestled within the city. Their choice was guided by online recommendations. According to netizens, most of Binjiang's industrial parks clustered near this area, so they decided to secure lodging here first, then begin job hunting once settled. But the train ran late. By the time they arrived, it was already past 8 o'clock. With darkness falling, finding accommodation would be difficult tonight. They'd have to settle for a hotel, at least for now. Xiao Lin and his wife headed straight to Xingfu Hotel. 128 yuan per night. Hearing the portly proprietress quote the price, Xiao Lin recoiled in shock. Still, perhaps this hotel truly lived up to its reputation. With that faint hope, he and his wife followed the proprietress to inspect a room. This is it. The room reeked of fresh paint and its decor was utterly unremarkable. How dare anyone charge 128 yuan per night for such shoddy accommodations? It was outrageous. Without hesitation, Shaolin seized his wife's hand and turned to leave. He wasn't foolish, he knew charging 128 yuan was nothing short of fleecing him. 99 per night. The proprietress, panicking at his departure, called after him. Let's take another look, Shaolin replied coolly, without glancing back, as he walked out of Xingfu Hotel. Directly across from Xingfu Hotel stood another establishment, Yidian Bujuo Hotel. From afar they'd already spotted its bright eye-catching sign. Yet Shaolin glanced once and chose Xingfu first, because Yidian Bujuo's elegant exterior suggested steep prices. That was why they prioritized Xingfu Hotel, only to discover it was mediocre in appearance yet audaciously overpriced. Stepping outside Xingfu Hotel, Shaolin resolved to visit Yidian Bujuo instead. A quick look cost nothing, and if the rates proved unreasonable they'd simply walk away. Even from the outside, Yidian Bujuo exuded refinement, especially its tranquil courtyard whose design and craftsmanship radiated both elegance and sophistication. His mental budget hovered between 128 and 150 yuan per night. Provided the price fell within reason, he was determined to spend the night there. After enduring dozens of hours aboard the train, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. They had no desire to waste precious energy haggling over mere tens of yuan. Stepping into the courtyard, their feet met smooth marble underfoot surrounding greenery and blossoms instantly eased their spirits. Even the deep fatigue from the long journey seemed to melt away. Hello, we'd like to check in. How much is a standard double room per night? Shaolin asked, voice tinged with nervousness. This was his first time staying at such a high-end hotel. Not only did its exterior exude luxury, its interior matched perfectly opulent and grand. Hello, our standard double room is 88 yuan per night, replied Chen Qingzhu, who was manning the front desk for the evening shift. Finally a guest. Her heart leapt with excitement. 88. Shaolin almost doubted his ears. 88 yuan, cheaper than Xingfu Hotel. And yet every aspect of this place, quality, ambience, comfort, surpassed Xingfu by several leagues. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be 188, and had she deliberately mumbled the 100 to mislead him into hearing 88? Perhaps once he signed in she'd reveal the true price, trapping him with a sleight-of-mouth tactic he'd heard was rampant in big cities where deception ran deep and vigilance was essential. Yes, 88 yuan, Chen Qingzhu affirmed with a gentle smile. This time Shaolin was certain it was indeed 80. Chen Qingzhu promptly processed their registration and escorted them to room 201 on the second floor. Whoa, this bed is incredibly soft. Shaolin sank luxuriously into the plush mattress, inhaling the delicate fragrance of freshly laundered linens, and let out a low contented hum. You're shameless, his wife teased, laughing as she watched him. The next morning Shaolin rose from bed refreshed and grinning. Absolutely perfect, utterly sublime. Sleeping on this mattress felt almost magical, rejuvenating him completely, restoring vitality to his very core. Glancing at his wife's serene sleeping smile, he grinned and headed off to wash up. In the bathroom he gasped aloud. Whoa, this is outrageously lavish. Every amenity, shampoo, body wash, toothbrush, toothpaste, was elegantly packaged, premium grade and fully disposable. Crucially, these weren't cheap flimsy disposables, they were high-end branded products meticulously designed for discerning guests. Even the packaging bore refined craftsmanship, though the portions were modest. One set would easily last multiple uses. I'll take these, definitely taking them. After finishing his routine, Shaolin's wife woke up. While she showered, he surreptitiously scanned the mattress tag. Whoa, 8,000 yuan. Shaolin froze stunned. A single mattress costing 8,000 yuan. Utterly unaffordable, truly beyond reach. What kind of household could possibly justify such an extravagant purchase? When Wei Xiaoli, the owner of the Happy Hotel, saw that Shaolin and his friends chose to stay at the undesirable hotel across the street instead of her, she was utterly furious. She knew very well that the undesirable hotel was owned by Li Fei. How does this Li Fei think he can open a hotel right across from her to steal her business? Is this a dream? Just because the price is a little lower than hers. Fine, if he sets it at 88 per night, he'll set mine at 80. Wei Xiaoli decided to go all out and slashed the price of her hotel from 128 down to 80. What a sin, truly a sin. Cutting the price by 48 yuan means a significant loss in profit. Thinking of this, the plump landlord Wei Xiaoli gritted her teeth in hatred towards Li Fei. In the morning when Li Fei came down to the lobby, he discovered that someone had actually checked in last night. However, Li Fei was not the least bit flustered. Having one or two guests isn't a big deal. Calm down, stay composed. Boss, they lowered the price across the street to 80 per night, Zhao Peng said as he approached Li Fei. Li Fei had instructed Zhao Peng to keep an eye on the hotel across the street. Upon hearing this news, Li Fei was not surprised at all. Lowering the price. Great. Let's see who can't hold on first. My intention is to make a loss, and if I can annoy the previous landlord in the process, even better. Let's lower our price too down to 68, Li Fei said directly. 68. The employees who had just come in for their shift were all shocked upon hearing this news. A hotel with such good decoration is only charging 68 per night. You should know that those shabby hotels with terrible environments charge around 70 to 80. However, since the boss had spoken, the employees had no choice but to comply. Soon the price at the undesirable hotel was directly lowered to 68. In the morning there were hardly any guests in the hotel. Feeling bored, Li Fei returned to his room. For the whole morning Wei Xiaoli sat bored in the hotel lobby. Just as she was dozing off, two men walked into the business. Wei Xiaoli immediately perked up. Here to check in, she greeted warmly. Boss, how much is it to stay here for a night? One man asked. The two men belonged to the same company and were on a temporary business trip. The company allocated 100 yuan per person per day for accommodation and meals. 100 yuan per person per day is quite stingy. They had no choice but to come to the village in the city, thinking that the hotels here might be cheaper. 80, only 80, definitely cheap, Wei Xiaoli said. The first man nodded after hearing this. An 80 yuan price is indeed quite reasonable. With 20 yuan left, they could use it for meals. Then under Wei Xiaoli's guidance they walked into a room. However, before they could enter they frowned. Why does it smell like paint? One man asked. Hearing this, Wei Xiaoli panicked inwardly. No, I don't smell anything. There is indeed a smell of paint, the other man agreed. Let's go check elsewhere. Then the two men walked straight out of the happy hotel. Another business opportunity slipped away and Wei Xiaoli was furious. When the two men walked out and saw the undesirable hotel across the street, they were startled. The undesirable hotel. Sounds interesting. Then the two men walked into this undesirable hotel. What the hell? They were completely taken aback by the scene before them. Undesirable. It looks great. Look at the decoration, the greenery. It has a certain artistic and poetic ambience. The overall environment and decor of the hotel are also very nice. Just don't know about the price. Then the two men walked into the lobby. Welcome, sir. As soon as they entered the lobby, a beautiful waitress warmly greeted them. Wow, so enthusiastic. This place must be expensive, but never mind, let's ask first. If it's too costly, they can just not stay. How much? 68 per night. The two men could hardly believe it. Such a good environment and decoration, only 68 for a night. They had to stay. Soon they completed the check-in process and booked a double room. As they were led by a beautiful waitress to their room on the second floor, they were stunned by the decoration inside the room. Wow, this is too good. The entire room is beautifully arranged and there's even a faint fragrance in the air. Lying on the bed felt incredibly soft and comfortable. The sheets and blankets were also very clean and tidy. Time flew by quickly and before they knew it, night had fallen. Guliolu. While they were watching TV and chatting, they suddenly felt a bit hungry. Shall we go eat something? One asked. The other nodded. However, before they could finish putting on their shoes, a waitress knocked on the door. When they opened the door, they saw the waitress holding 2 takeout boxes. Hello, our hotel provides free dinner, please enjoy. The two men were completely dumbfounded. A hotel charging 68 per night is providing free dinner. They couldn't believe it. This is quite exaggerated. With the quality of decoration, the standard of service, even if it were 168 per night, it would still be a steal. Now they were only charging 68 per night and providing free dinner. Upon opening the takeout boxes, they were immediately attracted by the delicious food. So fragrant, truly fragrant. This takeout is not from some random fast food place but freshly cooked dishes from a proper restaurant. The food was also very tasty. Just this meal alone would cost at least 40 yuan, right? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Then the two men shared their experience at the hotel in the company group chat. Shocking, a hotel for 68 a night, and this is what it looks like plus free dinner. Next, there was a series of pictures all taken from various angles of the hotel. Their company headquarters is in Zhanghai City and they have a branch in Binjiang City. Thus the company often sends people from headquarters to Binjiang for business trips. However, everything is good at the company, just too stingy. Accommodation and meal expenses are capped at 100 yuan per person per day. 100 yuan is simply not enough. Now that they discovered such a treasure hotel, they naturally want to promote it among their colleagues. Just by choosing to stay here, they would have some money left from 100 yuan. Choosing a double room costs only 68. On average, each person only pays 34. Moreover, they are also provided with free dinner, saving them even more on meal costs. This means that during their business trip they could save 66 yuan every day. Haha, simply delightful. Another business deal fell through. Wei Xiaoli, the owner of the Happy Hotel, was absolutely furious. Although the paint on the hotel floor had been cleaned, it could never be completely removed. Therefore, there was still a faint smell of paint lingering in the hotel rooms. For the past few days, Wei Xiaoli had been contemplating whether to renovate her hotel. It seemed that not renovating was not an option. Otherwise, all the guests would flock to Li Fei's hotel. In the end, Wei Xiaoli gritted her teeth and decided to undertake a renovation. However, to renovate she would need to remove all the original floor tiles and lay new ones, which would incur considerable costs. Yet for the sake of the future Wei Xiaoli had no choice but to endure the pain of spending money on the renovations. When Li Fei saw the plump landlord of the Happy Hotel in the midst of major renovations, he couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, is she really going to invest so much? Li Fei was more than happy to see her do this. Back at the hotel, he noticed his employees were getting ready to clock out. Everyone has worked hard recently today, let's go out for a team building event, Li Fei said. Since the Happy Hotel across the street was undergoing renovations, it was possible that their business would improve. To prevent that, Li Fei decided to take the team out for an outing. This way they could also spend a bit more money. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Originally the employees had been preparing to leave for the day. Suddenly their boss announced a team event. The employees were of course delighted. Since there were currently no guests at the hotel, Li Fei simply locked the doors and took a taxi with the employees to a nearby commercial street. Most of the employees were young and they had already become familiar with each other over the past few days. Now heading out for team building, the atmosphere in the group was joyful and harmonious. After getting off the taxi, they arrived at a hot pot restaurant. By this time the sky was already darkening. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant they found that it was already quite crowded. Counting Li Fei, their group consisted of 11 people and Li Fei promptly reserved 2 tables. Soon the dishes were served and everyone feeling hungry began to enjoy the hot pot. Just as the employees were fully engrossed in their meal, a few staff members from the hot pot restaurant approached with a large birthday cake. The employees were taken aback. Who was celebrating a birthday? Today is your birthday, I send you my blessings on this special day, may you wear a radiant smile. While the hotel employees were bewildered, the staff from the hot pot restaurant stopped in front of Su Xiaoxi and began to sing the birthday song. Yesterday, out of boredom, Li Fei had looked through the employees' resumes and discovered that today was Su Xiaoxi's birthday. With the system settlement date approaching, Li Fei decided to accelerate his spending. Thus today's team building event was arranged. However, it was only the first step in his plan to spend money. After the birthday song ended, Li Fei took out a gift. A brand new Huawei phone worth around 5,000 yuan. This is your birthday gift, it's also one of the benefits of our hotel. In the future every employee will receive a birthday gift. Li Fei spoke. Oh my goodness. A few nearby employees were completely stunned. A birthday gift worth over 5,000 yuan. This was equivalent to a month's salary for them. At that moment Su Xiaoxi was simply ecstatic. She had long wanted to buy this Huawei phone, but as a freshly graduated university student she could barely afford rent. So she could only dream of it. Now her boss had directly gifted her one. She was thrilled. Looking at the envious expressions of her colleagues, Su Xiaoxi was over the moon. Other customers in the hot pot restaurant were also envious of the situation. Wow, what a remarkable company. They actually give such expensive gifts for employees' birthdays. If it weren't for the awkwardness, they would have wanted to ask if the restaurant needed more staff. The meal was very enjoyable, and after finishing, Lin Xiaoma went to settle the bill, which totaled over 800 yuan. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Li Fei took the employees to a karaoke place. He reserved the largest private room and ordered a number of fruit platters and beers. At this point the employees were fully engaged, each grabbing the microphone to sing. Li Fei stayed for a while, but finding it too noisy he decided to return to the hotel. The next day Li Fei woke up from his bed. Opening the system panel, he noticed that there were only 2 days left until the system settlement. In the blink of an eye 8 days had passed, time flies. Now Li Fei still had 9,000 yuan left unspent. That's right. Although he had handed all the money over to Lin Xiaoma, he could still see the available funds through the system panel. Today is the 10th and Li Fei decided to distribute this month's salaries to the employees. After Li Fei informed all the employees of this news in the group, they could hardly believe it. Salaries on the 10th. The key point is they hardly worked any days. Since being hired by the boss due to hotel renovations, they had been working from home for 6 days. All in all, they had only worked 2 days. After just 2 days of work, the boss was already giving them a month's salary. Who understands this? After waiting for about 10 minutes, when everyone had arrived, Lin Xiaoma began distributing the salaries. The first month was a probation period, so everyone's salary was 3,500 yuan. There were 10 employees in total, so the total salary amounted to 3,500 yuan. Next, Lin Xiaoma began to distribute this month's benefits. 1,000 yuan supermarket shopping vouchers, 500 yuan housing allowance, 300 yuan transportation allowance, and 100 yuan phone bill subsidy. The supermarket vouchers were for the largest supermarket in Binjiang City, the RT Mart. Of course, if the employees didn't want the vouchers, they could also choose to receive cash instead. The employees were surprised that their boss actually provided them with benefits. They weren't first-time employees. Many times what the boss promised was impossible to deliver. Now the benefits the boss mentioned were actually given to them without any discrepancies. It was very touching. After the salaries and benefits were distributed, Li Fei noticed that the system funds were only 3,600 yuan left. Li Fei decided to spend all of it today. He wouldn't leave any money for the last day. If any unexpected situation arose, he would probably cry. System, can I transfer a month's meal expenses to the restaurant owner in advance? Li Fei asked the system. Yes, this situation conforms to normal business practices. Hearing the system's confirmation, Li Fei felt relieved. The restaurant was also operating on a small budget, and since the system allowed for an early transfer of a month's meal expenses, Li Fei was more than willing. Then Li Fei asked Lin Xiaoma to transfer 100,000 yuan to the restaurant owner. They would settle the account at the end of the month, and if the meal expenses were insufficient, they would make up the difference. What if the meal expenses exceeded the budget? Naturally, Li Fei would not allow the restaurant owner to refund the excess. If that happened, it might lead to his task's failure, which would be a significant loss. So any surplus in meal expenses could simply be used for the next month's meals. Indeed, after Lin Xiaoma completed the transfer, the system panel indicated that the available funds were reduced to 26000 yuan. This early salary distribution is indeed quite toxic. In the future, all employees' salaries will be changed to be issued on the 10th of the following month. P.S. Transferring the meal expenses in advance is equivalent to charging for internet fees at the moment of transfer. It is as if the money has already been spent. Next to the hotel, there is a small stir-fry restaurant named Ganchuan Xiang. At this moment, the boss wife is arguing with the boss. The restaurant owner Old Wang returned to his hometown a few days ago and left the restaurant in the care of his wife. Unexpectedly, he only went back for a few days and his wife got him into such big trouble. She actually agreed to provide 2 meals a day for the staff of the hotel next door. It was supposed to be a good thing, but the hotel's payment has to be settled at the end of the month. This is quite absurd. Who knows if the hotel will still be operating by then? What if they cannot continue and directly shut down? Then the meal fees owed to me will never be recovered. Thinking of this, Old Wang shot a fierce glance at his wife. Sure enough, ignorance comes with long hair. Such a simple principle she doesn't understand. While the couple was arguing, Lin Xiaoma, the hotel's finance officer, walked in. Seeing that the restaurant's boss wife seemed to be arguing with the boss, Lin Xiaoma felt a bit awkward. Boss wife, I'm here to transfer the meal fees to you. Lin Xiaoma just wanted to quickly hand over the money and slip away. Ah. The restaurant's boss wife was a bit taken aback. Didn't they agree to settle accounts at the end of the month? Why was she coming to settle now? Could it be that their argument was overheard by the hotel owner and they no longer wanted to order meals from them? Thinking of this, the restaurant boss wife felt a wave of panic. This was a super big client that spent nearly hundreds of thousands a year. Now were they going to another restaurant? Restaurant owner Old Wang seemed to have realized this as well and suddenly dared not speak. It's over, it's over. If I had known, I should have spoken more quietly. I've now directly offended my biggest client. Thinking about it, even if they delayed a month's meal fee, what of it? This is a super client that consistently spends hundreds of thousands a year at their place. Even if they were to miss a month's payment, they would still be profiting. Moreover, they might not necessarily delay their meal fees. Regret, truly deep regret. Thinking of this, Old Wang wished he could bury his head in his pants. It's like this, our boss has decided that the meal fees will be paid in advance from now on, and then we will settle accounts at the end of the month. After all, you are also running a small business, which is not easy. Lin Xiaoma continued. Ah. Hearing this, both the restaurant's boss wife and the restaurant owner were somewhat incredulous. The hotel owner must have overheard their argument to make this decision. What a great boss. I heard that the hotel owner used to be the owner of the Happy Hotel but later had a disagreement with the landlord and opened this less favorable hotel. Looking at the other parties' attire, they didn't seem like wealthy people. Since they were willing to pay for the meals in advance, it was quite touching. In an instant, the couple running the restaurant was deeply moved. At the same time, they decided that from now on, any dishes sent to the less favorable hotel would be the freshest, the tastiest, and the most generous in portion. When Lin Xiaoma returned to the hotel, Li Fei found her again. Buying a coffee machine. Lin Xiaoma was puzzled by Li Fei's words. We are just a hotel, not a big company. There is no need to buy a coffee machine. Let's buy a coffee machine. Since we are buying, we should buy a good one. Also, we need to get a larger LCD TV for the hotel lobby so employees can watch TV when they're bored. Let's get a 100-inch one. And then buy 2 high-end massage chairs so employees can relax during their breaks. The total budget is 26000. Select carefully, not too much or too little, just spend it all. Li Fei instructed seriously. This was the first time Lin Xiaoma received such an outrageous task. However, spending money was her forte. Her greatest dream was to spend money. That's why she chose to study finance. Subsequently, Lin Xiaoma opened her taobao and began selecting these items. A 100-inch TV for 14000. OK, order placed. Massage chairs for 5000 each, a total of 2. OK, order placed. Coffee machine and coffee beans, a total of 1980. OK, order placed. Awesome, this is simply wonderful. Who would have thought that her job was to spend money and buy things? This feeling made Lin Xiaoma intoxicated, unable to extricate herself. Boss, I've finished buying everything. Lin Xiaoma went to the boss office and said. Li Fei usually worked in the boss office on the 5th floor. After hearing Lin Xiaomo's words, Li Fei found that his available funds in the system were down to just over 80 yuan. Haha, awesome. This 80 yuan could be easily spent on snacks and drinks for the employees. Thinking about it, Li Fei went to a small supermarket and carefully selected items for a long time, just enough to spend all the 80 yuan. It's so hot, everyone should have some drinks and snacks for the afternoon. Li Fei walked in with a large bag of items and said to the employees. The employees were very happy to see that the boss personally went to buy things for them. Li Fei did not eat anything but found Lin Xiaomo again. He needed to reconcile the accounts with Lin Xiaomo. After the reconciliation, Li Fei had a clearer understanding of Lin Xiaomo's professional capabilities. Meticulous and accurate. These were the two evaluations Li Fei gave Lin Xiaomo. For over 100,000 yuan, she had kept track of every single expense clearly. Very good, he could use Lin Xiaomo more in the future. Now with 2 days left until the system settlement, Li Fei only needed to spend all the hotel's operating revenue. This way he would be able to achieve a complete loss. The next morning around 10 a.m., Li Fei finally woke up. Yesterday he had spent all the funds from the system, in other words he had lost everything. Now the only uncertainty lay in the hotel's revenue. The system settlement time was just today, the final day, making today the most crucial day. Originally Li Fei planned to close the hotel and not operate today, but unexpectedly faced opposition from the system. Such a sneaky tactic was not recognized by the system. After hearing the system's words, Li Fei felt speechless. Come on system brother, must you be so strict? There was no choice, Li Fei could only respond cautiously. Currently the hotel had 2 groups of guests checking in with a revenue of 88 plus 68 totaling 156 yuan. Adding today's revenue, he just needed to spend all this money before the system settled accounts tonight. Li Fei originally thought losing money would be difficult, but surprisingly he had already achieved significant results in his first task. However, he couldn't afford to be careless as the critical moment approached. The system's settlement time was at 11 p.m. and Li Fei could only hope that no sudden guests would check in around that time. However, such things were unpredictable, so Li Fei decided to come up with a plan. Eureka! He could hire a few temporary workers, so even if unexpected guests arrived he could settle the extra money as wages for the temporary workers. If no unexpected guests checked in today, he wouldn't worry. He could just delay their wages for a day and settle it tomorrow. Haha, I truly am quite clever. With this thought, Li Fei felt a wave of excitement and exhilaration. Soon he would become a millionaire. When Li Fei arrived at the hotel lobby, the employees had already come to work. The 100-inch LCD TV he had asked Lin Xiaomo to buy was already installed. Li Fei was stunned by the speed of it all. After asking, he learned that for such big clients they provided swift delivery. At that moment the employees were sitting together intently watching TV. Upon seeing their boss, they immediately tried to disperse, pretending to find things to do. Li Fei directly stopped everyone, saying, "It's fine, there are no guests checking in right now, so keep watching. In the future feel free, we don't have so many rules here." Hearing their boss' words, the employees felt a wave of happiness. In their previous jobs it seemed like their bosses wanted to install surveillance above their heads to supervise their work constantly. If they slacked off even a little, the boss would immediately reprimand them. Now their boss not only refrained from criticizing them but even cheerfully encouraged them to continue watching TV. Thus happiness is often a matter of comparison. If they were just fresh graduates entering society, they might take everything for granted. However, many of them had switched companies several times, and this one was the most fulfilling for the employees. Just then a few guests arrived at the hotel. This batch of guests totaled 4 people, seemingly from the same company. "Boss, do you really charge only 68 for a night?" "Boss, I heard that your accommodation includes dinner." Upon hearing their questions, Li Fei initially didn't want to answer. Today was the most critical day and it was best if there were no guests at all. Now so many guests had suddenly arrived, making him feel a bit flustered. "Yes, we charge 68 a night and dinner is included," Shin Qingzhu replied with a smile. "Wow, it's actually true." Hiss. The guests who came to check in suddenly brightened their eyes upon hearing Shin Qingzhu's answer. They were on a business trip from their company. Since they often traveled to Binjiang City for business, finding a high-value accommodation would save them both time and money in the future. Yesterday a colleague told them that there was a treasure hotel here that charged only 68 a night including dinner. Most importantly, the environment was fantastic. Not only was the decoration good, but the service attitude was also exceptionally warm. Now it turned out to be entirely true. Subsequently, Shin Qingzhu completed the check-in procedures for the 4 guests. The 4 of them booked 2 standard rooms, perfectly accommodating 2 people per room. The cost-performance ratio could not be better. When the 4 of them entered the rooms, they discovered that the environment was exactly as depicted in the photos shared by their colleague. No, in reality it looked even better than the photos. Immediately they began promoting it in their group chat. Their company was an elevator company providing sales, after-sales service and various other services, so they frequently needed to travel for business. Among them, Binjiang City was the most important sales area for their company, so the number of employees traveling there was also the highest. The main issue was that the company only allocated 100 yuan per person per day for accommodation and food, which was quite stingy. Previously they could only find small hotels to stay in and eat cheap fast food. Even then 100 yuan was barely enough. However, the cheap hotels they stayed at were really poor. Not only was the environment bad, but the service attitude was even worse. Those hotels had poor sound insulation, often making it impossible for them to sleep all night. So whenever they had to travel for business, everyone wore a troubled expression. Now it was different. They had discovered such a treasure hotel. Not only was the environment good, but the service attitude was even better, and it included dinner with a key affordable price. Now with 2 people sharing a room, it was only 68, which meant each person only paid 34 yuan. With 100 yuan for accommodation and meals, not only was it insufficient, but they could also save 66 yuan. Haha, that's quite nice. Li Fei, feeling idle, decided to find a few temporary workers first. If he arrived too late and couldn't find any, he would truly be in despair. Afterward, Li Fei drove the van directly to the labor market he had visited before. By the time he arrived, there were already very few people. Indeed, most people started looking for work around 5 or 6 in the morning. Now it was almost noon. Just when Li Fei thought he wouldn't find anyone, he suddenly spotted the few workers who had helped him move things earlier. Li Fei walked over with a smile. The workers had thought they wouldn't get any work today and were preparing to head back, but unexpectedly encountered Li Fei, the great benefactor. The previous experience was still fresh in their minds. They had only moved a few light items, and Li Fei had given each of them 500 yuan. Moreover, he had treated them to a meal. This was the easiest and highest-paying job they had found since they started working. At this moment, when Li Fei sought them out again, the workers instantly revealed radiant smiles. Li Fei cheerfully handed out a cigarette to each of them and began chatting. This time he only wanted to find a few temporary workers, and he hadn't yet figured out exactly what they would be doing. However, it was very likely that this time the payment wouldn't be made on the spot, and he wondered if they would be willing. Li Fei expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the workers thought it's just possibly delaying a day's pay. This is simply a small matter. While they couldn't trust others, they had no doubts about Li Fei. Immediately the 6 of them followed Li Fei to the hotel. Once at the hotel, the workers asked Li Fei what tasks they would be doing this time. Li Fei looked around the hotel and realized that there seemed to be no work for them at the moment. It's almost noon, so there's no rush to start working. You must be hungry. Why don't you go eat at the restaurant next door first? Ha! The 6 workers were completely dumbfounded. Wait, we came to work and you want us to go to the restaurant to eat before we've even done anything? They were utterly bewildered. In the end, after much persuasion, Li Fei managed to bring the 6 workers to the restaurant next door. The restaurant owner, Old Wang, was seeing Li Fei for the first time and immediately felt embarrassed. He realized that their argument from yesterday must have been overheard by Li Fei. Here was this generous individual choosing their restaurant to provide meals for his employees, yet he had been so ungrateful and maliciously speculated about Li Fei. Thinking about it, he felt like slapping himself. Li Fei seemed completely unconcerned about this and greeted Old Wang with a smile. Boss, prepare a table of good dishes for them and put it on the hotel's tab, Li Fei said. No problem, no problem, Old Wang quickly replied with a smile, eager to please. Yesterday Li Fei had transferred 100,000 yuan to the finance department, and he greatly admired such decisiveness. From now on, even if Li Fei's hotel owed him a month's worth of meals, he wouldn't complain too much. Soon Old Wang prepared a large table of delicious dishes for the 6 workers. Considering they needed to work in the afternoon, he didn't serve beer but provided each of them with a bottle of drink instead. A large table of dishes cost a total of 320 yuan, but he rounded it down to 300. Old Wang happily noted this in his account book. The 6 workers thoroughly enjoyed their meal. However, they did not forget their primary task. They were here to work for Li Fei. After finishing their meal, they sought out Li Fei. Looking at the 6 workers before him, Li Fei felt a bit overwhelmed. What could he have them do? Naturally, Li Fei wouldn't say there's no work for you today, so you can go home and your pay will still be settled. That would be a bit insulting. Then Li Fei looked at the road outside the hotel yard. Wow, why is this road so dirty? Our task today is simply to clean this road in front of the hotel. Ha! Clean the street. The 6 of them were momentarily stunned. If he asked them to clean the hotel or move things, they could understand. But now he wanted them to clean the street in front of the hotel. Even if it was dirty, shouldn't that be the responsibility of the sanitation department? One could only say that the thoughts of the wealthy were beyond their comprehension. Since the employer had given the order, they could only comply. Seeing them begin to clean the street, Li Fei repeatedly reminded them to be cautious and stay safe. Although this was not a main road in the urban village, there would occasionally be vehicles passing by. Li Fei thought for a moment and deemed safety to be the priority. He directed 2 people to stand at either end of the road to guide passing vehicles to slow down while the remaining 4 cleaned the street. Cleaning the street basically meant picking up some trash, which was incredibly easy. Seeing them begin to seriously pick up trash, Li Fei smiled in satisfaction and returned to the hotel. This time he offered a daily wage of 300 yuan per person for 7 hours to the 6 workers. This wage was slightly above average but did not exceed the normal range. Some temporary workers could earn 300 to 400 yuan a day working at construction sites, so the system evidently took this into account. As for the delayed payment, it would be settled tomorrow, and the system deemed this reasonable. With this in mind, Li Fei directly asked Brother Tonzi, if I were to defer a payment before settling the account with the system in the future, would that be acceptable? If that's possible, then it would be much easier. As long as my company defers a payment, even if extra funds are transferred over right before the system settles, I wouldn't have to worry. At that point I could simply use those extra funds to settle the debt. This behavior is unreasonable. Please refer to Article 122 of the relevant regulations. This time the hiring of temporary workers does not have explicit regulations, so the system can turn a blind eye. Wishing the host good luck. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Fei immediately understood. Truly, temporary workers are incredibly versatile. So does this mean he has found a loophole? In the future, whenever the system's settlement approached, could he just hire some temporary workers? However, after thinking it over, Li Fei decided to abandon this plan. In the future, the system would surely become increasingly difficult and the amounts would grow larger. It wouldn't just be a few hundred or thousand yuan, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. How many temporary workers' wages would be needed to offset that? It seems this method can only be used this one. The 6 workers hired by Li Fei were diligently cleaning the streets when they were suddenly interrupted by an elderly woman. The woman was a sanitation worker responsible for this area, and she typically came to clean the street in front of Li Fei's hotel every 2 or 3 days. Today she was preparing to come and clean, only to see 5 or 6 workers already doing the job. Instantly she, what the hell? Are they trying to take my job? This led to the earlier scene. The 6 workers had only been cleaning for a little over an hour, and now it was impossible for them to continue. They were each paid 300 by the hotel owner to do this cleaning, and if they didn't clean, it meant they wouldn't earn that 300. Thinking of this, the 6 workers became anxious. Thus both sides began to argue. Hearing the commotion, Li Fei walked over. After ascertaining the reason, Li Fei simply laughed. He thought it was no big deal. It's fine, since she doesn't let you clean, you can just go back. Upon hearing this, the workers' hearts sank. They were about to lose a 300 yuan a day job because of this woman. Even though they had already cleaned for an hour, they originally agreed to work for 7 hours. Now if they went back, the hotel owner wouldn't pay them, and they couldn't say much. Even if they protested, the hotel owner would likely only give them 50 yuan each, which would be the utmost generosity. They still wanted to take on work from Li Fei in the future. If they argued with him over their wages, he would stop using them and they would be devastated. Just as they were putting down their tools and turning to leave, Li Fei spoke up. I forgot to mention, your wages are still 300. Either tonight or at the latest by tomorrow we'll transfer it all to you. Ha! The workers felt extremely surprised and delighted. They only did an hour's worth of work, yet he was still willing to pay them in full. They were moved, truly moved. After working for so many years, it was the first time they encountered such a benevolent boss. No need to say more. From now on, whenever this boss needed them, they would definitely comply without hesitation. With tears in their eyes, they returned. Having settled these matters, Li Fei returned to the hotel. The total wages for the 6 workers amounted to 1,800 yuan. Currently, the hotel's revenue was 292 yuan. This meant that by 11 p.m. tonight, the hotel's revenue could be less than 1,508 yuan. Given the current conditions of the hotel, it was practically impossible to reach that revenue. Thinking of this, Li Fei smiled happily. Boss Coffee Shin Xinju brought over a cup of coffee. Is this coffee ground from our new coffee machine? Li Fei took a sip and found it quite good. Shin Xinju nodded. She had followed Li Fei from the Happy Hotel and was very happy to see the conditions of the hotel improving day by day. Now the boss had even allowed them the freedom to drink coffee, which was simply blissful. This was not instant coffee, but real imported coffee beans, freshly ground, which was certainly on a different level. Drinking freshly ground coffee felt very elegant and sophisticated. Suddenly she remembered the days at the Happy Hotel. Back then their conditions were truly poor. They not only didn't provide meals, but the entire hotel had only 2 employees. Although the work wasn't too exhausting, they often endured various insults from the landlord. It was quite frustrating. Sometimes she was also curious, if the boss had struck it rich, how could there be such a stark contrast? While at the Happy Hotel, her boss was all about saving and being frugal. Now this boss spent money like it was not. The only truth was that her boss had indeed become wealthy. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. Li Fei enjoyed his coffee, chatting and joking with the employees from time to time. Before they knew it, it was already past 6 in the evening. It was time for dinner. Soon a waitress came over carrying 2 bags of boxed meals. The employees were also a bit hungry, so they opened the bags and took out the boxed meals. Each person received 2 boxes, one filled with vegetables and the other with rice. There were 5 or 6 types of dishes and everyone could choose their favorites. Of course, some employees who were familiar with each other would each take one type and share them on the table. This way a person could enjoy 5 or 6 different dishes, which was very nice. Zhao Peng was quick and took 3 boxed meals, placing them in front of Li Fei. Boss, these dishes are all your favorites. If I was late, they would have been snatched away. As for Zhao Peng taking 3 boxed meals at once, no one had any objections nor dared to object. After all, he was taking them for the boss, what could they say? Li Fei immediately cast an appreciative glance at Zhao Peng. Not bad, not bad, the young man had a good eye and could be nurtured further. Of course, these boxed meals also needed to be delivered to the guests upstairs, and this task was usually handled by the waitstaff. A beautiful waitress first kept a boxed meal for herself and then took 4 meals to deliver to the guests upstairs. After finishing their meal, everyone lazily lounged on the sofa, starting to chat and joke around. This life was so incredibly comfortable. Watching television, sipping coffee, lounging on the sofa while chatting was just delightful. The best part was that if they didn't do this, the boss would be unhappy. It was quite strange. After finishing his meal, Li Fei returned to his office. The time for system settlement was getting closer and he had to keep a close watch. He had already informed the front desk that whenever a guest arrived they needed to notify him promptly. At 8 p.m. there were no guests, which was good. At 9 p.m. still no guests, nice. At 10:30 p.m. the front desk suddenly reported that 5 or 6 guests had arrived at once. These guests had booked 3 standard rooms totaling 204 yuan. This 204 yuan combined with the previous 292 made a total of 496 yuan. With only a few minutes left until settlement, Li Fei decided to spend this 496 yuan. Fortunately, he had kept a backup and hired 6 temporary workers in advance, otherwise he wouldn't have known where to spend the money. All the revenue from the hotel was transferred into a special bank account opened by Li Fei. He directly withdrew the 496 yuan from this card and transferred it all to a representative of the temporary workers. Time passed second by second and thankfully no new guests checked in. Li Fei finally let out a long sigh of relief. Ding, system settlement complete, remaining funds 0. Congratulations to the host for completing this task. The task funds of 1 million yuan will be fully refunded to the host. Please check. This round the host's salary is a total of 500 yuan. Due to the host's outstanding completion of the system task, the system specially rewards the host with a bottle of body enhancement liquid. Please check. Ding, the next round of system tasks is about to begin. System task, please have the host lose 2 million within 15 days. Current system funds to 0000000. System settlement time 14 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Is that it? So simple and easy. Looking at the bank card notification of 1,500,000 yuan, Li Fei couldn't help but smile. By completing the system's deficit task, Li Fei suddenly earned 1,500,000 yuan. Over 1 million. In the past, this was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. This money was earned too easily, right? Moreover, the system even rewarded him with a vial of physical enhancement liquid. Looking at the light blue potion that suddenly appeared in his hand, Li Fei felt both excitement and fear inside. Should I drink it or not? Forget it, just drink it. The system shouldn't harm him. Galugulu. Li Fei tilted his head back and drank the entire vial of physical enhancement liquid. Immediately he felt a warm current arise within him, slowly spreading throughout his body. It took more than 10 minutes for Li Fei's body to return to normal. Now he finally understood how monstrous this vial of physical enhancement liquid was. In the past, Li Fei always felt a bit weak. It was emptiness. Sometimes lifting slightly heavier objects would leave him completely exhausted, even causing him to sweat. Now he felt that lifting 100 pounds with one hand was no problem at all. Just very strong. As expected of his system father, this is simply amazing. Now with the new task assigned by the system, after a moment of excitement, Li Fei began to study the new task. The new task was to lose 2 million in 15 days. As usual, Li Fei directly transferred the entire 2 million to Lin Xiaoma. This is the benefit of having finance. When he needed money, a single call could solve it. The key is that doing this makes him look very impressive. Those who don't know might think he has a considerable fortune. Regarding this system task, Li Fei had 2 plans laid out before him. The first is to continue investing this 2 million into the hotel, such as increasing the renovation level, laying expensive carpets, buying delivery robots, replacing all the tiles with big brands and so on. Or directly buy a bus to transport employees to and from work. In short, wanting to spend this 2 million is really not difficult at all. The second option is to look for other projects to continue starting businesses and losing money, but this is more troublesome and not as straightforward as the first. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Fei decided to go with the second plan. Because his salary was linked to the total salary of the employees. In other words, the more employees there are, the higher his salary will be. Currently, the number of employees at the hotel had reached its limit. Only by opening new locations or continuing to find other projects to start businesses could he recruit more employees. This time Li Fei certainly wouldn't consider industries that require fewer employees. He focused on labor-intensive industries. However, he currently only had 2 million available. What industry should he invest in? The first thing Li Fei thought of was investing in some factories. However, if he were to invest in factories, 2 million really wasn't enough. 2 million could at most acquire a small factory, and at best it would only employ a dozen or 20 workers. Even with 20 workers each earning 5,000 a month, that would only amount to 1,000,000. 1% of 1,000,000 is merely 1,000. That's too little. To open a factory, he needed to establish a larger one. It should have several hundred workers at least. He had no interest in a small factory with only dozens of workers. Aha! Li Fei suddenly thought of a good idea, which was to directly establish a security company. He didn't intend for his security company to go the elite route. He planned to prioritize quantity over quality. Currently, the security companies on the market have increasingly high requirements. Security guard certification, preference for veterans, health with no tattoos, height over 1.75 meters, no nearsightedness, and so on. Damn it, you're hiring security guards, not special forces. How come there are so many requirements for a salary of 4,000 or 5,000 a month? For his security company, Li Fei decided to let himself go. Thinking of this, Li Fei called Lin Xiaoma. You're quite savvy with the internet. Could you check if there are any security companies in Binhai City that are about to go bankrupt or are for sale? Boss, I'm sorry. I won't browse the internet during work hours anymore, Lin Xiaoma hurriedly replied. The boss saying she browses the internet well must be indirectly criticizing her. As for the subsequent words, they were just an excuse, merely casual talk. I'm not blaming you, just do your work during work hours, and if you need to browse the internet, feel free. We don't have that many requirements here. I plan to open a security company, which is why I asked you to search online. Li Fei was speechless. Oh, is that so? Lin Xiaoma let out a sigh of relief. She thought the boss was criticizing her, but it turned out she had overthought it. After so many days of interaction, she understood the kind of person her boss was. Since the boss said so, he must mean it. With that in mind, Lin Xiaoma happily returned to her office to search for what the boss asked. Meanwhile, Li Fei anxiously awaited. More than half an hour later, Lin Xiaoma knocked on the door and entered happily, saying, "Boss, we actually have a security company in Binhai City that is about to go bankrupt, located at 108 Xingfu Road west of the city, but..." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoma's words, Li Fei's face instantly lit up with joy. Great! This is wonderful. Now he just needs to acquire them directly. The reason for acquiring them instead of starting a security company from scratch was a decision made after careful consideration by Li Fei. Starting from scratch would require renting office space, obtaining various licenses and permits, and so on. In short, it would be very troublesome. Directly acquiring that security company would save him a lot of hassle. This time the system generously set a limit of 2,000 employees for the security company. A cap of 2,000 slots, which he wouldn't even use all of. With 2,000 slots, and that's just for the security company. If he were to open a few branches in the future, would the number of security slots increase? The more Li Fei thought about it, the more excited he became. After Lin Xiaoma just mentioned the address of the security company, he hurried out. He tried to start the van, but it stalled. He tried again, but it stalled again. Damn it, his van was completely unreliable at this crucial moment. He needed to change cars. Once this was over, he would definitely get a new one. In the end, Li Fei's van was pushed to an auto repair shop by his employees. The shop owner, who was initially sitting in a chair listening to a novel, looked up to see a scene that left him utterly stunned. A broken van was in front with 5 or 6 people pushing it with all their might. The key point was that among those pushing the van there were only 2 men, the rest were women, including several very beautiful ones. Old Lu, being single at such an age, couldn't believe that this loser driving a van had so many women pushing it for him. What a sin, this is truly a sin. Boss, I need to repair this. Li Fei got out of the car and said anxiously. The shop owner, Old Lu, shot Li Fei a sideways glance. He was just slightly better looking than me. I really don't know what these women saw in him to willingly push his van. Old Lu looked again at the women pushing the van. Each had fair, delicate skin and were very good looking. They may not be national beauties, but they were definitely pleasant to the eye. However, he quickly shifted his focus back to fixing the car. After all, making money is the priority. Only by earning money can one marry a wife. For some reason he felt quite irritated and decided to charge Li Fei a bit more for the repair. After Old Lu worked on it for a while, the van was quickly fixed. Li Fei left 200 yuan and set off. This 200 yuan had to come out of his own pocket. The system's funds couldn't be used. However, Li Fei was already a millionaire, so 200 yuan was small change. As for the employees, Li Fei had them all take taxis back to the hotel. Of course, the fare would be reimbursed. Once again embarking on the journey to acquire the security company, Li Fei's heart was very excited. This was a security company with a cap of 2,000 slots. If he could fill all 2,000 positions, the total salary for employees would amount to 100 million a month, which would result in his salary being 1 million monthly. How could he not be excited? Of course, with his current abilities, he definitely wouldn't be able to hire that many employees. Filling 200 would be quite impressive already. However, as long as he took it step by step, a security company with 2,000 employees was within reach. Following the address provided by Lin Xiaoma, Li Fei searched for a long time before finally locating this failing security firm, Taishui Security Company. The name alone evoked an image of a ruthless sweatshop squeezing its employees to the very brink. Situated on a street in the suburban district, the company occupied a storefront amid a surprisingly dense cluster of businesses. An entire avenue lined with enterprises, one after another: security firms, loan agencies, luxury goods resellers, liquor stores, real estate brokers, and internet cafes. Superficially, the area bustled with vitality, yet beneath that veneer lay stark reality: the very security firm before Li Fei stood on the precipice of collapse. When Li Fei arrived in his battered minivan, a crowd of security guards had already gathered noisily outside the firm's entrance, their voices overlapping in chaotic agitation. "Excuse me, what exactly has happened here?" Li Fei politely approached a guard in his 40s and offered him a cigarette. "Young man, you're here looking for work. I'd advise you to look elsewhere. Our boss has vanished without a trace, and none of us have received our salaries this month." Wei Dafu exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice thick with indignation. "Damn it, how shameless can a boss possibly be? Everyone who abandons his staff is nothing but scum. They squeeze their workers mercilessly, yet flee faster than lightning when the tide turns." Li Fei retorted, fury sharpening his tone. Wei Dafu nodded fervently, instantly sensing kinship. This young man resonated deeply with him. Just as Wei Dafu prepared to delve into profound reflections on life, labor, and leadership, he suddenly realized Li Fei had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Li Fei pushed through the crowd and stood before the office door of the firm's owner. Inside, no boss was to be found, only a young female assistant cornered by the agitated guards. "Wah wah wah. I'm just a junior assistant, I can't solve your problems," she sobbed helplessly. A recent graduate, she had never encountered such chaos. "Whether or not you're the boss's assistant doesn't matter, we know you're his younger sister. That makes you accountable." "Exactly, the father's debt falls to the son, the brother's debt falls to the sister. Young lady, call your brother now and tell him to come settle our wages, or things will turn unpleasant." Tang Feier felt herself crumbling inwardly. Fresh out of a second-tier university, she hadn't yet secured stable employment. She decided to temporarily join her elder brother's security firm, working there while continuing her job search. Yet within a month, disaster struck. Facing this torrent of furious guards demanding pay, the newly minted graduate stood paralyzed, on the verge of despair. "Brother, my own dear brother. Is this how you betray your little sister?" Tang Feier seethed inwardly. Merely thinking of her brother Tang Tianxi ignited a fresh wave of fury. He lounged about idly squandering family funds under the lofty banner of entrepreneurship. They say it's not the spoiled heirs indulging in pleasure who spell ruin, but those brimming with misplaced ambition convinced they'll build empires. Indeed, this security firm marked Tang Tianxi's third failed venture. First came a bar co-founded with reckless friends, it shuttered within half a year. Second, learning from experience, he opened a supermarket alone and watched it collapse. Third, he launched Tai Shui Security Company, only to preside over its bankruptcy. "Excuse me, can you reach the owner?" "I'm here to acquire the security firm," Li Fei announced calmly upon entering the office. Instantly, silence descended upon the entire floor. Acquire the security firm? What the? Who sent this savior? The guards ceased shouting, fell still, and listened intently. They knew well that noise would yield no coins, whereas listening might just deliver their overdue wages. Amid her turmoil, Tang Feier was stunned and elated by Li Fei's sudden appearance and declaration. If Li Fei acquired the firm, wouldn't her brother gain the funds to pay his staff and rescue her from this nightmare? She immediately dialed her brother. He hung up. She redialed. After more than a dozen attempts, he finally answered. "Brother, the company has money." Tang Feier exclaimed joyfully. Half an hour later, Tang Tianxi arrived in an Audi A4. "You want to acquire this security firm?" Tang Tianxi eyed Li Fei skeptically, his disbelief entirely justified. Li Fei wore unremarkable clothes stained with grease. The dented minivan parked outside likely belonged to him. To all appearances, he bore no mark of wealth. "We've been duped, my own sister. This must be some ringer hired by the guards to trick you into calling me here. Now we're trapped, no escape left. Is this how you repay your brother?" Tang Tianxi's head spun violently, he nearly collapsed. "Yes, I'll buy it. Name your price," Li Fei declared with unwavering confidence, silently hoping the figure wouldn't be exorbitant, though he'd accept anything within reason. "You're serious? You truly wish to acquire this firm?" Tang Tianxi could scarcely believe it. Only after Li Fei affirmed it repeatedly did he propose 40,000 yuan. That sum included 1 year's rent for both office and staff dormitory, valued at roughly 25,000, 5,000 for the brand's nominal value, another 5,000 for equipment, and the final 5,000 for channel fees, his claimed access to prospective clients. In truth, these so-called channels were little more than a flimsy pretext, an excuse to inflate the asking price. Had such channels truly existed, his firm would never have crumbled. Li Fei assessed the valuation as reasonable and agreed without hesitation. Tang Tianxi had braced himself for protracted negotiation, only to be astonished then delighted by Li Fei's immediate acceptance. They signed the contract. Li Fei affixed his fingerprint. Tang Tianxi stamped the firm's official seal. Then Tang Tianxi fixed Li Fei with a pointed stare. The deal was sealed, so where was the money? Li Fei pulled out his phone and placed a call. "Ma'am." "Yes." He ended the call. Send me your bank account number, I'll have my finance team wire the funds immediately. What the? Tang Tianci froze in disbelief. He has a dedicated finance team. Incredible. My entire security firm didn't even have a finance department, I'd made my sister handle it. Tang Feier's title had thus expanded to General Manager's Assistant Finance Officer, Logistics Coordinator and Front Desk Receptionist, all rolled into one. After signing the contract, Tang Tianci did not rush to leave. He was waiting for the transfer to arrive. The wait was long and torturous. A few minutes later a ding sounded and a text message indicated that the transfer was successful with 400000 directly credited. He felt happy and excited. He initially thought he was going to suffer a massive loss again. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate brought in Li Fei. The other party did not hesitate at all and directly spent 400000 to acquire his Sunto bankrupt security company. Haha, there are even more prodigal people in this world than me, Tang Tianci. Thinking of this, Tang Tianci's mood instantly brightened. Little brother, let's go, we'll treat you to a meal at the Yuntian Grand Hotel, Tang Tianci said. Wait, Mr. Tang, shouldn't we settle our salaries first? The security guards blocked him as they saw Tang Tianci about to leave. Tang Tianci then remembered that he still owed the employees a month's salary. His security company had a total of 50 security guards, each earning 3500, which added up to 175000. This 400000 had just arrived and he had to pay out 175000 right away, which was heartbreaking. However, he had to pay this money. In the end, Tang Tianci reluctantly transferred 175000 to Tang Feier, asking his sister to distribute the money to the employees. Brother, did you forget my salary? Tang Feier asked. Sure enough, he was planning to use her for free. I was careless, I'll transfer you 3500 more. Tang Tianci said awkwardly. Now nearly half of the 400000 had gone out and he lost the mood to treat others to a meal. After Tang Tianci left, Li Fei did not leave with him. He planned to wait for Tang Feier to finish distributing the salaries to see if he could recruit all these security guards. The security guards, seeing that they were finally going to receive their salaries, began to line up to collect them. Finally, after the last guard received his salary, Li Fei called out to the departing crowd. Everyone, this security company has now been acquired by me. I wonder if you would be willing to continue working here. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, the crowd hesitated. They were genuinely scared due to Tang Tianci's previous actions. What if Li Fei's takeover also led to bankruptcy? Would they ever encounter such kind-hearted people willing to acquire the company again? For those willing to stay, we offer 5 insurances and 1 fund, weekends off, a monthly 1000 shopping voucher subsidy, 500 housing subsidy, 300 meal subsidy, 100 phone bill subsidy, and paid leave, among other benefits. Seeing that the crowd was not paying attention to him, Li Fei directly threw out a bombshell. Wow. The crowd had originally planned to leave. Where could they find such a job with a monthly salary of 3500? However, now the situation had changed. Li Fei saw that everyone had decided to stay and he was delighted. Indeed, such a tempting offer was hard for ordinary people to resist. Weekends off. Are you serious? Is the 1900 monthly subsidy just a pie in the sky? How long is the paid leave? Do you really provide 5 insurances and 1 fund? Li Fei quietly looked at the questioning crowd and began to carefully explain to them. The security guards, upon hearing this, dropped their jaws in disbelief. Li Fei was actually speaking the truth, he was not joking. Weekends off. That sounds a bit unreliable. We are just a security company. If employers see that our guards have weekends off, they would directly refuse to hire us. Yes, other security guards only get 1 day off a month, working 12 hours a day, and their wages are even lower. The guards are all strong and employers would surely prefer to hire guards from other companies. Ah, young man, you clearly have no experience running a security company. You're too naive and overly optimistic. Exactly, security companies rely on providing guards to other companies and units to earn commissions. Your security company offers weekends off and such high benefits, others would surely be too afraid to hire you. With weekends off, while it may allow guards to take time off, employers may not be willing. They also seek stability, otherwise if guards keep changing, how can that work? Li Fei quietly listened to the guard's words, his heart unmoved. Did he not understand these things? But would they believe him if he said he had a system? About this you all don't need to worry. Li Fei cleared his throat and began to speak. Instantly all the security guards fell silent and began to listen attentively, wanting to see what Li Fei would say. Now everyone is aware of the state of the security industry in Binjiang, right? Working 12 hours a day is the basic requirement, the pay is low and there are many issues. Who says guards must work 12 hours a day and only get 1 to 2 days off a month? From now on I intend to break these outdated rules and establish new standards and systems for the security industry. From now on I will set the rules for the security industry. Li Fei began to assertively challenge the norms. Applause erupted sporadically, which soon turned into enthusiastic applause. Although everyone was somewhat confused, they felt a sense of relief. I'm in. Me too. Count me in. Following a boss like this is exhilarating. I want to join too. Soon all 50 security guards joined Li Fei's new security company. Thus Li Fei was going to resign labor contracts with them. However, he was also unfamiliar with this process. Li Fei turned his gaze towards Tang Feier. Tang Feier had initially planned to leave since her brother's company had been acquired and she had no reason to stay. That said, her time here was quite pleasant. Every day she was greeted by the security guards and sometimes they even brought her snacks. Of course today was an exception. Today the guards' attitudes almost scared her. However, it was understandable as her brother had owed them salary. Now the security company is still in need of an assistant. Would you be willing to stay? Of course all the necessary benefits will be provided, Li Fei asked. Tang Feier began to contemplate. Over these days she had been at the security company and had gained a good understanding of its operational model. If they truly followed Li Fei's plan, the security company would likely collapse even faster than it did under her brother. Yet Li Fei's confident demeanor intrigued her. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Feier agreed. She wanted to see how Li Fei would realize the words he had just. The 50 security personnel agreed to stay, which made Li Fei very happy. 50 talents are just a starting point. My goal this time is to recruit 200 people first, then gradually expand, ultimately utilizing the system's quota of 200,000 personnel. Imagine what it would mean to have 200,000 security personnel in Binjiang City. When you only have 200 security personnel, you must follow the rules. When you have 200,000 security personnel, you can modify the rules. When you have 200,000 security personnel, you become the rule. However, 200,000 security personnel is a matter for the future. For now I need to recruit 200 people first. There are still 150 positions to fill and Li Fei definitely won't be recruiting personally. Since I am the boss now, it would be foolish to do all the work myself. Therefore Li Fei decided to call Su Shaoxi and Lin Xiaomo over. Calling them over does not imply that Li Fei has any romantic intentions. He is not interested in relationships at the moment, he just wants to make money. Su Shaoxi was brought in under the pretense of human resources and there was no work for her at the hotel either. There are only a few employees at the hotel and they are very satisfied with their salaries and benefits, so they are unlikely to resign easily. Thus the hotel does not require a human resources department. The reason for calling Lin Xiaomo over is that Li Fei has noticed her diligent and meticulous work ethic. He decided to cultivate Lin Xiaomo well. The development platform at the hotel is still too small, it would be better to bring her here. Since Su Shaoxi and Lin Xiaomo are coming over, the hotel can just recruit an accountant and a cashier. An accountant and a cashier would perfectly fill the vacancies left by Lin Xiaomo and Su Shaoxi, keeping the hotel at a full staff of 10. Haha, if he can benefit from the system, he certainly won't stop at just one. Li Fei praised his own cleverness. The next day when Li Fei arrived at the Taishui security company, Lin Xiaomo, Su Shaoxi and Tang Feier were already there. Lin Xiaomo continued as the accountant, Su Shaoxi took charge of human resources and Tang Feier served as the assistant to the general manager. As for the selection of the general manager, Li Fei decided to take on the role himself for now, and once things stabilized he would find a suitable candidate for the position. Then Li Fei held the first meeting of Taishui Security Company. The meeting was held in the guest sofa area. Su Shaoxi, your task moving forward is to continue recruiting security personnel for the company. We need to recruit at least 150 more security guards. As for the requirements, ages 18 to 65 are acceptable as long as there are no obvious physical defects. Then we need to recruit a cashier and an accountant for the hotel, and the accountant must be detail-oriented and conscientious. Li Fei began to give instructions. The others nearby were bewildered upon hearing Li Fei's words. We still need to recruit 150 more security personnel. Big brother, we haven't even found employers for the 50 security personnel we currently have. The security company earns commissions by providing security personnel to other companies or units, usually around 10 to 20. Calculating it out, the commission for each security personnel is about 800 to 1000 yuan per person per month. However, this is under the premise that the security personnel have employers. If the security personnel do not find employers, the company has to support them. With a monthly salary of 3500 yuan, this is a fixed expense. Now an additional nearly 2000 yuan in welfare expenses must be added. In other words, if the security company cannot find enough employers, it will have to keep supporting these security personnel. For 200 security personnel, the fixed expenses alone amount to over 1.2 to 1.5 million yuan each month. Crazy, my boss must be out of his mind. The current security industry is not what it used to be. Everyone is caught in a spiral of competition, fighting over work hours, the quality of security, and who offers lower wages for more work at better value. These weak security personnel from Taishui Security Company would not even be enough to get hired elsewhere. My boss must not have seen the other security companies in Binhai City where the security personnel are all robust veterans. And what about the security personnel from Taishui Security Company? They walk around lazily daydreaming all the time. How can they be compared? If you were an employer, which security personnel would you choose from these two companies? Li Fei was not worried about his security personnel not being employed. No one wants them. That's even better. If no one wants the security personnel from Tycoon Security Company, I can lose money even better. I understand what you are saying, but continuing to recruit security personnel is our company's development strategy and we must adhere to it. Li Fei said calmly. Well, now he's bringing up company development strategies. The employees said nothing to dissuade him and could only proceed with the orders. Su Shaoxi anxiously entered an office, turned on the computer and tried to post some job listings on the recruitment website. When she pressed the power button, the computer let out a heavy buzzing noise. Then came the long boot-up screen. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, Su Shaoxi finally opened a web page. This old computer was far inferior to the hotel's new computers. It was like comparing heaven and earth. After finally posting the job listing, Su Shaoxi found Li Fei saying, "Boss, this computer is too slow. Not only is it slow, but it also lags terribly. Can we bring over the hotel's computers instead?" Bring the hotel's computers over. Why go through that trouble? Why not just buy a few new ones? Go find Lin Xiaomo and have her buy 5 new computers. The configurations of the computers we bought last time were a bit lacking. They are not smooth enough for gaming. This time let's buy better configurations around 200,000 yuan each. Li Fei stated. Buy a few more. Even higher configurations. Su Shaoxi wondered if she had misheard. What kind of chosen wasteful child is this? She had little faith in her boss company. At this rate, her boss would probably go bankrupt within a few months. Sigh, what a worry. If her boss goes bankrupt, she would never find such a good job again. Su Shaoxi felt that she should do something. If she did nothing, where would she find such a good job after her boss company went bankrupt? Then Su Shaoxi decided to take the initiative. Since her boss wanted her to recruit 150 security guards with such generous conditions offered by her boss, what kind of security guard couldn't she recruit? While Su Shaoxi was lost in thought, her phone rang. Hello, is this the Tycoon Security Company? Are you hiring security guards? Also, I saw on your recruitment information that there are 1,000 yuan supermarket shopping vouchers, 500 yuan housing subsidy, 300 yuan transportation subsidy, 100 yuan phone bill subsidy, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund and weekends off. Is that all true? Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Su Shaoxi nodded. Yes, it's all true. Interview. Let's do this. Come for an interview tomorrow at 10 a.m. Just as Su Shaoxi hung up the phone, another call came in. Wow, it seemed like this recruitment information was very attractive. Even though the basic salary was only 3,500 yuan, the benefits were truly good. The key point was that they provided 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, weekends off and paid leave. For an ordinary security company, which of these 3 benefits wouldn't shock people? In no time, Su Shaoxi's phone was bombarded with calls. The enthusiasm of the job seekers was truly overwhelming. Not only the calls, but within a short period, dozens of resumes had already been submitted on the recruitment website. Now these resumes were still rapidly increasing. Recruiting 150 people was really not too difficult. Therefore, Su Shaoxi decided to carefully select the candidates. After finishing with the security company, Li Fei drove back to the hotel in his van. When he passed by the Happiness Hotel, he saw that all the tiles had been replaced. That was really fast. Wei Xiaoli must have bled a lot, I guess. Replacing all the tiles in the hotel probably cost at least 8,000 to 9,000 yuan. Li Fei was naturally very pleased to see Wei Xiaoli continue to invest heavily in the hotel. Yes, keep investing and continue to compete on prices with me. He even hoped that his hotel would lose a bit more. Then Li Fei returned to his not-so-great hotel. As soon as he entered the lobby, he saw several guests checking in. What the hell? What's going on here? Boss, these guests are all employees of that elevator company and our hotel is almost becoming their designated business hotel now. Xin Shengzhu said happily. It's not a big problem, really, it's not a big problem. It's just that the hotel has a few more guests, but the losses will still continue. Now the hotel has 10 employees and after they are confirmed, each will earn a salary of 5,000 yuan plus about 2,000 yuan in benefits. Just for the employees, the monthly expenditure is about 7,000 yuan. And then there are the catering expenses combined with the guests' meals. It's about 15,000 to 20,000 yuan per month. Other miscellaneous expenses like electricity and water bills add up to a few thousand a month. This means that the fixed monthly expenditure for his hotel is nearly 10,000 yuan. With a monthly expenditure of 10,000 yuan, the hotel needs to achieve daily revenue of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan just to barely break even. The hotel has a total of 15 rooms, excluding the 2 rooms for the night shift employees and 1 for himself. There are only 12 rooms available for guests. Even if the hotel is fully booked every day, the daily revenue would only be 816 yuan, and at most it would only make about 2,000 yuan a month. This means that just the hotel alone can steadily incur a loss of about 8,000 yuan every month. How wonderful that is! Of course, Li Fei knew that this was just due to the system's benefits for his first task. If the system hadn't given him the limit of 10 employees, he really wouldn't be able to incur so much loss. The next day at the Tycoon Security Company. Around 9 a.m. there was a long line in front of the Tycoon security company. The crowd was bustling with at least 300 to 400 people. This was still after Su Xiaoxi hurriedly took down the recruitment information the night before. If she hadn't, the number of applicants on site would probably have been even higher. Wow, isn't that someone from somewhere? Isn't he working at the Anxia security company? Why is he here to apply? Really, the person next to him is old Zhao, who has been at the Yuanhua security company for several years, and now he's also here to apply with. Tisk tisk tisk, look at that group, there are quite a few veterans and several retired special forces. Wow, I didn't expect even retired special forces to come. Hee hee, what's strange about that? With the benefits offered by our Tycoon security company, who wouldn't want to come? The security guards from Tycoon security company nodded in agreement. They felt incredibly lucky. If they hadn't been at Tycoon security company before, would they have this chance? Just look at those applicants outside, each one strong and capable, while they felt like weaklings. How could they compete? Some might question whether they were worried that such strong applicants would come in and leave no place for them at Tycoon security company. No. They weren't worried at all. Yesterday they all signed labor contracts. The labor contract clearly stated that it would be renewed every 3 years, and as long as they didn't make any major mistakes, Tycoon security company wouldn't dismiss them without reason. Haha, how wonderful. In the Human Resources Office of Tycoon Security Company, Su Xiaoxi, Lin Xiaomo and Tang Fei were sitting at the desk interviewing the applicants. There were simply too many applicants, and Su Xiaoxi couldn't handle it alone, so she called Lin Xiaomo and Tang Fei over to help. This way the three of them interviewed together, one person per interview, making it much faster. Retired veteran, height 178 centimeters, no criminal record, hardworking and resilient. Very good, you can enter the second round of interviews. Su Xiaoxi said. The man was overjoyed to hear that he had entered the second round. He had specifically taken leave from his job at Yuanhua Security Company to come today. If he hadn't made it to the second round, he would have lost a day's salary. However, since he did make it, he was very sorry. Your height does not meet the requirements, Lin Xiaomo said to one of the applicants. The man, who was 169 centimeters tall, instantly showed disappointment upon hearing this. But there was nothing to be done. They were only hiring 150 people, and now there were 300 to 400 applicants. They had to select the best among the best, after all, who told him that he wasn't tall enough. He could only silently walk out. It was already noon by 12 p.m. Although the interviews were progressing quickly, the sheer number of applicants was overwhelming, and a long line still formed outside. With a ding, Lin Xiaomo received a text message from her boss. Then she walked out of the Human Resources office. Xiaomo, where are you going? Su Xiaoxi asked. I'm going to get lunch. Since the boss knew about today's interviews, he prepared lunch for all the interviewees. Lin Xiaomo replied. What? Not only Su Xiaoxi and Tang Fei, but even the interviewers waiting in line showed surprised expressions upon hearing this. They were just there for an interview, and the boss was so thoughtful as to prepare lunch for them. That was quite magical. They weren't newcomers to society, they had encountered quite a few bosses. But not a single boss had treated them so sincerely. They were touched, truly freaking touched. Now, even without such generous benefits, they would still want to come to this security company. Fifth brother, shouldn't we head back? It's so hot right now and there are so many people in line. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Sixth brother, hold on. It's precisely at this moment that we must endure. Just think about it, the benefits they provide are so great. As long as we can enter the Iron Blood security company, our future will be worry-free. But I'm hungry, fifth brother. You know, I have low blood sugar. If I don't eat for too long, I start feeling uneasy. Right now I feel like the ground in front of me is beginning to sway. While they were talking, a beautiful girl led a group of security guards from the Iron Blood security company towards them. Come, everyone gets a lunchbox and a drink, don't take extra, one of the security guards said. What the hell? There's food. Sixth brother immediately perked up upon seeing this. Then he eagerly grabbed a lunchbox and a bottle of drink. He opened the drink and took a sip. Ah. This is incredibly refreshing. All of a sudden he felt all the pores in his body open up. His body was breathing, shouting and moaning in delight. Without this drink and meal, he might have collapsed at any moment. On the other side, Lin Weiner led the security guards to distribute lunchboxes and drinks to the people in line. These people were merely interviewees, not yet employees of the security company. Yet their boss treated them so thoughtful. Their boss is truly considerate. Those who came for the interview had started to feel a bit anxious, wondering when it would finally be their turn in this long line. Unexpectedly, the Iron Blood security company actually provided them with lunchboxes and drinks. Instantly they all quieted down. After distributing food to everyone, the interviews continued. Although Lin Weiner, Su Xiaoxi and Tang Fei were also quite hungry, they felt it inappropriate to eat first with so many interviewees waiting. Gritting their teeth, they continued with the interviews. The entire interview lasted about 7 to 8 hours. Now the sky outside was starting to darken. Finally Su Xiaoxi finished interviewing the last person. Ah, it's finally over. I'm so exhausted, Su Xiaoxi said. Lin Weiner and Tang Feier agreed wholeheartedly. Then they began to pack up their things to prepare to leave work. With a ding, Lin Weiner's phone rang again. Our boss said we worked hard during the interviews and wants us to go out for a nice meal. All expenses for food and taxis will be reimbursed. Lin Weiner said happily. Su Xiaoxi and Tang Feier were instantly overjoyed. Let's go for barbecue. No, barbecue isn't good, let's go for hot pot instead. I think Western food is also nice. I've wanted to go for a long time. But Western food is too expensive. In the end, the three decided to go for hot pot. At this moment, inside the Yuanhua Security Company, the general manager of the security company, Song Jiwen, had a very gloomy expression. Today he received several complaint calls from clients. They claimed that the security guards of Yuanhua Security Company were absent from work without reason. How absurd, this is absolutely absurd. Wages must be deducted, they must be penalized. If this isn't handled seriously, these people will revolt in the future. Then he called over the supervisor in charge of attendance. What's going on with the client complaints saying our security guards are absent without leave? Mr. Song, there are no absences, they all took leave. Leave. Taking leave is not acceptable. How many times have I said this? The client comes first, the client is paramount. You approve their leave. Wages will be deducted. All those who took leave today will have 500 deducted. Song Jiwen said flatly. 500. Mr. Song, isn't that too much? It's not too much if we don't deduct a bit more. How can they learn their lesson? These people really have no gratitude and don't think about who supports them. Without everyone, where would there be a small family? Dedication, the spirit of dedication, this is something I've emphasized countless times in meetings. These people just don't listen. Song Jiwen was extremely angry. And also, didn't we give them 1 day off every month? Can't they handle their matters during their days off? I think we've been too lax in management. Starting tomorrow, we need to strengthen management. Anyone who is late or leaves early will have a full day's salary deducted. Anyone with low client ratings or complaints will also have 500 deducted, Song Jiwen continued. The supervisor nodded and noted everything down, ready to implement the new regulations starting tomorrow. The next day at 10 a.m. inside the Iron Blood Security Company, Su Xiaoxi, Lin Weiner and Tang Feier were already sitting in the HR office waiting. Today was the second round of interviews, and of course it was the final round. The Iron Blood Security Company wouldn't conduct interviews like other companies with a first round of written tests, a second round of interviews, a third round of re-interviews and final assessments. For the Iron Blood Security Company, 2 rounds of interviews were sufficient. Today the number of people coming for the second round was not as many as yesterday. There were only about 220 people coming for the second round. Selecting 150 out of 220 people should be much quicker. Then Su Xiaoxi and her companions began the interviews. Among those coming for the second round there were many excellent candidates. More than 10 were actually retired special forces, which was quite surprising and unexpected. Therefore, for these people the second round was merely a formality. Su Xiaoxi had already decided to keep them. There were also some with excellent physical fitness and great personalities, very positive and proactive, whom Su Xiaoxi also decided to keep. While a few candidates were being interviewed, Li Fei walked in. Li Fei had wanted to come yesterday, but he got so caught up in gaming that he completely forgot. Remembering that the second round of interviews was taking place today, he hurried over. He parked the van at the entrance of the Iron Blood Security Company, and as soon as he got out he was stunned. What the hell? Are these people here to apply for security jobs? All of them were strong young men, and many of the applicants had very determined gazes, clearly retired veterans. Li Fei initially proposed a requirement for ages 18 to 65, intending to recruit some middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s, but he didn't expect that all the applicants this time were elite among elites. This surprised him greatly. In fact, they had already been pre-selected online by Su Xiaoxi before coming for the interview yesterday. Yesterday's interviews were another round of selection. Thus everyone left now was undoubtedly an elite. When Li Fei entered the office, Su Xiaoxi and her team had already interviewed quite a few candidates. Several candidates had already performed very well but were unexpectedly eliminated. This was quite a blow to them. Why didn't we pass the second interview when we're so excellent? Exactly, we're not satisfied. Su Xiaoxi was also very helpless. You are indeed very excellent, but there are even more outstanding candidates than you. It's just like the finals of a 100-meter race, there's only one champion, and no matter how excellent the others are, it doesn't matter. The others who were eliminated felt very disheartened upon hearing this. Just as they were about to leave, Li Fei called them back. Wait, I think you're all very excellent, you're all hired. Ha! They had all been prepared to leave, but unexpectedly the shocking turnaround came so quickly. In the end, Li Fei told Su Xiaoxi that the second round of interviews would be directly cancelled. Everyone present was hired immediately. Su Xiaoxi was astonished, her mouth agape. All hired? There are over 220 people here. If everyone is hired along with the previous employees, the total number of employees will exceed 270. 270 people. Li Fei smiled even happier upon hearing this. The more the merrier, the more the merrier. With one more employee I can earn a little more from the salary issued by the system. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, those still waiting outside for the second interview were all extremely excited. All hired. What the hell, this happiness came too suddenly. Zhang Long and Zhao, who returned to the Yuanhua Security Company with several retired Special Forces soldiers from the Tycoon Security Company. Today they had originally taken leave to go for a re-examination. Unexpectedly, before it was their turn for the interview, the boss directly decided to keep all of them. This made them all extremely happy. All 7 of them were retired Special Forces soldiers. After retirement they came to the Yuanhua Security Company. With their physical fitness and various professional skills, it would not be unreasonable for them to become managers or team leaders at Yuanhua Security Company, right? However, Yuanhua Security Company was quite disappointing. The management team within the security company was almost entirely composed of direct subordinates of Song Jiwen. These individuals had little ability but were experts at flattery. They were sycophantic towards their superiors and extremely strict towards their subordinates. If it were just this, they might have tolerated it. The key issue was that this company was one of those that had shallow waters but many turtles with a small temple, attracting a lot of trouble. There were a plethora of ridiculous rules. It was exhausting, truly exhausting. Hence, after hearing the recruitment information from the Tycoon Security Company, they directly took leave to go for an interview. Although Tycoon Security Company was a very small security firm with little reputation in Binjiang City, let alone comparing it to powerful security companies like Yuanhua and Ansha. However, the benefits they offered were excellent. A 1,000 yuan supermarket shopping subsidy, 500 yuan for transportation, 300 yuan for meals, 100 yuan for phone bills, plus 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, weekends off and paid leave. Individually these benefits might not seem like much, but when combined they were quite impressive. The key point was that the boss treated them, these security guards, exceptionally well. Whoever goes for an interview at a company where the company prepares lunch and drinks for you. No one, they had never heard of such a thing. Not to mention providing lunch and drinks for interviewees. Many companies wouldn't even spare some lunch for employees who had been with them for several years. Now that Tycoon Security Company had accepted them, they were prepared to quit their jobs. As they just entered the Yuanhua Security Company office building, they encountered their superior, Captain Hu. Captain Hu, whose full name was Hu Defa, had a middle-part hairstyle and a fair complexion and always liked to smile. However, behind his back he was quite sly and ruthless. Stop. I heard you guys were absent yesterday. Captain Hu asked knowingly. It wasn't an absence, we took leave, Zhang Long replied. Leave? Who did you notify? Did you inform me? If you didn't tell me, it doesn't count as leave. Each of you will be fined 500. Fined 500 each. Captain Hu, isn't that excessive? Our monthly salary is less than 4,000 yuan. You want to deduct 500 for 1 day of leave? Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and the others were all furious. What? Are you not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, you can get lost. Yuanhua Company lacks everything, but it does not lack people. Captain Hu cursed angrily. They were really giving these people face, thinking that being retired Special Forces soldiers made them impressive, right? Yuanhua Security Company truly did not lack retired Special Forces soldiers. What did you just say? Zhao Hu was enraged and was about to charge at Captain Hu. Although Captain Hu appeared very intimidating on regular days, he was quite nervous in front of these retired Special Forces soldiers. This is a decision from above. If you're not satisfied, go complain to them. In the end, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu processed their resignation procedures at HR. After completing the resignation procedures, they went to the finance office to collect their wages and indeed found that 500 yuan had been deducted. Damn, what kind of world is this? Zhang Long sighed helplessly. This was 500 yuan they intended to send it home. Not to mention 500 yuan, even 50 yuan they had to budget carefully. Zhang Long had originally planned to stay one night in the Yuanhua Security Company's dormitory and report to Tycoon Security Company the next day. Who knew that the bastard Captain Hu came to the dormitory and would not allow them to stay here? In the end, they had no choice but to pack their belongings and leave Yuanhua Security Company. At Ansha Security Company, and Zihao was leisurely lying in a spacious and comfortable boss chair playing a game. Mister. And there's something I need to report to you. Over 30 people suddenly resigned from our security company, the assistant whispered as he entered the office. Look at my snake-like dodging skills, but I can't hit it. Ugh, so frustrating. The assistant then realized that Mr. and was completely absorbed in his game and hadn't heard what he said. Brother, this isn't just 1 or 2 people resigning, but over 30 people resigning together. This matter is very serious. However, when the assistant saw Mr. and focused on his game, he could only sigh. Old Mr. and son. Sigh whatever. Let it be. It's not my company anyway. After that, the assistant left the general manager's office. The next day, Li Fei returned to the Tycoon Security Company. Now everything at the hotel was on the right track and he no longer needed to worry about it. As for the Happiness Hotel next door, Li Fei no longer considered it a rival. He directly promoted Shen Xingzhu to manager of the hotel and raised her salary to 8,000 yuan per month. He specifically instructed Shen Xingzhu that the prices of the hotel rooms should always be 10 yuan cheaper than the Happiness Hotel across the street. Although Shen Xingzhu did not understand her boss' reasoning, she still complied. Okay, now he no longer needed to worry about the hotel, he just needed to spend all the hotel's revenue the day before the settlement. Now his focus was entirely on the Tycoon security company. His current system funds were 2 million. He spent 400,000 to acquire Tycoon security company and had 1.6 million left. Then he purchased 5 computers each costing 200,000 yuan, spending another 100,000. Now his system funds were down to 1.5 million. Li Fei calculated that the salaries and benefits for 270 security guards amounted to 1.45 million per month. This meant that as long as he paid the security guard salaries this month, he would have roughly completed this task. Haha, this is quite enjoyable. This is too easy. I haven't even exerted myself yet. No, this method is too lacking in challenge. Moreover, if all this money were paid out as salaries, the subsequent operation of Tycoon security company would be somewhat difficult. With so many security guards needing food and lodging as well as purchasing uniforms and daily necessities, it all required money. Therefore, Li Fei decided to delay the payment of the security guard salaries until the next system task that would also be fine. This way he could also reduce the difficulty for the next system task. It was a win-win. This system task lasted for 15 days and the next system task would be 15 days later. Paying salaries 15 days later is not too late. Hello, Mr. Li. Good morning, Mr. Li. Li Fei walked in and all the security guards of the Iron Blood Security Company greeted him warmly. This was simply too enthusiastic. After arriving at the general manager's office, Li Fei opened his newly purchased computer worth 200,000 yuan. It was indeed very fast and ran smoothly. However, this was not the time to play games. Li Fei's main concern now was how to spend this 1.5 million yuan. Today all 270 security personnel of the Iron Blood Security Company were on duty. As Li Fei walked in, he noticed that the guards' uniforms were very inconsistent. Some wore uniforms issued by the Iron Blood Security Company while others wore those from the Yuanhua Security Company, and some even wore uniforms from Ansha. Even more exaggerated, many of them weren't wearing uniforms at all. This was definitely unacceptable. Subsequently, Li Fei called Lin Xiaoma over. Xiaoma, we need to standardize the uniforms of our security company, otherwise it looks too unprofessional. You like online shopping, so please buy some security uniforms online later. Get several styles and buy 2 sets for each style, Li Fei instructed. Boss, I won't shop online during work hours anymore. Lin Xiaoma was almost in tears. At that moment she felt very insecure, wondering if her boss was subtly criticizing her. I'm not blaming you. When there's nothing to do, feel free to do what you like as long as it doesn't interfere with normal work, Li Fei said helplessly. These matters should have been handled by an assistant. After all, Lin Xiaoma was the finance officer, having her manage the money and spend it was a big taboo. However, this was just the initial stage, so these matters were not crucial. In the future, Li Fei would have to pay attention to these issues. Lin Xiaoma felt relieved upon hearing Li Fei's words. However, she still felt a bit uneasy. It seemed that in the future when she shopped online she couldn't be so blatant, she had to be a bit discreet from her boss. Lin Xiaoma then returned to her office and began searching for security uniforms online. There were many types of security uniforms available online, including uniforms, coats, t-shirts, and training outfits. Shoes included combat boots, leather shoes, safety shoes, and more. Lin Xiaoma selected a few nice outfits and shoes before returning to Li Fei's office. Not bad, Li Fei remarked as he saw that the outfits Lin Xiaoma had selected were quite nice. However, do you have anything of better quality, perhaps a bit more expensive? Li Fei was still somewhat dissatisfied. The clothes and shoes were nice, but the only drawback was that they weren't expensive enough. If Lin Xiaoma knew Li Fei's thoughts, she would probably spit blood. You want something even more expensive? Boss, just these clothes and shoes cost over 800 yuan for one set. Lin Xiaoma exclaimed. Ultimately feeling helpless, she found a few more expensive outfits and shoes which cost around 1,000 yuan per set, and to her surprise Li Fei immediately made the decision. To be honest, while these clothes and shoes were indeed more expensive, their quality wasn't significantly better than the previous ones, but she felt too embarrassed to say so. Saying so would obviously imply that her boss was foolishly rich. Finally, Li Fei also instructed Lin Xiaoma to buy towels, basins, and a full set of toiletries for each security guard. After all these operations, the security uniforms and shoes at over 1,000 yuan per set meant Li Fei bought 2 sets for each of the 270 people, totaling 540,000 yuan. Additionally, with towels, basins, toiletries, bedding, and so on costing over 600 yuan per set for 270 people, another 1600,000 yuan was spent. In just a few minutes, 700,000 yuan was spent. The speed of spending shocked Lin Xiaoma. Excuse me, I've noticed that the items you've ordered total 540 sets. Did you perhaps click wrong? A customer service representative from Taobao sent a message to Lin Xiaoma inquiring. That's correct, it's 540 sets, Lin Xiaoma replied. 270 people, 2 sets each totals 540 sets. Lin Xiaoma calculated once more in her mind and confirmed it was correct. On the other side, in an online store. What did they say? The owner Zhang Youcai looked nervously at the customer service. His Tmall store mainly sold security uniforms and shoes. He had been worried about poor business recently. Just yesterday he had made a firm decision to buy the direct traffic service. To his surprise, a big order came today. One customer ordered all the security coats, t-shirts, training uniforms and shoes from his store. The key point was that the customer unknowingly ordered 540 sets. While these items cost nearly 1,000 yuan per set, which means 540 sets or 540,000 yuan. A 540,000 yuan order made him nervous. However, the greater the hope, the bigger the disappointment. He dared not hold too much hope. He was very afraid the customer service would say that the customer clicked the wrong order. If that were the case, his joy would be for nothing. The customer service representative was a young girl who had just graduated. She directly repeated Lin Xiaomo's words. No mistake, it's real. Upon hearing this, Zhang Youcai was overjoyed. A 540,000 yuan order had just been secured. He would earn at least over 200,000 yuan from this. He had originally planned to lower his prices a bit today. He had noticed that another store's products were cheaper than his, with each set costing only a little over 800 yuan. The key was that the quality was similar. Why should he charge 200 yuan more? Just as he was preparing to lower his prices, he received the news from customer service that someone had ordered 540 sets. Now he dared not adjust his prices. If he were to lower them, he would have to wait until this batch of goods passed the after-sales period. After all, they had just bought 540,000 yuan worth of items. Would it make sense to lower the prices right after? He had borrowed money to buy this Tmall store, spending over 300,000 yuan in total. At that time his family strongly opposed him, saying it was too risky and suggested he start with a store. Fortunately he persisted, otherwise he wouldn't have encountered such a big order. Zhang Youcai quickly contacted the clothing factory to ensure they worked overnight to produce this batch of goods. If he couldn't ship on time and the order was cancelled, he felt he would really cry. In the general manager's office of the Iron Blood Security Company, Li Fei, who had just spent 700,000 yuan, was in a good mood. Now only 80,000 yuan of system funds remained. He needed to think about how to spend this 80,000 yuan. First, the meal issue for the security guards was the most urgent, so meal expenses had to be reserved. Based on a standard of 50 yuan per person per day for 270 people over 15 days, the meal cost would be 200,000 yuan. Since meals were also provided on the recruitment day, the total time was 15 days. Next came the accommodation issue for the security guards. Currently, the dormitory rented by the Iron Blood Security Company could only accommodate 50 people. With an additional 220 people, more dormitories had to be rented. Li Fei asked Tang Fair and learned that there were several neighborhoods nearby with many houses for rent. So Li Fei drove a van to a nearby real estate agency. Li Fei stood at the entrance of the real estate agency, glancing up at the agency sign. It looked like a legitimate real estate company, so he walked inside. Hello, sir. Are you here to look at houses? As soon as Li Fei entered, a female sales representative approached him. I'm here to rent a house. Li Fei spoke up. Upon hearing that he was looking to rent, the female sales representative's enthusiasm immediately faded. As a real estate agent, their favorite clients were those looking to purchase properties. A successful sale would yield them a substantial commission. It was somewhat exaggerated to say they could thrive for 3 years without business, but there was a grain of truth to it. If they successfully sold a house, the commission alone could exceed 200,000 yuan. However, the commission for renting properties was not nearly as high. For rental properties, the agency could earn a commission of at most 1 month's rent, but that commission went to the company. The employees would only receive about 20 of that commission. For example, for a house with a monthly rent of 300,000 yuan, the company would receive a commission of 300,000 yuan, leaving the employees with just 600 yuan. At that moment, another person walked in, seemingly a potential buyer. The female sales representative promptly transferred Li Fei to one of her colleagues. Xiaomei, this gentleman is here to rent a house, please assist him, she said before enthusiastically welcoming her new client. Xiaomei felt quite speechless. However, there was nothing she could do. She was new and the other was the top seller here. Naturally, the top seller had some privileges, and even if she reported to the manager would simply mediate. In the end, she would only offend the client. Reluctantly, Xiaomei smiled and stood up to take Li Fei to view the rental properties. This was also one of the reasons why many agents were reluctant to take on rental clients. Aside from the low commission, since they had to take the clients to see the properties, it would be quite a hassle. Some clients were merely renting a house, yet they could be extremely picky, even more so than some buyers. However, the rental properties were scattered across different locations, so she would have to slowly take the clients around to view them. If they encountered such clients, they could only resign themselves to misfortune. Xiaomei just hoped that Li Fei would not be that kind of person. As Xiaomei stepped out of the agency, she spotted Li Fei's battle-damaged van. After pondering for a moment, she still decided to get into the van. Inside the vehicle, Xiaomei provided navigation as Li Fei drove the van to a nearby community. The community was very close to the Iron Blood Security Company, allowing the security guards to walk home after work, which was quite convenient. However, Li Fei had somewhat high expectations for the house. He wasn't afraid of high prices but was concerned about poor quality. Thus he decided to see it in person. Mr. Li, this house is 120 square meters with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms, and the monthly rent is 2800. What do you think? Xiaomei asked. Li Fei didn't respond and began to look around. Seeing this, Xiaomei's mood sank to the depths. It seemed he was not satisfied with the place. She would have to continue bringing this client to view more houses. It would be dreadful if after a long search he declared his dissatisfaction. Not bad, I'm quite satisfied with this place, Li Fei said. The house was well decorated, equipped with a television, washing machine, refrigerator, sofa, bed and more. After surveying the area, Li Fei was indeed very pleased. Does this mean we can proceed with the contract? Xiaomei asked, her face lighting up with joy. It seemed she was having good luck this time. The first house she showed the client he was interested in. Let's not rush, I want to see a few more options first. I want to rent around 40 units like this one, Li Fei stated. Ha! Xiaomei was taken aback. Renting around 40 units. Oh my, she immediately began calculating. Each unit at 2800 would yield her a commission of 560. For 40 units her commission would exceed 22000. She was going to strike it rich. This was her big break, ha! With a beaming face, Xiaomei led Li Fei to view several more houses. After viewing 3 more houses, Li Fei decided he wouldn't look any further. The actual conditions of these houses were quite similar to the images uploaded by the agency without much discrepancy. Then Li Fei and Xiaomei returned to the agency to start signing the contract. Upon entering, Xiaomei noticed that the previous female sales representative was sulking in a chair with a displeased expression. Seeing Xiaomei bring Li Fei and the other agent felt a pang of regret. It seemed Xiaomei was going to close the deal. Although it was just a small rental deal, it still meant 500 to 600 yuan. She had just been excited thinking the client who came in later was a big buyer, only to find out that the client was not genuinely interested in buying. They had barely spent a few minutes looking around before leaving. What a bummer. While the female sales representative was sulking, she sensed something was amiss. What was this 40 units that Xiaomei mentioned? 40 units. Li Fei intends to rent 40 units all at once. Upon hearing this, the female sales representative felt her world collapse. All she wanted was to go home and find her mother. 40 units meant a commission of over 20000 yuan. Had she really just handed that over to Xiaomei for nothing? She was regretting it deeply. In the end, Li Fei signed the contracts for all 40 rental properties. The landlords did not come in person. They had entrusted the agency with full authority, so the contract Li Fei signed with the agency was legally binding. This time Li Fei rented a total of 40 units. He almost cleared out all the well-decorated houses near the Iron Blood Security Company. For 40 units, the total monthly rent was 112000 yuan, with the agency's commission also being 112000 yuan. Li Fei had just spent 224000 yuan. Originally, the usual requirement for renting was a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent upfront, but Li Fei didn't have that much money at the moment. More importantly, if he had to pay a deposit, he would never be able to complete his system task. If he paid a deposit, his system task would never be completed. Thus, Li Fei's request was to have no deposit, to pay 1 month's rent first, then 3 months' rent directly, and finally pay a year's rent. The key point was that Li Fei could guarantee long-term rental. Moreover, after the 3rd payment, rent could be paid annually. For such a significant client, this request was truly not an issue. Eventually, the owner of the real estate agency personally agreed to his terms. After everything was settled, Li Fei left, leaving the subsequent negotiations with the landlords to the agency. After leaving the Fengxijin real estate agency, Li Fei began searching for a place to provide meals for the 270 security guards and several office staff. The first thought that crossed his mind was to build a cafeteria, but upon checking his system funds, he found only 576000 left, realizing it was far from enough, which left him feeling quite helpless. The system funds could hardly withstand his spending. With 576000, he could probably forcefully establish a staff cafeteria, but Li Fei needed to consider the long term. The 270 security guards were just the beginning. His goal was to hire up to 20000 guards. Therefore, it wasn't the right time to build a cafeteria. Thus, Li Fei could only adopt the second plan, which was to find a restaurant to deliver meals to the security guards, similar to a hotel. Initially, Li Fei thought of the Ganchuan Siang fried rice restaurant next to the hotel, but that restaurant was already serving meals to the hotel staff and guests, so they definitely wouldn't have the capacity to cater to the security company. Moreover, the security company had a total of 270 people, so to provide meals for such a large group, he definitely needed to find a bigger restaurant. Then Li Fei drove his van and began to cruise around. The roaring sound of the van's engine worried him. He was afraid that it might break down at any moment. After this busy period he needed to buy a car no matter what. System Dad, can I use system funds to buy a car? I'm sorry host, since the car is for your personal use please handle the funds for purchasing it on your own. What the heck, I'm finding housing for the employees and a restaurant to provide meals, isn't that serving the company too? Why should I pay for the car myself? Li Fei was very unwilling. But the system has already paid you a salary. You can use your salary to buy it. Please focus on driving host. Li Fei was left speechless. Fine, buying a car, finding a house and saving enough money to achieve financial freedom seemed like it all depended on himself. Now the million-employee plan had to be expedited. KO Grand Hotel. The KO Grand Hotel was somewhat famous in Binjiang City. It was famous not for its high-end quality but for the delicious food it served. The average cost per person here was also not too expensive, around 100 yuan. However, since he wanted the restaurant to prepare employee meals for him with only a budget of 25 yuan per meal, he wondered if they would agree. After setting up the navigation, Li Fei pressed the accelerator and headed toward KO Grand Hotel. With a boom, the van's exhaust emitted a thick black smoke, speeding forward like a steel beast. Welcome sir, please come in. Li Fei leisurely walked into KO Grand Hotel. Since it was past mealtime, there weren't many people inside, only a few employees chatting idly. Li Fei approached and found a solitary waiter. Are you looking for our manager? The waiter asked in surprise. Li Fei nodded. The waiter curiously sized up Li Fei but ultimately led him to the manager. Order. Sir, how many meals would you like to order? More than 270, but we only have a budget of 25 yuan per meal for each person. Li Fei replied. The manager, who was drinking water, immediately sprayed it out. More than 270 people. That's quite a lot, but a budget of only 25 yuan per meal seems a bit insufficient. What kind of place is KO Grand Hotel? The minimum average consumption here starts from 100 yuan. A budget of 25 is just too low. The key was that he was just a manager. If this was a lucrative order, he might even receive praise from his boss for taking it. But with only 25 yuan per meal after deducting costs, there wouldn't be much profit. If he took this order, he might even get scolded by his boss. It's better to avoid trouble than to invite it. A budget of 25 is indeed too low. You might want to ask else. The manager replied after a moment's thought. His response was expected by Li Fei, as he had come just to test his luck. So Li Fei left KO Grand Hotel. It seemed that the plan to find a big restaurant had to be dismissed. Li Fei continued to drive around in his van. Now he truly had become a genuine street wanderer. Liangxin Canteen. While casually driving, Li Fei suddenly spotted a place called Liangxin Canteen. It looked like a cafeteria-style restaurant. Seeing this name, Li Fei decided to go in and ask. The cafeteria was quite large with a nice decor style and a pleasant environment. Li Fei walked up to the serving area and noticed a wide variety of dishes. Feeling a bit hungry, he ordered a meal with 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish for a total of 18 yuan. After getting his meal, Li Fei took a bite and realized the food was quite good. After finishing quickly, he sought out the owner of the place. The cafeteria owner, Zheng Song, was a middle-aged man in his mid-30s, slightly plump. This Liangxin Canteen had been open for over 6 months, but its revenue was far from satisfactory. He regretted that he had rashly ventured into entrepreneurship. He was likely to suffer significant losses. He rented 3 connected shops with an annual rent of 150000 plus utilities and labor costs totaling nearly 270000 a year just for expenses. However, the cafeteria had been open for over 6 months, and after recent calculations, the total revenue was only around 200000. This meant that the cafeteria's revenue for the year would barely reach 300000, from which he would have to deduct about 100000 for food costs. Calculating this way, despite working hard for a year, he had lost about 7000 to 80000. This was in an ideal situation. If he faced any other issues, he might lose even more. It was tough. Running a business was incredibly difficult. While Zheng Song was frowning and lost in thought, a young man walked over. Boss, do you deliver meals? Li Fei asked as he approached. Deliver meals? Zheng Song was about to explode. Deliver meals? I barely have anything left but my underwear, and you want me to deliver meals? Because we will be ordering quite a lot. Li Fei quickly added. How much is quite a lot? Zheng Song asked, managing to restrain his temper. About 270 meals for people. How many? More than 270 people. Zheng Song was completely stunned. His cafeteria currently served around 50 customers daily with daily revenue of less than 1000. The other party was directly ordering meals for more than 270 people. Yes, more than 270 people with a meal budget of 25 yuan each for 2 meals a day. If it's suitable, we could make it a long-term order, Li Fei said. Hiss. Zheng Song could hardly believe it. Such a huge order had just fallen into his lap. More than 270 people, 25 yuan per meal, 2 meals a day, and the key was that it was a long-term stable order. Zheng Song immediately began to brainstorm, calculating in his mind. That's 13500 a day over 400000 a month, nearly 5 million a year. Wow. After working tirelessly for more than half a year, the cafeteria's revenue was only over 200,000, and now someone was offering him a long-term order worth over 5 million a year. He could hardly believe it. This happiness came too suddenly. With an annual contract exceeding 5 million, Zheng Song felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, almost to the point of suffocation. Not only was there hope, but he might even leap to success in one bound. With 5 million a year, deducting around 20% for food costs, he still had nearly 4 million in profit. Considering that the current staff was overwhelmed, he could hire a few more employees and chefs. Even if he hired 2 servers, 1 delivery person and 2 chefs, their annual salaries would only amount to around 350,000. Thus his net profit would still exceed 3.6 million. Feel free to mention any requirements you have. As long as we can meet them, we will do our utmost to accommodate you. Zheng Song's tone became increasingly obsequious, even addressing him with the honorific you. He was already in his mid-30s while Li Fei was still only in his 20s. However, he felt no embarrassment whatsoever. As long as his conscience canteen could survive, he wouldn't hesitate to refer to this young man with respect, even serving him tea. There's nothing much to ask, just ensure that the ingredients you use are fresh and the cooking oil should be of good quality. As long as the quality of the meals is assured, that's all that matters. To ensure the safety of our employees' meals, we will send dedicated staff to check every day, Li Fei stated, presenting his only requirement. Sending dedicated staff for daily inspections was a last-minute thought, and afterward he would have Su Shaoxi recruit online. This way he could hire a few more employees. Haha, I'm truly a genius. Food safety is paramount. Meals can be unappetizing, but they cannot be unsafe. Of course, having both would be ideal. This was also the reason he decided to come out personally. He had seen many online reports about restaurants using gutter oil and inferior ingredients. Every time he saw such news, he felt furious. Can't those in the food industry make a living honestly? Must they resort to such underhanded means? No problem, no problem. Please rest assured. You've seen our sign, right? Conscience Canteen, you can trust our ingredients, they are absolutely safe. Upon hearing Li Fei's requirements, Zheng Song hurriedly made various assurances. After all, this was his golden patron, so he had to be cautious. Hearing Zheng Song's guarantees, coupled with the fact that he would send staff for supervision, there shouldn't be any major issues. Thus Li Fei decided to collaborate with Zheng Song. Checking the system settlement time, there were still 14 days left. The total meal cost for 14 days was 189,000. Although the security staff had weekends off, Li Fei initially thought of using the hotel method. He would transfer the money to the canteen first, then reconcile accounts at the end of the month. Any surplus would carry over to the next month and any shortfall would be compensated. However, this approach posed significant issues. The hotel only had a few people, so that method worked without a hitch. But the security company now had 270 personnel with plans for further expansion. With so many security guards, adopting this method would be too risky. Balancing the accounts would be overly complicated. It would be better to provide meals for employees even on weekends so they wouldn't have to cook. This way he could even spend a bit more money and the accounts would be easier to manage, achieving a win-win situation. Finally, Li Fei asked Zheng Song for his bank account number and had Lin Xiaomo transfer the funds directly. With a ding, Zheng Song received the notification of the deposit. 189,000, how delightful. What kind of golden patron is this? He hadn't even delivered a meal to their employees and their money had already been transferred to him. This is the meal cost for 14 days. Since we missed one meal at noon today, let's add the cost of that meal to dinner tonight. Understood, understood. I guarantee the meals for your company's employees will be delicious and plentiful, Zheng Song replied with a smile. Once everything was settled, Li Fei drove back to the Iron Blood Security Company. After returning, he opened the system panel again to check the funds. It was 387,000. Not counting today, there were still 13 days left and 387,000 was hardly enough for his spending. Now the meals, accommodations, uniforms and daily necessities for the security personnel were all sorted. Li Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, he instructed Tang Fei Air to handle the accommodation arrangements for the employees. Just moments ago, the agency had delivered all 40 sets of keys for the apartments. Tang Fei Air was originally surfing the internet in the office. She had always been very curious about Li Fei's acquisition plan. Moreover, after returning home last night, her brother Tang Tianci had assigned her a task. Her brother wanted her to closely observe all of Li Fei's movements and report any significant developments promptly. The reason was quite simple. Tang Tianci wanted to see how Li Fei would lead Iron Blood Security Company to break through the encirclement and capture a share of the security market in Binjiang City after the acquisition. Currently, the security market in Binjiang City was primarily dominated by the two largest companies, Yuanhua and Anxia. Other security firms were merely small fries barely surviving on the leftovers. As for Iron Blood Security Company, it didn't even qualify as a small fry. Tang Fei Air was also very curious about Li Fei's next moves. With her keen business sense cultivated over 20 years in a family immersed in business, she believed that Li Fei's first move after acquiring Iron Blood Security Company should be to streamline costs. Her brother had performed poorly in this area, which led to the security company having excessively high costs and lacking competitiveness. Secondly, he needed to eliminate the original incompetent guards and replace them with new ones who had better physical fitness and skills. Finally, he had to outcompete others. Other security companies might offer 1 day off per month, rotating 12-hour shifts, and implement customer satisfaction scoring systems deducting wages for unsatisfactory ratings. Iron Blood Security Company needed to work even harder. Only by doing so could it barely survive in an environment surrounded by fierce competitors. However, to her astonishment, Li Fei's actions were completely different from what she had anticipated. Not only did he not streamline costs, but he also began spending lavishly. He bought 5 computers at $2,000 each and also purchased high-quality uniforms and daily necessities for the employee. Moreover, Li Fei did not replace the original lazy guards in the company. Instead, he suddenly expanded the recruitment by 220 security personnel. In summary, every step Li Fei took was beyond her expectations. She simply couldn't comprehend it. Now the boss actually wanted her to assign housing for the guards. Hearing that her boss had rented 40 fully furnished 3-bedroom apartments for the guards to live in for free shocked her even more. Gathering her thoughts, Tang Fei began assigning housing to the employees. Free accommodation for us. The security guards were utterly stunned upon hearing the offer. Yet confronted with the long chain of keys laid out before Tang Fei, they had no choice but to believe it. The company already provides us a monthly housing allowance of 500 yuan, now it's also renting apartments for us to live in. Assistant Tang, perhaps you could check with the boss, will the 500 yuan housing allowance be discontinued once we move into these apartments? Tang Fei found their concern reasonable and promptly sought out Li Fei. He was engrossed in a drama series but immediately stepped out upon hearing her inquiry. Rest assured, the apartments rented by the company are exclusively for your residence. Whether or not you choose to live there, the housing allowance will still be dispersed every month. Hearing this, the guards finally breathed easy. Tang Fei then began assigning apartments 43-bedroom units, enough to house 240 people, assuming 2 occupants per room. However, the original 50 guards employed by the security firm were still lodged in the previously leased staff dormitory, and now they voiced strong objections. We want to live in proper apartment buildings too. The current dormitory is appalling. A single room houses 6 people with no private restroom. One must trek to a shared facility just to relieve oneself. Exactly. The company mustn't play favorites. After all, we're its founding employees, priority should go to veterans like us. Right. Let the newcomers queue up. The veteran guards adopted an unassailable self-righteous stance. I arrived first, therefore I deserve first claim. At this, the new hires bristled. With your physical condition, lumbering about like lethargic shadows, you'd be lucky to find employment elsewhere after leaving this company. And yet you presume to lord it over us. If you doubt our mettle, let's settle it outside right now. Tensions flared instantly, swords drawn in spirit if not in steel. Yet the veterans numbered only 50 while the newcomers exceeded 220, each broad-shouldered, sharp-eyed and fiercely capable. Truth be told, even 22 of them could have overwhelmed the veterans effortlessly. Within moments, the veterans' few protestations were drowned out entirely. Tang Fei stared blankly at the chaos before her and, surrendering to absurdity, declared, "Go ahead and fight it out first, I'll return once you've settled the victor." Just then Li Fei strode forward and commanded silence. With a single commanding shout, he quelled the pandemonium as though snuffing a candle flame. Though they bickered freely among themselves, all held profound respect for their employer. None dared risk dismissal over such trivialities. Regret would be lifelong. 40 apartments were insufficient. I failed to anticipate demand. Tang Fei, please compile a list how many employees wish to reside in the company-rented apartments. Once tallied, simply rent. However, many additional units are needed. What? Rent more? Was the company indulging its staff beyond reason? Tang Fei was genuinely baffled, yet she reluctantly began the count. The result, however, left her utterly astounded. I'll stay at home, I live nearby anyway. The old dormitory isn't so bad, it's perfectly habitable. We lived there comfortably before, didn't we? Precisely. Let the newly rented apartments go to those who need them most. In truth, the boss's thunderous command had jolted them awake. The company had already bestowed extraordinary benefits. Any further discontent would be sheer ingratitude. Though the boss casually suggested renting more if necessary, no one truly expected him to do so. Those with homes nearby chose to commute. What harm was distance really? They all dwelled within the same city, all worked as security personnel. Acquaintances were inevitable. Should anyone abandon their own home solely to exploit corporate generosity, watchful eyes would not miss it. Exposure would bring only personal humiliation. Thus the apartment allocation concluded harmoniously. Roughly 30 opted to remain at home while the rest moved seamlessly into the company-rented buildings. Even the veteran guards soon relocated into the new apartments, beaming delighted. Their earlier discord dissolved into warm camaraderie. No sooner had the apartment assignments concluded than, as the staff prepared to clock out, a minivan pulled up at the company gate. A young man then entered carrying bag after bag of boxed meals. "Time to eat, finish your meal before heading home," announced Li Fei. At the word eat, the guards erupted in joy. For them, eating wasn't mere sustenance, it was sacred ritual. At noon they'd hastily devoured a few plain bread rolls, now hunger gnawed fiercely. Rumor had it, during onboarding, that the company provided meals. Yet throughout lunch they waited in vain. All assumed the rumor was false. Meals were likely not part of the package. After all, a 300 yuan monthly food allowance had already been granted. Omitting meals altogether seemed perfectly justified. And just when resignation had settled upon them, the very moment they accepted that no meals would come, a catering van appeared delivering steaming, fragrant boxed lunches directly into their hands. Savoring the irresistible aroma, they ate with unfeigned delight. Truly exquisite. Xiaoxi posted a new job listing online shortly. 3 food safety inspectors required. Starting salary 3,500 yuan, 5,000 upon confirmation. Benefits match those of all other employees. After the meal, Li Fei summoned Su Xiaoxi with these instructions. Food safety inspectors, she murmured, half convinced she'd misheard. We're a security firm, not a food processing plant. Why on earth would we need such roles? Only after Li Fei explained did she grasp his intent. This was what defined an exemplary leader, investing significantly to ensure his staff's dietary safety and well-being. In truth, the position wasn't strictly necessary. Among dozens of guards, surely one could be tasked with routine food inspections. Yet the boss refused such shortcuts. His unwavering sense of responsibility was extraordinary, the very embodiment of principled leadership. Luo Yang, a recent university graduate, watched helplessly as peers secured positions while he remained adrift, his anxiety mounting by the hour. Hello, I saw your company is hiring telephone sales representatives. Is the position still open? Already filled. Disheartened, Luo Yang hung up. He'd lost count of how many calls he'd made. Then Iron Blood Security Company seeks food safety inspectors, internship salary 3,500 yuan, 5,000 upon confirmation. Benefits include 1,000 yuan monthly supermarket vouchers. Hiss. Initially dismissive, after all it was merely a security firm, he nearly closed the webpage until the benefits section arrested his attention, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Such generous terms were unprecedented. Without hesitation, Luo Yang contacted the listed number immediately. Hello, may I ask, are you currently recruiting food safety inspectors? He asked, voice taut with nervous anticipation. Did I really pass the interview so easily? Until this moment, Luo Yang still found it hard to believe. On the other end of the phone was a very pleasant voice who simply asked him a few questions. Upon learning that he had just graduated from university and was quite earnest, they directly decided to hire him. The happiness came too suddenly, making him feel a bit like he needed to use the restroom. After coming out of the bathroom, Luo Yang picked up his phone and happily opened the food delivery app. Now that he had a job, he naturally wanted to indulge himself a bit. The countdown to the system settlement was at 13 days. Li Fei got up from the hotel bed. When he was renting a house, he had thought about renting one for himself too, but unexpectedly the system directly rejected his request. Unless he was willing to live with the employees. Li Fei certainly did not want that. Living with the employees was worse than continuing to stay in the hotel. It seems that he still couldn't abandon the business of the hotel. No matter how he looked at it, he still needed to continue operating the hotel, making it bigger and stronger. Eventually he aimed to turn it into a nationwide chain of 5-star hotels. The most important thing was that in all the 5-star hotels he needed to reserve a super luxurious presidential suite for himself. This suite would be his exclusive room. Wherever he was, he could directly stay at the 5-star hotel in that city. Thinking this way, it seemed he wouldn't even need to buy a house. Even if he bought a house, it surely wouldn't be as comfortable as staying in his own hotel. If he stayed in his own hotel, the room would be cleaned daily by dedicated staff, and there would be room service when he was hungry and water delivery when he was thirsty. Isn't that better than buying a house? Thinking of this, Li Fei couldn't help but smile. Ha ha. However, now he could only think about it, not to mention a nationwide chain of 5-star hotels. Even a 3-star hotel was beyond his current reach. Around 10 a.m. Li Fei arrived at the Tycoon security company again. Boss, our security company is currently spending money every day, yet we don't have a single profitable project. Do you think we should quickly go out and expand our client base? As soon as Li Fei walked into the office, his assistant Tang Feier came over and asked. Expand our client base. Li Fei initially wanted to refuse, but he was directly reminded by the system. It seems that his plan to slack off directly was not going to work. It made sense if he could really slack off. His money-losing task would be too simple. How about this? Let's hold a competition, and based on the results we will select the manager, team leader and other positions for the Tycoon security company. Li Fei casually said. Currently the security company only had Li Fei as the general manager, Tang Feier as the assistant, Su Xiaoxi in HR and Lin Xiaomo in finance. There wasn't a single position related to security. Therefore it was necessary to select a security manager, supervisor and team leader. At that time he could just delegate tasks to them. As the boss, he only needed to grasp the overall direction of money loss. If he had to do everything himself, he would be overwhelmed even if he worked himself to death. When selecting people, he needed to choose those who could lose money. He often heard that simple-minded people were physically strong. Thus he made this decision. Holding a competition directly, the better the performance, wouldn't that mean they were physically stronger? The more developed the physique, the simpler the mind, right? Selecting the security manager and team leader based on the competition results. When the security personnel heard this news, they erupted with excitement. This is great, it's fair. Whoever performs well gets to be the manager or the team leader. This way everyone would be satisfied. Unlike Yuanhua and Ansha, other two companies wouldn't do this. It was all about who was close to the boss and who got promoted, while those who clashed with the boss would be directly suppressed. That was quite frustrating. Brother Zhang Long, maybe this time you can become the manager, said a security guard. Zhang Long's performance was outstanding. He was extremely impressive during his time in the special forces and everyone respected him. Not necessarily everyone has a chance, Zhang Long responded with a smile, but inside he was already grinning. Most of the people in their group who came from Yuanhua Security Company were retired special forces. Even as retired special forces, they were not favored by the boss in Yuanhua Security Company. They thought coming to Taishui Security Company would be the same, facing suppression. Unexpectedly, the boss directly initiated a fair competition, which was quite nice. This is how it should be. Those with ability should rise, and if you are not satisfied, let the results speak. This competition will be divided into 4 major categories: physical fitness, speed, endurance, and combat. In the end, the top 10 will be selected based on everyone's total scores. The first place will become the security manager of Taishui Security Company, the second place will become the security supervisor, and the 3rd to 10th places will become team leaders. The salary for the security manager is 15,000 per month, the supervisor's salary is 12,000 per month, and the team leader's salary is 8,000 per month. Tang Fei introduced to everyone. When the security personnel heard this news, they became even more excited. Soon a grand competition began at Taishui Security Company. The competition was held in a small playground behind the security company. The security guards were all eager to participate in the competition. However, the older security guards were hiding at the back, acting as spectators. Old Li, why aren't you going up to compete? In too old to get hurt, the opportunity should go to you young people. Boss, the competition results are out. Zhang Long won first place, Xiao Hu came in second, Wang Chao third, and Mahan fourth. The 5th to 10th places are Wang Chang, Zhao Lishu, Deng Yulon, Li Jixing, Guan Bao, and Gong Xiaobing. Tang Fei reported earnestly. Li Fei nodded, expressing appreciation, then let Zhang Long be the security manager, Zhao Hu the security supervisor, and everyone from 3rd to 10th place will become team leaders. However, boss, our Taishui Security Company can no longer be considered a small security company. Shouldn't we establish a marketing department and a training department? Tang Fei thought for a long time and felt she had to say it. The marketing and training departments were indeed very necessary. The marketing department could go out to expand the business of the security company, looking for wealthy clients, otherwise with so many people in the security company they couldn't possibly live on air. The training department was also very necessary. The training department could regularly train the security guards, keeping them in good condition, which would bring a better reputation to the company. Li Fei helplessly agreed. He really had no reason to refuse. Otherwise the system would keep pestering him. Okay, the marketing and training departments can each have 1 manager and 1 supervisor. As for the department staff, you can handle it. Let's add a logistics department as well, so we can buy things in advance and have them ready for use when needed. The logistics department will also have 1 manager and 1 supervisor. How about this? The managers and supervisors for the security, marketing, training, and logistics departments will all be selected according to this ranking. The first place can choose first, then the second, and so on. After all these positions are filled, the top 10 remaining people will be selected as security team leaders. Li Fei began to give orders. Tang Fei listened carefully and then went to execute the orders. Everyone quiet down, there has been a change in the situation, Tang Fei said as she approached the security guards. The security guards erupted with excitement upon hearing this news. What? There's a change. I knew it. It's all fake when they say positions are based on merit. Tang Fei looked at the security guards in disbelief. Come on guys, you're overthinking it. I haven't even said anything yet. It's not what you all think. Our boss has added a few departments. Now our company has 4 departments: security, training, marketing, and logistics. Each department will have 1 manager and 1 supervisor. Tang Fei continued, starting from the first place. The first person can choose their position first. What? The changes were too sudden. So it was like this. Those who had received their results couldn't help but smile. Haha, that's great. I got 7th place. I thought I could only be a team leader, but now it seems I might even become a supervisor. Damn, I'm 4th. Does that mean I could also become a department manager? Zhang Long said. I choose the security department manager. Okay, Tang Fei noted seriously. What should I choose? Brothers, give me some suggestions quickly. Second place, Xiao Hu asked anxiously. Of course it should be the marketing department manager, that's a very important position. No. The marketing department manager isn't as impressive as the training department manager. You guys are all wrong. The logistics department manager is the most relaxed. Zhao, who listened to everyone's comments, feeling more confused. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I choose the training department manager. Zhao, who had a fiery temper and would often want to spar with others. He also understood that his personality flaws made the marketing and logistics departments unsuitable for him. I choose the marketing department manager. Wang Chao had already thought it through and answered directly. The marketing department manager was one of the core figures in a security company. Previously, he had worked as a security guard at Yuanhua Security Company and had once seen the marketing department manager from afar. The position was simply impressive. The marketing department manager had even dared to confront other executives of the company, and yet they didn't dare to get angry. It was simply because the position was so important. For the security guards to have food to eat, they relied on the marketing department to find them financial backers. I choose the logistics department manager. Ma Han was delighted. Wow, such a great position. The first few people actually didn't choose it. Have they lost their minds? This is the logistics department manager. Seeing that the department manager positions had all been chosen, Tang Feier started selecting department supervisors. I choose the security department supervisor. 5th place Wang Chang said, I choose the logistics department supervisor. 6th place Zhao Lishu said, I choose the marketing department supervisor. 7th place Deng Yulong said, I choose the training department supervisor, said 8th place Li Jixin. After noting this down, Tang Feier began selecting the top 10 from the remaining people. Those of you among the top 10 stepped forward. Sun Guan, Bao Gong, Xiaobing and others stepped forward. From now on you will be the leaders of the 10 security teams. Guan Bao is the team leader of Team 1 and Gong Xiaobing is the team leader of Team 2. Now the marketing, training and logistics departments are still in need of personnel. The marketing department needs 10 people, the training department needs 10 people and the logistics department needs 5 people. We will still select based on results. If anyone is unwilling to come to these departments, we will skip to the next person. Tang Feier said seriously. Soon all the personnel for these departments were selected. To Tang Feier's surprise, everyone prioritized choosing the marketing department, followed by the training department. Surprisingly, the logistics department was the last to fill up. This left her quite astonished. She had thought everyone would prioritize the logistics department. While Tang Feier was selecting personnel for various positions, Li Fei was also busy. Yes, he had come out to buy a car. Now he was already a millionaire, so naturally he wanted a car that matched his status. Driving that old van every day would seem too lowly. Moreover, money is not just for show. The rewards from the system are meant to improve one's quality of life. Last night Li Fei had spent the whole night watching car reviews and became increasingly excited. Initially he had only planned to choose a car worth around 300,000. To him a 300,000 car seemed quite nice. In the past he couldn't even look at a car worth 130,000. Now he was about to buy a car worth around 300,000, which was very thrilling. However, after looking at some reviews he saw that a car worth 300,000 would be better with some additional features. In the end, Li Fei unexpectedly chose a luxury car worth $1 million. Oh crap. He only had $1 million in total, so he couldn't spend it all. After thinking for a long time, he decided to find a compromise and buy a car worth 50 to 60,000. Later, after completing a few more system tasks and increasing the number of employees, he would buy a luxury car. Driving the van to the car city, Li Fei walked into a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Welcome, sir. A very charming saleswoman approached him. Although she noticed that Li Fei was dressed quite ordinarily, her excellent professional demeanor kept her from neglecting the young man before her. I'd like to see the latest model of the Mercedes-Benz E-Class, Li Fei said. The saleswoman was taken aback. There was potential here. Customers who directly requested to see a specific model had a high probability of making a purchase. Subsequently, the saleswoman led Li Fei to a 2024 model Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Looking at the white E-Class, Li Fei grew increasingly fond of it. After sitting inside to feel it out, he found that the car had ample space. Not bad, I'll buy it. Li Fei's first words when he stepped out were very domineering. Ah. Although she was somewhat mentally prepared, the saleswoman was still a bit surprised. Next came the selection of features and negotiation of prices. Since this was his own money, Li Fei naturally aimed to negotiate as much as possible. In the end, they gave him a discount which made Li Fei overjoyed. A few days ago, Li Fei drank a body enhancement potion and clearly felt that the muscle lines on his body had become more defined with excess fat eliminated. As a result, his previous clothes appeared a bit loose. After buying a car, Li Fei decided to buy a few fitting outfits. Driving his newly bought Mercedes, Li Fei arrived at the largest shopping center in Binjiang City, the Futelong Shopping Center. The clothes here were generally priced around 1,000 and the quality was quite good. This made it very suitable for Li Fei. He walked into a men's clothing store and chose several fitting outfits for himself. After trying them on, he stood in front of the mirror to take a look. He felt very satisfied. Mainly because his current physique was perfect, his body was well proportioned with firm abs that left several nearby salesgirls in awe. After paying, Li Fei walked outside. Wow, oh my, this guy's physique is just too perfect. The physique is indeed perfect, but the looks are a bit lacking. TCH, is there really anyone in this world who is that perfect? Stop talking, quickly look at the candid photos I took, we'll have something to enjoy tonight. Please share. After getting everything sorted, Li Fei drove back to the hotel. Wow boss, is that really you? Wow boss, you look way too handsome. As soon as Li Fei got out of the car, the hotel staff rushed out. Some gathered around the Mercedes, touching it and admiring it, while others surrounded Li Fei, marveling at his physique. Previously, the clothes Li Fei wore were too loose, making it hard to notice anything. Now, after changing into fitting clothes, the difference was immediately apparent. After putting away the clothes and other items he bought at the hotel, Li Fei drove to the Iron Blood Security Company. Boss, all the departments have been fully assigned. Tang Feier walked in and said. Hiss. After staring at Li Fei for a few seconds, she finally shifted her gaze. It seemed that her boss hadn't undergone any plastic surgery, he had just changed his clothes, yet the transformation was so significant. Thank you for your hard work, Li Fei nodded and continued playing games. After Tang Feier left the general manager's office, she found Wang Chao. Wang Chao was now the market department manager of the security company. Wang Chao, whether our Iron Blood Security Company can secure this deal depends on your market department. Tang Feier said seriously. Don't worry. Wang Chao responded with a smile. Indeed, their market department decided to take the initiative and head to a high-end residential area to secure the security contract for that community. Subsequently, Wang Chao set off with 2 employees from the market department to Jiangshan Mingyue community. Jiangshan Mingyue is a very upscale residential area in Binjiang City. The entire community is built along the river, and the residents of the high-rise buildings can enjoy beautiful river views from their windows. Thus, the property prices here are also exceptionally high. Now Jiangshan Mingyue community is about to invite security companies to settle, and so several security companies rushed over upon hearing the news. The security industry in Binjiang City has become relatively complete and mature. Currently, whether it is residential communities, shopping malls, factories, office buildings, concerts, sports events, or even armed transports, the first consideration is to cooperate with security companies. Everyone has realized that recruiting security personnel on their own is not as convenient, labor-saving, and cost-effective as cooperating directly with a security company. If one recruits security personnel by themselves, quality cannot be guaranteed. If you hire your own security personnel, you have to train and instruct them, which is quite troublesome. The key is that most of them are just there for easy jobs, and if they feel unsatisfied, they might just walk away. Additionally, the physical quality and professional skills of self-hired security personnel can vary widely, far inferior to the professionalism and stability of those provided by security companies. Even if the security personnel provided by the security company leave, they will promptly send in replacements, ensuring there are no gaps with no security personnel for several days. Moreover, there is the issue of security personnel resigning. This is also a reason why these establishments seek cooperation with security companies. When cooperating with a security company, even if the security personnel resign, you don't have to worry about it, and there won't be any disputes or compensation issues. All of this is handled by the security company itself. In summary, while there are downsides to directly cooperating with security companies, the benefits clearly outweigh the drawbacks. This is also the reason why so many security companies have emerged in Binjiang City over the years. The demand is simply robust and the market is vast. However, as everyone rushes in, they find that the market has already been divided up by the 2 largest security companies, Yuanhua and Anxia, leaving them with only a bit of leftovers. At this moment, several security companies were gathered at the entrance of Jiangshan Mingyue community. They were of course waiting for the property manager of Jiangshan Mingyue community, as it is usually the property manager who decides which security company to cooperate with. Oh, isn't that Wang Chao? I heard you went to some trash company called Iron Blood Security after leaving your job, said the market department supervisor of Yuanhua Security with a grin. Iron Blood Security. I've never even heard of that garbage company. Don't be surprised if it goes out of business in a few days, and then you'll be embarrassed if you want to return to Yuanhua. Another Yuanhua employee added sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao was ready to punch these guys. Damn it, I could endure it at Yuanhua, but now that I've come to Iron Blood Security, I won't hold back. Do you know why our company is called Iron Blood Security? That's because our security personnel are tough. Not only is their physical quality tough, but their punches are even tougher. The employees from Yuanhua were suddenly terrified. To be honest, although they were from Yuanhua Security, they were just a group of weaklings who sat in the office all day. Wang Chao, on the other hand, was a retired special forces soldier. If it came to a real fight, they wouldn't stand a chance against him even combined. Calm down, everyone should be friendly and let business thrive, right? Exactly, here, have some water to cool down your temper. The employees from a few unknown small security companies said this, but they were secretly delighted. These Yuanhua and Anxia security personnel are truly infuriating. Every time they encounter people from these companies, they look down on others, and their tone is increasingly aggravating. If it weren't for Yuanhua and Anxia backing them, would they dare to be so arrogant? The Yuanhua employees suddenly became exceptionally tame, hiding in a corner looking harmless. They could bully others, but the tough guys from Iron Blood Security truly dared to fight back. Fortunately, a few employees from other security companies managed to hold Wang Chao back, otherwise they would have undoubtedly faced a beating today and shed a little blood. Amidst the commotion of the crowd, a BYD SUV drove over. Before the vehicle had even come to a stop, the crowd eagerly rushed forward to greet it. "Ah, Manager Wang, you have arrived. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Wang. It must have been tiring driving all the way." Manager Wang smokes. After Manager Wang got out of the car, he glanced at the crowd that had gathered around him and waved his hand, instantly silencing them. The feeling of power was intoxicating. "This time the higher-ups want us to hold a public bidding process, ensuring it is fair and transparent," Manager Wang said. Understood. Here, Manager Wang, have a smoke." "Manager Wang, do you have time later? I booked a luxurious private room at the Yuntian Grand Hotel. Manager Wang, let's go enjoy a meal together tonight and maybe visit a spa afterward. This is the pre-rain Longjing tea cherished by our security company's boss, Manager Wang. Please have a taste and see if it is authentic." At this moment, Wang Chao was completely stunned. This is acceptable. He had thought that since everyone was here together, the property management would assess their company based on the quotes they provided, the quality of the security personnel and so forth, ultimately selecting the best. So it was like this. However, while he understood it, he was still unwilling to flatter others or bribe them with gifts. Why should he bow and scrape when he could conduct himself with dignity? Wang Chao was resolute. Could it be that there was truly no fairness in this world? Soon Wang Chao followed the crowd into an office. "Manager Wang, you seem to be in better spirits lately." At this moment, the head of the marketing department of Yuanhua Security Company took the initiative to strike up a conversation. He hadn't approached earlier at the entrance. Of course, he wouldn't dare approach Manager Wang at the entrance like those muddy-legged company employees. Its supervisor Pan. Manager Wang replied flatly. He was most annoyed by those from Yuanhua and Anxia. They always acted high and mighty just because they belonged to a big company. They weren't nearly as obedient as those from smaller companies. The problem was that these big company people were utterly clueless. If it weren't for the reputation of their company, he would have berated them long ago. What was his identity and status? A mere supervisor dared to speak to him like that. Let's cut to the chase, let's get started. Manager Wang couldn't be bothered to engage with Supervisor Pan and simply began. Subsequently, the security companies started introducing themselves. For instance, they boasted about how many well-trained security personnel they had, their immense strength, their endurance for hard work, their willingness to work unpaid overtime, the owner rating mechanism, smile services, and so forth. In short, they were all about outdoing one another. If you had something, I had to have it too, and I had to have an extra highlight. The exaggeration only intensified as they went on. In the end, some even claimed they would pick up and drop off the owner's children from school without charge, responding to the owner's requests at any time. After all, they wouldn't be the ones doing those tasks. Their marketing department only needed to secure the orders, and the security personnel could handle the specifics. Once the orders were secured, whether the tasks were executed well was up to the security department. Wang Chao was bewildered at this point. This was too much. The idea of picking up and dropping off the owner's children had emerged. Before departing, Tang Fair had reminded him that if other security companies were being competitive, their Iron Blood Security Company had to be even more competitive. However, his boss stood up to oppose this, stating that what others did was their business and his Iron Blood Security Company would not walk this path. Moreover, the boss repeatedly urged him to adhere to principles and maintain boundaries. The principle was no overtime, and the bottom line was no internal competition. Could this really work? Wang Chao felt very insecure at this moment. Soon it would be his. Wang Chao stood up nervously and began talking about Iron Blood Security Company. Although our Iron Blood Security Company is newly established, our strength is quite formidable. Iron Blood Security Company currently employs 66 retired Special Forces soldiers, 108 veteran soldiers, and 96 of the best security personnel in the industry. Furthermore, our Iron Blood Security Company advocates no overtime and happy work. Only by not working overtime and enjoying work can security personnel be more engaged. Ha ha ha. Before Wang Chao could finish speaking, those nearby burst into laughter. No overtime, happy work. Was he out of his mind? Everyone else was competing in internal competition, focusing on service, and here they were talking about not working overtime and being happy at work. It was simply laughable. Even Manager Wang's brows furrowed, clearly displeased. No overtime. If I hire you, then I'm just not doing my job properly, and others will say I accepted bribes. Past this kind of security company is the first to be passed over. After all the security companies had finished their introductions, Manager Wang, feeling somewhat tired, simply stated he would wait for notification and left. Subsequently, the personnel from the security companies also prepared to leave. Iron Blood Security Company is truly brave, even promoting a overtime culture. Ipan How will put it here today: if Iron Blood Security Company is still operational in a year, Ipan How will eat 2 pounds of shit on live broadcast. Supervisor Pan How from Yuanhua mocked. Are you done? Wang Chao was genuinely furious. Pan Hao saying Iron Blood Security Company would close in a year was essentially saying he would lose this job within a year. This was the best job he had ever found and his boss had made him the marketing department manager. What a tremendous trust that was. For no other reason than to honor his boss today, Wang Chao would not let Pan Hao leave without a bruised face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he directly lifted a chair and hurled it at Pan Hao. Seeing the situation was amiss, the few weak subordinates Pan Hao had brought immediately fled. Just a moment ago he had still been showing off, but now he was in a panic. He ran and Wang Chao chased. It was a chaotic scene. "I beg you, don't hit my face," Pan Hao pleaded. "It's too late." Then Wang Chao struck Pan Hao's face, turning it into a pig's head. Woo 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 woo. Soon a police car arrived. Indeed, it was Pan Hao's subordinates who had called the police. "Officer, you must seek justice for me. Just look at how badly he beat me. Surely there's no need to be so ruthless even against an enemy," Pan Hao cried. After beating Pan Hao, Wang Chao felt an immense sense of satisfaction inside. It felt so good, so damn good. If given another chance, he would still give the other party a good beating. No, he would beat him even harder. Ha! Wang Chao has been detained. Li Fei was utterly stunned upon hearing this news. What on earth is going on? I heard that Wang Chao punched a marketing supervisor from Yuanhua and it was quite a serious blow, Tang Feier said. "Let's go take a look," Li Fei replied. After all, it was his employee. As the boss, he should show up when something happened. Soon Li Fei and Tang Feier arrived at the police station. "Boss, I'm sorry I've caused you trouble. I was just too provoked by Pan Hao's words saying that the Iron Blood Security Company would go bankrupt within a year. In that moment of anger, I just charged at him." Wang Chao finally began to feel regret. He was indeed too impulsive at that moment. Impulsiveness is the devil. Now that he was at the police station, he felt a sense of dread. If he left a criminal record, that would be the end. But there's no medicine for regret in this world. It's over. Even if he doesn't leave a record, his boss probably wouldn't want him anymore. Who would want an employee who gets into fights? "It's okay, you did very well. If it were me, I would have gone up and punched him too," Li Fei comforted Wang Chao. "Bankruptcy. How could I quickly hire 2,000 employees if the security company goes bankrupt? This is a company with a quota for 2,000 employees. With 2,000 employees, I could earn a monthly salary of 1 million. If the Iron Blood Security Company goes bankrupt, it means I won't earn that 1 million a month. Isn't that infuriating?" "It was well deserved, boss," the other party responded, saying they want to settle, but Wang Chao has to compensate them 5,000 yuan. Tang Feier walked over and said, 5,000 yuan. Li Fei and Wang Chao exclaimed in unison. "What the hell, that's too much." Wang Chao was almost in tears at this point. 5,000 yuan, where would he get that kind of money? His family wasn't wealthy, his parents were farmers, and they might have a little savings, but not much. Even if he had 5,000 yuan, if he had to pay that just for hitting someone, his parents would probably be furious if they found out. Upon hearing about the 5,000 yuan compensation, Li Fei's first thought was whether he could use the system funds for the compensation, but the system outright rejected him. Using system funds is not allowed. However, Li Fei truly wanted to help Wang Chao. After all, he was an employee who fought for the company, which resonated with Li Fei. "System, can I hire a lawyer for Wang Chao in the company's name?" Li Fei asked the system again. "Hiring a lawyer to defend your employee is permissible." Upon hearing the system's response, Li Fei was instantly relieved. The other party insulted his employee and cursed his company to go bankrupt, and they still have the audacity. They even want 5,000 yuan in compensation. Dream on. Then Li Fei turned to Wang Chao and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. I will find the best lawyer in Binjian to represent you." Ha! Wang Chao and Tang Feier were both stunned. Their boss wants to hire a lawyer to fight a lawsuit. "Tang Feier, do you know which is the most famous law firm in Binjiang?" Li Fei asked. He had never dealt with lawyers, but Tang Feier seemed to come from a wealthy family, so she should know. "The most famous law firm in Binjiang is probably Inca Law Firm," Tang Feier replied truthfully. "Let's go hire a lawyer," Li Fei decisively said. He realized that even if the system wouldn't allow him to use system funds for compensation, he wouldn't do it anyway. He would rather spend more money to hire a lawyer. Soon Li Fei and Tang Feier arrived at Inca Law Firm. Inca Law Firm is well known in Binjiang, and even nationally it ranks among the top law firms. However, despite its fame, the fees are also quite high. Those who dare to hire Inca Law Firm are all big bosses and high-level executives from various companies. "Hello, welcome to Inca Law Firm." The receptionist was a sweet-looking girl. Upon learning that Li Fei and Tang Feier were there to seek a lawyer, she took them to a meeting room. Song Tangjing is a top lawyer at Inca Law Firm, and he has handled dozens of cases, if not hundreds. None have lost. All in all, he is extremely impressive. However, his fees are also very high. A fighting case. Song Tangjing asked curiously. Yes, one of our security company's employees hit a marketing supervisor from Yuanhua Security Company. However, it was the other party who provoked first. Tang Feier added. Yuanhua Security. As a well-known lawyer, if he hadn't heard of Yuanhua Security, he would have wasted all these years. Just as Song Tangjing was about to refuse, Li Fei spoke up. 200,000, we will pay 200,000 for this lawyer fee. Li Fei currently had 387,000 in system funds. Since there was no urgent need for money on the hotel and security company side, spending 200,000 on a lawsuit was not a problem. He initially wanted to offer 100,000 to have the other party represent him, but upon hearing Yuanhua Security, the other party seemed to hesitate, prompting Li Fei to raise the fee to 200,000. 200,000. Upon hearing this, Song Tangjing clearly seemed a bit tempted. Such minor fighting cases are the simplest. The 200,000 lawyer fee is already quite high. Cases like this don't require him to do much preparation or investigation. Overall, it's not complicated at all. Earning 200,000 would be fairly easy. In contrast, big cases, while the lawyer fees are high, are extremely complex. Moreover, the opposing lawyer is also very skilled, leading both sides to bring out their best skills in battle. It's full of various games of strategy and mental agility. A big case can even cause a lot of hair loss. But this case would be different. The person who was hit is just a minor marketing supervisor from Yuanhua Security, and the Yuanhua boss wouldn't bother to mobilize his resources to hire a famous lawyer for such a small fry. This means that the chances of winning this case are very high. Okay, I will take this case. After thinking it through, Song Tangjing decisively accepted the case. Then both parties signed the agency contract, and Li Fei had Lin Xiaoma transfer 200,000 directly to Song Tangjing. After receiving the 200,000 transfer, Song Tangjing looked at Li Fei with newfound respect. According to Tang Feier, the one who hit someone was just a marketing manager from Iron Blood Security Company who had only joined a few days ago. If it were any other boss, they would have fired him immediately to cut ties. However, Li Fei spent 200,000 to hire a lawyer for such an employee, which was quite admirable. After Song Tangjing took on the case, he immediately sent his intern lawyers to conduct interviews. After all, as a gold medal lawyer, there was no need for him to personally handle such minor cases. Sending an intern lawyer would suffice. But don't underestimate his intern lawyers. They were top talents, graduated from the top 3 universities in the country. At Inca Law Firm, they were outstanding individuals among other lawyers. The so-called interviews involved inquiring about Pan Hao and Wang Chaos, former colleagues, and investigating their backgrounds. After all, to win a lawsuit, one must first uncover the opponent's dirt and the grievances of their defense. This way the defense would have a compelling reason to act. Unexpectedly, his intern lawyers indeed made some discoveries. Pan Hao was very arrogant before. When Wang Chao was at Yuanhua, Pan Hao often insulted and bullied him. I've heard that Pan Hao has some dirty hands and feet. The words of the intern lawyer brightened Song Tangjing's eyes. Good, very good. This Pan Hao has his own behavioral stains. It seems Yuanhua will definitely not protect him. Moreover, given his usual conduct and frequent bullying of Wang Chao, there would certainly be a narrative to construct when Wang Chao retaliated. Then Song Tangjing began to take action. I've changed my mind. I no longer want 50,000, I want 100,000. Pan Hao, upon hearing that the people in front of him were there to discuss Wang Chaos assault, spoke directly. After hitting someone, you still want to settle easily? No way, I want you to pay a heavy price. Mr. Pan, we are not here to discuss a settlement. Here is a document for your review, Song Tangjing said as he presented a document. I don't care what documents you have. Before Pan Hao could finish, his eyes widened in shock. He was stunned. How did these people know about his secret matters? How could someone discover such secret dealings as embezzling company funds and taking kickbacks from subordinates? It was shocking. If the boss of Yuanhua found out, wouldn't he break his legs? What do you want? Let's talk it over. Pan Hao immediately knelt down. First, we need you to withdraw the accusation against Wang Chao and sign a letter of understanding. Secondly, we need you to apologize to Wang Chao and compensate our client for mental damages amounting to 5,000 yuan. Song Tangjing said flatly. This time he had received a lawyer's fee of 200,000 from the Iron Blood Security Company. Simply settling would be too dull. Thus Song Tangjing directly demanded that Pan Hao apologize to Wang Chao and compensate for mental damages, highlighting and showcasing his capabilities and value as a gold medal lawyer. Pan Hao was truly distressed and wanted to cry. I was the one who got beaten. You still want me to apologize to Wang Chao and compensate for mental damages? However, if he didn't agree, losing his job would be the least of his worries. He might even end up in prison for a few years due to Yuanhua's boss. I agree. Pan Hao could only compromise. His compromise was within Song Tangjing's expectations, and he then informed Li Fei of the news. 2 days later, at the police station entrance, Li Fei and over a dozen security guards from the Iron Blood Security Company had been waiting for a long time. Initially everyone was supposed to come but Li Fei rejected them. With so many people gathered at the police station entrance, what would the officers think? In the end, Li Fei only brought Zhang Long Zhaohu and a few others. These individuals had all previously worked at Yuanhua and were quite familiar with Wang Chao. Initially everyone felt justified when they heard about Wang Chao beating Pan Hao. Pan Hao was truly a piece of work. When they were at Yuanhua they had suffered plenty under Pan Hao's pressure. Why would a marketing department supervisor dare to bully a security guard? This speaks to the peculiarities of Yuanhua. From top to bottom all management layers were intertwined. The boss replaced all department managers with his own trusted aides and those managers did the same with their subordinates. The marketing department manager was particularly favored, making it the most powerful department at Yuanhua. As the marketing department supervisor, how could Pan Hao not act arrogantly? The security department manager and supervisors also turned a blind eye to Pan Hao's behavior. After all, offending Pan Hao meant offending the marketing department manager. Was it a choice between offending the marketing department manager or sacrificing some security staff? There was no choice to be made. The security department lacked everything except security guards. What, are you not convinced? Thus the conflict between the security guards and the management began to escalate. This was the fundamental reason why Zhang Longzhao, Wang Chao and Ma Han decided to leave Yuanhua and join Iron Blood Security. Otherwise, with just slightly better benefits, these retired special forces wouldn't necessarily want to come. They all knew about Wang Chaos detention and Pan Hao's demand for a 500,000 yuan settlement. Just when they were all despairing, believing the boss would surely fire Wang Chao to cut ties, the boss surprisingly offered 200,000 yuan to hire the best lawyer in the city for Wang Chaos case. This moved everyone deeply. Previously, when the boss provided such good benefits, allowing them to live in buildings for free and eat 2 meals a day at no cost, they were touched, but it was just a common kind of touch. The boss' actions were probably just to win their hearts. But now the willingness to spend 200,000 to hire the best lawyer for Wang Chao was truly impressive. Would Song Jiwen, the president of Yuanhua, be willing to spend 200,000 to hire a lawyer for his employees? Clearly he would rather fire such employees as soon as possible. But Li Fei was willing, and didn't this prove that his boss was a man of sentiment? As everyone was lost in thought, Wang Chao walked out. "Boss, what can I say? From now on my life belongs to you." Li Fei. Wang Chao directly knelt before him. If the boss hadn't spent 200,000 to hire a lawyer, he would certainly have been imprisoned. After going in, he would have a criminal record, making it difficult to find a decent job in the future. In the end, he could only take on odd jobs and live a hard life. "Don't say that since you are an employee of Iron Blood Security you are part of our family. Can I let my family be bullied for nothing?" Li Fei's words were powerful and resonated with everyone present. Family. They were family to their boss. It was warm and moving. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of Iron Blood Security, we will step up and give them a good beating. Li Fei, after receiving Wang Chao, led everyone back to the Iron Blood Security Company. As soon as they entered the company, they were met with a warm welcome from the guards. The sound of applause was incessant. It felt so satisfying, truly satisfying. That dog Pan Hao, which security guard from Yuanhua, hadn't suffered under him. The security guards from Anxia and other companies shared the same sentiment. Although they hadn't directly experienced Pan Hao's wrath, they had faced similar tyrannical management. One could only say that Wang Chao had done well voicing the sentiments of all the guards present. So satisfying, incredibly satisfying. The key is that after beating him up there are no repercussions and the other party has to compensate us for emotional damages. I can only say it's impressive. What a boss! This is what a powerful boss looks like. Haha, I'll have something to brag about in the future. Just say I'm from Iron Blood Security Company and see who dares to provoke me. Before Li Fei went to pick up Wang Chao, he had already asked Lin Xiaoma to contact a nearby hotel. The Iron Blood Security Company had reserved the entire venue for lunch today. The hotel had been struggling with business lately, and upon hearing Lin Xiaomo's words, the owner immediately smiled. After leaving a deposit of 10,000 yuan, Lin Xiaoma returned to Iron Blood Security Company. "This afternoon we're all going to Wan Yuan Hotel for a feast," Li Fei said. "What? Wan Yuan Hotel? Wow, Wan Yuan Hotel is quite expensive. I heard a few people can easily rack up a bill of 700 or 800. Wow, the boss is generous, the boss is amazing, the boss is formidable. From today on I'm the boss's loyal war." Exactly, the direction pointed by the boss is our battlefield. Then the more than 270 guards of Iron Blood Security Company set off grandly towards Wan Yuan Hotel. "Where are the team leaders? Quickly gather your team members and line up in the order of Team 1 and Team 2. Zhang Long was furious when he saw the chaotic team and immediately called over several team leaders. Then the team leaders went to organize the ranks. Soon the previously chaotic security team became orderly. The entire security team lined up, followed by members from the marketing department, training department and logistics department. The guards were wearing high-quality security uniforms and black combat boots provided by the boss. The black uniforms were fitted and straight, and wearing them made everyone look very spirited. The synchronized stomping of the black combat boots on the ground created a powerful sound that was pleasing to hear. It was currently lunchtime, and although this area was already suburban, there were still many people and vehicles passing by. People were instantly attracted by the sight and took out their phones to capture various photos. The contrast was too stark. If this were a group of soldiers, it would be understandable. However, this was just a group of security guards. In everyone's impression, security guards were usually lazy and dazed individuals. Although a few security guards in high-end neighborhoods might be better, they were nowhere near as capable and fierce as this group of security guards. Look at the guards here, each with a resolute expression, upright posture, synchronized steps, and shouting slogans that shook the heavens. They were truly impressive. If only our neighborhood could have such security guards, how wonderful that would be. When Li Fei and the employees of Iron Blood Security Company arrived at Wan Yuan Hotel, the hotel manager had been waiting for a long time. After all, they were VIP guests who had reserved the venue. It was necessary for the hotel manager to greet them. However, when the manager saw the guards approaching, he was directly stunned. It wasn't that he was mocking others, but the guards exuded such an unstoppable, unrivaled aura that it left him in awe. Are these really security guards? If someone said this was a group of soldiers, no one would doubt it. The manager then respectfully led Li Fei and the guards into the hotel. Wan Yuan Hotel had a very large banquet hall, and the manager directly took them into the hall. The entire banquet hall was enormous, typically used for weddings or large corporate annual meetings. To say it was reserved meant that they had booked the entire banquet hall. However, due to the recent poor business, reserving the whole hall was almost the same as reserving the entire hotel. When Li Fei and the others arrived at the banquet hall, all the waitstaff were already in position. Then at Li Fei's signal, the manager began to arrange for the dishes to be served. Li Fei currently had 187,000 system funds. For this reserved meal, each table could seat 910 people, so a total of 28 tables were arranged with a budget of 2,000 yuan per table. This time he spent another 56,000 yuan. Now Li Fei was left with 131,000 system funds. It was truly hard to spend, really hard to spend. The dishes were quickly served and the employees of the security company were already hungry, diving into their meals. At the same table as Li Fei were Tang Fei, Lin Xiaoma, Su Xiaoxi, Zhang Longjiao, and others who began to chat while eating. Boss, will our company be unable to receive orders because of my incident with hitting someone? Wang Chao said with concern. Unable to receive orders. Not receiving orders would be even better. Although Li Fei thought this in his heart, he pretended to comfort Wang Chao. On the surface, it's fine. With our security company's fierce guards, if we lose a contract, it's their loss. Even though the boss said so, the mood among the security company staff was still a bit heavy. Hello, you must be the owner of Iron Blood Security Company. I am Wan Xin, the owner of Wan Yuan Hotel. Just as everyone was finishing their meal, Wan Xin, the hotel owner, approached and asked. Li Fei nodded in confusion. To be honest, as soon as your security guards entered our hotel, I was immediately attracted by your well-trained guards. The thing is, our hotel's previous contract with another security company has expired, and we are currently evaluating several security companies. I wonder if your company is interested in collaborating with us. Wan Xin asked. Collaborate. Just a moment ago, everyone was worried about how to find orders for the security company, and now this benefactor has come knocking. We're interested, very interested. All the employees of Iron Blood Security looked excitedly at their boss. At this moment, however, Li Fei was very unhappy. He had originally been quite happy to take the company employees out to eat, and they were about to finish and return to the company. This Wan Yuan boss came over to say a few words and wanted to collaborate with Iron Blood Security Company, which was quite frustrating. He wished the security company would continuously fail to get orders. However, since the benefactor had taken the initiative to speak, he had no reason to refuse. Otherwise, the system would directly issue a warning. However, our security company is just newly established and our guards' training level hasn't reached such a high standard. Although he couldn't directly refuse, Li Fei still wanted to express the weaknesses of his security company. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Wan Xin felt more at ease. If Li Fei had boasted about how incredible his security company was, he would have looked down on them. Now that Li Fei voluntarily pointed out his company's shortcomings, it showed sincerity. When looking for partners, sincerity is the most important. Otherwise, it could be quite a headache to argue over minor benefits in the future. It's alright, it's alright. I've decided to hire your security guards. A total of 10 people. Wan Xin made the decision readily. Ha! Li Fei was completely bewildered by Wan Xin's actions. In the end, he reluctantly signed the employment contract with Wan Xin. Wan Xin hired 10 security guards from the Iron Blood Security Company at once, each earning 6,000 yuan per month, which immediately brought in 6,000 yuan for the company. Li Fei was at a loss for words. Brother, didn't you say your hotel business was not doing well? Why hire so many security guards? It turned out that the Wan Yuan Hotel had previously been doing quite well, but business had deteriorated due to frequent disturbances. The troublemakers were very cunning. They didn't fight or break anything, just deliberately annoyed you. Today they insulted customers, and tomorrow there would be a few people making a racket in your hotel. Wan Xin was utterly exasperated by this group of people. The most infuriating part was that the security guards he had previously hired were utterly useless. It was infuriating. With the salary he paid each of them was like a wooden post too afraid to confront anyone or shout back, merely standing by to watch the commotion. Thus, in a fit of anger, Juan Xin dismissed all the security guards from the previous company. He had claimed it was due to the expiration of the contract, but really he just didn't want to expose these embarrassing matters. Now that he was cooperating with Li Fei's Iron Blood security, he naturally had to be truthful. Li Fei listened, helplessly regretting his decision to eat at this hotel. What a situation. In the end, Li Fei simply handed over the matter of collaborating with Wan Yuan Hotel to Tang Feier. Juan Xin found Tang Feier again looking at the young girl before him, thinking how unreliable she seemed. Don't worry, General Wan, Iron Blood security is dedicated to serving you. You can rest assured that this matter will be handled by us. This is our security department manager Zhang Long, a retired Special Forces soldier. Manager Zhang, please select 10 security guards for General Wan. Tang Feier said to Zhang Long. General Wan, don't worry, they are just a bunch of troublemakers. Handling such people is our forte at Iron Blood security. Zhang Long reassured General Wan. Upon hearing that Zhang Long was a retired Special Forces soldier, Wan Xin's face broke into a big smile. Haha, great, retired Special Forces are excellent. As long as Iron Blood security can restore his hotel's business to normal, he would give them a big red envelope. Xin Zhenghu Sun Jingxin. Zhang Long began to select the guards on site. This was the first order Iron Blood security received, and he naturally wanted to make it a success. So Zhang Long directly picked the 10 best security guards from Iron Blood security. All 10 were retired Special Forces soldiers, very agile and alert. Not to mention handling a few troublemakers, they would easily manage even a few enemies. General Wan, don't underestimate their youth, all of them are retired Special Forces soldiers who have seen battle. Hiss. Wan Xin gasped upon hearing Zhang Long's words. What the hell? Are they really that impressive? Shouldn't I be paying them less than 6,000 yuan a month? However, he decided to wait and see the results. If they truly were as impressive as Zhang Long claimed, he could always raise their salaries later. On the other side, at Jiangshang Mingyu community in the owners committee group. Image, video. Wow, where was this filmed? This group of security personnel is simply amazing. So organized, their steps are remarkably in sync. Yes, not only are their steps coordinated, but they also exude a sense of solemnity. Look at how such security personnel are the real deal. Such excellent security personnel must be among the best in the entire Binjiang city, right? Which security company do they belong to? Far East or Anxia? It seems to be Iron Blood security. Iron Blood security. I bet it's some newly opened trash security company. In Binjiang, I only recognize Far East and Anxia. You are being too narrow-minded. Just based on the demeanor of their security personnel, how are they any less impressive than Far East or Anxia? Exactly, Far East and Anxia used to provide decent service, but their arrogance has increased over the years. Dear members of the Owners Committee, I have a proposal. How about we use Iron Blood security for the security of Jiangshang Mingyu community? Agreed. 1. Today was the day Iron Blood security was officially entering Jiangshang Mingyu community. After the property manager Zhang made his final careful selection, the winning security company turned out to be an unknown company called Loyalty Security. However, when the owners saw the Loyalty security guards, they were all taken aback. Is this the security company you meticulously selected, Manager Zhang? These guards stood in a disheveled manner. Look at this bunch of guards ranging in age from 20 to 50, wearing wrinkled uniforms that were both dirty and torn. How does this fit the high-end positioning of Jiangshang Mingyu community? Can the owners really trust these guards with the security of the entire community? Subsequently, the owners began to protest. In the property office, Manager Zhang was already sweating profusely. The reason he ultimately chose Loyalty Security was that the owner of that company promised him a 5,000 yuan kickback after the deal was done. He originally thought the owners wouldn't even care about such small matters as security. That's why he dared to choose Loyalty Security in the end. He just didn't expect that the guards from Loyalty Security would be so disappointing, directly provoking the owner's anger. Jiangshang Mingyu community is unlike other communities with property prices exceeding 5,000 yuan per square meter. A casual apartment costs 8 or 9 million or even over 10 million. Thus every owner living here is either wealthy or noble. He dared not provoke these owners. Change the guards, we owners strongly request a change in security personnel. Exactly how could such security even enter Jiangshang Mingyu community? How is your property management handling this? Sigh, I'm so exhausted. Manager Zhang finally managed to calm the owners down and slumped into his chair. Was it easy to earn that 5,000 yuan? Just as Manager Zhang sat down, a few people entered the office. Upon seeing them, he immediately stood up. These individuals were not ordinary owners, they were members of the Owners Committee. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Wang, Sister Lu, please sit down. Manager Zhang hurriedly invited them to sit and prepared his Longjing tea for everyone. We are here to request a change of security company. Yes, we members of the owners committee unanimously agree that Jiangshan Mingyu's security should use Iron Blood security. Ha! Manager Zhang was taken aback. Although he had mentally prepared for changing loyalty security, he planned to switch to Far East security after that. Far East had also promised him a lot of benefits once the deal was secured. But now the owners committee wanted to use Iron Blood security. However, he truly had no choice but to execute their decision. The owners committee was elected by all the owners. Not only could they designate a security company, but they could also replace him as the property manager in a heartbeat. Moreover, they even had the power to replace the entire property management company. The mundane days slipped by slowly. On this particular day, Li Fei was seriously engrossed in playing games in the office. Boss, great news. The Jiangshan Mingyu community has also decided to hire our Iron Blood security company for their security needs. Li Fei was busy watching a drama in Manager Zhang's office when Tang Fei rushed in excitedly and said, "Ha!" Li Fei was left dumbfounded. Why are bad news coming one after another? The Wanyuan Hotel had just hired 10 of their security guards, and now the Jiangshan Mingyu community also wants to hire security from their company. I don't understand, it's really puzzling. How many security guards are they hiring? Li Fei asked. 12, a full 12 security guards, and the price offered is 7,000 yuan per person per month, Tang Fei replied happily. At 7,000 yuan per person per month, that adds up to 84,000 yuan. Li Fei felt a headache coming on. He was truly stressed at this moment. Their Iron Blood security company only had 270 security guards in total, and within just a few days 22 of them had been hired away. At this rate, how can they continue to incur losses? They need to continue spending more. This was the best solution Li Fei could think of. After hiring a lawyer, the system funds had dwindled to just 131,000 yuan. Now that the Wanyuan Hotel and Jiangshan Mingyu community were hiring Iron Blood securities guards, they would be receiving nearly 150,000 yuan. Fortunately, this money wouldn't arrive until a month later. However, this trend was quite frightening. Currently, the system settlement time was only 2 days away from completion, making it imperative to spend the remaining 131,000 yuan. Li Fei called out to Tang Fei, who was about to leave, saying, "Everyone has been working hard during this time, and with the weather so hot, please go tell the logistics department to buy more drinks, fruits and purified water. Oh, and buy 2 upright freezers as well." Okay, Tang Fei replied before leaving. After just finishing their workout, the security guards looked as if they had just come out of a sauna drenched in sweat. In recent days, Zhao Hu from the training department had really put them through the ringer. Although Zhao Hu appeared quiet, he was merciless in his training. In this sweltering heat, the security guards stood still for several hours without being allowed to move. Just a moment ago, one had even fainted. Oh. There are cold drinks here. Wow, are these free for us? The boss is generous. Look over there are free fruits to eat, all free. Zhao Hu looked at everyone and immediately shouted, "You all just finished sweating, wait until later to drink." Don't worry, we understand. Li Fei was still preoccupied with thoughts of spending money. In the past, he found spending money exhilarating. Now he realized he had been mistaken. When you treat spending money as a task to complete, it isn't enjoyable at all, especially with so many rules surrounding the money. Even if cold drinks and fruits were provided daily, it wouldn't cost much. Now Li Fei still had around 130,000 yuan to spend. He had already arranged everything for the employees' clothing, food and accommodation. The remaining task was to purchase buses to transport employees to and from work. But 130,000 yuan wouldn't buy a bus. After thinking for a moment, Li Fei suddenly had an idea. Since this was the Iron Blood security company, why not hold a competition for security guards? However, it would be quite boring to host a competition with just their own security company. Since they were going to hold a competition, they might as well make it grander. They could directly invite all the security guards from Binhai City to participate. 1 first prize of 2,000 yuan, 3 second prizes of 5,000 yuan each, 10 third prizes of 2,000 yuan each. The rest would be participation prizes, 100 yuan each. Since he only had 130,000 yuan left, the number of participants needed to be limited to below 750. The more Li Fei thought about it, the more he felt this plan was quite good. It would be entertaining and a way to spend money, a win-win situation. After all, he had been binge-watching dramas and playing games every day, which had become a bit tedious. Hosting a competition would be thrilling. The most crucial point was that if Iron Blood security didn't achieve good results in the competition, wouldn't their reputation be tarnished? If they couldn't even secure good results in their own competition, who would dare to hire their security guards in the future? Thinking of this made Li Fei burst into laughter. However, to ensure their security guards wouldn't perform well, he would need to put some thought into it. He could directly invite security guards from highly skilled security companies. He had heard that companies like Yuanhua and Ansha had many retired special forces. He could invite them to participate in the competition. Then Li Fei called Tang Fei and asked her to come up with a plan. holding a competition, and inviting security guards from other companies. Tang Feier was bewildered by her boss' line of thought. What are you thinking, boss? Even if they were going to host a competition, couldn't they just do it internally within Iron Blood Security? Why invite security guards from other companies? What if all the first, second, and third prizes went to security guards from other companies? That would be so embarrassing and humiliating. The key is that the total for the first, second, and third prizes adds up to 55,000 yuan. Losing that much money to others would be painful. She couldn't comprehend it, she really couldn't understand. However, when the boss gives an order, an assistant has to carry it out even if it doesn't make sense. Then Tang Feier began to draft the plan. While writing, she suddenly had an idea. Yes, I can call Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to consult with them. I'll see what projects the security guards from Iron Blood Security excel at and set up more competition categories accordingly. Since we are the organizers, we can have a little secret and they can't say much, right? Then Tang Feier called Zhang Long and Zhao Hu and the three began discussing. Furthermore, Tang Feier directly instructed Zhao Hu to emphasize training for these competition categories in the upcoming training sessions. Initially, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were disdainful of this approach, but upon hearing Tang Feier mention that this was a matter of the survival of Iron Blood Security, they didn't dare to take it lightly. Indeed, if they lost the competition, it would not only be a loss of face for themselves but also a disgrace for Iron Blood Security. The competition was to be held the day after tomorrow, and with a day of intensive training there should be some results. The key was that Tang Feier had included all the recent training projects into the competition. It's all set. This time it's definitely secure. Tang Feier smiled slightly after completing everything, concealing her achievements and fame. Mr. Song, the Iron Blood Security Company, said they want to hold a security competition and would like to invite our company's security personnel to participate. What do you think, should we join? In the office of the president of Yuanhua Security, Song Jiwen was leisurely sipping tea when his assistant walked in to ask. A competition? Song Jiwen scoffed. Recently the Iron Blood Security Company seemed quite arrogant. First their employees assaulted our staff and now they want our employees to apologize and compensate. I heard they spent 200,000 to hire Song Tangjing, which turned the assaulters into the victims. However, it didn't matter much after all. Pan Hao was just a minor supervisor and there was no need for him to use his connections over such a trivial person. Later he secured the contract with Zhongshang Minjiu. Zhongshang Minjiu was the key project he wanted to acquire this year. You must understand, Zhongshang Minjiu is a benchmark for high-end communities in Binhai City. Whoever secures Zhongshang Minjiu will make a significant impression on the property owners of high-end communities. In the future, negotiating contracts with other high-end communities would be much easier. At that time, all you need to do is mention that you are the security company cooperating with Zhongshang Minjiu and which high-end community would not look at you favorably. Regretful, angry. It's all Pan Hao's fault. He deserves to be beaten. He shouldn't have been sent to negotiate the Zhongshang Minjiu contract. Notify HR to directly dismiss that marketing supervisor. Pan Hao, Song Jiwen said coldly. Mr. Song, is that really appropriate? The assistant was very confused. Pan Hao had just been assaulted and framed, apologizing and compensating the assailant. It would have been fine if the company didn't offer comfort, but now to dismiss Pan Hao. However, as soon as the assistant asked a question, he was met with Song Jiwen's icy glare, which scared him speechless. Mr. Song, are we participating in that competition? Participate? Why not? Let's send our top security personnel to join. Song Jiwen replied with a sinister smile. Since they are hosting the competition, I will send my elite security personnel to participate, and when the time comes we will take all the first, second and third prizes, making you lose face thoroughly. Anxia Security. A competition. Of course we have to participate. How could we miss out on such a lively event? And Zihao exclaimed with a clear and innocent expression. The assistant was left speechless. Oh, my little master, you really don't understand the harsh realities of society. It was obvious that they had set a trap for us to fall into. This competition without a doubt would be entirely composed of events that Iron Blood Security excels at. If we participate and don't win a single award, it would be such a disgrace. However, he didn't dare say this aloud. Saying so would surely anger the small manager, who might lash out. By saying this, wouldn't it imply that the small manager is foolish and can't see through such things? Since it's decided we will participate, I'll just send a few weaker security personnel to make an appearance. That way, even if we lose, we can find an excuse. It's not that we lack strength, but rather that we didn't send our top security personnel. Other security companies also received invitations from Iron Blood. Initially, they had no intention of participating. It would only delay their ability to earn money. However, upon hearing that Yuanhua and Anxia were participating, they had no choice but to join in. Otherwise, it would seem they were not sociable. Would they still be able to mix in the Binhai security industry? Participate. They could only participate. However, they definitely couldn't send their strongest security personnel. Their best security team all had work commitments. Taking a day off would cost them too much. They would just send a few average security personnel to make an appearance. This day was also the day for the system to settle accounts. The first Iron Blood Security Sports meeting officially began. This time more than 600 security personnel from the security industry came to participate. Although this fell a little short of Li Fei's estimate of 800 people, the difference was not significant. These security personnel were visiting Iron Blood Security for the first time. Fortunately, since Iron Blood Security was located in the suburbs, they had plenty of space. Not far behind Iron Blood Security there was a large square. Today was a working day and there were basically no people in the square. This was just the perfect venue for the competition. To host this event, Li Fei had also prepared a lot of supplies for the logistics, such as bottled water, drinks, fruits and snacks. Of course, cleaning and sanitation also had to be taken care of. Li Fei had hired 6 previous temporary workers, again mainly to clean up the square. This time each person would receive 500 per day, and as usual payments would be settled the next day. Last time Li Fei was able to complete the task thanks in large part to those temporary workers. The next day after the settlement, Li Fei transferred all the remaining balance to everyone. They all trusted Li Fei quite a bit, not to mention the next day, even if it were delayed by 10 days, it wouldn't be a problem. At this moment all the participating security personnel had entered the venue. The most eye-catching were the security personnel from Yuanhua. Each of them stood tall and firm, their gaze resolute, truly befitting Yuanhua. However, when Li Fei saw the security personnel from Anxia, he was completely stunned. Wasn't this too different from Yuanhua? They all looked lethargic and dispirited, as if they hadn't slept well. As for the security personnel from other companies, it was even worse. One security company even sent a dozen or so elderly security personnel in their 50s. Are you saying you came to participate in the competition? Li Fei was genuinely worried that they might accidentally pull a muscle. Fortunately, the security personnel from Yuanhua looked competent. They should be able to take home all the first, second and third prizes. At that time, the disgrace of Iron Blood Security hosting a competition and making clothes for others would be inescapable. However, as long as they could incur losses and ensure that Iron Blood Security couldn't secure any contracts, what did a little humiliation matter in the short term? In a few days, people's attention would likely be drawn to another hot news story. The competition was about to begin and Tang Feier transformed into the host. This time Tang Feier put in a lot of effort into the competition. All the competition events were those that Iron Blood Security excelled at. There was no choice if they didn't cheat a little. What if they didn't place? Iron Blood Security would truly fall into an irretrievable abyss. For the sake of Iron Blood Security, what did a little sacrifice matter? Let Tang Feier bear this infamy, what harm could there be? However, not all events could be those that Iron Blood excelled at. They had to leave some spots for others, otherwise it would be too excessive. The competition quickly began. The first event was a jaw-dropping competition, push-ups. That's right, it was simply a contest of who could do the most push-ups. There was no time limit, it was just a matter of who could perform more. The last one down would be the champion, earning 5 points, the second to last down would get 3 points and the third to last down would receive 1 point. After all the events ended, rankings would be determined based on the total points scored, deciding the first, second and third prizes. Next, let's invite our contestants to the stage. As the host Tang Feier finished her sentence, the security guards participating in the push-up competition had already taken their positions. What the hell, isn't that Zhang Long? He's here for the push-up competition too. It really is Zhang Long. I've heard that guy can do over 1,000 push-ups in one go. Who can possibly compete with him? This is a total setup, it's absurd. The audience murmured among themselves while the contestants on stage were diligently performing push-ups. The first 100 push-ups were done with great ease by everyone. Those daring to participate in this competition were all quite confident in their abilities. In particular, several guards from Yuanhua Security were performing them quite effortlessly. However, after reaching 200, only a few remained on the field. By the time they hit 300, only 2 contestants were left. One was Zhang Long and the other was a guard from Yuanhua. That guard was now filled with despair. He knew Zhang Long could do over 1,000 with ease, so how could he possibly compete? But before coming, President Song had made it clear that anyone who lost would have their wages docked. He was on the verge of tears. After reaching over 330 push-ups, he finally could not hold on any longer and surrendered. In contrast, Zhang Long still appeared completely relaxed. It was hard to believe he had just done over 300 push-ups. In this round, Zhang Long directly scored 5 points. The second round would be an arm wrestling competition. Tang Feier had originally intended to organize more intense and visually appealing competitions, but the venue simply would not allow it. Moreover, since there were several exceptionally skilled arm wrestlers in Iron Blood Security, she directly established this competition format. Next, the contestants took the stage. What the hell, isn't that Zhao Hu? Damn, this is too obvious, it's a total setup. Even the guards participating on stage were speechless. In the security industry, Zhao Hu was famous for his arm wrestling prowess. When he was at Yuanhua, he often sparred with their guards and none could match him. I surrender. A small guard from an unknown security company in his 30s faced Zhao Hu and immediately gave up. After the first round ended, all members of the winning group earned 1 point and they would draw lots again for the next match. Ultimately the result was unsurprising. Zhao, who claimed first place directly, earning 5 points. Combined with several points from the previous group matches, he quickly reached over 10 points. The audience was nearly dozing off during the first 2 rounds, so Tang Fei unleashed her big surprise. The third round would be a fighting competition. That's right, a real fight. Although the contestants would wear protective gear, this was still a genuine match. Instantly the audience below became invigorated. At this moment, coincidentally during peak commuting hours, more and more passers-by gathered in the park. With a command from Tang Fei, the competition officially began. The fighting competition would also follow a system of elimination for the losing group and advancement for the winning group. Each victory would earn 1 point and the ultimate champion would receive an additional 5 points. Thus this round of competition was crucial. Some participants could earn several tens of points in this round alone. For this competition, the guards of Ironblood Security prepared extensively a day in advance. They also practiced numerous tactical drills. More than 30 guards participated in this competition, all elite members of Ironblood Security. Furthermore, to prevent any surprises, Tang Fei implemented a hidden draw to ensure that guards from Ironblood Security would not face each other in the preliminary rounds. At this moment, Li Fei in the audience was completely stunned. How could it be? Ironblood Security had claimed victory in both rounds. He felt utterly speechless. Were these guards from Ironblood Security really that powerful? What kind of monsters had he hired? Wow! What the hell? As everyone exclaimed in surprise, Li Fei looked towards the stage. Indeed, Wang Chao had directly knocked out a retired Special Forces guard from Yuanhua. Meanwhile, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and Ma Han easily won their matches. Li Fei was so enraged he nearly cried. Why? Why was this happening? The purpose of organizing this competition wasn't to have you all win. Although he knew Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were somewhat formidable, he hadn't expected them to be this strong, beating the other retired Special Forces guards from Yuanhua to a pulp. If you are this strong, why would you be willing to come to such a small company like Ironblood? It was simply incomprehensible. After a day's competition, the results were in. The first prize went to Zhang Long, who pocketed a bonus of 2,000 yuan. Zhang Long accumulated over 40 points, comfortably ahead of the second place by around 10 points. It was simply outrageous. The second prize went to Zhao Hu, with Wang Chao and Ma Han each earning 5,000 yuan. The points for the three of them were quite similar, all around 30 points. The third prize went to Wang Chang, Deng Yulong, Zhao Lishu, Li Jixin and 6 others, each receiving 2,000 yuan. There were a total of 10 third prizes, among which 7 were from Ironblood Security. Yuanhua had only 3 people winning third prizes. It was quite shocking. TSK Tisk Ironblood Security is too fierce, almost all the top 3 prizes were taken by them. What about Yuanhua or Anxia? They don't even compare. Future security still has to rely on Ironblood. The security in our community is from Yuanhua, and to be honest, they are really not that impressive. Below, the guards from Yuanhua, hearing the comments from the onlookers, wished they could just disappear into the ground. It was so embarrassing, far too embarrassing. Next, we have our participation awards. All security guards who came to participate this time can receive a 100 yuan participation award. After the awards for the first, second and third places, Tang Fei said, "Wow, there's a participation award too. Hee an easy 100 yuan, how delightful. Not only do we get to watch the excitement, but we also get money, awesome." The guards from those smaller security companies, upon hearing about the 100 yuan participation award, all grinned from ear to ear. After Li Fei finished handing out the awards, he found a quieter spot and sat down alone. Almost all the first, second and third prizes had been taken by Ironblood Security. The outcome of the event completely exceeded his expectations. However, the only good news was that after distributing the bonuses this time, he would be left with just over 1,000 yuan in system funds. The revenue from the hotel over the past few days was only over 6,000 yuan, and Li Fei had already spent it all on buying competition supplies. The system settlement time was set for tonight at 11 p.m., so he had to quickly spend this 1,000 yuan. As for the 3,000 yuan for hiring 6 temporary workers, Li Fei decided to pay them tomorrow. This way he could effectively prevent any unexpected financial occurrences, allowing him to transfer that amount to the temporary workers as their wages. "Hello, Mr. Li, any instructions?" Zheng Tsong of the Conscience Canteen answered a call from Li Fei of Taishui Security. The news struck him like a jolt. Li Fei was his most important patron, the very man whose favor he needed to preserve. Why would the patron call? Had there been a complaint about the meals the security company received? A dozen possibilities raced through Zheng Tsong's mind. Li Fei of Taishui Security was his biggest benefactor, and the key to any rise he might hope for. He had to tend to Li Fei with the utmost care. "It is nothing major," Li Fei said calmly. "Today our security company held a competition. Everyone is tired, so I decided to add an extra meal. So please prepare tonight's dinner with extra care. Set the standard at 60 yuan per head. I'll have finance transfer the money to you in a bit." Li Fei's voice was composed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Song breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared he had made some grievous error. An extra meal raised to a 60 yuan standard. Wow, lavish indeed. At 60 yuan per person for 270 people, that comes to 16200 yuan. That 60 already included the original 25. Li Fei had simply added 35 more. Zhang Song immediately began to ponder how to arrange the extra fare for the evening. He soon had a plan: prepare a few additional dishes, then go out and buy 40 to 50 roasted chickens and ducks, and make sure drinks, beer and fruit were all in place. Inside Tai Shui security, everyone was exuberant. It felt great. No one had felt this pleased in a long time. In this contest, Tai Shui had decisively outshone Yuan Hua. Watching the expression of humiliation on the faces of the Yuan Hua crew was sheer delight. Before, they had scarcely had the chance even to speak to them. Who was Tai Shui to address Yuan Hua? What standing did they have? Now everything was different. Tai Shui was beginning to be able to spar in a way with the security giants of Binhai City like Yuan Hua. The delivery guy's here, time to eat. Someone with sharp eyes spotted the delivery man and shouted. The Tai Shui office erupted at once. Soon everyone streamed out to eat. God, today's spread is especially generous, one guard exclaimed. Roast duck and beer, my favorites. The delivery man watched, mouth-watering. Heaven help him, these security guards ate far better than he ever imagined. He heard that the company also offered excellent benefits and felt a pang of envy. He half wanted to join Tai Shui security himself, if only he weren't so weak. So he continued his deliveries. Of course, his next drop was to Tai Shui's own guards. Tai Shui security had guards posted at Wan Yuan Hotel and at Jiangshan Mingyue community. He needed to deliver to both. Tai Shui security, time to eat, he announced as he entered. The delivery man strode into Wan Yuan Hotel and hollered. In no time 10 fit guards came rushing out. Damn, I've been starving. Hotel food is awful. Tai Shui's meals are so much better, one muttered. Our hotel staff meals even edible, another scoffed. Wow, today's spread, there's roast chicken, roast duck, beer and fruit. Eat up, everyone. A few hotel servers watching the scene sank into embarrassed silence. The owner of Tai Shui truly spoiled his employees. They were sent out to perform security duties at the hotel, and yet someone still cared enough to provide meals. Even though hotels have staff lunches, their boss insisted on delivering extra food for his people. So thoughtful, simply considerate. After finishing at Wan Yuan Hotel, the delivery man climbed back into his van and headed for Jiangshan Mingyue community. Tai Shui security, time to eat. The delivery man felt like a keeper at a zoo whose daily job was to watch a pack of guards devour their food. Here, here, little brother, have some with us. No, no, he protested. He dared not eat. This was Tai Shui's luxurious 60 yuan spread. Come on, help yourself, there's plenty and it won't go to waste. All right, I'll have a little, he conceded, unable to resist any longer. He had been starving. Hey, don't grab all the drumsticks, save some for me. After the dinner, when Tai Shui's shift ended, Li Fei returned to his hotel. It was already past 9 in the evening. Li Fei had exhausted the 2 million yuan of system funds. He only needed to wait until the 11 o'clock settlement to receive the full 2 million yuan cashback. Besides, he would receive a salary this time. Li Fei had hired a total of 276 people, 270 guards, 3 food supervisors, 1 assistant, and at the hotel 2 accountants plus a cashier. 276 people's monthly wages came to 1.38 million yuan, so his own share was 13800 yuan. Although the company's payroll had not been disbursed, the system returned 1% of the total payroll as a rebate which Li Fei could claim. He had already collected the hotel staff wage rebate. Not bad. He never imagined his salary would one day exceed 10,000 yuan. Time ticked by and everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Ding, system settlement time had arrived. The system was settling accounts. System remaining funds 0. Congratulations, host, you have completed this system task and earned the full reward of 200,000 yuan. For your outstanding performance, the system awards you a vial of a beauty-enhancing elixir. Please check for receipt. Total salary received this round 13800 yuan. The next system task has been activated. Lose 500,000 yuan within 15 days. Remaining system time 14 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Then Li Fei's phone rang. When he checked it, he found a credit of 2013800 yuan. After buying a car, he had been left with only 400,000 yuan. Now with the 2013800 yuan credited, Li Fei suddenly had over 2.4 million yuan of his own funds. He felt suddenly inflated with confidence. He had been frustrated that system money could not be spent for himself. Now at last he could splurge his own cash. But before spending, he wanted to examine the beauty elixir the system had awarded him. With a thought, a pale violet vial of mysterious potion appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he drank it all in one gulp. 10 minutes later, he walked into the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, he was stunned by the reflection. Handsome, absurdly handsome. His features were far more sculpted than before, his skin greatly improved. Sword-like brows and starry eyes and almost breathtaking beauty, this was Li Fei now. If I stroll outside like this, how many young women and married ladies would I captivate, he murmured. Early the next morning Li Fei got up from the hotel bed feeling refreshed. He felt invigorated after completing the system task. He had earned 2 million, which boosted his confidence. Although in some novels the wealthy characters casually spend hundreds of millions or even billions, that is merely fiction. In reality, having over 2 million means one can directly achieve financial freedom. Of course, if one argues that 2 million is insufficient to buy a car or a house, that is not incorrect. However, as long as you avoid the three staples of extravagance, 2 million is indeed enough to live a carefree life. Nonetheless, Li Fei was clearly not one to be easily satisfied. He was a man with a system. Being content with just 2 million would be far too lackluster. Shopping. He decided to go shopping directly. A few days ago Li Fei had been spending the system's money daily, but he couldn't use it on himself, which was quite frustrating. Now that he had money, he was certainly going to enjoy a good shopping spree. Subsequently, Li Fei drove his Mercedes-Benz E-Class to a large shopping mall. Upon entering the mall, Li Fei began to wander around. Soon he noticed a watch store ahead. Vacheron Constantin. It seemed that this brand of watches was quite impressive. Originally Li Fei had intended to buy a Patek Philippe watch, but upon hearing that it could easily cost over 1 million, he exclaimed that it was beyond his budget. He decided to bide his time and steadily develop until he could afford to spend millions. For now, buying a watch worth 200,000 or 300,000 was more than sufficient. As Li Fei walked into the watch store, a beautiful saleswoman warmly greeted him. "Sir, welcome to the Vacheron Constantin store." However, when the saleswoman looked up and saw Li Fei's appearance, she was immediately stunned. Handsome. This man was incredibly handsome. His bright and spirited eyes along with his high nose bridge were simply comparable to peak Takeshi Kaneshiro. "How much is this watch?" Li Fei stopped in front of a watch and asked. "Oh, this watch is 268,000 yuan. The saleswoman finally regained her composure and hurriedly responded. "May I try it on?" Li Fei asked politely. Of course. The saleswoman, wearing gloves on her right hand, carefully took out the watch that Li Fei was interested in. Salespeople in high-end watch stores like hers are required to wear gloves to prevent sweat or fingerprints from getting on the watches. After putting on the watch, Li Fei examined it closely and found it to be very beautiful and quite fitting for his style. "I'll take this watch," Li Fei said directly. The saleswoman was overjoyed to hear this and hurried off to process the payment for Li Fei. After purchasing the watch, Li Fei also bought several sets of high-end casual wear and shoes. But that wasn't enough. He also needed to buy a few high-end suits. After all, he was now the boss of Iron Blood Security, and it was inevitable that he would attend some events. Therefore, suits were very necessary. "Sir, this suit costs 300,000 yuan per set," said a salesperson in a high-end suit store with a smile. "Wrap it up for me and also pack up the several sets I tried on earlier," Li Fei said nonchalantly. "All right, sir." The salesperson immediately smiled widely. A big client. This was a real big client. Purchasing 3 high-end suits at once totaled over 100,000 yuan. Afterward, Li Fei treated himself to a lavish meal, and this shopping spree finally came to a complete end. Adding it all up, Li Fei spent over 400,000 yuan. The feeling of spending money was truly exhilarating. After the meal, Li Fei happily returned to the hotel. "Wow, boss, did you get plastic surgery?" The receptionist Xiao Mei was almost in disbelief. Not only Xiao Mei but others were also captivated by Li Fei's looks. How had they never noticed before that their boss was so handsome? Just keeping a low profile. I only had a little cosmetic enhancement," Li Fei deflected with a casual remark. If he didn't say this, no one would believe it. His change was simply too noticeable. In the afternoon, Li Fei returned to Iron Blood Security once again. Sitting in the office, he began to ponder. This time the system task still had a duration of 15 days, but the system funds had already reached 5 million. This meant that the tasks would become increasingly difficult. Therefore, his focus also needed to change. Li Fei's priority would now be on quickly expanding his workforce. As long as he had a sufficient number of employees, he could secure a very stable salary income. Of course, Li Fei wouldn't slack off either. He would still strive to complete the system tasks. After all, there was a full refund upon completion. The two objectives did not conflict, they simply had different focuses. With the system funds increased to 5 million, Li Fei contemplated how to maximize his returns. The first plan was to increase investment in the infrastructure of the hotel and Iron Blood Security, as well as to provide employee shuttles to and from work. Spending 5 million would be quite easy. The second plan was to continue expanding the number of employees at Iron Blood Security. The third plan was to expand the workforce while also acquiring a factory. The first plan could not increase the number of employees, so Li Fei immediately ruled it out. Now he had to choose between the second and third plans. Both plans had their pros and cons. Ultimately, Li Fei chose the third plan. In fact, the second plan was more stable and secure, but Li Fei found it too monotonous and uninteresting. The key was that even if he expanded Iron Blood Security, there would still be a limit to the number of employees. Therefore, it was wiser to explore new territories and chart new paths. Acquiring a factory was Li Fei's small attempt at opening new territories. In the future, beyond hotels and security, he also wanted to venture into the food delivery industry. In the current food delivery industry, delivery personnel and delivery companies do not have an employment relationship. Delivery personnel are considered independent contractors and have a cooperative relationship with the delivery companies. It's quite a scam. Li Fei decided that when he entered the food delivery industry in the future, he would definitely need to rectify the current delivery companies. Not only would he provide his delivery personnel with social insurance and housing fund benefits, but he would also pay them higher wages and offer them more respect. However, these are all matters for the future. Starting a food delivery company requires hundreds of millions in funds, otherwise you won't even make a splash. Once he organized his thoughts, Li Fei called upon his two key aides Tang Fei and Lin Xiaomo. You want to acquire a factory? Tang Fei and Lin Xiaomo exclaimed in unison. Boss, you haven't even sorted out Iron Blood security yet and now you want to acquire a factory. Don't you know that spreading your forces too thin is a major taboo in warfare? Moreover, this isn't just spreading your forces, it's cross-industry development. Iron Blood security is currently experiencing strong growth. This is precisely the time to focus on deeply cultivating the business. It is unwise to venture into manufacturing now. Regarding the move into manufacturing, this is how we will proceed. Tang Fei, please check if there are any factories for sale in Binjiang, preferably around 2 million. By the way, I'll transfer another 5 million to you. Please settle the payments for the 6 temporary workers from yesterday. Li Fei said to Lin Xiaomo. After hearing this, Tang Fei and Lin Xiaomo realized that further persuasion would be futile and could only go execute the plan. In the northern industrial park of Binjiang City, Li Fei, Lin Xiaomo and Tang Fei stood in front of a factory named Bright Stainless Steel Cup Processing Factory. Tang Fei said, Boss, this factory is the one that best meets your requirements. Let's go in and take a look. Li Fei said eagerly, hello visitors, please register. Before they could enter the factory, they were immediately stopped by the security guard at the entrance, while a large yellow dog nearby fixed its gaze on them, ready to bark if they did not cooperate. Is this factory up for sale? We are here to discuss the acquisition contract, Li Fei asked after sending a message. Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately stood at attention and replied, yes, the factory manager's office is over there. I'll take you there. This person might very well become the new owner of the factory, so I must be careful and make a good impression. Thus, under the guidance of the security guard, Li Fei and his companions successfully arrived at the factory owner's office. Hello manager, we saw online that you are interested in selling this factory. This is our boss Li Fei from Iron Blood Security. As soon as they entered, Tang Fei quickly explained their purpose and introduced her boss. Ah yes, I am looking to sell this factory. Please have a seat. The owner of Bright Factory, Li Jiang, hurriedly said. He had purchased this factory for over 1.8 million and later spent an additional 400 to 500,000 to upgrade the machines and set up 2 production lines for different styles of stainless steel cups. He initially thought that with his outstanding business acumen he could at least earn hundreds of thousands a year, if not become a big player in the industry. Unexpectedly, doing business was so difficult. Especially after setting up those 2 new production lines, the stainless steel cups produced simply could not be sold. He regretted his impulsive decision to engage in manufacturing. If he were given a chance to start over, he would surely give his past self 2 hard slaps. How much do you plan to sell this factory for? Li Fei asked directly. Tang Fei and Lin Xiaomo nearby were taken aback. Boss, you can't just ask like that when discussing business. By asking this way, you make it seem like you are overly eager to acquire the factory. Then they will surely raise the price significantly. Typically, even if someone desperately wants to acquire a factory, they should first thoroughly inspect the factory and point out flaws to lower the other party's price during negotiations. But you just directly asked for the price. It's really impressive. This factory was bought for over 1.8 million and I later spent about 400 to 500,000 to upgrade the machines. Honestly, I have invested a lot of emotion and effort into this factory. Li Jiang began to brew emotions as Tang Fei and Lin Xiaomo exchanged glances, revealing expressions of as expected. See, the other party is sure to raise the price now. What do you mean by investing so much emotion and effort? Isn't it just a ploy to sell it for more money? Li Fei was delighted at this moment. Yes, that's right. Just give me a high price, that way I won't have to think about how to lose money. 1.8 million, you give me 1.8 million and the factory is yours. Li Jiang gritted his teeth and said. 1.8 million was his bottom line, and indeed the factory was worth that much. As for the additional 400 to 500,000 he spent, that was his mistake, and he had no reason to let others bear the losses caused by that mistake. Fair is fair in this regard. Li Jiang was still quite reasonable. Ha! Li Fei was momentarily stunned. Brother, you brewed this for so long, I thought you would ask for 2.5 or 2.6 million. But is this it? However, unfortunately, the system does not allow him to actively raise the acquisition price. In the end, Li Fei acquired the factory for 1.8 million. Afterward, Lin Xiaomo transferred 1.8 million to Li Jiang. After signing the contract and receiving the money, Li Jiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then Li Jiang began to show them around the factory. The factory was not very large, consisting of a 3-story office building, a production workshop, and a very small employee canteen. In addition, there was a packaging workshop behind the production workshop. However, while the factory was not large, the land surrounding it was very spacious. To be more precise, the factory was located in a very remote area, and beyond it was all wasteland. Seeing this, Li Fei became even happier. Great, now we even have land to expand the factory in the future. He certainly was not satisfied with just this small factory. With the current scale of this factory, even if they hired more workers, it could at most accommodate 80 to 90 people. Therefore, expanding the factory is very necessary. Only by expanding the factory can he hire more workers. Great, this place is really good, Li Fei said 3 times, clearly very pleased. After acquiring the factory, Li Fei and his companions returned to Iron Blood Security. Now it was more important to quickly expand Iron Blood Security. This round of the system had a total of 5 million in funds, and 1.8 million had already been spent on acquiring the factory, leaving 3.2 million. Li Fei decided to allocate about 2.8 million to expand the number of security personnel, while the remaining 400,000 would be used to hire more employees for the factory and maintain its normal operations. Calculating the cost of a security guard at around 5,000 each, 2.8 million could recruit 560 security guards. Of course, this is in an ideal situation. In reality, he still needed to reserve some funds to maintain the normal operations of Iron Blood Security. Originally, Li Fei planned to pay salaries for 270 security guards during this round of system tasks, but later thought it would be better to simply pay all employees' salaries on the 10th of the next month. Doing so would be much simpler. Otherwise, paying one batch of employees today and another tomorrow would complicate financial matters. If the finances went wrong, even slightly, causing his loss prevention plan to fail, it would be quite unfair. Not only Iron Blood Security but also the hotel and factory should pay salaries around this time. Do you want to continue expanding the number of security personnel in the security company? I really don't understand. Right now, Iron Blood Security has just made a decent start, but the vast majority of the security personnel have yet to find employers. Isn't the urgent task now to quickly find employers and orders? Faced with the puzzled expressions of the employees, Li Fei nodded and said, of course, if we're going to do this, we must make Iron Blood Security the number 1 in Binjiang City. Our current scale is still too small to be number 1. Instantly, the employees below became excited upon hearing this, especially Zhang Long and Zhang. When they initially chose to leave Yuanhua Security, they were very reluctant. After all, in terms of strength and status, Yuanhua Security could easily match 100 Iron Blood Securities. Some colleagues still at Yuanhua were simply in disbelief when they learned they chose to join Iron Blood. It was one thing to leave Yuanhua for Anxia, but to join Iron Blood Security, it was simply unbelievable. What a trash company Iron Blood Security was! It wasn't even worthy of carrying Yuanhua's shoes. However, upon hearing the boss say he wanted to make Iron Blood Security the best in Binjiang City, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were so excited they nearly cried. They had no doubts about whether the boss' words could be realized. They would unconditionally believe in their boss, since he said so. He would certainly make Iron Blood Security the best in Binjiang City. Su Xiaoxi, continue recruiting security personnel for Iron Blood Security. Let's set the number at 330 for now, Li Fei said. Okay, boss. The HR Su Xiaoxi nodded in response. Since we are expanding the number of security personnel, the logistics department should prepare for 600 personnel, especially security uniforms, shoes, daily necessities, as well as water, drinks and fruits, etc. Whatever you need, just ask finance for it, Li Fei instructed again. No problem, boss. The logistics manager Ma Han quickly nodded in response. All this time, as the logistics manager, his presence was the least significant. If this continued, wouldn't it make their logistics department appear completely useless? Now that Iron Blood was expanding, there would certainly be more needs for their logistics department. This would highlight the role of the logistics department, wouldn't it? I wonder who would dare to say our logistics department is too idle and useless after this. After the meeting, Li Fei went directly to the Conscience Canteen. Given Iron Blood Security's past speed in hiring, it wouldn't take long to recruit not just 330 people but more than 3,000. Thus, he needed to visit the Conscience Canteen to let Zheng Song prepare in advance. Upon arriving at the canteen again, he noticed many significant changes. Li Fei remembered that when he first came here it felt so lifeless. Now, however, the canteen was bustling. The number of employees here had increased significantly and the variety of dishes had also expanded. At this moment, Zheng Song was happily sitting in a chair enjoying tea. Mr. Li, you're here. Zheng Song had just taken a blissful sip of tea and was about to enjoy a few remarks when he looked up and saw Li Fei had already approached him. Zheng Song hurriedly stood up and pulled out a chair for Li Fei to sit down. This was his benefactor after all. If it weren't for Li Fei, he would probably be too anxious to eat. Ever since Li Fei's Iron Blood Security chose to order meals from him, his Conscience Canteen had suddenly turned from losses to profits. Not a small profit, but a substantial one. Now, with the canteen business thriving, he was considering whether to buy a large flat or a villa by the end of this year. This time, we at Iron Blood Security are preparing to expand the number of security personnel to 600, so the canteen should prepare meals in advance. The expansion will happen in just a few days. Li Fei stated his purpose for coming this time. Expansion. Zheng Song felt ecstatic upon hearing this. Moreover, it was an increase from 270 to 600 personnel. This was almost a doubling. 600 people, what kind of concept is that? One meal costs 25 with 2 meals a day, that's 50. For 600 people that amounts to 300,000 a day, 900,000 a month and 10 million a year. A business worth 10 million a year, and Mr. Li handed it over to him without batting an eye. Wow, I've struck it rich. Zheng Song felt he had truly met a benefactor this time. Grateful, thankful, appreciative. At this moment Zheng Song was so excited that words could hardly express it. Mr. Li, brotherly, from now on you are my dear brother. Zheng Song almost knelt down. A business worth 10 million a year after deducting various costs, his pure profit could be at least 6 to 7 million. Keep in mind that costs like rent, utilities and labor are all fixed. A business of 1 million incurs such costs and a business of 10 million still incurs the same costs. Thus with Li Fei increasing the meal budget here, his pure profit would be even higher. Li Fei was rendered speechless upon hearing Zheng Song's words. You Zheng Song are in your 30s or 40s and yet you call a 20-something young man your dear brother. Is that appropriate? However, Li Fei couldn't be bothered with such details. Just as he was about to leave the Conscience Canteen, Zheng Song hurriedly stopped him, saying, Mr. Li, please hold on a moment, I have a small gift for you. With that, Zheng Song quickly jogged back to his office. Yes, in this canteen Zheng Song had even set up an office for himself. Now that the canteen business was thriving, how could he not have a decent office? Shortly after, Zheng Song came out holding a beautifully packaged box. What is this? Li Fei was a bit puzzled. Mr. Li, this is a bottle of red wine I specially bought when I visited Modu a few days ago. It's produced in France and I hope you like it. Zheng Song said nervously. He had long wanted to give Li Fei a gift to express his gratitude. However, given Li Fei's impressive capabilities, he figured ordinary gifts would not impress him. Especially materialistic gifts like cars or watches, Li Fei probably wouldn't even bother looking at them. After much thought, Zheng Song decided to give Li Fei a bottle of high-end red wine. This bottle of wine cost him over 100,000 and it pained him for several days. Li Fei looked at the red wine quietly lying in the exquisite box, feeling speechless. Dude, why would you give me red wine? At a glance, this wine looks very expensive. After drinking it, isn't the ultimate result just going to be urinating it out? What a waste of money. With that much money you could have gifted me a car or a watch instead. However, since he had received a gift, Li Fei was naturally very happy to accept it. After placing the red wine in the trunk, Li Fei drove to the real estate agency, Feng Xijin Property Agency. This time, the moment Li Fei stepped inside, the agency's top-performing female sales agent shot up from her chair and rushed forward with radiant enthusiasm to greet him. Last time she had missed out on such a high-value client and regretted it bitterly for days. This time she was determined to seize the opportunity at all costs. Li Fei, however, had no interest in engaging with her and walked straight toward Xiaomei, who was quietly writing something nearby. Seeing his indifference, the sales star could only sigh inwardly and slump back into her seat. What a fatal misstep! Every step after that spiraled downward. Xiaomei, sensing someone approach, looked up and found Li Fei standing before her. Assuming he'd come due to issues with his previous rental, she smiled warmly and asked, hello. Is there something unsatisfactory about the apartment you rented earlier? Li Fei shook his head. No, I'm here to rent 55 more apartments. What? The sheer absurdity of the statement stunned not only Xiaomei but every other agent in the office. 55 apartments. At 600 yuan commission per unit, that amounted to over 33,000 yuan, more than their annual base salary of roughly 20,000. In one fell swoop he generated commission exceeding an entire year's wages. Envy surged, raw unvarnished envy, especially from the top sales agent, who now glared at Xiaomei with seething resentment. After all, Li Fei had been her prospect. Xiaomei meanwhile stood utterly dumbfounded. By now most vacant rental units in the area had already been snapped up by Li Fei. 55 more apartments. She didn't know whether to rejoice or despair elated at the prospect of over 33,000 yuan in commission, yet daunted by the near impossibility of locating so many units matching his exacting standards. Indeed, Li Fei had strict requirements: fully renovated units, 3-bedroom, 2-living room layouts, each spanning at least 120 square meters. Yet his generosity was legendary. He rarely haggled so long as the rent remained reasonable. We currently have over a dozen such units available. As for the rest, I'll begin searching immediately. Xiaomei's gaze was resolute. Understood, you already know my requirements and I trust your judgment. With that, Li Fei left his contact number and departed the agency. It was the 5th day since Qin Zhenghu and his team began working as security personnel at the Wan Yuan Grand Hotel. Just as Wan Xian had predicted, the hotel had somehow drawn the ire of troublemakers. Gangs of hoodlums frequently showed up to cause disturbances. There were roughly 15 to 20 such individuals, but they never arrived en masse. To do so would constitute organized public disorder. Instead they came in rotating pairs or trios, each wave replaced by another, keeping the harassment persistent yet legally ambiguous. Their disturbances were petty, hurling insults at diners, barging uninvited into occupied tables, or otherwise disrupting the atmosphere. Juan Xin, a man of civility, had little recourse against such scoundrels. But Qin Zhenghu and his men were cut from different cloth. A few punks. Even underworld bosses would fare no better, they'd be knocked flat without hesitation. Dare disturb the hotel. You'd be laid out before you knew it. That was their courage, unflinching, absolute. At first the hoodlums dismissed the new guards entirely, assuming, as usual, they'd stand idly by indifferent to the chaos. After all, these guards earned only a few thousand yuan monthly, why risk injury for such meager pay? But they were grievously mistaken. The very first incident, when the hoodlums hurled abuse at several guests, ended with security officers bursting in and subduing every single assailant within moments. Ruthless. These new guards were terrifyingly ruthless. Each subsequent attempt ended worse, the beatings grew harsher, the humiliation deeper, until finally they dared not set foot inside the Wanyuan Grand Hotel again. But fear did not equal surrender. Fine, we won't enter the hotel. Yet we still have. Their gaze shifted toward the hotel chefs who worked there daily. This time they planned to ambush them on their way home, delivering a brutal lesson. One beating wouldn't suffice, 2, 3, even more if needed. Would these chefs dare return to work at Wanyuan after that? A hotel without its chefs cannot function, its very soul extinguished. Boss, why haven't those chefs left yet? Along a deserted shadowed lane, over a dozen hoodlums crouched silently in dense shrubbery. Yes, they were lying in wait for the Wanyuan Grand Hotel chefs. Night had deepened, it was well past 11 o'clock, surely the chefs should have clocked out by now. Yet half an hour passed and still no sign of them. By then the gangsters themselves were suffering. It was summer, the shrubs teemed with mosquitoes. Boss, let's call it quits, I'm covered in bites. Yeah boss, I can't take much more. Just hold on a little longer, maybe the hotel's running overtime tonight, the leader reassured them. Another 15 minutes crawled by just as morale collapsed, when silhouettes emerged. Yes, there they were, the Wanyuan Grand Hotel chefs, unmistakable in form and gait. Brothers, now's our chance. Follow me. The ringleader yanked a black mask over his face. His underlings followed suit, pulling on masks. Charge. Attack. But the moment they burst forth, the leader sensed something deeply wrong. Calm, unnervingly calm. These chefs weren't flinching. Just as he prepared to unleash his fury, a squad of security officers stormed in from the darkness. Damn it. The hoodlums' knees buckled instinctively. Memories of their recent humiliating beatings flooded back, vivid, visceral, inescapable. Hell, it's just 10 or so guards, we've got nearly 20. Can't we overpower them? A few green recruits, ignorant of the guards' ferocity, bristled defiantly. Moments later they knelt, crushed, instantly felled in mere strikes. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The gang leader's voice cracked with desperation. The guards didn't waste words. They descended without warning and delivered a merciless, comprehensive thrashing. Now every hoodlum knelt on the ground, hands locked behind their heads, faces swollen, eyes bruised, lips split, bearing the full brutal testament of their defeat. Have you heard? The Iron Blood Security is starting to recruit again from tomorrow, and this time they are hiring over 330 people. Wow, 330 people. I've heard that the salary for a permanent position at Iron Blood Security is 5,000 yuan, and their benefits are incredibly good. Indeed, they provide 2 meals a day with 25 yuan per meal. Not only that, but the boss has also rented a 3-bedroom apartment for the employees to use as dormitories. Wow, is it really that good? Within Yuanhua Security, the security guards began to chat. In the past, Iron Blood Security was merely seen as a newly opened small company in their eyes. But now things are different. According to reliable information, Iron Blood Security's salary and benefits are extremely impressive within the industry. Not to say they are the top tier, but they are certainly 100 times better than Yuanhua Security. Unlike Yuanhua Security, where they often deduct wages from them. I just remembered I need to return to my hometown tomorrow. Hey, I have a friend who is getting married tomorrow and insists that I go. Outside the Iron Blood Security personnel office, a long line had already formed. Wow, old Lu, you're here too, said a security guard from Yuanhua Security. Old Zhao, didn't you say you were going back to your hometown? Old Lu asked. Haha, I made a last-minute decision not to go back. Old Zhao smiled awkwardly. But after a while they no longer felt awkward. Because among those applying here, the guards from Yuanhua Security definitely made up the majority. Everyone exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Iron Blood Security was actively recruiting, and Li Fei was also busy. Ever since the acquisition of Guangming Factory, he hadn't visited it even once. Soon Li Fei drove his eye-catching Mercedes-Benz E-Class to Guangming Factory. This time the guard at the entrance only recognized Li Fei at a glance. After all, he was the big boss who acquired their factory, and he would never forget that flashy Mercedes. Hello, boss. As soon as Li Fei's car stopped at the factory gate, guard Old Li gave a somewhat awkward salute. Li Fei looked at Old Li's dark skin marked by the passage of time and his stubble and smiled. Is there only you at the security office? Li Fei asked. No, my wife is also here. I handle security and my wife cooks for the workers. We earn a total of 5,000 yuan a month together. Old Li said. Hearing this, Li Fei was directly stunned. This former boss was too stingy, hiring 2 employees with just one person's salary. However, in small factories like this it's quite common to have a couple of security guards, usually older folks in their 50s or 60s, and a little salary is all it takes. The old man watches the gate while the old lady cooks for the workers. Some bosses even ask them to clean the factory yard, saving on cleaning costs. Since there aren't many workers in the factory, they can call a few people over to help during mealtimes, which is manageable. Li Fei smiled and nodded to guard old Li before driving into the factory. Li Fei first went to the production workshop. When he arrived, he was immediately shocked by the poor working conditions. Everywhere there were the deafening sounds of machines and flying iron shavings in the air. In front of the machines, the workers were all working diligently. At this moment, a person who looked like the workshop director hurriedly jogged over from the office building to greet Li Fei. Hello boss, I am the workshop director, my name is Chen Hao. The workshop director Chen Hao greeted Li Fei with a flattering smile. He had seen Li Fei on the day of the factory acquisition, so he naturally recognized the big boss who had taken over the factory. However, he was a trusted aide of the previous boss, and now that the factory had a new owner, his days were certainly not going to be as comfortable as before. Just yesterday, several factory employees were quite displeased with his management. Haha, these lowly workers, seeing the factory change ownership, unexpectedly became restless. Just wait, once I stabilize my position, let's see how I deal with you all. Chen Hao secretly glanced at Li Fei, noticing that the new boss of the factory appeared very young, clearly a rich second generation with little social experience, trying to start his own business. He had plenty of ways to deal with someone like this. First, he needed to maintain a low profile and then boast about how amazing the other person is. Once they became familiar, he would often invite the other party out for meals and karaoke, and Chen Hao didn't believe that he couldn't handle a mere young man. Li Fei looked at the workshop director, who appeared quite young, dressed very neatly. Boss, it's really too noisy and dirty here. How about I take you outside for a tour? The workshop director Chen Hao said with a smile. It was indeed too noisy here, and he had a lot to discuss with the new boss, which was evidently not suitable in this environment. Li Fei nodded and followed the workshop director out of the production workshop. Boss, over here is our packaging work. Now both the production workshop and packaging workshop are under my management. Recently I also went to a very large enterprise for further studies for a while. There I learned a lot. The 6S management system we are using in our factory was proposed by me. Additionally, I have incorporated a culture of aggressiveness into our factory. Lastly, he even mentioned that he is currently taking an adult undergraduate program and is self-studying English, planning to take the English level 4 exam next. Chen Hao was incessantly boasting about his achievements. In his view, with such excellence, the new boss would at least not replace him as the workshop director. At this moment, as Li Fei listened to Chen Hao's various talks about 6S management, the culture of aggressiveness, adult education, and level 4 English, he internally began cursing. Damn it, my goal is to incur losses. I absolutely cannot keep someone as talented as you. If I keep him, how can the factory incur losses? How about this, let's have all the line leaders and above come to a meeting. Li Fei said calmly. All right. Chen Hao replied happily. Great, it seems like the new boss is preparing to value him highly. Is everyone here? Li Fei asked while surveying the surroundings. Boss, everyone is here, Chen Hao replied obsequiously. Although the others found Chen Hao despicable, they chose not to say much. Good, I will now announce the latest personnel appointment at our bright factory, Li Fei said calmly. It was coming, it was really coming. Chen Hao began to tremble with excitement. This time his goal was to at least retain his position as workshop director. Of course, if he could become the factory director, that would be even better. However, it was highly likely that the new boss would promote him to factory director. After all, among this group, the new boss seemed to be the one he was closest to. Everyone looked at Chen Hao, who appeared to be a small man reveling in his success, and felt utterly helpless. They had originally thought that there would be significant changes after the factory changed owners. Now it seemed that it was going to be difficult. If the new boss promoted Chen Hao to factory director, their lives as workers would likely become even harder. They had already agreed that if someone like Chen Hao really became the factory director, they would all resign. Where could they not find a job that pays around 5,000 a month? Why stay here to endure Chen Hao's humiliation? Chen Hao had no skills other than flattering his superiors and intimidating his subordinates. Not only that, but his so-called wolf culture and 6S management were utterly useless. They were merely superficial. Everyone was exhausted from working day after day, yet they still had to engage in this 6S management nonsense. Wasn't that ridiculous? I hereby announce the removal of Chen Hao from his position as workshop director. This position will be taken over by this person, Li Fei said, walking directly to an old worker to appoint him as the new workshop director. Me. Li Bin was completely dumbfounded. He was just a small line leader, and suddenly he was promoted to workshop director. This was too sudden. Yes, you are now the new workshop director, Li Fei confirmed again. Meanwhile, Chen Hao turned pale. He had thought he was absolutely secure this time, but unexpectedly the new boss directly removed him from the position of workshop director. And that Li Bin was merely a small line leader under him. How could such a lowly character be qualified to be the workshop director? Did he understand what 6S management was? Could he speak English? Did he have an adult undergraduate degree? I refuse to accept this. I haven't done anything wrong. Why was I removed from my position as workshop director? Chen Hao questioned indignantly. Just because I am the owner of this factory, Li Fei replied calmly. Brother, you can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. With your excellence, how could I lose money using you in the factory? Now I can only make you suffer a little. Li Fei felt somewhat reluctant about removing Chen Hao from his position as workshop director, but considering his plan to prevent losses, he made the decisive choice. Good. Someone shouted and everyone immediately began to applaud. It was truly satisfying. Chen Hao had previously taken advantage of his close ties to the factory owner to act as he pleased, oppressing and insulting the employees. Now that the new boss had directly removed him from his position, they were eager to see how he would continue to be arrogant. Chen Hao realized that he was finished. There was no longer a place for him in Bright Factory. Afterward, Chen Hao left the factory in disgrace. There was no way he could lower himself to be an ordinary worker after once being the workshop director. Li Fei did not expect everyone to support his decision so wholeheartedly. For a moment he was bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't Chen Hao supposed to be a very powerful person? Why were they all so happy and excited after I removed his position? Could it be that Chen Hao was a disaster and removing him from his position was actually a fortunate miscalculation? Suddenly Li Fei began to panic. However, now that the words had been spoken, there was no turning back. Li Fei could only think of ways to remedy the situation. Yes, the selection for the factory director had not been decided yet. As long as he casually selected an unreliable person as factory director, the factory could steadily incur losses. Then Li Fei pointed to a very inconspicuous young man in the corner, saying, from now on he will be the factory director. Yes, this person clearly looked like an outsider in the factory. He probably had a hard time even managing relationships with everyone. Letting such a person become the factory director was a sure way for the factory to lose money. With a buzz, the crowd in the conference room erupted. Ma Liang actually became the factory director. Wasn't this Ma Liang the one who was constantly suppressed by the previous owner? Wow, the new boss is truly bold, daring to appoint Ma Liang as factory director. In the crowd, Ma Liang's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He had dropped out of school before graduating from vocational school to start working. How could a person like him with no diploma be appointed as the factory director of Bright Factory? When he first came to this factory, he had offered many suggestions to the boss, such as redesigning the appearance of the water cups, improving production processes, and increasing R&D efforts. However, the boss had completely ignored him. He even said, "You, a vocational school student, are not qualified to give me suggestions." But the new boss was different. He dared to boldly appoint him without having seen his talents, a courage that was not something ordinary people could match. Moved, grateful, appreciative. Alright, the appointments of the factory director and workshop director are thus decided. As for the appointments of other positions, I leave it entirely to the new factory director. Next, let's discuss the issue of employee salaries and benefits. From now on, all factory workers will have a minimum monthly salary of 5,000 plus performance bonuses, an extra 1,000 supermarket vouchers each month, 500 housing subsidies, 300 transportation subsidies, and 100 phone allowances. Of course, there will also be 5 insurances and 1 fund. Additionally, all workers will have a 2-day weekend and will strictly adhere to an 8-hour workday. The factory must provide 2 free meals for employees every day. With each point, Li Fei made the workers below gasped. 5 insurances and 1 fund plus 2 free meals and nearly 2,000 in additional benefits. It was almost unimaginable. More importantly, the boss had given them weekends off, an 8-hour workday, and offered a guaranteed salary of 5,000. What did this mean? Previously, they had to work themselves to the bone, working 12 hours a day, resting only 1 or 2 days a month, and at most earning around 6,000. Now, with an 8-hour workday and weekends off, they could earn at least 5,000 a month. The key was that 5,000 was just the minimum salary. If production increased, the salary would be higher. With various benefits included, it could total over 7,000. This was simply outrageous. Some had already calculated, while previously we had to work 350 hours a month for only 6,000. Now working a maximum of 180 hours a month can guarantee 5,000. If you calculate it this way, our hourly wage has suddenly increased by more than 10. Not just that, it has more than doubled. No one could have imagined that Ma Liang would become the director of the Guangming factory. Instantly, the employees of Guangming factory were in an uproar. It's not that they were dissatisfied with Ma Liang's promotion, rather they were all too impressed. Previously, Ma Liang was just a small line leader, but being a line leader was truly an underestimation of his abilities. After all, Ma Liang had worked at Guangming factory for at least 4 or 5 years. Not only had he designed several popular water cup models, but he also improved the production process, significantly increasing efficiency. For this alone, shouldn't he at least receive a raise? However, the former boss merely offered some verbal praise and said a few flattering words. In the end, he was only promoted to a small line leader. Everyone felt it was unfair for someone as talented as Ma Liang to be limited to that position while someone like Chen Hao could become a workshop director. Just look at the new boss, he has the courage and responsibility. The first thing he did was dismiss Chen Hao and the second was to promote Ma Liang to the position of factory director. As for the new workshop director Li Bin, everyone was also very impressed. He was a veteran worker in the factory and treated the employees very kindly. Having someone like him as the workshop director made perfect sense. Suddenly all the factory employees were extremely happy as if it were the new year. There's one more thing to announce, and that is, the new workshop director Li Bin paused deliberately while addressing the factory employees. All the employees listened attentively. Could it be that there was some new policy? Would they be canceling that ridiculous 6S management, or perhaps there would be a raise? That is, the new boss has decided that from now on everyone will have a guaranteed monthly salary of 5,000 yuan along with a monthly subsidy of 1,000 yuan for supermarket shopping, 500 yuan for housing, 300 yuan for meals, 100 yuan for phone expenses, and also 5 insurances and 1 fund. Moreover, Guangming Factory will implement a double weekend off policy with an 8-hour workday, and the factory will also provide 2 free meals a day. Li Bin looked at the attentive employees and said. With a buzzing sound, the workshop erupted in excitement upon hearing this. Is this for real? This is too exaggerated. Even if they only received 1 or 2 of these benefits, the employees would be thrilled. Now with so many benefits announced at once, they could hardly believe it. Are these the benefits and treatments that this group of machine operators can enjoy? The benefits at those enterprises and institutions aren't even at this level. Moreover, it seems that the new boss has also decided to provide them with 5 insurances and 1 fund. The gap between companies that pay for these benefits and those that don't is vast. For companies that provide 5 insurances and 1 fund, employees can secure a stable job for 15 years and upon retirement they can directly receive their pension. Additionally, there will be a medical insurance card and the factory will deposit money into it every month. In the future, they won't have to pay out of pocket for medication or hospital visits. Not only that, but the Provident Fund can also be used to buy a house. It's well known that the interest rate on Provident Fund loans is significantly lower than that of commercial loans. With this back and forth, purchasing a house can save a substantial amount of money. Which worker in the factory doesn't dream of buying a house in Binjiang City? However, dreams are dreams, and buying a house in Binjiang City is incredibly difficult. Now this dream seems much closer and more attainable. How could this not be exciting? In short, it's absolutely fantastic. After more than 10 minutes, everyone gradually calmed down. Li Line leader, no, I mean Director Li, do we still need to continue with that 6S thing? That's called 6S, you really lack culture. I don't care about that 6S nonsense. Anyway, Chen Hao, that bastard has been fired, so let's just cancel 6S. Li Bin listened to the workers' discussions and found it quite overwhelming. It seems the new boss hadn't briefed him on these matters. He was previously just a line leader who only needed to quietly do his own work, occasionally check on other workers on his line and help solve any issues. He never had to think about these things. This is troublesome. It seems being a workshop director is not an easy task. Although Chen Hao is not a great person, I still think there are some merits to the 6S system. Of course, we cannot simply copy the 6S management from outside. If anyone has opinions or suggestions, feel free to come discuss with me. We will strive to develop a version of the 6S management suitable for Guangming Factory. Li Bin thought seriously for a moment and then spoke. The employees initially planned to have Li Bin cancel the 6S management, but since he said it, they had no choice but to comply. The factory had already provided them with such generous benefits it would be excessive for them to nitpick. Meanwhile, Ma Liang stood at the entrance of Guangming Factory watching the new boss drive away, feeling a mix of emotions. Had he really just become the director of Guangming Factory? This is simply too surreal. However, since the new boss trusts him so much, he must give his all to strengthen and expand Guangming Factory. Previously, he had many ideas that he couldn't realize due to being overlooked. Now, as the newly promoted director, can't he finally execute those ideas? With that in mind, Ma Liang went to the office building and entered his own director's office. He then took a piece of paper and began to write down some of his upcoming plans. First and foremost, the most pressing issue is to quickly find a sales channel. Without sales, Guangming Factory cannot maintain cash flow, nor can it implement the subsequent series of plans and reforms. Secondly, he needs to promptly improve the types of products. The current models of water cups produced by Guangming Factory are a bit outdated. If he doesn't keep up with trends, they will eventually be eliminated. Next, he must set production targets for the employees. Although the new boss stipulated a guaranteed salary of 5,000 yuan, employees cannot just slack off. If everyone slacks off, how can Guangming Factory develop? With weekends off and an 8-hour workday, the weekly working hours have already been compressed to the limit. Only by improving employee efficiency can Guangming Factory develop better and healthier. Therefore, establishing a production target is essential. If you meet the target, you can receive the guaranteed salary. However, if you don't meet the target, sorry, but your salary will be deducted and you shouldn't complain. Although the boss said there would be a guaranteed salary, he didn't say it couldn't be deducted. If you fail to meet the target, deducting a portion of your salary isn't unreasonable, is it? This target must be achievable for the vast majority of employees, but if the employees become complacent, they won't meet it. Thus, in order to meet the target, employees will work harder. At the same time, Ma Liang decided that for any output beyond the target, employees could enjoy commission based on the quantity produced. In this way, employees will strive to work harder to earn higher salaries. With this approach, wouldn't the production issues at Guangming factory be easily solved? The recruitment for Taishui Security has entered its final stage. At this moment, Su Xiao, she could hardly believe it. This time the recruitment process was even smoother than the last. Most of the security applicants this time were from large security companies like Yuanhua and Inxia. The qualifications of these security personnel were remarkably excellent. After all, they were all selected from major security firms like Yuanhua and Inxia. How bad could they possibly be? Thus she decided to hire anyone coming from these large companies without hesitation. This made things much easier. However, she did not expect that a significant number of the applicants were from Yuanhua and Inxia. It was simply too exaggerated. Yuanhua and Inxia were both benchmark enterprises in the industry. One could only wonder how poorly the management must have performed to drive these security personnel to leave. However, these were not concerns that she needed to consider. All she had to do was accept the applicants who were switching jobs. Old Zhao Yu also came to Taishui. Zhang Long had arrived early, knowing that new security personnel were being recruited today. Unexpectedly, he encountered so many familiar faces. It was just too familiar. He even doubted whether he had walked into the wrong place and ended up at Yuanhua. But after glancing at the Taishui security sign, he felt reassured. Manager Zhang Zhaogang quickly corrected himself. Although they were all equals when they were at Yuanhua, Zhang Long had now become the manager of the security department at Taishui Security. It would be inappropriate to directly call him by his name now. Hey, it doesn't matter what you call me, Zhang Long said casually, but inside he was overjoyed. In terms of qualifications, physical fitness and overall skills, old Zhao was not much inferior to him. Yet now he had directly become old Zhao's manager. This was opportunity. This was the principle that choice outweighs effort. If old Zhao had come first and he had come later, their positions would have been reversed. Zhang Long chatted with Zhao Gang for a while and then went to greet his former colleagues who were now his current colleagues. The former employees of Yuanhua Security, now new employees of Taishui Security, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy upon seeing the shiny security manager badge on Zhang Long's chest. They had once mocked the choices made by Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and others, even declaring that Taishui Security was a garbage company and that they would never join such a company in their lifetime. Who would have thought that things would turn around so quickly? One could only say that Taishui Security truly offered with a base salary of 5,000 plus nearly 2,000 in various benefits, 5 insurances and 1 fund accommodation and 2 meals provided. It was rumored that there were many other hidden perks such as free fruit and drinks. Such temptations were simply too great and alluring. One could only say that the truth is fragrant principle never goes out of style. Just as everyone was joking and playing around, Li Fei returned to Taishui Security. Upon seeing their boss enter, everyone immediately became serious. Li Fei looked at the newly hired security personnel, each one more capable and strong than the last, leaving him speechless. Damn, my original intention was just to open a garbage security company that provided shelter for the elderly, weak, sick and disabled. I never expected to have such formidable security personnel. Li Fei felt very uncomfortable at the moment and wanted to cry. However, since he had already hired them, he couldn't just dismiss them. Forget it, he was tired and it would be what it would be. Fortunately, Taishui Security had not yet gained much notoriety. Whether it was residential communities, shopping malls or office buildings, they were not very willing to hire security personnel from Taishui. It was said that so far there were fewer than 30 security personnel employed by Taishui. Thinking of this, Li Fei's mood improved again. How about this? Today is your first day as newcomers at Taishui Security and I don't have any gifts for you. You'll just hand out a red envelope of 200 each. Li Fei said casually. Giving red envelopes to newcomers was a method he had specifically inquired about with the system and received confirmation. Another way to spend money had been added. The group of new security personnel was dumbfounded upon hearing this. They had often heard those who joined Taishui say how good it was, and they had looked down on those people. You guys came from Yuanhua, can't you be a bit more dignified? But now the boss wanted to give 200 red envelopes to these newcomers, which was quite appealing. Finance, where's my finance? Li Fei shouted. Boss, we are here. Lin Xiaomo hurriedly ran out of the finance office, having been engrossed in some reading just now. Get the money and distribute the red envelopes, 200 each, Li Fei instructed. The new employees were busy handing out red envelopes and Li Fei was watching intently. Originally he would have no complaints about taking a red envelope himself from the system, but now 200 yuan was merely pocket change for Li Fei and he truly didn't care for it. Thus Li Fei ultimately did not go to claim his red envelope. Okay, you'll be there shortly. Just then Li Fei received a call from Xiao Mei at the agency. It seemed that there had been changes regarding the rental situation. Subsequently, Li Fei drove straight to the address Xiao Mei had mentioned. This was a newly developed apartment building not too far from Taishui security. It would only take about 10 minutes by car. However, it seemed quite remote. When Li Fei arrived, Xiao Mei from the agency had already been waiting for a long time. Is this an apartment? Yes, because the 55 sets of 120 square meter 3-bedroom and 2 living room houses you requested are in very high demand. I've only managed to find over 20 sets at most. As for the remaining 30 or more sets, I simply cannot find them. This apartment building is one I stumbled upon and it is currently available for rent. Why don't you take a look first? Xiao Mei looked at Li Fei with great anticipation. She had initially thought she could make a big profit this time, but finding 55 sets of 3-bedroom apartments was proving to be quite difficult. Not finding 55 sets of 3-bedroom apartments meant that her deal might fall through. This was a large deal worth over 300,000. If it fell through, she would be devastated. The female sales champion at the agency knew this and became even more smug. Every time she returned to the agency and saw the smug look on the other person's face, Xiao Mei felt heartbroken. What kind of mentality is this? Xiao Mei felt speechless. Alright, let's go take a look. If it's suitable, renting the rest here wouldn't be a problem either. Li Fei said nonchalantly. His only goal was to spend more money. As long as he could spend more and the employees could live comfortably, that was enough. Whether it was a 3-bedroom apartment or an apartment building, it didn't matter. Mr. Li, this is our apartment complex. Every unit is fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Xiao Mei began guiding Li Fei through the tour. Entering one unit, Li Fei inspected it carefully. Not bad at all. Each apartment spanned roughly 40 to 50 square meters, completely renovated with all furniture and appliances provided. Both in terms of size and finishing quality, these units were exceptionally impressive. What's the monthly rent? Li Fei asked, the question weighing most heavily on his mind. He feared the rent might be too low. After all, how much less would he lose? The rent is 1600 yuan per month, water costs 6 yuan and electricity is 2 yuan per kilowatt. If you're unsatisfied, we can also show you some compact 2-bedroom apartments. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Mei candidly added those 2 bedrooms offer far better value. Here the rent is 1600 yuan and utilities are billed at commercial rates, making them significantly less economical than renting 2 bedrooms. Their electricity is charged at residential rates, just 0.48 yuan per kilowatt, nearly 2/3 cheaper. Having spoken, Xiao Mei tensed her gaze, fixed anxiously on Li Fei. Excellent, I'll take all the remaining units here, Li Fei declared without hesitation. Originally he'd planned to lease 55 large 3-bedroom units, but having secured only 20 some, he now needed at least 90 apartments to house the rest of his staff. Each apartment accommodated 2 employees, costing roughly 800 yuan per person per month. In contrast, a 2-bedroom, capped at 2000 yuan monthly, could house 4 employees, reducing individual cost to just over 500 yuan. Clearly leasing apartments was far more expensive. And with higher utility rates, it aligned perfectly with his objective to incur substantial losses. 90 units meant a significantly larger outlay. It was utterly perfect. Xiao Mei had already braced herself for another round of viewings, yet Li Fei's sudden decision left her stunned and elated. Leasing 80 or 90 apartments would earn her commissions totaling nearly 400,000 yuan. Adding the 25 already leased 3-bedrooms, her total commission would soar past 600,000 yuan, a staggering sum. When Li Fei announced his intent to lease 90 apartments at once, the property manager was immediately alerted. The manager had been agonizing over how to fill the entire complex, so news of such a massive lease sent him into unrestrained delight. Mr. Li, to demonstrate our sincerity, we're pleased to waive your first month's rent, the property manager said with a broad smile. Ha! Li Fei, still savoring the quiet thrill of yet another extravagant expense, froze, utterly bewildered by the offer. Of all possible gestures of goodwill, why waive a month's rent? Why not treat me to an all-inclusive spa experience, or present me with something truly valuable? Was he really the sort of person who needed rent waived? Internally, 1,000 wild horses galloped across his mind. He could neither raise prices nor decline offered concessions, he simply had no choice but to accept. In total, Li Fei leased 90 apartments amounting to a monthly rent of 162000 yuan. Additionally, 25 3-bedroom units added 75000 yuan per month, and brokerage fees totaled 237000 yuan. Li Fei had expected to spend 474000 yuan, yet the rent waiver reduced his outlay to just 312000 yuan. A profound disappointment. At Yuanhua Security Company, General Manager Song Jiwen's face darkened with ominous severity. You mean over 100 elite security personnel have defected to Taishui? He clenched his teeth. Ordinary guards switching jobs meant little, but these were Yuanhua's elite, its very foundation. Why did clients choose Yuanhua? Precisely because of its elite security force. Now more than half had fled, and Song Jiwen panicked. Though Yuanhua dominated Binhai City's security industry, its collapse could happen in an instant. Raise salaries, we'll match their wages. Song Jiwen sighed helplessly. Taishui's tactic was ruthlessly effective: lure talent with superior pay and benefits. These guards lacked even a shred of loyalty, offered the slightest incentive, and they scrambled away like eager puppies. TCH. Yet beneath his fury, Song Jiwon retained a sliver of composure. If its salary increases, we'll deliver. Effective immediately, all elite security personnel at Yuanhua will receive 5,000 yuan monthly, with benefits and conditions identical to Taekshu's. His voice remained calm, detached. Director Song, this will severely distort our financial statements this year, his assistant murmured cautiously. Simple, cut base salaries across the board for standard security staff. Song Jiwon exhaled a slow plume of cigar smoke, gazing pensively out the window at the unobstructed river vista. Brilliant, Director Song, the assistant fawned. For a fleeting moment he felt life's solitude, vast, silent, and bitterly cold. Tiesh Yue. A mere speck, unworthy even to polish his shoes. Dare you challenge me? Boss, excellent news. Excellent news. As Li Fei stepped into Tieshua's security, Wang Chao rushed forward, beaming. What excellent news? Li Fei asked flatly. Lately those 3 words filled him with dread. Our 10 security personnel deployed at Wanyuan Grand Hotel received effusive praise from its owner, Mr. Wan Xin. And moreover, he has enthusiastically promoted Tieshua across his social media circle. Already today several hotel executives have contacted us seeking formal service contracts. Wang Chao gestured animatedly. Lately he'd spent every day canvassing potential clients, only to be dismissed mid-introduction upon uttering Tieshua. Tieshua, they'd scoff. Never heard of it. We serve high-end properties, no place for obscure startups like yours. Most clients, judged solely by reputation, claims of strength or expertise, earn nothing but indifference. Now orders arrived unbidden, how could he not be exhilarated? Li Fei was taken aback by Wang Chao's words. How many security personnel were hired this time? Li Fei asked. This time a total of 5 hotels hired more than 60 of our security personnel at once, Wang Chao replied cheerfully. Li Fei was stunned. Including the 30 or so from before, there were already over 100 security personnel. This was frightening, such a trend was too alarming. He must put a stop to it. The current issue was simple. The reason these hotels were willing to hire the Iron Blood security personnel was that they were too formidable, wasn't it? Just the presence of these retired veterans exuded an imposing aura. Hiring such security personnel would save the hotels a lot of worry. Since this was the case, Iron Blood security could no longer follow the elite route. This situation was still somewhat his own fault. Li Fei had only informed HR of how many people to hire and had not managed anything else. HR surely selected the best candidates among all applicants. Therefore the security personnel hired were all elite security officers, weren't they? Since it came to this, Li Fei decided he had to take matters into his own hands this time. This time he needed to recruit a bunch of the weakest of the weak. After checking his system funds, Li Fei found he still had 288 million available. Anyway, salaries were not due until the 10th of next month, by which time the next round of system tasks would have already begun. Therefore this time Li Fei decided to hire some weak security personnel. Having thought this through, Li Fei went directly to the HR office and found Su Shaoxi, who was browsing the internet reading a novel. Su Shaoxi felt quite embarrassed to be caught by the boss engrossed in her story. Li Fei didn't care about that and directly said, we need to continue our recruitment. Release another job posting for 900 security personnel. This time I will personally conduct the interviews. After Li Fei finished speaking, he left the HR office. Oh no, he had been caught slacking off at work by the boss. He even said he would personally handle this recruitment. It seemed that from now on he couldn't be so blatant while slacking off. Su Shaoxi began to feel anxious. Yuanhua Security Company. Ha! Are they cutting our wages? Damn it, we only make 3,500 a month and they want to reduce it. This is too much. This is outrageous. They are being unreasonable. They often deduct our wages for no reason and now they want to cut our pay. Strike! We are going on strike. A group of ordinary security personnel became furious when they heard the company was going to reduce their wages, declaring their intention to strike. Strike! Has suit yourselves. Anyone who strikes will have 500 deducted from their pay and their wages will be delayed by a month. Those who do not strike will have their wages paid on time, the security department manager scoffed. Upon hearing the manager's words, all the security personnel immediately lost their resolve. In this case, who would still want to be the one to take a stand? In the end, others would reap the benefits while they suffered the consequences. The security department manager, seeing that everyone had lost their spirit, left with a contemptuous smile. Had truly a bunch of clowns. With just a little trick they fell apart like a house of cards. Damn it, can't you all have a little backbone? Can't we unite just this once? It's easy for you to say striking means a 500 deduction from our wages and a month's delay in pay. Exactly, I haven't finished paying off my bills this month and I promised to buy my girlfriend a gift. If my pay is delayed by a month, my girlfriend will definitely break up with me. While everyone was debating and excited, security personnel ran over. Look, Iron Blood security is hiring again. But what does that have to do with us? Iron Blood has recruited twice in a row and each time they only hired elite security. They wouldn't want us rookies. Exactly, I applied the first time and didn't even get an interview opportunity. Why only recruit elite security? Didn't their group of inexperienced security personnel count as security? This time is different. This time they have relaxed the requirements, everyone can go for an interview and they are hiring 900 people at once. Really? The crowd erupted with excitement. If this were true, it meant they could all join Iron Blood, right? They had long heard that the boss of Iron Blood Security treated employees exceptionally well. Their pay was high, benefits were great, there were weekends off, meals and accommodation provided plus social insurance. Such a job was what they had been dreaming of. Unlike Yuanhua, where the management would deduct salaries at the drop of a hat. Subsequently, the security personnel from Yuanhua directly went to submit their resumes. The next day at Iron Blood Security, Li Fei looked at the large crowd coming to apply, his lips curling into a smile. This was more like it. This time the security applicants were far inferior to the previous 2 rounds. The last 2 times almost all the candidates were elite security personnel, very capable and strong. But this time all the applicants were weaklings. Each one had vacant eyes and poor posture, clearly seasoned and slacking off in those insignificant positions. Yes, these were the kind of employees I dreamed of. Li Fei then began the rapid interviews. Not bad, you fit our Iron Blood requirements perfectly. Congratulations on joining us, Iron Blood. Li Fei said happily. Ha! I'm qualified. You hired me. The security personnel couldn't believe it. Who said that Iron Blood had very strict hiring standards? Could it be that he had some remarkable quality that he just hadn't discovered yet? This was too easy, simply effort. Seeing the first person pass so easily, everyone in line became excited. In terms of physical fitness and professional skills, they were far better than the first person. If even the first person could make it, why couldn't they? Congratulations on joining us at Iron Blood Security. At this moment Li Fei had become numb. Hurry, the interview speed is simply unbeatable. The candidates thought they would be interviewing late into the night, with many even bringing their own food, thinking they could eat a bite when hungry. Who would have thought that the Iron Blood Security interview could be so quick? They planned to hire 900 people and filled all positions in less than 2 hours. There were approximately over 1,200 candidates, but it's impossible for everyone to be hired. Just as the remaining 300 candidates were feeling dejected and preparing to leave Iron Blood, Li Fei stood up and approached them. Don't be disheartened, just because you weren't hired this time doesn't mean you aren't excellent. On the contrary, I believe all of you are truly outstanding. Next time Iron Blood will hold another large-scale interview, so everyone come back and have another shot. Li Fei said slowly. The group who were about to leave became excited upon hearing his words. Another large-scale interview at Iron Blood. Great hopes were reignited. After sending off those candidates, Li Fei approached the newly hired individuals. Looking at the group of talents he had recruited, Li Fei couldn't help but smile. Great, these are exactly the talents that Iron Blood Security needs. Just look at them, their posture while standing or sitting is simply that of rookies among security guards. First, congratulations to everyone for joining Iron Blood Security. I'm sure you're all aware of our salary and benefits. Next, please go and sign your employment contracts. Our contracts are renewed every 3 years. As long as you don't make any serious mistakes, Iron Blood Security won't fire you. Li Fei deliberately emphasized this point to the newcomers. The underlying message was quite clear. As long as you don't make major mistakes at Iron Blood, you can slack off and take it easy. Even if you are completely useless, Iron Blood will support you. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, the newly hired security guards erupted in excitement. Wow, any comparison makes a difference. Without comparison, there's no harm. Just look at how thoughtful the Iron Blood boss is, it's full of humanity. Unlike Yuanhua, where the boss just suppresses them and often threatens to cut their salaries. Then all the newly hired security guards happily went to sign their employment contracts. With another 900 security guards added, Li Fei quickly called Zhang Tsong from the carrying canteen. Ha! Are you saying you've just hired another 900 security guards? Zhang Tsong, the boss of carrying canteen, was stunned upon hearing Li Fei's words. However, it was a pleasant surprise. Haha, another 900 people combined, that makes 1,500 now. For 1,500 people, that's 75000 in meal fees per day. In a year that would amount to 27 million. The key is that Mr. Li from Iron Blood is very particular, always pays first and eats later. If other people knew about such a generous client, they would fight over it. Wow, 27 million, what a concept. At this rate, within a year he could drive luxury cars and live in a villa. Expansion is a must. The carrying canteen needs to be expanded immediately. Given the current scale of his canteen, providing meals for 600 people is already quite a stretch. Now suddenly increasing it to 1,500 people, the kitchen is far from enough. Thinking of this, Zhang Song went directly to a shop next to the carrying canteen. The adjacent shop is a fast food restaurant which used to be a competitor. However, now that he has hitched a ride on Li Fei's coattails, the carrying canteen has taken off. When Zhang Song arrived at the fast food restaurant, he saw the owner looking troubled. "Boss, didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to transfer this fast food restaurant? How much do you plan to sell it for?" Zhang Song asked. The owner looked at Zhang Song, who walked in feeling a mix of emotions. Comparing people can be infuriating. Back then everyone was struggling with the older brother not laughing at the younger. Now Zhang Song has directly latched onto a big shot. It looks like Zhang Song wants to take over his fast food restaurant. If only the Iron Blood boss had approached him first, wouldn't he be the one taking off now? 250000. The fast food restaurant owner quoted a price. Upon hearing it, Zhang Song smiled slightly. Deal. Although it was a bit expensive, it didn't matter. This is now the soaring phase of his career, so securing this fast food restaurant to meet the dining needs of 1,500 people at Iron Blood security is the most important thing. Then Zhang Song directly invited the chef from the fast food restaurant over and hired a high-priced chef from a hotel. Now Caring Canteen can easily provide meals for 1,500 people. After resolving the meal issue for 1,500 people over the phone, Li Fei called Xiao Mei from the housing agency. "Yes, it's the apartment we rented last time. Now Iron Blood security has expanded again, needing 450 more apartments." Li Fei stated. "Okay, mister. Li, I will contact the property manager of the apartment building right away. They have a few more buildings available for rent elsewhere. Don't worry, the conditions of these apartment buildings are the same as before." Xiao Mei from the agency was overjoyed upon hearing Li Fei's words. 450 apartments. If she secures this deal, just the commission would be around 220000. Wow. Xiao Mei gasped in shock. This feeling of making money is simply exhilarating. Back then Li Fei was just a small client she transferred to another customer. She thought he was just a small client. Who would have thought he would rent so many houses at once? Now she has already earned around 80000 to 90000 in commission renting houses for Iron Blood security. If this deal goes through, it would be another 220000. In total, that's over 30000. In just under a month, she directly made 30000. Terrifying, this is just too terrifying. With the issues of food and accommodation resolved, Li Fei headed to the logistics department. At this moment, the logistics manager Mahan was staring blankly in the office. Upon seeing his boss enter, he quickly stood up, pulled out a chair for him, and went to brew a pot of tea. "Mahan, we've hired another 900 people at Iron Blood. The logistics department needs to ensure that supplies keep up," Li Fei said. "Everyone needs various supplies, so the logistics department must purchase them in advance, ready for use when needed," Li Fei stated. "Mr. Li, but..." Mahan hesitated. "If there's a problem, just say it. At Iron Blood we are all family," Li Fei said with a smile. "It's like this, we've bought quite a lot of items recently and there's no place to store them," Mahan explained. "No place to store. Just rent a warehouse. Great, this means more expenses. That's simple, rent a larger warehouse nearby. The warehouse must be large, as the supplies at Iron Blood will only increase in the future. Items like birthday gifts for employees, clothes, shoes, cups, water, drinks, and so on must all be prepared in advance. Employee birthday gifts, and we also need to buy water cups." Mahan was completely bewildered by Li Fei's words. Currently, almost all security companies require their guards to purchase their own uniforms. Being able to buy uniforms, shoes, water, and drinks for the security guards is already quite generous. Which company gives employees birthday gifts? Moreover, we need to buy water cups for the guards. Normally, the guards must bring their own water cups while on duty. After all, a security guard without a water cup is soulless. So most security guards spend around 10 to 20 yuan to collectively buy a water cup. Now the boss says the company will buy water cups for the employees. Yes, the birthday gifts should be of good quality with a budget set at around 5000 to 6000. I think Huawei's mobile phones and laptops are good options. You can purchase over 200 of them first. We also need to buy good quality water cups and expensive ones at that, Li Fei said. The idea of birthday gifts was brought up previously at the hotel. After acquiring Tai Shui, Li Fei had not thought about it again. Now that the company's funds are sufficient, it is time to implement this spending strategy. Although Tai Shui has over 1,500 employees, birthday gifts are not distributed all at once. About 120 to 130 people celebrate their birthdays each month. So buying over 200 at first and then purchasing more as needed, the funds can easily be managed. Regarding the employees' water cups, Li Fei's first thought was to go directly to Guangming factory to buy them. However, he immediately interrupted his own thoughts. My intention was to incur losses if I buy from Guangming factory. Wouldn't that just contribute to their performance? This cannot be done. Such behavior is unacceptable. Hiss. After hearing his boss' words, Mahan was completely at a loss for words. 5 or 6,000 for a birthday gift. The birthday gift could equal a month's salary. If this continues, Tai Shui's security will effectively become a 13th month's salary. He didn't know if others were excited, but Mahan was genuinely thrilled. Because next week is his birthday. He hasn't had a proper birthday celebration in his entire life. Being a rural child, having a nice meal on one's birthday is considered a celebration. After his boss finished assigning all the tasks, Mahan took a few employees from the logistics department to search for a suitable warehouse. When looking for a warehouse, don't be stingy. Make sure to find one with good conditions, spacious and safe. Just before setting off, the boss words echoed in his ears. Manager Ma, where are we buying the water cups? On the way, a logistics department employee asked. Of course, it's easier to buy online, plus it's cheaper. Another employee remarked. Mahan pondered for a moment and then dismissed this idea. In business, one must have a sense of hierarchy. Why did the boss specifically mention such an inconspicuous item as a water cup several times? He had heard that his boss recently acquired a factory that seemed to produce water cups. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? By saying this, isn't the boss hinting at him to go directly to the boss factory to buy the water cups? With this thought, Mahan immediately called Tang Fayer. Yes, okay, thank you, Assistant Tang. After hanging up the phone, Mahan smiled. He got the address of the boss factory. You guys go find the warehouse later and remember to strictly follow the boss requirements. After that, Mahan took a taxi to Guangming factory. Inside Guangming factory, Ma Liang sat anxiously in the factory manager's office. He initially thought it would be easy to be a factory manager with his talents. Unexpectedly, being a factory manager is not that easy. Currently, the most pressing issue facing Guangming factory is that the produced water cups cannot be shipped. Especially the 2 new production lines which have produced over 2,000 stainless steel insulated cups so far. These water cups are not simple. They are said to utilize some German technology, making them very high-end and expensive. The factory price of one water cup reaches 180 yuan. If the factory price is 180, won't the retail price be over 300? Who would dare to sell such high-end water cups easily? Headache. Just as Ma Liang was feeling frustrated, his assistant walked in with a stranger. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Mahan, the logistics department manager of Taishui Security. Mahan enthusiastically introduced himself. Hello. Upon hearing that the other person was the logistics department manager of Taishui, Ma Liang quickly stood up to welcome him. He was aware of Taishui Security as it is also the boss enterprise. However, why did the logistics department manager of Taishui come here? It's like this: we at Taishui need to purchase a batch of high-end water cups and the boss entrusted this important task to me. I heard that your Guangming factory produces water cups, so I came directly without disturbing you, right? Mahan said. Purchasing high-end water cups. Not disturbing. Upon hearing the other party's words, Ma Liang was overjoyed. They can now sell the batch of high-end water cups they produced. Then Ma Liang led Mahan to the warehouse. Inside the warehouse was the already packed batch of high-end water cups totaling over 2,200. Mahan casually picked one up and examined it closely. He found the craftsmanship of this cup to be acceptable, but the design was not impressive. In a supermarket, even at 80 yuan, one would have to think twice. However, this is not just any factory, this is his boss factory. Thus his scrutinizing gaze naturally had to change. Not bad, the craftsmanship of this water cup is really quite good. Moreover, the design is also very novel. I believe the security personnel of Taishui will like it very much, Mahan said with a smile. Let's take this batch of water cups, we at Taishui will take them all. Ha! Ma Liang was almost unable to believe it when he heard Mahan say they would take them all. Honestly, the craftsmanship and design of this batch of water cups are not great and he was contemplating ways to improve them. Thus this batch of water cups is at best a batch of defective products. Now someone actually says they will take them all without even haggling over the price. 180 each, not a penny less. For 2,200 water cups, that's a staggering sum of 396,000 yuan. My goodness, 396,000. This is almost the largest order Guangming factory has received since its establishment. Let's sign the contract first. Once the contract is signed, the finance department will transfer the money over. Mahan said. Unlike the logistics of other companies, Taishui's logistics is just this way. The boss has said that their logistics department can handle special cases directly when procuring. There's no need for layers of approval, they can directly ask finance for money. This feeling is incredibly refreshing. I don't want to get out of bed. Li Fei lay on the soft bed of the not so good hotel, truly reluctant to rise. Here, when hungry someone brings food, when thirsty someone brings water, and when lonely. Of course he could chat with the employees for a while. This lazy fish-like existence was his ideal life. However, the system tasks could not be ignored. Li Fei got up, completed his morning routine, and arrived at the Iron Blood Security Company. Old Lu, are we going fishing tonight? Today is Father's Day. Buy some extra groceries for tonight and have a few drinks with my dad. As Li Fei passed by two security guards, he happened to overhear their conversation. Today is Father's Day. Isn't this a great opportunity to spend some system funds? Subsequently, Li Fei cheerfully headed to the logistics department office. At that moment, the logistics manager Mahan was scribbling at his desk, seemingly calculating something. Mahan, today is Father's Day. Li Fei excitedly said. Father's Day? What kind of holiday is that? Mahan was a bit confused. He only knew of commonly celebrated holidays like the Spring Festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Dragon Boat Festival. What was Father's Day? How about this? Today your logistics department works a bit harder and goes out to buy some gifts for the employees with a budget of 200 Ah. Oh, okay. Mahan was completely bewildered at this moment. More gifts for the employees. However, he certainly wouldn't oppose. After all, he was also part of Iron Blood, so he would benefit from all the gifts as well. More importantly, this highlighted the significance of his role as the logistics manager. If the boss doesn't need him for anything, then why even have this logistics department? They might as well just cancel it. Later you should discuss with Lin Xioma from finance and tally up. If the employees want cash, just give them cash. If they prefer gifts, then distribute gifts directly to the employees. By the way, the employees at the Not So Good Hotel and the Guangming factory should also receive their holiday gifts from you. Li Fei continued. The Not So Good Hotel and Guangming factory were also his, so he couldn't show favoritism. After listening carefully, Mahan went to execute the orders. Li Fei happily returned to his office. Very good, this was a great start. Our panda country has many holidays, so from now on every holiday distributing gifts or cash of 200 isn't too much, right? Traditional holidays like Spring Festival, Lantern Festival, Dragon Boat Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival go without saying. Then there are also occasions like Qixi, Valentine's Day, Father's Day, Mother's Day, Labor Day, National Day, New Year's Day, etc. That should be included. Additionally, there are holidays like Arbor Day, Hug Day and Kiss Day that should also be considered. Stop, host, please don't go overboard. Can Arbor Day, Hug Day and Kiss Day even be called holidays? Is that reasonable? Host, are you even serious? I'm sorry, system brother, let's skip the latter ones. Even if the latter holidays are disregarded, the earlier ones still amount to more than a dozen. Calculating this way, with a budget of 200 for each holiday, each employee could receive 2,000 to 3,000 yuan just from holiday gifts annually. At the new training ground of Iron Blood, Zhao Hu from the training department stood in front of a group of newly hired security guards facing the 900 newly recruited weaklings. At this moment they were standing in military posture under the blazing sun. Although it was only around 10 in the morning, the temperature was already quite high and soon this group of new guards was drenched in sweat. Unlike the previous recruits who were all strong and capable, this batch personally recruited by the boss was, how should I put it, incredibly weak. Manager Zhang Long of the security department was also very helpless. He felt embarrassed to say that these guards were part of Iron Blood security given their level. Thus Zhang Long had no choice but to ask Zhao Hu to train these new guards properly. Zhao Hu had been watching other departments busy with work while his training department had been idle, becoming quite anxious. Now that there was an opportunity to train this group of weak guards, he agreed without hesitation. Who was it that couldn't hold still after just half an hour of standing? Zhao Hu yelled loudly upon seeing a guard beginning to sway. Weak, this group of guards was simply too weak. He hadn't even ramped up the intensity yet and this group was already failing. The new guards below, hearing Zhao Hu's shouts, were cursing in their hearts. Damn it. What the hell? Yesterday they were all so happy, each thinking they were the luckiest. After all, they had joined Iron Blood Security. Iron Blood Security offered the best salary and benefits in the industry. But who knew that as soon as they arrived this morning they were pulled here by Zhao Hu from the training department for what he called a damn 15-day devil training. After the devil training, do you think it's over? No, from now on they would have to dedicate a week each month for training, as it was necessary to maintain the high standards of the security personnel. It's utterly ridiculous. I've heard that just standing in military posture is the simplest training, and in a few days there would be a 400-meter obstacle run, a 5-kilometer armed cross-country run, and they would even have to enter some water dungeon and do sit-ups while carrying logs in muddy pits. Is this even conceivable? This is pure torture. However, since they've already joined Iron Blood, everyone can only grit their teeth and endure. After all, the benefits of Iron Blood are truly appealing. Time slowly passed under the dual torment of physical and mental suffering, and finally it was time to eat. Alright, let's go eat, Zhao Hu said. Damn, finally it's over. Damn, my calves are shaking. 15 days of devil training, how are we going to survive this? A group of people complained as they quickly ran towards the office building. If you're not enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with your head. Damn, this food is delicious. Wow, it's fragrant. And there's water and drinks. I heard we could take as much as we want. I didn't expect it to be true. When I went to get some, no one stopped me. Damn, there's even fruit. Brothers, take more. Don't fight over the durian, big guys, leave some for me. Just as everyone was scrambling, Mahan from the logistics department walked over. Ahem, I have good news for everyone. Today is Father's Day and our boss has specially prepared Father's Day gifts for everyone. The gifts are worth 200 yuan, of course. If anyone wants cash, they can take it directly. As soon as Mahan finished speaking, everyone on site was stunned. Today is Father's Day. Father's Day has gifts or red envelopes. They simply couldn't believe it. Subsequently, the logistics staff began to tally up. Those who wanted gifts could go to the logistics department to collect gifts worth around 200. For those who wanted cash, they could receive 200 in cash directly from finance. Suddenly the pain from the morning's torment seemed to fade significantly. Iron blood is mighty, iron blood is impressive. Damn, it's just a bit of training hardship, it's not like we haven't suffered before. Exactly, Joe strongly request an increase in the training intensity. Then that Joe was immediately covered by the crowd. Do you think this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. Joe Chang Wang Xan Yuan Gang, step forward, Mahan said loudly. At this moment everyone was still immersed in the joy of receiving gifts or red envelopes for Father's Day, and the three called by Mahan stood up in confusion. Today is your 3 birthdays and our boss has prepared birthday gifts for you. The birthday gifts are a Huawei smartphone or tablet worth 5 to 6,000. Of course the boss said that if you prefer cash or other birthday gifts, that is also fine. Mahan said again. Initially the boss planned to buy 200 smartphones and tablets, but later considered that some employees might prefer other gifts or cash instead, so the logistics department would inform those about to celebrate their birthdays in advance, asking them to write a birthday wish list. With a buzzing sound, the security personnel below erupted in excitement. Birthday gifts. The key point was that the birthday gifts were worth 5 to 6,000. The Iron Blood security was being very generous. Their boss was truly generous. In previous security companies, not to mention birthday gifts, if you weren't made to work overtime on your birthday, it was considered a mercy from the boss. From now on, for everyone's birthday, our boss will prepare birthday gifts. You can send me your wish lists, of course the value should be between 5,000 and 6,000. Mahan said. Originally the newly hired security guards were still complaining about the morning training, but now that their boss was treating them so well, how could they still dare to complain about the hardships of training? In the Bright Factory, Director Ma Liang was discussing the technical issues of a new type of cup with a group of technicians. Yes, let's modify it like this. Alright, Director. After sending off a few technicians, Ma Liang called in the only 2 salespeople from the business department. Our new cup has been modified, and this afternoon you will take the finished product out for promotion. Okay, Director. The 2 salespeople agreed. Then Ma Liang went to the production workshop. A cup goes through various processes such as stamping, polishing, printing, and packaging. At this moment Ma Liang was in the polishing department. The machines roared continuously and the air was filled with iron dust. The working environment was very harsh. However, due to the boss raising everyone's salaries and improving their benefits, the workers were working very diligently. Now everyone could basically meet the targets he set. Those who reached the targets would receive their full base salary of 5,000, and for any amount exceeding the standard they could also earn piece rate commissions. Yesterday he counted that some fast workers could earn 8 to 9,000 in a month. Adding nearly 2,000 in benefits, it would exceed 10,000. Breaking through 10,000 in salary, what does that mean? In the past everyone could only earn at most 4 to 5,000. Now it has directly doubled. Thus, even though the factory's working conditions were poor, the workers were all working enthusiastically. Just when everyone was working hard, Mahan arrived again. This time Mahan brought gifts for Father's Day. Since there was a worker in the factory celebrating a birthday today, Mahan also brought a birthday gift for that worker. After playing games for several hours, Li Fei stretched. A computer worth over 200,000 is indeed better than the one worth over 100,000 at the hotel. There was only 1 day left until the system settlement time. Li Fei looked at his available funds in the system and found he still had around 50 to 60,000. Li Fei roughly estimated that he had spent quite a bit of money these days, yet there was still 50 to 60,000 left. However, the system only displayed available funds without showing detailed financial specifics. After thinking for a while without figuring it out, Li Fei was too lazy to check the details with the finance department. The only explanation should be that the Bright Factory received some large orders, coupled with the fact that the property manager at the apartment waived a month's rent for him. Calculating it this way, it made sense that the remaining 50 to 60,000 in system funds were roughly right. With only one last day left for the task, spending 50 to 60,000 in system funds would be quite easy. This time the security company jumped from 270 employees to 1,500 employees. There were also more than 50 employees at the Bright Factory. This time he could earn around 7,000 just from the salary alone. Thinking about a salary of around 7,000 made him happy. Li Fei had now deeply realized the benefits brought by having more employees. The more employees there are, the higher his salary will be. Therefore, during the next task period, he decided to directly venture into the takeaway or logistics industry. If we're talking about the number of employees, no one dares to say they are second in these two industries, right? For example, in a second-tier city, a takeaway rider can earn at least 4,000 to 5,000. In first-tier cities, takeaway riders can even exceed 1,000. Considering that the logistics industry requires interprovincial and intercity transportation, at least 10 trucks need to be purchased, which he cannot afford with his current system funds. So Li Fei decided it would be better to first venture into the takeaway industry next time. As for the logistics industry, he would consider it after his system funds reach over 100 million. Previously, Li Fei thought that entering the takeaway industry would require at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions in investment. However, it didn't have to be nationwide. He could completely focus on starting a takeaway business only in Binhai City. This way he wouldn't need so much system funding. Perhaps a few million would suffice. Moreover, all the delivery personnel hired by his takeaway company must be formal employees of the company signing labor contracts with all benefits included. He believed that with this condition it wouldn't be difficult to recruit enough riders. As for the number of delivery personnel in his takeaway company, after consulting the system, it directly gave him a quota of 50000. 50000, wow! Li Fei exclaimed in astonishment. A security company with 20000 employees and a takeaway company with 50000 employees, wouldn't that take off? This is just one city in Binhai City. If it expands nationwide, wouldn't his employee count reach several hundred thousand? Thinking of this, Li Fei called for Tang Fei to consult about what procedures were needed to open a takeaway company. After tomorrow a new round of system tasks would begin and he needed to prepare in advance. Ha! You want to open a takeaway company? Tang Fei was dumbfounded when she heard Li Fei's words. Wait, why would our Iron Blood security company, which is doing well, want to open a takeaway company? The current takeaway market is basically dominated by two giants, Kangaroo and Hummingbird. Other companies that want to enter the takeaway industry wouldn't even be enough with hundreds of billions in funding. The boss actually wants to enter the takeaway industry. She really couldn't understand this. A new day began as Li Fei woke up from the soft bed in the not-so-good hotel at 1 o'clock. Today was the last day for the system settlement, with the deadline set for 11 o'clock at night. This time the task was much more difficult than the previous two, causing Li Fei to feel anxious. Good morning, boss. Good morning, boss. Li Fei walked downstairs to the hotel lobby, greeting several hotel staff along the way. Boss, good news. The Happiness Hotel across the street can't hold on any longer. They came looking for us yesterday. The hotel manager Xin Xingzhu said happily. Oh. What did she say? Li Fei asked. The two hotels had been engaged in a price war for days, but since he had a money-losing system, it didn't matter how low the room rates went. It seems the Happiness Hotel across the street couldn't keep up. In terms of both decoration and service attitude, it was far inferior to the not-so-good hotel. Moreover, the not-so-good hotel provided guests with a complimentary dinner and the prices were cheaper than those of the Happiness Hotel. No matter how you compared, guests would prioritize the not-so-good hotel. These days the Happiness Hotel had no guests at all, driving the owner into a panic, causing her to develop a mouthful of ulcers. No more fighting, the one across has surrendered. That owner said everyone should raise their prices, as continuing the price war is bad for all of us, Xin Xingzhu cheerfully said. Fine, if prices are going up then so be it, Li Fei said. Ultimately, the standard room price for the not-so-good hotel was set at 128 per night and the big bedroom was priced at 158 per night. What? Your hotel raised prices? In the lobby of the not-so-good hotel, several employees on a business trip were stunned to hear about the price increase. Damn. The hotel they finally found with such cost-effectiveness has now raised its prices. However, with the standard room price at 128 per night, splitting it between two people means only 64 each, plus they provide a dinner, making it still a good deal. In the end, a few still chose to stay here. 68 per night was cheap, but it was likely that was just a promotional price when the hotel first opened, so it couldn't be that cheap forever. Thus everyone quickly accepted the standard room price of 128 per night. Meanwhile, at the Happiness Hotel, the owner Wei Xiaoli sat bitterly at the front desk. She thought that by forcing Li Fei out to run this hotel she could earn more money, but unexpectedly she earned nothing and even had to spend money on second-hand furniture and appliances, as well as for renovating the floors. Li Fei for some reason had always kept his not-so-good hotel 10 yuan cheaper than her Happiness Hotel and even included a dinner. How could she compete? There was no way to compare. In recent days, guests at the Happiness Hotel were all running away to the one across the street. It was infuriating. In the end, with no other choice, Wei Xiaoli went across and spent a long time softening her tone to indicate her surrender. Looking at Xin Xingzhu and Zhao Chunmai's smug smile, she was infuriated. Since she surrendered, everyone should stop the price war. Thus the standard room price at the Happiness Hotel was also raised to 128 per night and the big bedroom price was raised to 158 per night. From today onwards, everyone's prices are the same and they will each rely on their own abilities to make a profit. However, a new problem arose. What level of service did the not-so-good hotel have and what level was her Happiness Hotel? How could they dare to charge the same price? But there was no way out. After all the effort to convince the other side not to engage in a price war, if she dared to lower her prices, wouldn't they press her down? Feeling miserable and regretful, Wei Xiaoli thought she had acted foolishly, leaving her comfortable position as a landlord to run a hotel. Sitting at the front desk, she just hoped for an uninformed person to come and check in. Li Fei arrived at the Bright Factory once again. When he came here this time, he felt that it seemed a bit different. What the hell? Why are the factory workers so energetic? He remembered that when he came here before, these employees looked lazy and worked slowly, but now everything had changed. Boss, you're here. The workshop director Li Bin ran over after seeing Li Fei. Call a few workers over to help unload. Unload. Li Bin was a bit stunned. Then the workshop director called over about 10 people to follow Li Fei to the entrance of an idle warehouse. At that moment a large truck was parked outside the idle warehouse loaded with vegetables, cooking oil, high-quality rice, white flour, various seasonings, meat, eggs and many bottles of purified water, fruits, drinks and so on. The truck even carried a few kitchen refrigerators and upright refrigerators for drinks. The workers had been working hard, but suddenly being called out to move things made them quite unhappy. They knew that failing to meet their targets would lead to a deduction in their wages. However, once they saw that the person asking them to move things was their boss and that these items were provided by him, they all happily went to. I heard that our factory workers are unwilling to eat in the cafeteria, so I bought these ingredients and hired 2 chefs to come and cook forever, Li Fei said while introducing the 2 chefs standing not far away. They were both sturdy and looked like excellent chefs. At that moment the factory manager Ma Liang also came over to help move things. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, he immediately said, "Yes, boss. Currently the meals are prepared by the gatekeeper Lao Li's wife and the food she cooks isn't very good. Everyone doesn't want to eat in the cafeteria and now buys food from outside. Should I dismiss them? No need. Just let them be responsible for the gatekeeping and they don't need to do any other work. Their wages need to be raised as well to 3,500 per month for each person with benefits equivalent to other workers," Li Fei said. He had heard that gatekeeper Lao Li and his wife not only had to watch the gate but also clean the yard, cook in the cafeteria and sometimes help out when the factory needed assistance. It was clear that their work was far from easy. Not only was it hard, but their wages were low. Together they earned only 5,000 a month and they received none of the other benefits. Other employees who were moving things were shocked to hear their boss say this. The boss treated them well because they could produce products for the factory, they could create value. However, the boss was now treating gatekeeper Lao Li and his wife so well, which made everyone feel warm. Gatekeeper Lao Li and his wife were both in their 50s and they couldn't handle heavy work anymore. They could only watch the gate and cook for the workers. Ordinary bosses wouldn't even glance at these people. Now the boss was willing to raise their wages, provide benefits and even reduce their workload, which deeply touched everyone. At this moment Lao Li and his wife, hearing the news, also came over. When a worker had just run over to tell them this news, they were still a bit skeptical. Initially the boss said that factory employees would have a minimum wage of 5,000 with nearly 2,000 in various benefits, but the manager hadn't counted them in. Because they weren't involved in production, merely watching the gate and cooking, how could they deserve such high wages and benefits? They also knew they didn't have that kind of value, so they naturally didn't say much, nor did they question the manager unwisely. But now the boss personally came over and said he wanted to raise their wages and that their benefits would be the same as those of other factory workers. Instantly Lao Li and his wife were almost brought to tears. "Boss, what can I say?" They choked out as they approached Li Fei. "It's nothing, it was my oversight before. I now announce that starting today all benefits and gifts for birthdays and holidays will be distributed to everyone, including the gatekeepers," Li Fei said. Ma Liang listened to the boss' words filled with admiration. Previously he had only focused on profits, valuing those things. He believed employees with no value had no need to receive excessive resources. Now it appeared that he was wrong. The items were soon moved and the refrigerators were placed in the cafeteria. The 2 newly hired chefs directly showcased their skills frying several dishes. Not bad, not bad. This braised lion's head has a high artistic quality. This braised carp is also good with significant research value. At the dining table everyone chatted while eating. After the meal Li Fei spoke. The workers who had come to help move things were initially worried that coming out to move would delay production and cost them money. They never expected that just coming out to move things would also earn them a red envelope of about 200. Before Li Fei arrived there was still about 50 to 60,000 in system funds. After buying so many things for the factory, most of it was spent. Now only a little over 2,000 in system funds remained, just enough to distribute around 200 in red envelopes to the workers who came to help. To exhaust the system funds, the envelopes varied in amounts. Some had 220,230 while others had around 210. Once the envelopes were distributed, the system funds were reduced to 0. The hotel was not doing well at all, with 5 or 6 hours left until the system settlement. However, Li Fei was as calm as a seasoned veteran. Indeed, before returning to the hotel he had summoned those temporary workers once again. This time he even expanded the team of temporary workers, directly hiring over 10 people. Since there was nothing for them to do at the hotel, Li Fei sent all of his temporary workers to clean the Guangming factory. A total of 12 people, each earning 300. Currently over 300 security personnel from the Iron Blood Security Company had already been hired away, but fortunately the order settlement would not be released until the 10th of next month, which was during the next system settlement cycle. After the hotel raised its prices, a few more guests checked in. However, with the all-powerful temporary workers, 12 people each earning 300 total to 3,600 yuan. When the system was close to settlement he could directly transfer all of the hotel's earnings to the temporary workers. Therefore Li Fei was completely unfazed. What worried Li Fei the most was the situation at Guangming factory. If by chance a large order suddenly came in, he would be in tears. Now Li Fei could only keep praying that nothing big would happen at Guangming factory. Time passed slowly and his heart gradually grew anxious. 5 minutes before the system settlement, Li Fei directly paid the hotel's revenue of 1,500 yuan to a representative of the temporary workers. The representative was evidently accustomed to Li Fei's behavior and accepted the 1,500 yuan calmly. As for the remaining 2,100 yuan, Li Fei would naturally transfer it to them the next day. So they were completely unfazed. The group of newly added temporary workers looked confused, wondering about this operation. The hiring Li Fei didn't seem like a poor person, yet he wanted to pay 3,600 yuan in installments. However, being hired with such high pay and only doing minor tasks was already quite good for them. They naturally did not dare to complain. 1-minute countdown to system settlement. 59 seconds. 1 second. Ding, the system settlement time has arrived and the system is settling. Current system remaining funds 0. Congratulations to the host for completing this round of system tasks, earning a full reward of 5 million. This round of tasks earned the host a salary of 63000. The next round of tasks has begun. Current system task: please lose 20 million within 15 days. Remaining system time 14 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Wow! Li Fei exclaimed in surprise, having succeeded again. He could hardly believe it. Like all the handsome guys present, Li Fei also enjoyed reading web novels. In those novels, the protagonists found it incredibly difficult to lose money. At the last moment, a backstabber would usually appear, resulting in the protagonist's failure. But he had managed to succeed 3 times in a row, which was hard to believe. With a ding, Li Fei picked up his phone and found that he had indeed received 506300. As of now, Li Fei's own funds had reached 7.08 million. Wow, I'm also a wealthy person now, Li Fei said happily. With 7.08 million, he was at least a member of the middle class. A new day began and Li Fei happily got out of bed. With another successful task, he was filled with vigor. Losing money, I love losing money. After washing up, Li Fei went to the hotel lobby. At that moment, the employees were already at work. Good morning, boss. Good morning, boss. Employees continuously greeted Li Fei. Li Fei cheerfully responded to everyone. When he arrived at Iron Blood Security, Tang Feier found him saying, "Boss, we have news about the delivery company's situation." Then Tang Feier explained the general situation to Li Fei. Generally speaking, the entire delivery industry includes delivery companies, riders, merchants, and customers. Taking Kangaroo as an example, they have already incorporated nearly 90% of the merchants in the market into their territory, and their app has registered billions of users. More importantly, Kangaroo Delivery has signed exclusive agreements with many merchants, meaning that once a merchant signs with Kangaroo, they cannot collaborate with other delivery companies. Consider this: if you start a new delivery company with hardly any merchants, why would anyone use your delivery app? However, considering that the boss only promotes within Binjiang City, things become much simpler. No matter how large Kangaroo is, there are definitely many small merchants that they cannot pay attention to, as well as those that they are too lazy to notice. These are the key targets for Li Fei's delivery company. Now, regarding the establishment of the delivery company, it's quite straightforward. Simply register a delivery company and design a delivery app. As for promotion, finding merchants to collaborate with and recruiting riders are tasks to be done later. Listening to Tang Feier's words, Li Fei appeared serious, but inside he was already smiling. Haha, perfect. Since opening a delivery company is so difficult and would face pressure from Kangaroo and Hummingbird, it would definitely lead to losses. Isn't this the perfect money-losing project he was looking for? Not only can it incur losses, but it can also recruit many riders. Simply perfect. This delivery company, Li Fei will definitely establish it. Great, then you should go find the previous lawyer Song Tangjing to help with the procedures for establishing the delivery company. Let him set the price. Boss, what shall we name our delivery company? Tang Feier asked. Let's call it Meta Delivery, Li Fei replied casually. At the Iron Blood Security's new training ground, Zhao Hu was training the new recruits again. Are you all out of energy already? Give it your all, push yourselves hard. Zhao Hu shouted loudly. The new recruits were currently doing push-ups in a mud pit. 78. 79. A few minutes later, Zhao Hu looked at the recruits sprawled on the ground and immediately criticized them again. Is this all the skill you have? Is this all you can do? Keep going. If you don't reach 200 today, you won't eat. Hearing that they wouldn't eat if they didn't finish, the new recruits all became furious and started doing push-ups again. Gentlemen, this is the daily training of Iron Blood Security. These are merely the newly hired security personnel. Their physical fitness is still lacking and they need to train hard. Nearby the training ground, Wang Xiao was giving a tour to several executives, showing them the daily training of Iron Blood. Though they were called executives, most were property managers from shopping malls or residential areas, and a few were hotel general managers. Wang Xiao had also learned to be clever. Calling them executives was never wrong. Very well, very well. What the? Next, Wang Xiao led the group of executives to watch a demonstration by an elite special forces unit. Instantly, every executive was left utterly speechless. Could this Iron Blood Security force truly be this formidable? How had they overlooked such prowess all this time? Deploying security personnel of such unwavering discipline and vigor, whether in a residential complex or a shopping mall, would instantly elevate its prestige and perceived class. Originally they had intended to renew their partnership with Yuanhua Security. Yet inexplicably Yuanhua's personnel had grown progressively weaker, each more inept than the last. With no alternative they turned to Ironblood. Rumors spoke of Ironblood Security's surging reputation, its unmatched excellence widely acclaimed. Today's first-hand encounter confirmed it beyond doubt. Manager Wang will hire 10 for our residential complex. Our shopping mall will take 8. I'll take 12 of those elite operatives myself. In moments orders poured in from the group. Elite operatives command a higher fee, Wang Chao admitted candidly. Exactly, we want the premium tier. If it's not expensive we won't take it. The executive declared with unreserved confidence. Excellent, please line up one at a time, Wang Chao replied, already beaming with delight. At last, his first tangible achievement as marketing department manager. Boss Meta Food Delivery Company has been officially registered. Tang Fei announced, brimming with excitement. Upon hearing the news, Li Fei erupted with joy. He'd been nearly frantic waiting these past 2 days. Now that registration was complete, he could immediately begin recruiting delivery riders. Unlike Kanguro Corporation, which outsourced its riders entirely, bundling them under third-party labor agencies, Meta would establish direct employment relationships. Such outsourcing offered convenience. Should any issue arise with a rider, Kanguro bore no liability. Riders would deal solely with the labor agency. Li Fei refused this model. His riders would be formal employees of Meta Food Delivery, only then could he claim the system-generated salaries. Tang Fei, please lease an office building, several hundred square meters will suffice. That will serve as Meta's headquarters. Suzhou 11 draft job postings immediately for software development talent, project managers, UI designers, front-end and back-end engineers, QA testers and more. We'll also begin recruiting delivery riders, start with 1,000. All salaries shall align with Binjiang City's average wage level. Of course comprehensive benefits packages are mandatory, Li Fei added. 1,000. Both women stared in stunned silence upon hearing his directive. The software hadn't even been developed yet, and the boss was already hiring 1,000 writers. This was sheer madness. Developing a robust application was no trivial undertaking, especially one as intricate as a food delivery platform. Such a platform comprised 2 distinct interfaces, one for customers, displaying merchant listings, enabling purchases and tracking real-time rider dispatch, and another exclusively for riders. The rider interface featured an order dashboard where deliveries were visible, allowing riders to claim assignments or receive automated dispatches from the system. Crucially, dispatched orders must follow logical route-efficient sequences. Poor algorithmic design would inevitably provoke fierce backlash from riders. In short, delivering a fully functional food delivery platform would require no fewer than 3 to 5 months. Yet here the boss stood, already mobilizing rider recruitment. Utterly incomprehensible. Even if riders were hired today without the platform, they'd have no orders to deliver. It made no logical sense whatsoever. Li Fei, however, gave no thought to operational coherence. He cared only that once riders were on payroll he could draw his own system-calculated salary. No orders. Even better. Thereupon Tang Fei and Suzhou 11 departed to execute their respective tasks. Boss, several more executives just placed substantial orders. Ironblood Security has secured over 100 additional placements. Wang Chao entered the office with a grin as Li Fei pondered quietly. What? Another 100 placements. Li Fei's expression darkened instantly. Ironblood now had over 400 personnel deployed, and the momentum showed no sign of abating. Before long every Ironblood security officer might be absorbed. Li Fei fell silent, profoundly exasperated. No, he must halt this trend immediately. Otherwise how could he possibly sustain his losses? Effective tomorrow, all Ironblood security placement fees will increase by 500 yuan per month. Exceptions apply only to currently contracted personnel, whose adjustments will take effect next month. Wang Chao recoiled in disbelief. Increase prices now. Ironblood has barely broken through, this could severely undermine our hard-won momentum. Still Li Fei was the boss, and his decision stood unchallenged. Wang Chao exited the general manager's office deeply unsettled. Back in his office he posted the announcement in a WeChat group. Attention, all Ironblood security placement fees rise by 500 yuan monthly effective tomorrow, finalize decisions promptly. This was a property management group, comprising residential complex administrators exclusively. Raise prices. Obsessed with profit. Pathetic Ironblood, barely gaining traction and already inflating rates. Their leadership lacks even the faintest vision for sustainable growth. Returning to the Buhawi Hotel, Li Fei lay sprawled across his cramped room. It was absurdly small. He was now worth over 7 million yuan, yet still lodged in such confined quarters. A resolve crystallized within him. Yes, he would expand the Buhawi Hotel. Its current scale was inadequate. His ambition was to transform it step by step into a 5-star establishment. Then gradually into a nationwide chain of 5-star hotels. Meeting now. In the Buhawi Hotel lobby, all 10 staff members assembled. I've gathered you today to announce something momentous. Effective immediately, the Buhawi Hotel embarks on expansion. Our first acquisition will be a 3-star hotel. And upon acquisition, each of you will become founding senior members of the new enterprise. As Li Fei concluded, the room erupted. Acquire a 3-star hotel. Good heavens, they hadn't even touched alcohol at dinner. Still being named founding senior member sounded rather splendid. In an instant, all 10 employees surged with exhilaration. The news of Taishui Securities' price increase quickly spread. Inside Yuanhua Security, Song Jiwen wore a disdainful expression. Hee, I thought Taishui would be a threat, but it turns out he is just digging his own grave. In recent days, Yuanhua's order volume had plummeted. Song Jiwen had remained calm, thinking that losing such a small amount of orders was trivial for a company of Yuanhua's size. However, as time went on, Yuanhua's order volume continued to drop sharply and he eventually panicked. Now with Taishui's self-destructive price increase, it was truly a blessing for Yuanhua. Notify the marketing department. We must seize this opportunity and capture those wavering orders. After hearing this, the assistant hurriedly agreed and ran out to execute the orders. At Anxia Security, the situation was astonishing. When the assistant informed the general manager of this news, the manager was busy playing a game and didn't even bother to lift his head. Got it, stop going on and on about Taishui. It's so annoying. At Taishui Security's HR department, Su Xiaoxi was busy posting recruitment information. At that moment, Li Fei walked in. How's the recruitment going? He asked. Boss, you wouldn't believe it. I posted the recruitment information less than 2 hours ago and there are already several hundred applicants. Many others are calling to inquire, Su Xiaoxi said excitedly. She had felt quite insecure when her boss asked her to handle HR. As a recent graduate in finance, she wondered if she could really do HR work. To her surprise, it was so simple. One could only say that this world was quite chaotic. Previously, she had thought the HR departments of large companies were impressive. Now that she was in charge of HR at Taishui, she realized how easy it actually was. How many have we hired so far? Li Fei asked. Among the resumes we received, over 300 have responded that they can come for interviews, Su Xiaoxi said. Not bad. Let's hold off on further recruitment for now, Li Fei replied. Subsequently, Li Fei returned to his office. He made this decision because he thought of an even better plan. That's right, directly let people refer others, implementing a so-called old brings new scheme. An old employee brings in a new one and they directly receive a reward of 500 yuan. In this way, wouldn't it cost more? Just as Li Fei was fantasizing about a prosperous future, Tang Fei walked. Boss, I found a lead on the 3-star hotel you asked me to check on for acquisition. When Li Fei told her to keep an eye on the 3-star hotels for sale in Binjiang City, Tang Fei was quite surprised. The boss wants to acquire a 3-star hotel. That seems too crazy. One must know that her boss had just aggressively expanded the security staff and acquired the Guangming factory. Now he wants to acquire a 3-star hotel too. Tang Fei looked around and no matter how she saw it, her boss didn't seem like a rich second generation. However, she had heard that many rich second generations like to play dumb, so perhaps her boss was one of those people. It seemed she needed to observe more closely. Alright, let's go take a look, Li Fei said. The delivery staff at Maida hadn't been hired yet and he had nothing pressing to do, so it was a good opportunity to check out the 3-star hotel. If it was suitable, he could acquire it. Soon Li Fei drove with Tang Fei to the entrance of an old hotel in the Ruili Hotel. Is this a 3-star hotel? Li Fei asked in disbelief. This place looked too rundown. A 3-star hotel shouldn't look this shabby. After all, he was a man worth 7 million with 20 million in system funds. Did he really pick such a dilapidated hotel? However, Li Fei quickly adjusted his mindset. A rundown place is good, it allows for more spending. This place is great mainly because it's cheap. Tang Fei exclaimed. When she worked for her brother's company, she had developed the habit of always looking for cost-effective options. Although it was shabby, the structure of a 3-star hotel was still intact. After her boss took over, a little renovation would get it up and running and profits could start rolling in. How wonderful. You must be the hotel owner, right? Tang Fei warmly addressed the middle-aged man at the front desk. Were you the one who called me earlier? Are you the ones looking to buy this hotel? Hotel owner Wu Yu asked. Oh my god, is my hotel finally going to sell today? This was quite a challenge. God knows what he had been through these days. He was almost losing his hair trying to sell this hotel. Let me show you around the hotel, Wu Yu stood up. Don't be fooled by how shabby our hotel looks. With a bit of renovation, it can regain the glory of a 3-star hotel. Our hotel has a total of 80 guest rooms along with a laundry room, security room, conference hall, staff dormitory and more. It's a definite profit if you buy it. Wu Yu continued to speak non-stop. Not badly, Fei nodded after looking around. Though it was a bit shabby and old, renovation would mean spending money. The most crucial part was that this hotel actually had several luxurious suites. Although they were only around 90 square meters with 2 rooms, they were much better than a mediocre motel. Very good, very good. How much is it? Li Fei asked. Boss, am I being clear enough about my intentions? Are you going to raise the price significantly now? Quick, I can't wait. As Li Fei nodded while looking around, Tang Fei was already gently kicking her boss heel to remind him. My boss, are you even more oblivious than my own brother? Don't you think you should point out the flaws when buying a hotel, let alone when going grocery shopping? Only by doing so can you negotiate better. But you on the other hand seem to be praising this shabby hotel to the skies. Anyone who sees you do this would think it's a 5-star hotel. At that moment, hotel owner Wu Yu was completely bewildered. What is happening? He had hosted several groups of people looking at the hotel. He had never encountered someone like Li Fei before. Since the other party was so interested, he felt confident about selling the hotel and might even get a more satisfactory price. Boss, I forgot to introduce you. This is our boss. Tai Shui Security is owned by him, Tang Fei quickly said. Ha! The owner of Tai Shui Security. Wu Yu was completely stunned. No wonder he was so relaxed. It turns out he is the boss of Tai Shui Security. Tai Shui Security is currently a rising security company. In a city, the most important people not to offend include the heads of major security firms. Although Tai Shui Security might not be the largest security company, it is certainly someone this little fish cannot afford to offend. 5.8 million, it really is the absolute minimum. Wu Yu murmured softly. He had initially assumed Li Fei was a clueless novice, only to discover he was in fact a seasoned and formidable CEO. The figure of 8 million instantly plummeted to 5.8 million, resulting in a staggering loss of 2.2 million. Yet even at such a loss, he resolved to sell immediately. Securing the funds was now the top priority. When Li Fei heard the price was merely 5.8 million, he could scarcely believe it. He then glanced briefly at Tang Fei. You truly are remarkable. Had it not been for you, they would certainly have demanded far more. Though matters had already reached this point, Li Fei naturally said nothing further. The contract was swiftly finalized and Li Fei instructed his finance team to process the payment. Moments later, Wu Yu received the transfer. Pleasure doing business, truly a pleasure. Wu Yu declared, cheerfully elated to finally be rid of this burdensome liability. Without delay, he dashed out of the hotel and sped away in his car. With the acquisition complete, Li Fei had just spent 5.8 million, yet his mood remained remarkably buoyant. After bidding Wu Yu farewell, he and Tang Fei began meticulously inspecting the hotel. Earlier they had only skimmed the surface, now they examined every detail with care. Boss, did we perhaps overpay? Look, so many fixtures are already damaged. As she spoke, Tang Fei switched on the television in a guest room only to find it non-functional. This was already the 13th broken TV they had encountered. Stay calm, just a few faulty televisions. A minor issue. Li Fei remained utterly unruffled. After all, he intended to replace them all anyway. Bang! The moment Li Fei finished speaking, a wall decal tumbled from the ceiling onto the floor. Where's the boss? Where's your hotel manager? Li Fei and Tang Fei stepped out upon hearing the shout and found several men lounging brazenly on the lobby sofa shouting demands. There were about 5 or 6 of them, clearly petty thugs. No wonder Wu Yu had been so desperate to offload the property at such a bargain price. Gentlemen, what brings you here? I've just acquired this hotel, I am now its owner. Is there something you require? Li Fei asked calmly. Nothing major, we represent the neighboring Yunhai Grand Hotel. Our boss had long set his sights on this place and a 3 million acquisition had already been agreed upon. Exactly, we'd rather skip the pleasantries. 3 million and we part as friends. Otherwise. Their boss had long coveted this site adjacent to the Yunhai Grand Hotel to integrate operations and establish a comprehensive luxury complex offering dining, bathing and lodging under one roof. Indeed, the Yunhai Grand Hotel's owner had covertly schemed for months only to be thwarted by Li Fei's sudden appearance. Damn! Li Fei stood speechless. Were they seriously attempting coercion? 3 million. Preposterous. Selling for that sum would mean forfeiting 2.8 million, on paper attempting loss, but he was no man to swallow injustice silently. I paid 5.8 million for this hotel. You may have it if you're willing to pay 10 million. Don't get cocky, kid, today it's 3 million, tomorrow the offer won't be nearly as generous. Why waste breath, chief? Let's just smash the place up. Idiot, vandalism is illegal. The leader rolled his eyes in exasperation. It's law illiterate, not illiterate, you moron. Shut your mouth before I shut it for you, he snapped, delivering a sharp slap to the subordinate who'd spoken. Young man, don't say I didn't warn you. Refuse and we'll make your life very difficult indeed. The gang leader swaggered with arrogant confidence. Li Fei stared at them, deeply frustrated. All he'd wanted was a simple, straightforward financial loss, yet even that seemed impossibly hard to achieve. Now this had to happen. Yeah, consider yourself cursed for crossing paths with us. One thug strode forward and jabbed a finger toward Li Fei. Go to hell. Li Fei exploded, launching a thunderous kick. The thug flew backward like a ragdoll, crashing 2 meters away and collapsing to his knees. Shit, brothers, move in. The leader hadn't expected such ferocity. How dare he? They outnumbered him significantly. As the group surged forward, Li Fei, empowered by a physical enhancement serum awarded after completing his first mission, was no longer the weakling he once had been. Snatching up a chair, he hurled it with lethal precision straight into the advancing mob. The thugs were stunned, the chair sliced through the air with a fierce whistling shriek. Two in front dodged just in time, the two behind were struck full force and collapsed, clutching their legs and groaning. Of the 6 thugs, 1 lay sprawled from the kick, 2 were incapacitated by the chair, leaving only 3 still standing and ready to fight. The leader panicked, genuinely terrified. This young man looked bright, handsome, refined, like a gentle, wealthy scion. Instead, he was a fearsome warrior. A catastrophic miscalculation. Fall back. He decided to regroup and summon reinforcements. You're finished, kid, just wait and see, he snarled as the gang retreated, hurling threats over their shoulders. 15 minutes later, the gang leader returned, flanked by over a dozen men determined to erase his earlier humiliation. Chief, I'll make that little runt kneel and sing Conquest for me. I'll slap him 20 times, if I don't I'll eat my own shit. I'll force him to crawl beneath my legs. Thus the mob marched en masse toward Rueli Hotel. Little punk, come out and face your father. They stood defiantly before the entrance, radiating menace and bravado. Within moments a crowd gathered, curious onlookers drawn by the spectacle. It's over for this hotel's new owner. TSK shouldn't have bought it so cheaply. Serves him right. That slippery Wu Yu fled fast, dumping this hot potato onto some greenhorn. What a pity. They'd watched Li Fei arrive to purchase the hotel, clear and unambiguous. Rumors spread quickly Wu Yu had sold it outright for 5.8 million. Cheap. Yes, but was it truly a bargain one could afford? Just as the onlookers watched riveted, the thugs stormed inside, smashing and destroying everything in sight. Damn, this feels amazing. They roared with exhilaration, shouting, shattering, reveling in pure catharsis. For so long restraint had held them back, they'd feared consequences for vandalism. But now that Li Fei had struck first, fear dissolved into fury. Smash it all, the gang leader bellowed, intoxicated by vengeance. It was cathartic, exquisitely, profoundly cathartic. The group of thugs wreaked havoc, leaving the already dilapidated Rueli Hotel in an even more miserable state. After about 10 minutes, the thugs, exhausted from their rampage, stood proudly at the hotel entrance brandishing their clubs. This is the fate that befalls those who provoke them. Looking around at the crowd of onlookers, each person instinctively lowered their heads. Just as the group of thugs was planning to go out and celebrate their victory, a group of people emerged from the street corner. A security team of 30 to 40 individuals. A group of security personnel, all in uniform, stood in silence, yet their movements were remarkably coordinated and unified. While Li Fei was dealing with a few thugs, Tang Fei discreetly called Zhang Long to inform him of the situation. Thugs causing trouble at a hotel recently acquired by their boss. Zhang Long was furious upon hearing this. He immediately gathered a group of security guards and rushed over. However, the Iron Blood Company had no vehicles available, so everyone had to hail cabs. Some ended up taking wrong turns, others got caught in traffic, and a few even rode shared bicycles. When they finally arrived nearby, they discovered they were lost again. In the end, Li Fei personally went to guide everyone. Upon Li Fei's arrival with the group, he saw the damaged hotel and the thugs standing at the entrance. Did you do that? Li Fei asked. These individuals seemed to think they were helping him by demolishing a few walls in anticipation of the hotel's renovation. Although he was indifferent, letting them leave like this would be a blow to his reputation. This is all a misunderstanding. The thug leader immediately panicked. A sea of black-clad security numbering 40 to 50. The key was that these security guards looked formidable. Just look at them, crew cuts, cold gazes, muscular bodies and calloused fists. Misunderstanding my ass. Zhang Long had long been furious and directly kicked the thug leader several meters away. Then the group of security guards pounced like hungry wolves on a flock of sheep. Half an hour later, the chaotic hotel lobby. All the thugs were kneeling on the ground, bruised and battered. You must be General Li, right? This is all a misunderstanding. The speaker was Zhang Yuntian, the owner of the Yunhai Grand Hotel. He had initially thought that the hotel was being taken over by a small wealthy second generation, and with his own means he could easily acquire it at a low price. Unexpectedly, he had provoked the owner of Iron Blood. What bad luck, truly bad luck. So how do you propose to resolve this? Li Fei asked, feeling utterly speechless. He had originally planned to cheerfully take over this shabby hotel and gradually renovate it, buying various supplies and hiring staff, all while spending money. But suddenly this group appeared and vandalized his hotel. It seemed they were dead set on making him pay. He was quite frustrated. I will compensate for everything that was damaged, Li Fei said, looking up at Zhang Yuntian with a frown. Fine, let's settle it this way. Just as Li Fei was about to speak, Zhang Yuntian spoke again. Li Fei's gaze was simply too terrifying. 1 million. To compensate for your hotel's loss of revenue, labor costs and other expenses, I will additionally compensate you an extra million. Zhang Yunshan's forehead was drenched in sweat. The pressure was simply overwhelming. If he didn't bleed profusely, could he expect to be let off easily? After hearing Zhang Yunshan's words, Li Fei nodded in agreement. He was genuinely afraid that if he didn't agree the compensation would increase further. Li Fei had already asked the system and he wouldn't use a single cent of the compensation. System bro, why can't the compensation money directly go to me? All the items damaged by the other party were purchased with system funds, so the compensation also counts as system funds, understood. The hotel matter finally came to a close. Zhang Yuntian compensated Li Fei 1 million and took responsibility for renovating the hotel again. However, Li Fei directly refused the renovation. If the other party renovated it, how could he spend money? In the end, Li Fei simply demanded 2 million from him. Feeling quite helpless, Li Fei returned to Iron Blood. Looking at the beaming security guards, Li Fei said all security personnel who came over this time will receive a bonus of 5,000 Ha! 5,000. Damn. The security guards were stunned upon hearing Li Fei's words. They had merely gone for a stroll and stretched their muscles, yet they received a 5,000 yuan reward. They were pleasantly surprised and astonished. The guards who hadn't made it over earlier regretted it and wished they could slap themselves. See? Our boss is so benevolent. In the future, if our boss has something going on, I wonder who would dare to refuse. Zhang Long glanced at the group and said, Manager, don't say that. If our boss has something going on, I will definitely be the first to step up. Count me in. Me too. The next day, Li Fei didn't go directly to Iron Blood but first visited the renovation company he had been to before. The receptionist was the same one as before. I am looking for your golden designer, Li Fei said. Ah. After a brief moment of confusion, the receptionist quickly ran to call the golden designer Tang Wanqing. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels echoed on the floor. Li Fei looked up and sure enough saw the golden designer from before. This time I want to renovate a hotel again, but the budget is 3 million. 3 million. Although it's not a huge amount, it is still significant. Soon Tang Wanqing began to understand the situation of the Ruili Hotel in detail. With 80 guest rooms and a renovation budget of 3 million, a proposal quickly took shape. Since Ruili Hotel was quite old, the interior needed a complete overhaul, but the exterior didn't require major alterations. The hotel's exterior only needed simple aging to save costs while achieving a good effect. She had recently been researching designs that gave a sense of weathered nostalgia on the outside but were luxurious on the inside. Unexpectedly, Li Fei became the first experiment subject. Additionally, the interior renovation didn't require expensive materials, especially those costly designer tiles. For places like corridors and guest rooms, simply carpeting would suffice. This approach looked good, was high-end, and didn't require large-scale replacement of hotel floor tiles. Moreover, the hotel's ventilation and lighting systems as well as the guest rooms and bathrooms needed proper renovation. Finally, the hotel lobby, which was the most important area. The lobby is the hotel's facade, and it is the area that requires her utmost attention in design and renovation. At the Iron Blood Human Resources Department, HR Manager Su Xiao, she was signing labor contracts with several delivery riders. Alright, your labor contracts are all set. Su Xiao, she said. Yesterday she had been promoted to HR Manager by her boss, who also assigned her 2 subordinates. Looking at the 2 ecstatic new hires, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Not long ago she and the 2 new hires were in the same state, filled with curiosity and anxiety about the future. Yet in just a short period she had become the HR manager of such a large company. The key was that her boss not only tasked her with recruitment for Iron Blood but also assigned her to oversee recruitment for Maida Takeout, Guangming Factory and Ruili Hotel. Does this not signify that her boss is planning to promote her? Excited and happy. Currently all the technical staff for Maida Takeout had already been assigned and were starting work. Over 400 delivery riders had been recruited. Guangming Factory had not expanded yet, so it had not conducted any recruitment. For Ruili Hotel, her boss had instructed her to hire 20 people. Now this recruitment of a dozen or 20 people had become mundane for her. It was simply too trivial. She estimated that she would only be shocked if she had to recruit thousands at once. The labor contracts for the delivery riders had been signed, officially making them employees of Maida Takeout. Maida Takeout provides employees with 5 insurances and 1 fund along with many other benefits. For example, a supermarket shopping voucher worth 1,000, a housing allowance of 500, meal subsidies of 300 and a phone bill subsidy of 100. If they are provided with accommodation, the 500 becomes a full attendance bonus. If meals are provided, the 300 becomes an excellent employee award. For delivery riders who are not provided with meals or accommodation, it is just the meal and housing subsidies. Can you believe this? This was unimaginable in the past. The key was that Maida Takeout offered them a salary based on a guaranteed minimum plus commission. Yes, a guaranteed salary of 5,000 plus a commission of 4 yuan per order. Although considering this is a new platform, the orders may not be abundant, but even so they could earn around 6 or 7,000 a month, right? Not only that, but Maida Takeout also provides them with work uniforms, cycling helmets and insulated boxes for free. The most astonishing part is that they even provide electric bicycles for free. These items add up to more than 3,500. If their electric bikes run out of battery, they can exchange for a full charge for free, as the company has provided them with a monthly battery swap card. Now there are many battery swap stations in Binjiang City, making battery exchanges very convenient. Just for battery swaps they can save 380 a month. Moreover, the company is responsible for buying them insurance every day. Although it is just a daily insurance of 3 yuan, it amounts to around 100 a month. This also saves a good amount of money. Luxurious, this new company is simply too extravagant. Heaven knows how painful it was when they used to deliver takeout and had 3 yuan deducted for the first order. They were shocked when they heard all this. They were completely stunned. They were all seasoned delivery riders and were very clear about the tricks in the delivery business. Like buying electric bikes through loans and having you sign some contracts. Well, just go ahead and repay your loan slowly. When they first heard about Maida Takeout's recruitment, they thought it was just another new type of scam. However, when they actually came to see it, they realized how naive they had been. Maida Takeout not only had no tricks, the salary and welfare were simply excellent. We originally planned to recruit 1,000 people for Maida Takeout, but the boss decided that the remaining 600 should be recruited by you. For every person you recruit, the company will reward you with 500. This is a special benefit from the boss, so I hope you cherish it. Although the crowd had already walked out, the HR's words still echoed in their ears. A reward of 500 for bringing in one person. Is there such a good thing? That means if they bring in 10 people, they get a reward of 5,000. The key is, with such good conditions at Maida Takeout, there is no worry about not having people come. Let alone asking them to recruit people. Just casually hinting to others that these formal employees can join Maida would probably have people trampling over their doorstep. Now the group of buddies they often deliver with are still lamenting that they weren't hired. Haha, this time they can show off. Not only can they receive the 500 recruitment bonus this time, but they might also receive kickbacks from those buddies who didn't get hired. This is almost a certainty. With so few spots, who can come and who cannot, it all depends on these new employees. You want to join Maida? I have a spot. Then it wouldn't be too much to ask for something in return, right? But now there are only 600 spots and these people are immediately on edge. 400 people going to recruit 600 is obviously not enough for everyone. What to do? Of course it is first come first served. Those who take action first will have the advantage. I want to eat for now. I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving. Just in time. I also have something to handle. Damn, I forgot to turn off the faucet. I have to hurry back home. Hey Xiaoli, let me tell you. What, you're still delivering? What the hell are you delivering? There's a golden opportunity here. Do you want it? Let me tell you, if you miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. On the other end of the line, the delivery rider named Xiaoli was practically bursting with excitement. What? There's such a good thing. The one calling him was an old delivery buddy he often chatted with, and he never expected such a great opportunity to come his way. This favor, no need to say more, let's see our actions in the future. Then Xiaoli directly executed a 180-degree turn and sped off towards the Iron Blood HR office. Time is of the essence. This situation can truly be called the life and death speed of a delivery rider. Those previous experiences were simply too trivial. Hey. Xiaoli answered the incoming call while riding his bike. Why am I riding in the opposite direction? It's nothing, I'm not delivering your order anymore, just place another one. Complaints. Whatever, kangaroo takeout and done. Then Xiaoli hung up the phone. It felt so good, simply too satisfying. Back in the day, if a customer even hinted at a complaint, he would have to apologize incessantly, even for a slightly harsh tone. Now whoever cares, I'm done serving. Finally, after racing for over 20 minutes, Xiaoli arrived at the Iron Blood Security Company. Damn. He was completely dumbfounded. How is this a security company? Wasn't it said that it was a recruitment for a delivery company? Had he been deceived? Then Xiaoli hurriedly called back the customer he had just delivered to, apologizing. He hoped he would still make it in time. So you panicked when you heard my complaint? Haha, you really made me laugh. Just wait for your complaint. Hearing the arrogant tone from the other end of the line, Xiaoli's heart felt like 1,000 wild horses galloping past. Then he could only brace himself and walk into the HR office of Iron Blood Security. Xiaoli, over here. Xiaoli looked up and saw the big brother in the crowd. Thanks to his invitation, he was able to come. Come on, follow me for the interview. As long as you are healthy and have no criminal record, getting hired is a sure thing. Xiaoli was thrilled to hear his big brother's words. Just a moment ago he thought he was being played. How could a food delivery company be recruiting within a security company? After asking, he learned that the delivery and security companies were owned by the same boss. Incredible. Does this mean that when they deliver food to certain neighborhoods in the future, the security guards won't stop them? After all, they are all part of the same family. How could they have the heart to stop their own delivery company's people? While he walked and contemplated, Xiaoli unconsciously arrived at the entrance of the HR office under the guidance of his big brother. At this moment there were already many people waiting for interviews at the HR office. Of course, all these interviewees were recommended by regular employees of Maida Delivery. If you were not referred by a regular employee, they wouldn't even consider you. Lao Xing, how many newcomers did you bring? Not many, just 3. What about you? 3 isn't too many. I only brought 1. Listening to the conversations of these regular employees from Maida Delivery, Xiaoli was once again astonished. He heard that Maida Delivery directly let those regular employees recruit newcomers, rewarding them 500 yuan for each one they brought in. This is simply a generous company benefit. Not to mention anything else, just this point is enough to prove the boss's generosity. The interviews went very quickly and soon it was their turn. The big brother brought Xiaoli to the HR office. Manager Su, this is the newcomer I brought, said the big brother. After that, HR manager Su Xiaoxi asked Xiaoli a few simple questions and hired him. This is the labor contract, please fill it out. It contains detailed information about our salary and various benefits at Maida Delivery. After Su Xiaoxi finished speaking, she recorded something in the new employee form on the computer. After the recruitment, it was clear in the form who brought how many newcomers and what the rewards were. At this moment, Xiaoli was already filling out the labor contract. However, when he saw the nearly half-page detailing the various benefits in the contract, he felt a wave of blissful dizziness. It's true, everything his big brother told him was true. Previously, they only knew that Maida Delivery had good conditions, but they didn't know how good it actually was. Now he knows. A base salary of 5,000 yuan, 4 yuan for each delivery, along with free gear, electric bikes, free battery swaps, and no insurance fees. What's even more outrageous is that there are nearly 2,000 yuan in additional benefits every month. He felt incredibly fortunate to join Maida Delivery for food delivery. Brother, I won't say anything else. If it weren't for your recommendation, I'd still be stuck delivering for the kangaroo. Tonight let's have a feast with baths and karaoke, it's on me. Boss, all 1,000 delivery employees of Maida Delivery have been recruited. But our delivery app conservatively estimates it will take 4 to 5 months to complete. During this period, those delivery employees basically have no orders to take. In the Iron Blood security office, Tang Fei was reporting to her boss. However, she didn't say the latter part. For 4 to 5 months, delivery workers would have no orders, but the company must still pay their salaries and benefits. Even if the software is completed in 4 months, the total salary and benefits for 1,000 delivery employees would amount to nearly 28 million. 28 million just thrown away like that. Feeling anxious, her boss was too impatient this time. Even if they want to enter the food delivery industry, it wouldn't hurt to wait until the software is completed before hiring delivery employees. But her boss directly hired 1,000 delivery workers. Now that the recruitment is complete, they would have to pay salaries and benefits for 4 to 5 months for nothing. Otherwise, they would have to dismiss these employees and rehire them after the software is done. But whichever method, the impact on the company would be huge. You must know that the company just signed labor contracts with these employees. Now dismissing them without cause would require significant compensation. Li Fei listened to Tang Fei's report and he was already smiling inside. A genius like me, truly a genius like me. Great, this is simply fantastic. These 1,000 delivery workers are like treasures to him. Just sitting here doing nothing, he could easily spend 7 million every month. This is what you call a money-losing strategy. Not generating even a dime in profit, just pure loss. Who else could do that? Following this line of thought, Li Fei soon came up with another brilliant idea. That's right, extend the production cycle of the delivery software. Didn't you say it would take at least 4 months to complete? Fine, from now on no delivery software engineers are allowed to work overtime. Didn't you apply to expand the recruitment of various software engineers? Fine, application denied. I won't hire a single extra person for you. Not only that, Li Fei also decided to frequently go over and cause trouble. If something isn't done right here, change it for me. If something there isn't right, change it for me. With this approach, Li Fei believed that the delivery software wouldn't be completed for at least half a year or even a year. A year, haha, how much pure loss will I incur? By then, Li Fei decided to continue to increase the recruitment of delivery workers. 1,000 people are far from the limit. 1,000 people are just the beginning. You must know that the system's upper limit for employees is a full 5,000,000. I understand, I will handle this matter, Li Fei said. Tang Fei was directly stunned to see her boss so unfazed. Do you have a mine at home or what? Even if you have a mine at home, it's not a way to just throw money away like this. However, she was just a small assistant and had no authority to interfere with her boss's decisions. Soon it seems her boss is about to follow in the footsteps of her brother Tang Tianzi. A pure loss of 28 million is a heavy blow even for a large company, let alone for a small startup company like theirs. Thinking of this, Tang Fei walked out of the boss office worrying. The matters concerning the delivery company have come to a temporary halt. The security company was initially developing rapidly, but due to Li Fei's decision to raise the hiring price by 500 yuan, its momentum abruptly ceased. Haha, I'm very happy. Li Fei has now shifted his focus to the Ruili Hotel and the Guangming factory. The recruitment at the hotel is ongoing and the renovations will take a few more days. Thus Li Fei once again arrived at the Guangming factory. Boss, you're here. Ma Liang said with a smile. Li Fei nodded and began to tour the factory again under Ma Liang's guidance. No, this won't do here. That won't do either, Li Fei said, shaking his head as he walked. The factory's facilities were too rudimentary, especially the production workshop. Our production workshop conditions are too poor, Li Fei remarked. Boss, there's no way around it. Manufacturing stainless steel cups requires multiple processes. Some processes are noisy, generate a lot of metal dust and release harmful gases. These are inevitable. However, the factory has already purchased a batch of imported earplugs and masks striving to minimize these hazards, Ma Liang answered seriously. These are inevitable. However, with the new wage model and working hours system introduced by the boss, the employees already feel very happy. As for these small issues, the employees can still overcome them. Just take a look at other factories, everyone is like this. But do those other factories offer salaries as high as ours at Guangming factory? Do they provide the same benefits? Do they have weekends off? Can they only work 8 hours a day? Can they enjoy such delicious meals in their canteens? No, not at all. Don't other factory employees still have to work there? They don't even dare to resign easily. The conditions at the next factory might be even worse. Therefore, the employees at Guangming factory are already very satisfied and content with their current situation. Naturally, Li Fei wouldn't consider these matters. He only wants to incur more losses. Having just masks and earplugs is not enough. I've heard that excessive exposure to this metal dust can be extremely harmful to health. Let's do this. Find a way to contact manufacturers of dust removal equipment and purchase some for the employees to install. The dust removal equipment must be the best. Also, the lighting equipment needs to be replaced. It's so dark inside the factory that the employees can't see clearly, let alone work effectively. We also need to install cooling and ventilation equipment. With the weather being so hot now, cooling and ventilation equipment is a must. Oh, and the employees should go for a full body checkup at the hospital once a month. If there are any issues, we need to detect and treat them early, Li Fei said as he walked. Ma Liang, hearing his boss words, was left utterly stunned. How much would it cost to install these devices? Moreover, employees get a free health check every month. Even those large factories probably wouldn't treat their employees this well, right? As they continued talking, the two arrived at the packaging workshop. The packaging workshop wasn't large, only a few hundred square meters. As soon as Li Fei stepped inside, he immediately felt the stifling heat. Unlike the production workshop, which has large doors on both sides that can be opened for ventilation, the packaging workshop has only one door, which is a narrow one. It's no wonder it's so hot inside. At that moment, the employees in the packaging workshop noticed that their boss had arrived and all worked even harder. How could they not? Their boss has given them such good salaries and benefits. If they don't work hard, how could they face him? Hello, boss. Hello, manager. The head of the packaging workshop, Yu Feng, hurried over to greet them. Do the employees usually work while standing? Li Fei asked. Yes, boss, standing while working helps maintain focus and speeds up the work. Now our packaging workshop employees' packing speed has reached 1.5 times that of before, the workshop director Yu Feng hurriedly said. Meanwhile, he silently praised himself. Look at this. The employees in our packaging workshop have such a great spirit and work at such a fast pace. Doesn't this prove the strength of my capability as the workshop director? This time he truly showcased himself in front of the boss. Awesome. Why stand when you can sit? Standing while working is too exhausting. Keep in mind they have to stand for 8 hours a day. Let's buy chairs for all the employees in the packaging workshop, and they must be good ones. From now on, all packaging workshop employees will work while sitting. Also, we need to install central air conditioning in the packaging workshop. It's just too hot here. When the time comes, list the expenses for me and I'll have the finance department transfer the funds to you. Li Fei instructed. Ma Liang took note of it seriously. After finishing the tour, it was just in time for lunch, and Li Fei stayed to have a meal with everyone. This was Li Fei's second time eating in the factory canteen. The first time was when they had just hired 2 chefs. During the meal, Ma Liang reported the recent situation of the factory to Li Fei. Boss, our latest stainless steel thermos cup has been successfully developed. This cup is excellent in terms of appearance, quality, and practicality. Just yesterday we received an order for a batch of new cups. Ma Liang said proudly. How could he not be proud? This was his first success since becoming the factory manager. How many did we order? Li Fei asked nervously. Not many, just a few hundred. However, each of these cups can be sold for 200 yuan, Ma Liang said. Just a few hundred, it's a small issue, just a minor problem. Li Fei immediately felt relieved. It's likely just a stroke of luck, selling a few hundred by coincidence. Success isn't that easy after all. Those large factories have been working for years, their networks deeply rooted and complex. Other sales networks have already been established and extended far and wide. So the market share left for Guangming factory is quite limited. Guangming factory is just picking up scraps left by others. Thinking of this, Li Fei felt relieved. By the way, I almost forgot the most important thing about this visit. Expansion Guangming factory needs to expand its production lines. After finishing his meal, Li Fei recalled the main purpose of his visit. Indeed, he didn't come just to improve the working environment for the employees. It's time for the factory to expand. Only by expanding can he hire more employees. If the factory doesn't expand, the original 50 employees along with the 20 or so newly hired ones would already be the system-recognized limit. Thus expansion is imperative. The Guangming factory is set to expand. However, the factory director Ma Liang is perplexed as the boss only mentioned the expansion without providing any details on how or in which direction to expand. He initially wanted to ask for clarification, but his boss received a phone call and hurriedly left, saying something like, "You handle the expansion as you see fit." Being left to make the decision himself. The responsibility is too great. Ma Liang felt incredibly moved. What a tremendous trust this was. Not to mention that he was just a novice who had recently become the factory director. Even those veteran directors with decades of experience wouldn't be granted such authority by the bosses. "Let's have a meeting." After some contemplation, Ma Liang said. Although he is the director and can make decisions on all matters. However, since he had just recently taken the position, it was essential to listen to various opinions and suggestions. Soon the heads of various workshops, office employees and line supervisors gathered in the conference room. "I believe everyone is aware of the expansion at Guangming factory. Let's share our thoughts," Ma Liang started. "Director, I think we should build a few new production lines for new types of water bottles," suggestedly been the production workshop director. No, that's too shallow, too simplistic. Our factory's water bottle production is already significant and the market demand isn't that high. I think we should expand a few lines for tableware production. A young line supervisor, Zhang Fang, said. He was promoted by Ma Liang after he became the factory director. Tableware. Everyone was taken aback. Aren't we a water bottle factory? Why would we switch to tableware? Yes, items like stainless steel bowls, chopsticks and plates have a strong market demand. Zhang Fang continued. That makes sense, very reasonable. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing Zhang Fang's words. Alright, let's expand the production lines to produce tableware, then Ma Liang decisively concluded. In fact, he had already been contemplating this idea. Currently, the market demand for the stainless steel thermos water bottles produced by Guangming factory is not very high. This is because the price is steep and they are rather durable. It's normal for a water bottle to last several years. Therefore, Ma Liang had already begun to survey the market of other industries in secret. The tableware industry seemed like a very promising choice. Director, if we add production lines, our factory space won't be sufficient, a line supervisor quietly remarked. Yes, the recent addition of a few new stainless steel water bottle production lines has taken up a lot of space and our current workshop is already very cramped. Right, exactly. Ma Liang frowned as he listened to everyone's concerns. This issue indeed seems a bit challenging. Should they dismantle a few old production lines? Reorganize the layout of the production lines? Renovate the workshop and find a way to expand its area? For a moment, Ma Liang began to ponder the most cost-effective solution. What's the issue? Didn't our boss say that the entire expansion matter is entrusted to the factory director? If there's not enough workshop space, we can just build another one, Zhang Fang suggested. Build another workshop? Young man, do you know how much it costs to build another workshop? Exactly, do you think building a workshop is as easy as stacking blocks? It requires a lot of money. Hearing the discussions around him, Ma Liang felt overwhelmed. Thus he decided to call his boss and ask for guidance. Although the boss said he would take full responsibility, building a workshop was too significant a matter for him to make such a decision alone. In the Ironblood security office. You want to build a workshop because the area is insufficient. Li Fei nearly laughed out loud upon hearing Ma Liang's phone call. Sure enough, he truly is the talent I've chosen. I was simply thinking of the small solution of expanding a few production lines while he directly suggested building a new workshop. How did I not think of that at the time? It just goes to show that if you want to avoid losses, you must find the right person. Ma Liang is undoubtedly the talent I need in this regard. No problem, just build it vigorously. One is not enough, we need to build at least 3 new factory workshops to prepare for future expansions. Li Fei said happily. 3 new workshops. Ma Liang was taken aback upon hearing this. He initially thought his boss would criticize him harshly. Is this the level of your factory director? If there isn't enough factory space, you only think of building a new one. Do you have any idea how much it costs to build a new factory? Can't you think of other solutions? Before making the call, he had already prepared himself to be scolded by his boss. He never expected the outcome to turn out this way. Not only did the boss not scold him, but he even encouraged him to build more workshops. This is quite surreal. Since all decisions have been made, Ma Liang began assigning tasks. Zhang Fang, I now appoint you as the head of the new tableware workshop and you will be responsible for sourcing the necessary production line machinery. Ma Liang said. Zhang Fang was ecstatic upon hearing Ma Liang's words. Wow. He, a mere line supervisor, has been directly promoted to the head of the new workshop. Indeed, when one person rises, all associated with them benefit. The one who rose is Ma Liang and the one benefiting is Zhang Feng. And as for the construction of the new workshop, that will be handled by Director Li Bin, Ma Liang stated. Li Bin nodded in agreement. Although we need to establish a few new production lines, the sales issue of the water bottles is also urgent. From now on, the business department will work overtime to strive for an expedited solution to the water bottle sales issue. This time I will personally lead you to find sales channels, Ma Liang said. Although the boss stipulated that employees work 8 hours a day, the business department's performance is crucial to the survival of Guangming factory, so working overtime shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Upon hearing this, everyone in the business department felt a wave of pressure. While the director is personally coming to supervise, it seems he has started to feel dissatisfied with their performance. Now they have no choice but to work hard. Otherwise, will there be good outcomes for their department in the future? Damn, when Ma Liang was just a regular employee, he seemed so easygoing, yet now as a director his demands are extremely strict. After nearly wrapping up the tasks, Ma Liang dismissed the meeting and returned to the director's office. Zhang Feng left happily, embarking on a journey to find a lathe for making tableware. Accompanying him was a skilled master craftsman whom factory director Ma Liang had recruited, known for his expertise in tableware manufacturing. This master craftsman had immersed himself in the tableware industry for over 20 years, having worked in various positions. He could be considered a versatile talent in this field. This master craftsman was poached by Ma Liang from a well-established tableware manufacturing factory in another city. Naturally, Ma Liang offered generous terms, including a promotion and salary increase. Currently, Guangming factory is divided into 4 departments: production, sales, finance, and logistics. Ultimately, Ma Liang appointed him as the manager of the production department with a monthly salary of 12000 yuan. It is noteworthy that Ma Liang, the factory director, only earns 20000 yuan a month. Promoting the other party to the position of production department manager and allowing him to directly oversee the department is already quite a generous offer. Initially, the other party was just a workshop supervisor, but upon hearing the conditions offered by Ma Liang, he jumped at the opportunity without hesitation. After all, a workshop supervisor cannot be compared to a production manager. A production manager is considered a high-level leader in a factory, enjoying the comfort of an air-conditioned office. In contrast, a workshop supervisor has to constantly run around the workshop dealing with endless worries. The key point is that Guangming factory is said to be different from other factories. It is rumored that Guangming factory only requires an 8-hour workday and offers 2 days off each week. Moreover, their salary and benefits are quite impressive. Does such a factory really exist in the world? Initially skeptical, he fully believed it once he arrived at Guangming factory. This time he was very confident in his quest for a lathe. While he couldn't guarantee much, he was certain that there was nothing he didn't understand about the tableware industry. He knew which lathe was user-friendly and which had the best cost-performance ratio. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Bin had already found a small construction engineering company. Xinshin Construction Installation Engineering Co. Ltd. The reason he didn't seek out larger construction companies was that Guangming factory is just a small factory and he was afraid they would look down on such a small project. Besides, negotiating with these smaller companies might allow him to get a better price. Would you even think of negotiating with those large firms? They wouldn't even bother to respond. Upon hearing that Guangming factory needs to build 3 workshops at once, the person in charge, Kong Long, was absolutely thrilled. This is a big order. Although each workshop is only over 300 square meters, the quantity is substantial, as they directly plan to build 3 workshops amount to over 900 square meters with a total cost of 900,000 yuan. Do you think that's acceptable? Kong Long inquired. A unit price of 1000 yuan per square meter is considered a normal price. 900,000. No, we need it cheaper, especially since we're building 3 at once. Li Bin shook his head vigorously. How about 880,000? That's still high. 850,000, that's truly the lowest price I can offer. Boss, you need to have a long-term vision. Our expansion at Guangming factory won't stop here, this is just the beginning. In the future, if we cooperate well, we will direct all these projects to your company. Li Bin directly painted a bright future for the other party. Alright, 800,000, any lower and there won't be any profit left. Kong Long gritted his teeth. However, Li Bin's optimistic vision clearly had a significant effect. For small construction companies like theirs, if they could truly secure a big partnership and find stable long-term projects, rising to prominence was only a matter of time. The question remained, could Guangming factory really become their big partner? Dismissing his chaotic thoughts, Kong Long signed the letter of intent for cooperation with Li Bin. Li Bin was merely a workshop supervisor and did not have the authority to sign contracts. That responsibility fell to factory director Ma Liang. The cooperation would only take effect after both parties signed a formal contract. Meanwhile, at the marketing department, a few members sat dejectedly on the curb while Ma Liang stood before them, his expression heavy with worry. Initially, he wanted to sit down like the others as he was exhausted from running around all morning. But then he remembered that he was now the factory director and had to maintain the demeanor of a director at all times. Director, you've seen us visit so many malls and supermarkets, now you believe us, right? Our marketing department hasn't been slacking off, it's truly challenging to open up sales channels. The marketing department manager Xiao Feng lamented. Yes, director. These places generally have fixed partners and our Guangming factory is just an unknown small factory. How easy can it be to open up sales channels? Exactly. The critical issue is whether we can get a small vehicle for our marketing department. In this day and age, if you don't have a luxury car to make a good impression, people won't bother with you. We're not asking for a luxury car, even a car worth around 200,000 yuan would be great. Ma Liang listened to their complaints feeling helpless. He knew all too well about these issues. He also wanted to provide a car for the marketing department, but they simply didn't have the resources. The owner had just raised the wages and benefits for the workers at Guangming factory. Now they were also planning to expand the factory and add several production lines. Each of these aspects required financial investment. The owner had spent considerable money to acquire Guangming factory and had also invested in increasing wages and expanding the factory and production lines. Currently Guangming factory was still in a state of deficit. How could they have the nerve to ask the owner for money to buy a car? If they encountered difficulties, why would they ask the owner for help? Why would the owner keep employing them? After Ma Liang expressed his thoughts, the members of the marketing department obediently fell silent. They understood the situation and empathized. Their earlier comments had merely been light-hearted complaints. After resting for a while, the group walked into a small supermarket. Since there was no hope with the big supermarkets, they figured they might as well try their luck at the small ones. This is the helplessness of a small factory. Unlike those large factories that don't need to run around for sales, they have first, second, and even third-level distributors. For large factories, their products are sent directly to first-level distributors after production. Then they simply collect payments periodically, which is very convenient. In contrast, Guangming factory still requires its sales department staff to seek out sales channels. Boss, we are from Guangming factory specializing in the production of stainless steel insulated cups. This is the cup we produce, take a look. Ma Liang began to speak. These cups are quite nice. How much do they cost? The supermarket owner asked. To be honest, he also sells cups. Several nearby neighborhoods only have him selling cups. Thus the sales volume is somewhat steady. However, he sources his goods from third-level distributors, leading to higher costs and lower profits. Hearing that they were from the factory, he wondered if he could get a cheaper price if he sourced directly from them. This model is a premium one utilizing advanced technology from various countries. Our factory's price is 200 yuan. And these are the standard models priced at 59 yuan. The few models here are priced at 19 yuan. Ma Liang began to earnestly introduce the products. Wow, this cup has a great texture and an attractive design. Wow, is this a pure titanium cup? And does it have a one-button lid opening feature? The supermarket owner picked up the 200 yuan cup and was utterly astonished. It's high-end, incredibly high-end. Such a cup sells for only 200 yuan. This is even better than the previous batch of high-end cups he imported, yet the price is significantly lower. Let's do it this way. You'll take 10 of these high-end pure titanium water cups, 10 of these mid-range ones, and 20 of these low-end ones, the supermarket owner said. These water cups are significantly cheaper than the previous batch he imported. He could stock some and try selling them. If they sell well, they could establish a long-term partnership. Ah, that's all you want? Commented a sales representative beside him. We're not those third-tier distributors, we're the manufacturer. There's no need to insist that you take hundreds at once. Can't you at least order dozens of each? Now taking just 10 or 20 of each is rather impolite. No problem, boss. You can take some to try selling, and if it goes well, we can cooperate long-term, Ma Liang quickly replied. Although the supermarket owner ordered a small quantity, it was still a good start. A total of 40 water cups with 7 or 8 styles across high, mid, and low ranges priced at 2,970. Since they only brought samples of the water cups this time, they could only leave their contact information and have the sales representative deliver the goods once they returned to the factory. After Ma Liang had the sales representative take note, he left for the next small supermarket. Not bad, this is a good start. From now on, your sales department should focus all its efforts on these small supermarkets, Ma Liang said. The larger supermarkets were definitely out of reach, so they would adopt the strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside, starting with one small supermarket at a time. Of course, these are all rather clumsy methods. Next, he planned to recruit a few more sales representatives. The newly recruited representatives would specialize in finding willing online stores and suitable distributors. Once they opened up online sales channels and found suitable distributors, the Iron Blood Security Company could break free from its predicament and welcome its own development. Iron Blood Security Company. Today Li Fei was feeling very frustrated. Originally, the Guangming factory had said they would expand the factory and add new production lines, which made Li Fei quite happy. However, this morning the system unexpectedly issued him a warning. The warning was due to Li Fei raising the hiring prices for security personnel at Iron Blood Security Company. The reason for the warning was that Li Fei had unilaterally raised the hiring prices, disrupting the normal market order. System, why didn't you remind me back then? Now that I've raised the hiring prices, changing them back would make me look like a clown. Li Fei asked, displeased. Apologies, the system was undergoing maintenance at that time. To compensate the host, the system is exceptionally granting the host a lottery opportunity. Please draw as soon as possible, don't dawdle. That's more like it. Li Fei immediately perked up. System, let's draw. The lottery wheel is ready, the system is drawing. Stop. Li Fei stared intently at the lottery wheel, counting silently to 3 before shouting. Congratulations, host, you have won a cash reward of 1 million. Holy crap. Li Fei was overjoyed to have won 1 million effortlessly. This was the first task of the system, and it took him a lot of hard work to earn 1 million. Now he had won 1 million just by drawing a lottery. System, I hope you maintain frequently and I can draw often. The last time was purely an accident, host, don't get your hopes up. Just as Li Fei was happily chatting with the system, telepathically Wang Chao walked in. Boss, aye. Seeing Wang Chaos' hesitant demeanor, Li Fei became anxious. Just say what's on your mind. It's like this, boss. After we raised the hiring prices at our security company, many clients who were originally interested in us all chose Yuanhua and Anxia instead. In the past few days, our security company's business volume has plummeted. Wang Chao said. He had also prepared himself to be scolded by his boss. Although the decision to raise prices was made by the boss, which boss would admit their mistakes? None. Not only would the boss not admit their mistakes, but they might also find someone to take the blame. And their marketing department, especially him as the marketing manager, was the best scapegoat. But he couldn't just stand by and watch Iron Blood, which had just emerged from its predicament, fall back into the abyss. That's why he mustered the courage to approach the boss. Li Fei listened quietly to Wang Chaos' report. A plummeting business volume. Originally, this was something to be very happy about, as it indicated that raising the hiring prices was indeed causing losses. Unfortunately, the system did not give him the opportunity. If the system hadn't intervened, Iron Blood Security would surely be losing money. I have already noticed the issue you mentioned. Let's do it this way, the hiring prices will be adjusted back to the previous prices. Li Fei said slowly. Ha! Wang Chao was directly dumbfounded. He thought his boss would definitely explode with anger and scold him. But even if he got scolded, he still had to stand up. Never did he expect the boss would decide to revert the prices. Is the boss really so open to advice? Wang Chao then happily returned. In recent days, the market share that originally belonged to Iron Blood had been taken over by Yuanhua, and he was quite anxious. He needed to quickly inform the relevant leaders of the community's shopping malls, schools, and factories. Not long after Wang Chao left, Zhang Long walked in again. Good news, boss. Our security company's gun permit has been approved. Ha! When did you all go to apply for the gun permit? Li Fei asked. He was completely unaware and felt quite bewildered. It was like this: our security company's business volume had dropped too severely in recent days, so Assistant Tang and a few of us employees went to apply for the gun permit. As long as we have the gun permit, we can take on armed escort business. Zhang Long said. The market for armed escort is quite large. Banks, jewelry stores, and some private companies also hire armed escorts. Now that Iron Blood Security has obtained its gun permit, it can finally enter this market. Previously, this market was firmly controlled by Yuanhua and Anxia, but now Iron Blood can finally share in the profits. Li Fei was speechless upon hearing this. How could this be? Had he known, he wouldn't have raised the prices? Good, you all did very well. Li Fei was too exhausted to complain. Zhang Long listened with joy to his boss praise, his smile practically splitting his face. Look at that, the boss was so happy when he found out, saying so many good things. Don't panic, I'm not panicking at all. Li Fei repeatedly reassured himself. It's just about obtaining a gun license, right? Even with the license, it won't significantly boost my performance. I have made delivery as my powerful weapon. It just occurred to me that I have never even checked it out once. This is a failure on my part as the boss. Subsequently, Li Fei drove towards the office building rented by Meda Delivery. The office was located in a very bustling area surrounded by high-end office buildings. Li Fei gazed at the vibrant street scene, momentarily lost in thought. This place is nothing like a hotel, it's in an urban village. Bright factories in the suburban industrial park. Iron Blood Security is somewhat considered suburban. I need to develop quickly. One day my headquarters will also be rented here. No, since I have a system now, I can just buy a whole building for the headquarters later. Li Fei parked the car in a spot and walked into the modern high-end office building. After explaining his purpose to the security guard and registering, the guard courteously swiped Li Fei's card. After passing through the turnstile, Li Fei took the elevator to the headquarters of Meda Delivery. Although it is called headquarters, it is merely a rented office floor. When Li Fei arrived, the programmers at Meda Delivery were deeply engrossed in coding. Everyone speed up. If you can avoid drinking water, do it. Drinking water means going to the bathroom, which delays our project timeline, said project manager Luo Shuai. Manager Luo, we also want to speed up, but the problem is that we simply don't have enough manpower. Exactly, Manager Luo. Could you please apply for a few more employees for our department? Hearing the employee's words, Luo Shuai felt quite helpless. He wanted to, but his boss wouldn't agree. Boss, what brings you here? At that moment, Luo Shuai noticed Li Fei entering through the door. I came to see how everyone is working so hard that they don't even have time to go to the bathroom. I feel incredibly guilty. I heard that you all have been secretly working overtime to catch up. This is absolutely unacceptable. Our company's principle is to refuse overtime and to live happily. How can you force everyone to work overtime? Li Fei said. Luo Shuai lowered his head, looking like a beaten dog. No overtime. If we don't work overtime, we won't complete this app in a few months. I heard that all the delivery employees have already been hired and they even recruited 1000 delivery guys at once. Yet our app still isn't ready for launch. I can't show my face anymore. I see that we have quite a spacious area here. Please go buy some snacks, afternoon tea, coffee, and set them up over there. When the employees are hungry, they can grab something to eat and take a break. Also, we need to have an entertainment area. The employees have been working continuously, they should take appropriate breaks. Let's set up a leisure area over there. It should include billiards, board games, gaming machines, massage chairs, and so on. There's an empty room over there, we can turn it into a cat room for employees to relax and play with cats. Li Fei spoke while walking. This is great, with these things employees will work less. Doesn't that mean the app's launch date will be pushed back even further? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Project manager Luo Shuai was astonished while listening. Right now these people would love to stretch a day into two. The boss is providing them with so many recreational and entertainment options. Isn't that just delaying the app's development even more? It seems that the suggestion made by my former colleague might just be worth a try. A few days ago I complained to my former colleague and shared my situation. They suggested that I directly purchase an existing app and even introduced me to the other party. I heard that the other party is also a delivery company. However, it is an app specifically for delivering vegetables. Kangaroo and ELE. Me can also deliver vegetables, so that company had no competitive edge. Moreover, due to insufficient funds, it didn't last long before going bankrupt. This thought gave Luo Shuai an idea. Although the other party's app is specifically for vegetable delivery, it shares many similarities with food delivery. After acquiring the other party's app, all it needs is some modifications before it can be put to use. This is much faster than developing one from scratch. However, he thought it best not to inform the boss just yet. It would be better to wait until the negotiations were more advanced before telling him. With this thought, Luo Shuai relaxed his tense brows. After seeing off his boss, Luo Shuai drove directly to the other party's home. Indeed, after the company went bankrupt, the other party had started to slack off at home. Who are you? Luo Shuai knocked a few times on the door, which opened to reveal a weary-looking middle-aged man who asked in confusion. He was the unfortunate soul Chen Yang, whose company was on the verge of bankruptcy. I am the project manager of Meda Delivery. My name is Luo Shuai. Luo Shuai introduced himself. Oh, it's Manager Luo, please come in. Chen Yang hurriedly welcomed Luo Shuai inside. His company was definitely going bankrupt, but this app was the culmination of their entire effort. He did not want to see his hard work fade away unnoticed. So when he heard that Meda Delivery might acquire his app, he felt invigorated. This is our app. We have around 70000 to 80000 registered users. Moreover, the various functions are quite comprehensive. With a few modifications, it can become a very user-friendly delivery software. Chen Yang began to showcase the app. Luo Shuai looked at how proficient the other party was in demonstrating the app's various features and felt a genuine admiration for Chen Yang. They were kindred spirits, both having developed an emotional attachment to their own apps. Not bad, this app is indeed powerful and useful. However, currently our delivery market is limited to Binjiang City, so your 70000 to 80000 registered users might not be very useful to us. This radish delivery app operates on a national scale, so those registered users are scattered all over the country. It appears to have 70000 to 80000 users, but in reality it holds no value for us at Meda Delivery. I understand. As long as you are willing to buy this app, any price is acceptable. My only request is that you do not change the app's icon. Of course, if you are willing to keep our company's employees, that would be even better. Don't underestimate them, they are very energetic and creative talents, Chen Yang said, choking back tears. These employees came with dreams only to end up facing layoffs due to the company's bankruptcy. He heard that many employees were still looking for jobs everywhere. If you are an employee from a large company, they might still want you. However, if they find out you are from a bankrupt company facing layoffs, they won't even give you a chance for an interview. The current market is a buyer's market. Programmers are not as sought after as they used to be. Therefore, finding a good job is truly not easy. Luo Shuai and Chen Yang discussed various detailed issues. Finally, they talked about the acquisition price. Chen Yang expressed that as long as Meta Takeaway did not change the logo, he was willing to accept those employees who could not find jobs, and he was ready to sell the app for 200,000. It was evident that Chen Yang sincerely wanted to find a reliable buyer for his app. All right, Mr. Chen, I will report this matter to our boss right away. Luo Shuai stood up and said. After bidding farewell to Chen Yang, he drove to Iron Blood Security. This was his first visit to Iron Blood, and he was increasingly curious about his boss. How could a boss in the security industry think about entering the takeaway business? The gap is too large, right? Upon entering Iron Blood Security, Luo Shuai noticed a training session taking place on the playground behind the office building. He saw a group of security personnel doing sit-ups while holding logs in a mud pit. Some were spraying water on them with a hose as they worked out. Isn't this too cruel? Luo Shuai quickly averted his gaze and went to the second floor. After asking an employee, he found the boss office. Boss, good news. I found an app for vegetable takeaway that the other party wants to sell for only 200,000. I checked, and if we acquire this app, we only need to make a few simple changes before it can be put into use. However, the other party has put forth a condition: we cannot change the logo and must accept their employees who have not found jobs. Luo Shuai said happily. Li Fei, who was happily playing a game, was suddenly caught off guard by Luo Shuai's announcement. It was a bolt from the blue. Li Fei was completely stunned. In the past few days, he had thought of many ways to delay the app's production cycle. Now Luo Shuai directly told him that 200,000 could be used to acquire a ready-made app. Didn't that mean that all his ideas over the past few days were useless? System bro, can I refuse? Li Fei asked with a flicker of hope. No, the host cannot deliberately obstruct the normal development of the company. Li Fei was speechless. Does that mean as long as an employee proposes something that aligns with the company's interests or development, he cannot obstruct it? It's truly a trap. But since the situation has occurred, Li Fei could only agree. All right, you handle this matter, Li Fei said, feeling despondent. After hearing this, Luo Shuai happily left. The boss must have been shocked by the good news. Moreover, wasn't it true that the employees had been complaining about the lack of manpower? Perfect, he would quickly acquire Chen Yang's app and package their employees together. In this way, wouldn't the manpower issue be completely resolved? Not only the employees from Chen Yang's company, but he could also recruit Chen Yang himself. Not to mention, in terms of technology, Chen Yang was far more capable than himself. However, if he brought him in, Chen Yang would inevitably be the number one. Otherwise, he definitely couldn't keep him. Great, he would investigate Chen Yang to see if he had any ambitions. Li Fei turned off the computer and drove to Ruili Hotel. After Meta Takeaway acquired the other party's app, it would likely be put into operation soon. It seemed he needed to find ways to spend more money from other aspects. At that moment, Ruili Hotel was undergoing large-scale renovations. Although the exterior still appeared old, it felt different from before. Previously it was a rundown appearance, but now it had a sense of history after the renovation. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Li Fei saw that it had completely transformed. The current lobby was splendid and magnificent. With gigantic chandeliers, a brand new marble floor, a pristine front desk, and some decorative green plants, the lobby was entirely different. Taking the elevator to the second floor, he saw that the corridor was carpeted with soft carpets and the walls were adorned with some artistically tasteful paintings. Casually entering a guest room, Li Fei found that the room had also undergone a significant transformation. The room was now furnished with expensive carpets, and the lighting and ventilation systems had also been upgraded. Especially the bathroom, which had been heavily renovated. The entire bathroom was tiled with marble. The mirror in the bathroom even had lights, providing a gentle illumination that felt very high-end. The sink was also exquisitely designed and of high quality. Li Fei approached the toilet and discovered that it was a smart toilet that automatically opened as he got close. This toilet seemed to have a heated seat, automatic flushing, and bidet functions. When he turned on the shower, he found that there was even background music. The key point was that he could choose the music to play. Enjoying wonderful music while showering was truly a delight. It was high-end, truly high-end. Li Fei exclaimed in amazement. Stepping out of the bathroom, he noticed that the designer had placed a screen directly opposite the bed. This screen divided the entire room into two areas. The side with the bed was the resting area, while the other side was the meeting area. Li Fei stepped out of the room and checked other rooms. He found that most rooms had already been renovated and only the rooms on the 6th floor were not yet completed. According to Li Fei's request, all guest rooms on the 6th floor were to be converted into offices and meeting rooms. When the designer Tang Wanqing initially heard about Li Fei's decision, she was very surprised. This hotel has such a great location, and with the ongoing renovations, its future business prospects would surely be excellent. If it were other bosses, they would want to convert all the rooms into guest rooms. Her design company had previously encountered a hotel owner who even demanded that their designer turn a corner into a guest room. That corner was only about 4 or 5 square meters and was originally intended for a decorative piece. Unexpectedly, the boss refused and insisted on converting it into a guest room. A 4 or 5 square meter guest room could barely fit a single bed and a tiny bathroom. Since it was too small, there was only a frosted glass partition and a curtain between the bathroom and the bed. Now Li Fei disregarded an entire floor of guest rooms and wanted to convert them all into office spaces and meeting rooms. However, since Li Fei was the client, she could only comply with his wishes. When Li Fei arrived on the 6th floor, the renovation of the public area was nearing completion. There were a total of more than 10 offices for the General Manager, Finance Department, Human Resources Department, Logistics Department, Guest Room Department, Security Department, etc. The renovation of the hotel is now drawing to a close. Li Fei felt it was time to add some items to the hotel. Although the hotel had been renovated, the essentials for the guest rooms had yet to be purchased. The guest rooms could use some greenery, otherwise they would be too monotonous. A small safe should also be placed, otherwise there would be no place for guests to store their valuables. A small refrigerator should be bought, otherwise it would be frustrating not to have a cold drink in summer. An LCD television is also necessary. After all, this is a 3-star hotel, shouldn't we start with a 70 or 80-inch screen? Sofas are of course essential. Then there are the mattresses and bedding. The previous small and used mattresses costing over 8,000. This is a 3-star hotel and the mattress should cost at least over 100,000. The rest are bathroom supplies, such as toiletries, towels, bath towels, disposable slippers, high-quality toilet paper, and so on. These must also be of good quality and expensive. Next comes the recruitment of hotel staff. This time the system has allocated over 30 employee slots to Li Fei for the Ruili Hotel. Positions for waitstaff, front desk, cleaning, security, chefs, logistics, finance, and human resources are definitely needed. One person can be recruited for human resources and logistics. The finance department will have 1 accountant and 1 cashier. 4 people at the front desk to work in pairs. 8 wait staff. 8 cleaning staff. 5 security personnel. 2 chefs and 3 kitchen staff. With so many people, several types of uniforms will need to be purchased. Of course, each person should have 2 or 3 sets for easy changing. Thinking of all these matters made Li Fei's head spin. He decided to transfer all 10 staff members from the small inn to Ruili Hotel. After all, these employees are his veteran staff. Now that the conditions at Ruili Hotel are better, he certainly wants to prioritize transferring them here. Soon after, Li Fei drove to the small inn. When he entered the lobby, the staff were gathered together chatting. I heard the hotel the boss just acquired is about to finish renovations soon. I've heard that the conditions at the new hotel are fantastic. Is that so? I wonder if the boss will let us go over there. The boss is here, shouted one of the employees, and a group of them rushed over. Li Fei was immediately surrounded by the employees. Boss, are you thirsty? Here, have some water. Boss, please sit down, let me massage your legs. Let me rub your shoulders. I know how to set bones, let me adjust your spine. Li Fei looked at this group of employees speechlessly. I heard what you just said and I came here for this matter, Li Fei said slowly after taking a sip of water. All 10 employees from the small inn looked at Li Fei with anticipation. The Ruili Hotel is about to finish renovations and I plan to send all of you there. Are you willing? Are you willing? Absolutely, 100 times yes. The employees nodded frantically, resembling little chicks pecking at rice. Alright, from now on, Xin Xingzhu, you will be the general manager of the new hotel, Zhao Chunmei will be the cleaning department manager, Zhao Pang will be the security department manager, Xiao Mei will be the front desk manager, and Zhang Xiaoxiao will be the room division manager. Li Fei began to arrange personnel appointments. In the end, he transferred the accountant, cashier, and other ordinary staff from the small inn to Ruili Hotel as well. Now the small inn suddenly has no employees left. However, Li Fei is not worried at all. He can just let Su Xiaoxi recruit 10 more employees to fill the gap. He believes that with such favorable recruitment conditions, recruiting 10 employees shouldn't be a problem. The Ruili Hotel still has a vacancy for a dining department manager and an executive chef. Li Fei originally wanted to have employees from the small and fill those positions, but the system unexpectedly did not allow it. This is likely because these individuals are not in the food service industry, so there is nothing he can do. It seems he will have to recruit again. After finishing these matters, Li Fei returned to the Iron Blood Security Company. The first thing he did upon returning was to find Lin Xioma. Indeed, he decided to assign the task of purchasing items needed for the hotel to Lin Xioma. There were too many items to purchase this time, doing it himself would be too exhausting. Li Fei decided to take it easy and let Lin Xioma handle the purchases. Xioma, please buy all these items online later. Buy things. Lin Xiaomo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She had been bored to death these days and didn't expect the boss to let her shop again. She excels at shopping and loves the wonderful feeling of selecting products. Buy so much. Such expensive items. When Li Fei sent her the list of items to buy, Lin Xioma was completely stunned. Mattresses over 100,000, LCD TVs over 70 inches, refrigerators, sofas, safes, high-end bedding, etc. The key point is that these items need to be bought in over 70 sets at once. There are also bedding, toiletries, towels, bath towels, toilet paper, employee uniforms, and more, all needing to be purchased in bulk. Boss, is this task too heavy? If I make a mistake, the loss would be too great. Lin Xiaoma panicked. If it were just a few thousand or 10,000 worth of items, she wouldn't blink. But this time the total value of the items reached a terrifying 2 million. If something goes wrong, she would not be able to afford it even if she sold herself. I trust you to handle this. Li Fei gave her an encouraging look. Buying the wrong items. If a mistake were made, that would actually be great. The system would also acknowledge losses caused by employee errors. Wow, it seems I've found another loophole in the system. Li Fei suddenly became excited. After spending over 10 more minutes convincing Lin Xiaoma, he left the finance office and went to the human resources office. Su Xiaoxi, please post a recruitment notice. The small inn needs to hire 10 people and Ruili Hotel needs over 20 more. I've sent you the detailed positions for recruitment. Li Fei said. Alright boss. Su Xiaoxi in HR quickly switched her computer screen and responded. That was close, I almost got caught by the boss while reading a novel. Su Xiaoxi thought to herself. After giving all the instructions, Li Fei returned to his office. Now Ruili Hotel is just waiting for the complete renovations to officially open. It seems that Maida Delivery is going to operate ahead of schedule. After adjusting prices at Iron Blood Security, it seems that performance has also improved. Then there's Guangming Factory, where construction of a new factory building has reportedly begun and new production lines can be installed afterward. It is estimated that it won't be long before the new production line can go into operation. After thinking for a moment, Li Fei opened the system panel to check the available funds. Check current system funds. Ending. Hosts available funds 10.8 million. And when Li Fei saw that the system still held 10.8 million, he was utterly stunned. Yet he quickly recalled it was the 10th the day salaries were dispersed to employees. And with nearly 1600 staff members, total payroll amounted to over 10 million. After salary disbursement, the system funds would be nearly exhausted. Unfortunately, delivery riders' wages were not due this month, otherwise the system balance would have fallen short. Frankly, this mission, spending 20 million within 15 days, was exponentially more challenging than the last. Li Fei then tallied his expenditures in detail. And first, acquiring Ruili Hotel cost 5.8 million, renovation 3 million, and furnishing the property 2 million. Unexpectedly, they received a 2 million compensation from Yunhai Grand Hotel, bringing the net expenditure to 8 million. And next, installing dust extraction and air conditioning systems at Guangming Factory cost over 800,000. Constructing 3 new workshops at Guangming Factory cost 800,000. And procuring an entire production line for 1 workshop cost over 1.3 million. And referral bonuses for delivery riders totaled 300,000, and acquiring the app cost 200,000. These expenditures totaled 12 million. And additionally, salaries for 1600 employees exceeded 10 million. The precise salary calculation need not be elaborated, this figure already encompasses wages, benefits, and statutory taxes. And moreover, employee meal expenses amounted to over 2 million. Li Fei's total spending had now surpassed 24 million. And meanwhile, Guangming Factory and TSUS Security collectively generated over 4 million in revenue. Thus, after payroll disbursement, only a negligible balance would remain in the system fund. En Xiaomo, today's employee salary should be dispersed, correct? Li Fei entered the finance office. And yes, boss. The payroll ledger is finalized and has been submitted to the bank, we expect disbursement today. Lin Xiaomo replied. And the company partnered with Binjiang Commercial Bank, a local financial institution in Binjiang City. Upon learning of the company's intent to collaborate, the bank's president beamed with delight. And disbursing salaries for over 1600 employees and routing all intercompany transfers through their cards represented extraordinary transaction volume. What did this signify? An astonishing surge in liquidity. And moreover, the enterprise was expanding steadily. Rumors spoke of a newly launched food delivery subsidiary whose riders' salary cards would also be issued by the same bank. And security services, food delivery, and manufacturing, all labor-intensive sectors. Soon thousands, or even tens of thousands of employees would hold accounts with this bank, propelling its performance to new heights. As the two conversed, a soft chime sounded. Lin Xiaomo's phone had received a notification. And she picked it up and confirmed salaries had indeed been credited. Hearing the payroll had been processed, Li Fei reopened the system interface only to find the remaining balance had dwindled to barely 500,000. Luo Shui had been exceptionally busy these past days. And after acquiring Chunyang's app, he had recruited Chunyang himself and the entire workforce of his former company. He absorbed personnel across departments: HR, finance, logistics, without exception. And now Maida Food Delivery's organizational structure was largely complete. Departments such as development, testing, operations, marketing, finance, logistics, and human resources were all fully established. Naturally, key department heads remained Maida's own personnel. Non-integration concluded, the team dedicated themselves entirely to refining the app. Vegetable delivery and food delivery shared fundamental operational logic, requiring minimal modification. And drawing inspiration from Kangaroo and Elaine, the team implemented numerous user-centric enhancements. Finally, done! Luo Shuai exclaimed triumphantly. Just moments earlier, Meta Food Delivery's app had passed all testing protocols. Though minor bugs remained, they could be resolved swiftly. And Chen Yang too felt exhilarated, his app would finally see the light of day once more. Luo Shuai immediately dialed his boss. And he intended to share this breakthrough without delay. And what? The app is ready already. Li Fei could scarcely believe it. Was it truly this fast? And boss, shall we launch the app into the market immediately? Luo Shuai asked over the phone. And finally Fei sighed resignedly. And he wished he could intervene, but the system forbade obstructing normal corporate operations. Boss, what commission rate shall we set for merchants? Luo Shuai asked, the question weighing most heavily on his mind. Commission. Li Fei pondered. And lower was unequivocally better. If rates were too high, fulfilling his financial objective would grow even harder. And set it at 5%. Li Fei declared. And were it not for system constraints, he would have offered zero commission. And 5% represented the absolute minimum permitted. 5%. Luo Shuai was incredulous. And that was astonishingly low. Kangaroo Food Delivery charged merchants a staggering 20%. Yet he quickly grasped the rationale, as a nascent platform, Meta faced immense difficulty competing against giants like Kangaroo, and a 5% commission maximized merchant acquisition. And lower fees meant higher merchant profit margin. Moreover, Meta bore the delivery fee, not the merchants. And this allowed merchants to reduce menu pricing, enhancing their competitive edge. Customers in turn enjoyed more affordable meals. And sustained execution of this strategy would soon anchor Meta firmly within Binjiang City's market. Colleagues, excellent news, the boss has approved our app's market launch. Luo Shuai announced, surveying the room. Ni's words were met with thunderous applause from Meta's staff. Lu Hao was an ordinary marketing associate at Meta Food Delivery. And today he and several colleagues were assigned to expand market presence. Do you think merchants will actually join Meta? One colleague asked hesitantly. After all, Meta was a fledgling startup dwarfed by industry titans like Kangaroo Food Delivery, whose stature rendered Meta unworthy of comparison. They certainly will, another replied, though inwardly he harbored deep uncertainty. And that restaurant ahead enjoys considerable renown, let's approach them first. Lu Hao strode confidently inside. Welcome, please come in. As Lu Hao and his companions stepped into the restaurant, the owner greeted them warmly. We're from Meta Food Delivery, here to discuss a potential partnership, Lu Hao said. This establishment was a venerable local eatery, now in its third generation under the husband's stewardship. Such restaurants never lacked patrons. Kangaroo Delivery and Elim had approached them several times before. Initially her husband had considered giving it a try, after all an additional online sales channel could boost revenue. Yet those platforms demanded commissions exceeding 20%, a brazenly exorbitant rate. Their ingredients were meticulously selected, resulting in higher operational costs than most competitors. A 20% commission would severely erode their already slender margins. Yet compromising on ingredient quality would tarnish decades of hard-earned reputation. Moreover, even if listed on delivery platforms, the majority of orders would still come from loyal regulars. After careful deliberation, they declined all such partnerships outright. Were Meta Food Delivery, a newly launched platform, Lu Hao persisted, handing over promotional materials. Fine, leave them here and go, the owner replied impatiently. What an inauspicious start, they sighed as they were ushered out. Market expansion is never easy, Lu Hao remarked. The company compensated its marketing team with base salaries plus performance-based commissions. The more merchants signed, the greater their In Binjiang City, restaurants, snack bars, tea houses, fruit shops and eateries abounded, each a potential source of revenue. With Meta's remarkably low 5% commission, securing partnerships promised little difficulty. There's a snack shop up ahead, I'll handle that one. I'll take the fruit shop. And I'll approach the tea house. With that they dispersed to pursue leads independently. Cheng Debao Noodle House. Cheng Debao sat slumped in his chair, face edged with deep anxiety. Business had steadily declined over the past half year. His culinary skill was unquestionable, but location proved insurmountable. Nestled beside only a single aging residential complex, foot traffic remained negligible, just a handful of patrons visited daily. Debao, why not join Kangaroo Delivery and launch an online storefront, his wife suggested. I wish we could, but their commission is prohibitively high. Even if we joined, our ranking would languish at the bottom. To rise, we'd need paid promotions. Cheng Debao spoke slowly, voice heavy with resignation. What if we relocate to the neighboring compound? Their commercial zones draw far more customers. Upon hearing this, Cheng Debao sighed again. He longed to, but his finances simply couldn't bear it. Rent there exceeded current rates by more than double, not to mention renovation costs, all demanding substantial capital. Just as Cheng Debao and his wife brooded, Lu Hao entered. Sir, we're from Meta Food Delivery, would you consider listing your shop on our platform? Meta Food Delivery. What's your commission rate? Cheng Debao asked, the question burning most fiercely in his mind. 5% for merchants. 5%. No hidden fees whatsoever. Cheng Debao could scarcely believe his ears. When Lu Hao shook his head, astonishment surged within him. A 5% commission, no ancillary charges, was eminently viable. Competitors typically levied commissions near 20%, forcing inflated menu prices online. A bowl of noodles costing 15 or 16 yuan in store might cost 18 to 20 yuan via delivery platforms. As a noodle master, Cheng Debao closely monitored rival listings on Kangaroo Delivery, where even modest bowls commanded no less than 18 yuan. With Meida's lean commission, he could price his noodles at 12 or 13 yuan and still turn a profit. At 12 or 13 yuan, his offering would stand in stark compelling contrast to competitors charging 17 or 18. His interest flared, intense and immediate. He'd hesitated over Kangaroo, yet now Meida emerged unexpected and promising. How fortuitous. Meida Food Delivery, is this a newly established platform? Cheng Debao asked, deciding first to assess its legitimacy. If reputable, he would list his shop exclusively with Meida. Yes, here are our official company materials, Lu Hao replied, producing a stack of documents. Cheng Debao scrutinized them carefully and found Meida impressively professional. Crucially, the company was headquartered right here in Binjiang City. Could a homegrown enterprise be anything but trustworthy? I'll sign right now. Cheng Debao declared, elated. Debao, come here a moment, his wife whispered, tugging his sleeve. What is it? You're being naive. Meida is brand new, likely with almost no users. Low commission means nothing without demand. Your perspective is too narrow. True user numbers are currently modest, but their trajectory suggests rapid growth. Moreover, early adoption guarantees increasingly favorable incentives from Meida. Cheng Debao began reasoning aloud. Yes, absolutely. Would Kangaroo treat us as valued partners? His wife exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. But Meida is different. As a fledgling platform, even a humble noodle house like ours will receive exceptional support and preferential terms. Prosperity within reach. Filled with excitement, Cheng Debao and his wife eagerly signed the agreement. Meida Food Delivery. What insignificant delivery platform dares approach me? This is Qingxiang Milk Tea, the undisputed top-selling milk tea brand on Kangaroo Delivery. Associating with your second-rate platform would only dilute our brand prestige. Inside Qingxiang Milk Tea, the proprietor sneered dismissively at the Meida Food Delivery representative seeking partnership. Inside the Qingxiang Milk Tea shop. Just a moment ago, a colleague sent a message to Lu Hao, who has now arrived. What kind of trash platform is Meida Delivery? The milk tea shop owner said disdainfully. His shop has the highest sales among all milk tea shops on the Kangaroo Delivery platform, with a steady stream of customers visiting daily. Thus he has the capital to be arrogant. Boss, I've downloaded it. Look here. At this moment, an employee presented the phone to the milk tea shop owner. Put. A delivery platform with only a few dozen downloads. The milk tea shop owner nearly laughed out loud. He thought Meida Delivery would at least have thousands or tens of thousands of downloads, but it turned out to be only a meager few dozen. Those few dozen downloads are probably from employees of Meida Delivery, right? What's wrong with a few dozen downloads? Our app has just been launched in the market. One day when the downloads exceed Kangaroo's, you'll regret it. An employee from Meida Delivery said, somewhat displeased. Exceed Kangaroo. Haha, I can't hold it in anymore. The milk tea shop owner sneered. Let's go, why argue with people like this? Lu Hao directly pulled a few colleagues out of the Qingxiang milk tea shop. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The colleague who had just been sulking asked, did you go to the milk tea shop across the street? Lu Hao inquired. Not yet. Let's go. After saying this, Lu Hao walked over. Directly across from the Qingxiang milk tea shop is the Gumming milk tea shop. This is a newly opened milk tea shop. Since it is new and lacks recognition, there are very few customers coming here. When it comes to milk tea, people first think of Qingxiang milk tea. After all, Qingxiang milk tea has over a decade of reputation as a traditional brand which Gumming milk tea simply cannot compare to. Boss, that group went to the Gumming milk tea shop across the street. The employee of Qingxiang milk tea shop said. That doesn't matter, the owner of Qingxiang milk tea shop replied dismissively. Isn't it just a new delivery platform? Aren't there plenty of delivery platforms that have gone bankrupt these days? With Kangaroo and ELE. Me as the two giants, no platform could possibly succeed. Inside the Gumming milk tea shop. The owner Gu Jie is contemplating the future direction of his milk tea shop. His Gumming milk tea shop had just opened a few days ago, and he had initially fantasized that it would become a hit deeply loved by consumers. However, reality slapped him hard. After several days of opening, there are hardly any customers in the shop. It's truly distressing. While Gu Jie was troubled by this, a few people walked in. Welcome. What would you like to drink? Gu Jie said with a smile. Boss, we are from Meida Delivery. Are you interested in joining our delivery platform? Lu Hao said. Meida Delivery. Gu Jie was a bit confused. It seemed he had never heard of it. He had thought about joining a delivery platform before. However, he had thought about joining Kangaroo Delivery. But after asking, he realized that Kangaroo Delivery actually charged him a 25 commission while the Qingxiang milk tea shop across the street only charged an 18 commission. Although he knew that Kangaroo Delivery would offer some discounts to high-volume shops, this was too much of a disparity. With such a significant difference in commission, his milk tea shop would have even less advantage. What is your platform's commission rate? Gu Jia asked. 5. Lu Hao replied. 5. Gu Jia found it hard to believe. That's incredibly low. He then inquired in detail about Maida Delivery. I'll sign it, Gu Jia finally decided. Li Fei returned to Maida Delivery Company once again. This time he came to spend money. Li Fei still has 500,000 in system funds unspent, and now that Maida Delivery has expanded its staff, it's time to improve their working conditions. High-end coffee machines, afternoon tea, desserts, etc. must all be prepared. Also, the employees' chairs need to be replaced with ergonomic ones. This way employees won't feel too tired while working. And the cat room we talked about last time must be prioritized. Li Fei said while walking. Very good. These items will cost about 500,000. Alright, boss. Luo Shuai nodded continuously behind Li Fei. I'll have the finance department transfer you 500,000 right away. After the visit, Li Fei left with this remark. Watching his boss leave, Luo Shuai returned to the company. Now that the delivery company has been launched, the marketing department staff have already gone out to expand the market. Moreover, there are 1,000 delivery workers eager to take orders every day. Although delivery workers can earn a base salary of 5,000 plus generous benefits even without taking orders, who wouldn't want to earn a little more? However, Maida Delivery currently has only a meager few dozen downloads. What to do? Of course, it's time for vigorous promotion. He decided to propose promotion during the boss visit. However, promotional activities require funding. Just when Luo Shuai was worried about how to ask his boss for money, unexpectedly the boss transferred 500,000 to the delivery company. This 500,000 is just right for promotion. Maida Delivery's promotion is only in Binjiang City, and 500,000 in promotional expenses is sufficient. Although the 500,000 his boss gave him was intended to improve the employees' working conditions, he could still tell which was more important. If he really used the 500,000 to renovate the cat room and buy ergonomic chairs, the employees' working conditions would improve. But what about the company's development? If he prioritizes using the 500,000 for promotion now, once the company develops well, the employees' working conditions will naturally improve. He believes that even if the boss knows his choice later, he will definitely praise him. An employee like him can truly relieve the boss' worries. Understanding this, Luo Shuai called over several employees from the operations department. Contact all major advertising companies immediately and give me full support in promoting the Maida Delivery app, Luo Shuai said. Since Maida Delivery is only promoting in Binjiang City, it makes the promotion much simpler. Subway, shopping malls, public transport advertisements, as well as various local new media advertisements are all good choices. After finishing all this, Luo Shuai quietly sat in the office chair gazing into the distance. The delivery market in Binjiang City is about to change. The rush hour in Binjiang City is terrifying. Inside the subway station, crowds surge. Countless office workers choose to take the subway home after work. Compared to taking a taxi, the subway is cheaper. Although it can be a bit crowded, is that really a problem? Hey handsome, could you move a bit to the side? There's no space here either. Don't push, damn it. As the subway started moving, the carriage quickly fell silent. As an office worker, Gao Wu is one of the crowd. On days when there are empty seats, he would definitely lower his head to play on his phone. Now, with it being so crowded, he couldn't even be bothered to look at his phone. Just as he felt bored, an advertisement in the carriage caught his attention. Maida Takeout. Is this a new food delivery platform? He began to carefully read the advertisement's introduction, noting the competitive prices, no delivery fees for customers, and fast delivery, among other things. These merchants nowadays really have no shame. They will promise anything to break into the market. Exactly, the ads sound amazing, but when you actually download and use them, you realize just how misleading they are. Maida Takeout. It looks like a useless app for food delivery. One should still go with Kangaroo or ELE. Me. Not necessarily. It says in the introduction that it only operates in Binjiang City. Let's download it and try. If it's not good, we can uninstall it later. Gao will listen to the discussions around him and after a brief hesitation decided to download the app called Maida Takeout. As an office worker, he was already exhausted from work and had no energy to cook after hours. Thus he usually just ordered takeout for convenience. He had been using Kangaroo but gradually noticed that Kangaroo Takeout was getting more expensive. A meal that used to cost 18 now costs over 20, and that's after using a coupon. To put it in today's terms, it's just big data price discrimination. He didn't mind the extra $2 or $3, but Kangaroo Takeout had many other issues. For instance, if the distance exceeded a certain limit, the customer had to pay a delivery fee, and no delivery person was willing to take orders for 6th or 7th floors without elevators. Unfortunately, his home is on the 7th floor, and since it's a walk-up, it would take at least an hour and a half to 2 hours to get his takeout. That's quite frustrating. The restaurant would have prepared the food long ago, but no rider was willing to accept the order, resulting in his takeout arriving cold, and he would have to reheat it. What a hassle. After another 10 minutes, he finally arrived at his station. Exiting the subway station, he pulled out his phone. That's right, he was about to place an order. Although it would take over 20 minutes to ride home, considering that no one usually wanted to take his orders, he always ordered half an hour in advance. Opening the Meta Takeout app, Gao Wu noticed that it was quite user-friendly. He then began to browse through the merchant information. Only 30 or so merchant listings. Damn. This is really too shabby, right? While understanding that this is a new platform, having only 30 businesses on board makes it look like it will fold within a month. Gao Wu casually flipped through and found a ramen shop run by Uncle Chang. He had eaten there before and the taste was quite good. However, because it was a bit far from his home, Kangaroo Takeout wouldn't deliver for him. Want to order? He could only choose to use a delivery helper. But if he did that, it would be expensive. Just the delivery fee would be over $10. When Gao Wu opened Uncle Chang's ramen shop, he widened his eyes in disbelief. $13. Can you believe a bowl of noodles only costs $13? The most critical thing is that Meta Takeout could deliver it to his home without any delivery fee. If he ordered from Kangaroo Takeout, it wouldn't come down without at least $20. And that 20 doesn't even include the delivery fee. What a surprise, it's just too surprising. Then Gao Wu checked out other merchants. Guming milk tea. It looks pretty decent, let's order a cup. Only $12. Damn. Today's surprises just keep coming one after the other. Fill in the address and place the order. After that, Gao Wu scanned a bike and prepared to ride home. With a ding, his phone rang. Gao Wu took out his phone, scarcely able to believe his eyes. An order was accepted. A delivery person had picked up his order. That was quick. He expected it to take at least 2 hours for the order to arrive, but unexpectedly, before the restaurant even started preparing the food, a delivery person from Meta Takeout had already accepted his order. Gao Wu happily pedaled his bike home while humming a tune. Today marks the official launch of Meta Takeout in the market. At noon, the 1,000 delivery personnel received notifications from the company. Let's get to work. A group of delivery people was extremely excited. They had been bored to death these past few days. Who understands the woes of family? Newly hired at Meta Takeout, yet they hadn't started working for ages. Sitting at home with a white-collar salary is just too dull. Suddenly, this kind of humble bragging was all the rage in their delivery circle. Those who weren't able to join Meta Takeout saw the posts from the others and gnawed their teeth in envy. We work ourselves to the bone delivering takeout every day, and we barely make $5,000 to $6,000 a month. You guys just sit there every day and your salaries plus benefits are higher than ours. Is there no justice in this world? In no time, the news of Meta Takeout's high salary and benefits spread throughout the delivery community in Binjiang City. The key is that their work is also easy. Now, the first thing delivery personnel in Binjiang City do when they wake up every morning is to check the Meta Takeout recruitment website for new job postings. Today is the day when the delivery personnel at Meta Takeout officially start working. Due to the company implementing a strict 8-hour work system, this batch of 1,000 delivery personnel has been divided into 3 shifts, each of 8 hours. From midnight to 8 a.m. there are very few customers ordering food, so the delivery personnel scheduled during this period are also from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and from 4 p.m. to midnight. These 2 time slots have lunch and dinner rush hours, so the most delivery personnel are scheduled. Of course, the time slots are on a rotational basis, changing weekly. However, since very few delivery personnel are needed from midnight to 8 a.m., it takes a long time for anyone to get assigned to this time slot. Meta Takeout not only implements an 8-hour work system but also provides 2 days off. 8 hours a day plus 2 days off. High salary and good benefits. Some people originally couldn't accept working night shifts, but hearing that it would take a long time before they are assigned to a night shift, they immediately felt relieved. Damn, an order came in. A few Meta delivery personnel had just logged in when they saw several orders already in the grab order hall. Wow, I was too slow to grab it, it disappeared in a second. One delivery person said with frustration. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Gao Wu was riding a shared bicycle home, and just halfway through the delivery person called to say the food had already arrived. Wow. That was too fast. If it were Kangaroo Delivery, there might not even be a rider available at this time. But Meta Delivery had already delivered it to his home. Oh, okay, please place it on top of the fire hydrant, Gao Wu quickly said. After hanging up, he sped up his cycling. Back home, Gao Wu indeed found his delivery on top of the fire hydrant. Taking out the food, he discovered it was still a bit warm. He then happily started to eat. After finishing, he immediately left a 5-star review. Of course, this time he praised Meta Delivery as well. Meta Delivery is just fast. Inside Uncle Chang's noodle shop, the owner Chang Debo was working hard to make noodles. After joining Meta Delivery, the business of his noodle shop surprisingly became quite good. This was something he had never expected. Just moments ago he had already received several orders from Meta Delivery. Although the price of these orders was not high, Meta Delivery's commission was also low. The takeout price in his shop was around 1,315 yuan and Meta Delivery only charged about 0.67 yuan in commission. This price was almost negligible. 0.67 yuan is cheaper than the packaging fee. A new order from Meta Delivery. Just as owner Cheng Dabo was making noodles, another new order came in. Cheng Dabo's mouth was about to split from smiling. "Old Cheng, are you busy?" At that moment the owner of the neighboring shop walked in. The owner of the neighboring shop was surnamed Huang, slightly plump and specialized in fried rice. "Is there something you need?" Cheng Dabo asked. "Well, old Cheng, I also want to join Meta Delivery. Can you help me get in touch?" The neighboring owner asked with a sheepish smile. He truly regretted it. Just a few days ago the employees from Meta Delivery's marketing department approached him wanting him to join. But he was blinded by ignorance and wasted such a great opportunity. He originally thought that Cheng Dabo joining Meta Delivery wouldn't stir up much of a wave. Who would have thought that the business would become so good? Previously Cheng Dabo's noodle shop had very little business every day, but since joining Meta Delivery he suddenly received many more orders. Don't ask him how he knew. He was stationed at the door every day counting how many Meta Delivery riders came to pick up food. The key point is that the business of Cheng Dabo's noodle shop was not just exceptionally good on the first day, it was getting better and better. From just 10 orders on the first day it surged to over 30 today. This was just a few short days. Terrifying, simply too terrifying. For this reason he even specially downloaded the Meta Delivery app. After opening the app and registering, Cheng Dabo's noodle shop ranked very high. Indeed, this was the advantage of joining Meta Delivery early. Not to mention that Cheng Dabo's noodles tasted quite good. Even if the taste were poor, Meta had ranked his shop so high that he wouldn't worry about sales. Thinking about this, boss Huang really wished he could slap himself. Cheng Dabo found Huang's words quite amusing as well. "Why didn't you do it earlier? Now you realize you regret it." To be honest, he was also quite anxious when he joined Meta at first. However, Meta quickly provided him with satisfactory results. In these days the number of takeout orders from his shop increased daily and he believed it wouldn't be long before his daily orders would surpass 100. Although he couldn't compare with those big businesses like Kangaroo, he was already very satisfied compared to his previous self. "Contacting Meta Delivery is not impossible," Cheng Dabo said slowly. After all, they were neighbors and there was no need for things to get too tense. Moreover, boss Huang sold fried rice which didn't compete with his noodle shop. "Oh, old Cheng, I knew you were the most Without saying much more, "Let's cook a few dishes tonight and we won't go home until we're drunk," boss Huang said happily. At this time the owner of Qingxiang Milk Tea Shop was also watching the nearby Gumming Milk Tea Shop. 38 orders. The owner of Qingxiang Milk Tea Shop said in a deep voice. "Boss, what do you mean by 38 orders?" the employee asked in confusion. "The takeout orders from the Gumming Milk Tea Shop across the street." The owner of Qingxiang Milk Tea Shop said gloomily. On the first day there weren't many orders from the milk tea shop across the street. Just a few days later the order volume was increasing daily. If this trend continues, it is very likely that the order volume across the street will exceed his. But who could blame himself for refusing to join Meta Delivery back then? Meta Delivery had a low commission, so the takeout price from the milk tea shop across the street would be lower. A lower customer price would attract more customers to purchase. For the same cup of milk tea they sell it for around 1,213 yuan while he has to sell it for about 20 yuan. Customers are not foolish, can't they tell good from bad? However, it was unrealistic for him to abandon Kangaroo Delivery and choose Meta Delivery. After all, he had signed an exclusive contract with Kangaroo Delivery. His takeout platform could only use Kangaroo. If he also added Meta Delivery, the penalty for breach of contract would be a significant amount. It seemed that the situation became uncontrollable all at once. Worry. At the same time, in front of a vacant lot in a shopping mall, dozens of delivery workers gathered. It was already around 2 p.m., just after the lunch peak, so everyone had relaxed. Among the delivery workers were some Kangaroo riders, some hungry riders, and several Meta riders. Because everyone often gathered here waiting for orders and chatted during downtime, they all became quite familiar. "Shaoli, how many orders have you taken today?" a rider from Kangaroo asked. "Well, I've delivered 3 trips today," said Shaoli, a new delivery worker from Meta. "Wow, you've already made 3 trips," the other delivery workers exclaimed. Generally they would take 7 or 8 orders at once, and some experts could take 11 orders at a time. These orders are all on the way orders. Completing 11 orders would be just 1 trip. Shaoli seemed to be just a new delivery worker, yet he had already delivered 3 trips. Doesn't that mean he has already delivered 20 to 30 orders? "How many orders do you take in 1 trip?" someone asked. "I only take 1 order per trip. Our company requires us not to take more." Xiao Li replied. 1 order per trip. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Dude, you only take 1 order per trip? 1 order per trip, are you afraid you'll starve? Someone said. He's from Meta Delivery, you wouldn't understand, someone began to explain to that person. Meta Delivery has a base salary plus commission model, a base salary of 5,000 yuan and a commission of 4 yuan per order. Not only that, but the benefits at Meta Delivery are exceptional. Even if they only deliver 1 order a day, they won't go hungry. The person who just spoke became envious. No wonder he saw so many delivery workers wearing Meta Delivery uniforms. These people didn't look like they were delivering at all. How should I put it? These people seemed very leisurely. Whenever they encountered a red light, they would stop and wait for it. Even at a crosswalk, they would stop to yield to pedestrians. Moreover, these people rode their bikes in a very relaxed and carefree manner. Those who didn't know might think they were out for a stroll. He was puzzled at that time. Dude, we are delivery workers. Not to say we're in a life and death race, but surely we should be speeding along, right? Take himself as an example. During peak order times, he would take on 8 or 9 orders at once, twisting the throttle of his electric bike as if it could be pushed into the engine. And then the horn would not stop blaring. How are the download numbers today? In the operations department of Meta Delivery Company, Luo Shuai asked nervously. The download count has exceeded 5000 and it continues to rise every day, replied an excited employee from the operations department. With a population of about 10 million in Binjiang City, reaching 5000 downloads in just a few days is quite impressive. The key is that this app has received a lot of positive reviews. Moreover, discussions about Meta Delivery are now popping up on various platforms such as Baidu, Tieba, Douyin, Xiaohongshu and Bianhu. There is even a highly popular question on Bianhu: will Meta Delivery replace Kangaroo and ELE? Me becoming a dark horse in the delivery industry. He also looked at that question. There were numerous responses below and everyone shared unanimous praise for Meta Delivery. Not to mention anything else, as long as Meta Delivery doesn't inflate prices or use underhanded tactics, I will keep using this app. I can only say that the delivery speed of Meta Delivery is truly fast. While other platforms take at least 40 to 50 minutes, Meta Delivery gets it to you in just over 20 minutes. How can you compare? If it were you, who would you choose? Not only is it fast, but they also waive the delivery fee. Who can beat that? I'm begging for Meta Delivery to launch in our city. Count me in. Today is the day of renovation inspection at the Ruoli Hotel. Tang Wanqing from the decoration company had been waiting for a long time. I must say, this renovation is yet another great attempt by her in the hotel renovation industry. The exterior looks old and worn, but the interior is luxuriously decorated. This strong contrast will surely provide a massive surprise for guests checking in. When Li Fei arrived at Ruoli Hotel, the hotel staff had already been there along with a group of newly recruited personnel. Is this going to be their workplace in the future? The 10 employees couldn't believe it. This is way too luxurious. Though the hotel's exterior looks a bit shabby and worn, once you step inside you'll discover what true surprise means. The grand hotel lobby, the corridor blending artistic atmosphere with modernity, the luxuriously decorated hotel rooms along with the restaurant, music hall and banquet hall. This is far better than the shabby hotel. They were all thrilled to be working here. Although the shabby hotel was also nice, outsiders wouldn't know that. When talking about hotels, everyone's first impression is small, shabby, dirty and chaotic. When their relatives and friends ask where they work, they felt embarrassed to say they worked at a small hotel. Now it's different, they can confidently say they work at a 3-star hotel. Especially for the receptionists, they were stunned by the magnificent hotel lobby as soon as they entered. Thinking about having to work here every day in the future, they were extremely excited. Wearing well-fitted uniforms and high heels, sitting in such a high-end place, it was simply the job of their dreams. This is the security room. In the future you will rest here. Tang Wanqing from the decoration company began to show everyone around Ruoli Hotel. Wow, the security room is this nice, the employees exclaimed. There were 2 bunk beds, enough to accommodate 4 security personnel at the same time. In addition, the security room is equipped with a television, sofa, refrigerator and bathroom, emphasizing its luxury. This is the laundry room, all the replacement bed linens, towels, etc. For the hotel can be cleaned here. Tang Wanqing introduced as she walked. The cleaning department staff were also pleasantly surprised by the size of the laundry room. There were 5 automated washing machines in the entire laundry room. Fully automatic for washing, rinsing and drying, and there's a drying area right next to the laundry room, very convenient. This is the storage room where all the spare items for the hotel are kept. Tang Wanqing introduced again. The newly hired logistics staff nodded eagerly. Next, everyone took the elevator to the 6th floor of the hotel. On the 6th floor is the office area for hotel staff, including offices for finance, logistics, human resources, housekeeping, cleaning, security, catering and front desk departments. At this moment, security manager Zhao Peng, housekeeping manager Zhao Chunmei, front desk manager Xiao Mei and others all wore cheerful expressions. They never imagined they could also have offices now. I have an announcement to make, Li Fei said after the tour. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. In the future, any employees of our hotel or their family members who come to stay will receive a 50% discount and free meals, Li Fei announced. 50 off for accommodation. Free meals. The employees went wild upon hearing their boss' decision. Although they had meals provided while working. But that was during their working hours. Now if they come to stay, not only for themselves but even their family members can eat for free. That's quite extravagant. Moreover, accommodation is also at half price. Who else can offer that? That's fantastic. My parents are coming over in a few days and I was worried about where they would stay. Now I can directly let my parents stay at the hotel and they can eat for free. My younger brother is coming to travel, he can just stay in our hotel. If he stayed elsewhere, how much unnecessary money would he have to spend? This hotel is really great, I want to stay a few nights myself. Li Fei was also happily listening to the employees' chatter. This was just a small benefit for the staff. He wasn't worried about the employees' families increasing the hotel's revenue since they wouldn't be coming to stay every day. Now that the hotel renovation is complete, it can officially open for business. Currently, Ruili Hotel has a total of 70 rooms excluding the one Li Fei occupies and the 2 prepared for the night shift security and front desk staff. There are still 67 rooms available. Among these there are 7 suites, 20 deluxe rooms and 40 standard rooms. Li Fei decided to set the price of standard rooms at $288 per night and deluxe rooms at $299 per night. The price of suites will be a bit higher, tentatively set at $588 per night. After delegating all tasks, Li Fei entered his own suite. The employees all dispersed to explore the places that piqued their interest. Wow, this place is great. I'm going to bring my parents here to stay for a few days tomorrow. After all, we can stay at half price and enjoy free meals. It is nice, but it feels like something is missing. Perhaps a big TV, and we also need some snacks and drinks. Well, now that you mention it, it is true. I've gotten used to watching TV back at the hotel and it feels a bit strange. Be grateful we are in a 3-star hotel. Would it be appropriate to set up a television in the lobby for the employees to watch? Li Fei then arrived at the luxurious suite prepared exclusively for him. Upon opening the door, the spacious living room came into view. The living room was grand and luxurious, adorned with expensive carpets, and beside it was a gigantic balcony offering a magnificent view of the bustling scenery of Binjiang City. Walking through the living room, he arrived at a bedroom. The bedroom was clean and tidy, elegant yet not lacking in grandeur. Especially that soft bed lying on it felt like being enveloped in happiness. Passing through this bedroom, Li Fei entered the adjacent room, which had been transformed into an esports room. The entire room was decorated with a modern feel. By simply drawing the curtains, one could be completely immersed in their own esports world. Exiting the esports room, Li Fei then went to the bathroom. The entire bathroom had a separation between wet and dry areas, featuring a pristine white bathtub. Lying in the bathtub, one could even enjoy the street view outside. This was far superior to the rooms in the other hotel. It was really nice. After leaving the room, Li Fei called for Shin Qingju. As one of the first veteran employees following Li Fei, Shin Qingju had naturally become the general manager of the Ruili Hotel. She was just a mere receptionist at a small hotel, and now she had become the general manager of such a luxurious establishment. Family who understands this. This is too thrilling. Shin Qingju still couldn't quite believe it. Initially, her family opposed her working at the boss' small hotel, insisting that working in a hotel would lead to no prospects. Now she had directly become the general manager of the Ruili Hotel, with a monthly salary rising to 15,000. If one adds the various benefits provided by the hotel, her monthly income approached 17,000. Earning 17,000 a month with only an associate degree, she could be said to have hit the jackpot. Now her parents, who once opposed her working at the hotel, had no grounds to complain. When her parents heard that staying at the Ruili Hotel was half price and meals were free, they even said they wanted to come and take a look. Wait, you need to notify the hotel's HR and recruit a chef for the hotel. Boss, don't we already have 2 chefs? Why do we need to recruit another one? Shin Qingju asked in confusion. These 2 chefs are exclusively responsible for cooking for the hotel guests, while the newly recruited chef will cook for the hotel staff. This way our hotel staff can eat in the hotel in the future, Li Fei explained. Ha! Shin Qingju was completely bewildered. The hotel only had a little over 30 employees and they needed to recruit a chef specifically to cook for the staff. Couldn't the 2 chefs just cook for the staff when they weren't busy? Boss, since we are going to hire a chef specifically for the hotel staff, why don't we just cook for the employees of the other not-so-good hotel as well? This way we could save quite a bit of money, Shin Qingju suggested. No, that's not necessary. The not-so-good hotel will continue to order meals from the nearby restaurant as usual. Li Fei quickly shook his head. The 10 employees from the not-so-good hotel spend over 10,000 on meals each month. Even the smallest expenses add up and every bit counts. After sorting out these matters, Li Fei drove to the not-so-good hotel. Since all the previous employees had been transferred to the Ruili Hotel, the current employees at the hotel were all newly hired. Zhang Lele was a newly hired receptionist at the not-so-good hotel. Prior to this, she had worked as a receptionist at the Happiness Hotel across the street. Indeed, the owner of the Happiness Hotel, Wei Xiaoli, originally intended to manage the hotel herself, but she never expected it to be so exhausting. Despite its small size, the Happiness Hotel had a lot of tasks. The key issue was that the hotel required night shifts. Could she handle that? A few days later, Wei Xiaoli, the owner of the Happiness Hotel, fell ill. Ultimately, she had no choice but to hire a receptionist. Zhang Lele was the first employee she hired with a monthly salary of 2500 for a 12-hour night shift. Zhang Lele had no qualifications or special skills. Although 2500 a month was a low salary, she had no better option. Thus Zhang Lele started working as a part-time receptionist and server at the Happiness Hotel, sometimes even taking on cleaning duties. A change occurred 2 days ago. That day Zhang Lele saw a recruitment notice for the Not So Good Hotel. The Not So Good Hotel was hiring. At that moment Zhang Lele could no longer sit still. She directly took a leave of absence to apply for the position. The Not So Good Hotel and the Happiness Hotel faced each other across the street, but what were the conditions at the Not So Good Hotel? What about the Happiness Hotel? The pay was higher, the benefits were better, and the boss was incredibly personal. She would deliberately pass by the Not So Good Hotel every day on her way to work just to take a closer look at the environment inside. At the Not So Good Hotel there were people delivering meals at mealtimes, and during free time employees could watch TV or use computers to binge-watch shows. This was the kind of job she had always wanted. After the interview, Zhang Lele began to anxiously await a response. Finally today HR informed her that she had been hired. Excited and thrilled. Subsequently Zhang Lele directly resigned from her job at the Happiness Hotel. With a 12-hour night shift, only 2 days off a month, and a salary of 2500 plus taking on multiple roles. Who would want to stay in a job like that? After receiving her salary, Zhang Lele walked out of the Happiness Hotel and stepped into the Not So Good Hotel. The owner of the Happiness Hotel, Wei Xiaoli, was absolutely furious upon seeing this. A thankless wretch, Zhang Lele was simply an ungrateful wolf. If it weren't for my taking you in, you wouldn't even know where to find a job right now. How could you leave so quickly for a rival hotel after I just took you in? At this moment all 10 new employees in the hotel were astonished as they wandered around the establishment. Previously they had only seen the hotel from the outside, now standing inside they were utterly amazed. This place is simply magnificent. The entire hotel is decorated in an incredibly luxurious and grand manner, completely different from the small inns they were used to. However, what truly shocked them were the benefits and treatment here. A salary of 5,000 upon confirmation, with nearly 2,000 in benefits. Every day they would receive 2 meals valued at 25 each, delivered right to them at mealtime. Additionally, the hotel features high-end coffee machines and massage chairs, allowing them to relax in the lobby and watch television. They heard that the hotel offers free fruits, drinks and coffee. This was truly their dream job. They couldn't believe such a place actually existed. Everyone has arrived, huh? Li Fei walked into the hotel, cheerfully greeting the new employees. Hello boss, the employees responded warmly. You all know about the salary and benefits at our hotel, right? Now let me talk about our rules and regulations. Li Fei began to speak. Upon hearing the boss' words, all the employees listened attentively. Hotel rules and regulations. They hadn't mentioned that during the recruitment process. But whatever the boss says they will follow. They have seen stricter demands elsewhere. Could the requirements of this hotel be even more stringent than those of sweatshops? First of all, overtime work is strictly prohibited in our hotel. Secondly, employees must never compromise themselves or cater to guests. If any guest shows disrespect towards our hotel staff, I hope you will speak up. Li Fei started to instill this mindset in his employees. In short, one principle: employees come first. The hotel industry is fundamentally about service. If my service attitude is poor, won't that drive away customers? Yet he could not encourage employees to provoke guests, as the system would not allow it. In that case, he would instill this mindset in them. The goal is to make the employees believe that they are the treasures of the hotel. Any grievances must not be endured silently, they must be voiced. Speak up and the hotel will support you, the boss will back you. Therefore, if you have any grievances, you must speak up promptly. If it is indeed the guest's fault, we will blacklist them. Additionally, the hotel will grant you a consolation prize of 1,000. Li Fei said with a smile. With such a reward, employees who would normally endure would certainly choose to stand firm. After all, they could simply claim it was the guest's fault with their eyes closed. Moreover, they could reward the employee with 1,000 while blacklisting a guest, thus reducing the hotel's clientele. It was a perfect win-win situation. This plan was simply flawless. He thought he should implement this scheme at the Ruili Hotel and made a takeout. Especially in the takeout business, which is a disaster zone. Deliveries often encounter unreasonable customers. In such cases, those takeout companies often choose to punish the delivery personnel, sacrificing their interests for customer satisfaction. This is absurd. Is delivering food a lowly profession? Do delivery workers deserve to be scolded? Fine, I will blacklist those rude customers and grant the delivery personnel a consolation prize of 1,000. As he contemplated this, Li Fei couldn't wait to rush over to the Maida takeout company to announce new regulations. The hotel staff initially thought their boss would announce some severe rules. After all the fuss, was this it? This was hardly a rule, it was as if they were treating these new employees like cherished treasures. In their previous workplaces, which one did not strike hard internally while being gentle externally. They treated their own employees like chilling winds. But towards clients they were as warm as spring breezes, treating them as if the employees should kneel. If an employee inadvertently angered a customer, they would receive a verbal warning, at best or worse a salary deduction or even dismissal. Now their own boss actually wanted to implement an employee consolation prize. He even encouraged them not to endure grievances and to bravely argue with customers. This was too surreal. Li Fei looked at the employees, who were dumbfounded, knowing they needed time to adjust and adapt. Just then 2 individuals walked in from outside. The newcomers, a man and a woman, had the man wearing sunglasses and a large gold chain with a bag tucked under his arm, while the woman sported glamorous waves dressed provocatively. "Get me a king-sized room," the man said. "Certainly, sir. The price for a king-sized room is 158, replied the front desk attendant Jean Lele. "Here." The man immediately pulled out 2 banknotes. Minutes later, Zhang Lele was sweating profusely. It was her first day at work and she was not familiar with the computer system, so it took her several minutes to sort things out. "Why are you so slow? You can't even handle this simple task. What kind of hotel are you running?" The man was furious. He was ready for battle, but this front desk attendant was so incompetent that it took her ages to get it done. I'm sorry, Zhang Lele kept apologizing. At this moment other employees came over to help. "How can there be such a dumb front desk attendant? Forget it, we're not staying here." The man said he was about to leave. "Wait, first I apologize for our front desk's unfamiliarity with the procedures. Next we require you to apologize to our employee." Li Fei had just gone to get a cup of coffee when he emerged to witness this scene. How could he tolerate this? This was a golden opportunity. "What did you say? You want me to apologize to her? Are you kidding? I'm the customer is king, do you understand?" The man laughed. Li Fei stood there coldly, silently staring at the man. Soon the hotel employees surrounded them, clearly indicating that he wouldn't be allowed to leave without apologizing. "Where's the boss? I want to complain about you." "Just wait, I will make sure the boss fires all of you," the man said angrily. "Boss, maybe we should just let it go, it's my fault," Jean Lele murmured. It was her first day and she really didn't want to lose her job over this incident. "I am the boss and I demand that you apologize to my employee," Li Fei said. "I'm sorry, I was in the wrong earlier." The man was taken aback. Was this hotel boss out of his mind? What kind of boss treats customers this way? Did he want to ruin his business? "Are you not afraid I will publicize what happened today?" "Well, since you just insulted our hotel staff, we have permanently blacklisted you." "What? You blacklisted me?" The man and the woman with him were both stunned. They had never encountered such a bold hotel before. The man walked into the hotel with excitement but came out dejected. What a damn mess. How could such a hotel exist in this world, and how could there be such a hotel owner? In the past, at every hotel or inn he visited, the owners greeted him with smiles and courtesy. Yet this hotel dared to ask him to apologize to a mere front desk clerk. "I must expose this," the man said angrily. "I've never seen such an uncouth hotel and such a disgraceful owner." "Indeed," the woman echoed. They continued their conversation as they walked to the opposite Happiness Hotel. Anger aside, they still had business to attend to. "Landlady, 1 room with a king-sized bed, please." The landlady Wei Xiaoli grinned at the prospect of business. "A king-sized room is 158 for the night," Wei Xiaoli said with a smile. 158. The man frowned. How could this shabby hotel charge 158? It was far worse than the one he just left. However, he was too lazy to argue and eventually paid the fee. A few minutes later he lay exhausted on the bed. He skillfully opened various platforms like Chengdu Taiba and Weibo, starting to expose the atrocious behavior of the terrible hotel owner. Family who understands. Going to a hotel and the owner treats guests like this. Shocking, the owner of the terrible hotel is really despicable. Warning, the terrible hotel in Binhai City, the owner's behavior is disgusting. In no time he received comments from netizens below. Is there still such a shameless owner in the world? They even threatened to blacklist guests. This is simply outrageous. Everyone please comment and share to expose the ugly face of this hotel owner. 1. Insider tip: I am the landlady of the Happiness Hotel across from the terrible hotel. The owner's vile actions do not stop here. He secretly poached our excellent staff, previously trying to lure away our guests with low prices. He even kicked my son to the ground. Once the landlady of the Happiness Hotel Wei Xiaoli leaked this information, it instantly ignited the gossip among netizens. The number of replies surged. Wow, is there really such a beastly person in the world? Bullying children. Such a person doesn't deserve to be called human. Secretly poaching excellent staff from other hotels. Honestly, I really despise such people. Here is 1,000 yuan, a consolation prize for your staff. Li Fei specifically exchanged 1,000 cash from the landlady of the restaurant next door. He wanted all the hotel staff to see it. Look, as long as you feel wrong, just speak up. Once you do, the 1,000 consolation prize is yours. Jean Lele was astonished. She thought the boss was just talking, but it turned out to be real. Not just Jean Lele, but the other staff in the hotel also looked incredulous. Can you even trust what the boss says? That just means you're too young. What the boss said could only be called a pie in the sky. It's something you can only look at, not eat. Unexpectedly, what the boss just said was not a mere illusion but the truth. They truly felt incredibly touched. From now on, they would become the loyal supporters of their boss. After finishing all this, Li Fei left the terrible hotel. Good. After this incident, the hotel staff should completely let themselves go. From now on, the service attitude of the terrible hotel should only get worse. Thinking of this, Li Fei revealed a proud smile. With several hours left before the system settlement time, he decided to spend all the remaining thousands from the system. Since the hotel hadn't started operating yet, the commissions from the delivery company and the security company were settled monthly. The business of the terrible hotel had also started to decline recently, with some days seeing hardly any guests. The only variable was the Bright Factory. He hoped the Bright Factory would give him some strength and not suddenly bring in an order. Ding, system settlement complete, current available funds 0. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, receiving a full refund of 20 million. The host earned a total salary of 800,000 for this round of tasks. The next round of tasks has begun. Please spend 50 million within 20 days. With the end of the system's electronic synthesized voice, Li Fei indeed received a transfer of 20.08 million from the system. Suddenly more than 20 million entered his account and Li Fei felt inflated. Now he could call himself a millionaire. His previous car was no longer sufficient for his needs. Time for a new car. Subsequently, Li Fei drove back to the car city. The first time he came, he only dared to look at brands like BBA. Now that his wallet was full, he naturally walked with more confidence. This time Li Fei headed straight for the Rolls-Royce sales center. Upon entering, the beautiful sales representative warmly greeted him. Then, accompanied by the beautiful sales representative, Li Fei began to select a car. How much is this car? He was immediately captivated by a light blue vehicle. This car was luxurious and grand, opulent yet understated. It perfectly matched Li Fei's aesthetic. Sir, this car is the Cullinan under Rolls-Royce, priced at over 9 million. The beautiful sales representative said with a smile. Very well, I'll take it. Li Fei said generously. The sales representative didn't expect him to decide so quickly. This luxury car was worth nearly 10 million and he made the decision in just a moment. A few minutes later, Li Fei signed the contract and drove off in the Cullinan from the car city. As usual, he first went to get some gas before driving to the Bright Factory. The gatekeeper, Old Li, had never seen such a luxury car. When he saw that the driver was the boss, he hurriedly came out to open the door for him. Li Fei got out and handed a whole pack of cigarettes to Old Li. Boss, how can I accept this? This is too valuable. Old Li hurriedly said. The boss had treated them well after all. Not only did the boss make them permanent employees, allowing them to enjoy the same wages and benefits as other factory workers, but he also reduced their workload significantly. How fortunate his family truly felt blessed to encounter such a good boss. It's nothing, just take it. Li Fei said with a smile. When Li Fei arrived at the Bright Factory again, the 3 newly constructed workshops had already been completed. Not only that, but the lathes in one of the workshops had also been installed. As Li Fei entered the workshop, Ma Liang was testing the production line with a group of workers. Boss, you are here. The factory director Ma Liang was surprised that the boss had personally come to check on the testing situation. How is the testing going? Li Fei casually asked. The testing is complete and everything feels good. Ma Liang replied cheerfully. Great, in that case let's purchase lathes for the other 2 new workshops as well to start production. Li Fei added. Now that the system funds had suddenly reached 50 million, his strength had significantly increased. He could fully launch production in all 3 workshops. The more production lines there were, the more workers he could hire. Boss, won't this be too ambitious? How about we first start production in this one workshop and see the market response before proceeding with the others? Ma Liang suggested. No worries, I have great faith in the tableware market. Li Fei directly rejected Ma Liang's suggestion. Isn't this workshop ready for production now? Let's recruit all the employees for the 3 new workshops right away. Ha! Boss, should we first hire employees for just one workshop? The other 2 workshops will take at least 10 more days, from purchasing lathes to testing the production line passing inspection. Ma Liang said if we recruit all the employees now, we will have to pay a lot more in salaries. He wanted to keep up with the boss' thought process, but he found it quite strange. No problem, just do as I say, Li Fei stated. More salaries. That's exactly what I want. Ma Liang could only nod helplessly after hearing this. With the 3 newly established workshops, over 150 more employees needed to be hired. Along with the previous employees, the total number of employees at the Bright Factory was about to exceed 200. Ma Liang was about to become the factory director managing 200 employees. Also, the employee cafeteria is too small and needs to be expanded. After the expansion, the kitchen staff would surely not be enough, so we should hire another chef, later Li Fei directed as he walked. The Bright factory was about to expand its recruitment, and with over 200 employees, a larger cafeteria would definitely be necessary. After the cafeteria expansion, the staff would also need to be increased. By then, chefs, waiters, dishwashers, cleaners, cafeteria security. These are all employee positions, right? Thinking of this, Li Fei hurriedly inquired with the system. It seems reasonable. This system allows for additional recruitment of cafeteria staff. After hearing this, Li Fei almost burst out laughing. Alright, after the cafeteria expansion, we will need 2 chefs, 5 waiters, 3 dishwashers, 3 cleaners, and 3 cafeteria security personnel. That's another 16 employees accounted for. Thinking of this, Li Fei directly shared his thoughts with Ma Liang. We need to hire so many employees for the cafeteria. Ma Liang was completely stunned. My dear boss, 200 employees in the factory, and you want to create a cafeteria with 16 staff? That's a bit exaggerated, right? Before Ma Liang could fully process this, Li Fei spoke again. Having only a cafeteria is definitely not enough. I noticed that our employees get a bit dirty after work. Let's build a shower room for them too. The shower room needs bathing pools and shower areas, as well as shower gel, shampoo, and slippers. The factory should also provide these for the employees. The shower room will also need staff to manage it. Let's hire 4 people for now, 2 males and 2 females. We should also hire 5 masters for scrubbing the back. Li Fei began to speak excitedly. Ma Liang listened, increasingly shocked, with his mouth wide open in an O shape. No, my dear boss. Have you ever seen a factory with a shower room for employees? And hiring 5 masters for scrubbing backs? We are opening a factory to make money, not to pamper the employees. I just don't get it. Not only Ma Liang, but the entire management team following Li Fei and factory director Ma Liang was also completely bewildered. Isn't the boss treating these employees a bit too well? It's as if he is serving them like ancestors. I noticed that the employees ride electric bikes to work, which is not safe. Riding electric bikes is too dangerous. Plus, it's hot in the summer, cold in the winter, and the roads are slippery when it rains. Let's buy a bus. Let's buy a luxury bus to transport employees to and from work. Li Fei became excited when it came to spending. Buying a bus means we can hire 2 more people, right? Don't ask why we need 2. A driver and a logistics support staff have to be provided, right? Tasks like washing and repairing the bus can be left to the logistics staff. The new bus doesn't need repairs. As a spare, keeping it as a backup is never a bad idea. That's 2 more employees accounted for. With this plan, the Bright factory could potentially hire 177 more employees. And this is just the beginning. Li Fei had already mapped out his plans. He decided to use the Bright factory as a starting point to create a comprehensive large-scale factory that produces water cups, tableware, daily necessities, and more. Moreover, he also wanted to venture into clothing production, machinery manufacturing, composite materials production, and other physical manufacturing industries. These are all labor-intensive industries that require a large number of employees. In addition, the factory's cafeteria, shower room, library, gym, and other supporting life facilities will also require a significant number of staff. Although these industries are currently pursuing automation and mechanization transformation, Li Fei didn't care. Automation and mechanization. He would go against the trend. In an instant, a vast and magnificent blueprint unfolded, and Li Fei's heart could not calm down for a long time. Numb at this moment, the employees had long since become numb. Providing luxurious buses for employees. Wouldn't the employees' tails be wagging in delight upon hearing this? Boss, do you realize how much it will cost to implement everything you just said? All these expenses will likely amount to astronomical figures. Purchasing lathes for the other 2 workshops will cost at least 2 million, right? Expanding the cafeteria will cost at least over $1 million. Building a new shower room may cost over 2 million, and buying a luxury bus will cost 1 million. Then there's the recruitment of 177 employees whose monthly salaries will be over $1 million. It's terrifying. You guys go ahead and implement the points I just mentioned. Just report to me how much it will cost, and I will have the finance department transfer the funds to you. Li Fei said. Okay. At this moment, what more could the employees say? They could only nod repeatedly. Do you really think this is the end? Li Fei looked at the management team of the factory. There's one more thing: we need to change our hiring model. In the future, we will prioritize recommendations from internal employees when hiring. If an internal employee recommends someone who meets our hiring criteria, we will reward the recommending employee with 500 yuan as a referral fee. Li Fei said. Since there is a referral fee for takeout services, why can't the factory have one? Why can't the security company have it? The entire management team was left dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? The most shocked was the HR manager, Old Lu. He had only joined Guangming factory not long ago, and as a low-profile employee he greatly enjoyed the relaxed and comfortable working environment there. During his time there he hadn't had any tasks assigned by his superiors. His daily work was simply watching dramas or reading novels on the computer. The only thing that bothered him was that the factory's computers were too outdated. Opening multiple web pages would cause them to lag. Moreover, the salaries and benefits at the factory were surprisingly high. This was exciting. It was the most enjoyable job he had ever had. However, what worried him was that if he continued to be so unproductive, wouldn't he become useless? Therefore, he thought it would be better to arrange a little work for himself, of course not too much and not too little. Now that the factory was expanding, it was the perfect time for him to be busy with HR. But the boss wanted the old employees to bring in new hires, which made him feel like he was quite useless in HR. It was infuriating. However, old Lu chose to accept it. Li Fei spoke again. After all, he didn't come to Guangming factory often, and since he was finally here, he might as well handle everything at once. The employees were already shocked beyond belief when they heard the boss had more instructions. Additionally, I've noticed that the computers and chairs in the office are not very good. This is unacceptable. Having good office equipment will enhance the employees' working efficiency. Let's do this. All office staff's computers and chairs will be replaced. The budget for computers will be set at 100,000 yuan, and for chairs we will choose ergonomic ones around 5,000 yuan. Li Fei said slowly. Finally, was the boss really going to replace their computers? The previous computers in the factory were second-hand and utterly lagged. Upon hearing the boss' words, the management team surprisingly revealed smiles of happiness. After giving these instructions, Li Fei thought for a moment. After ensuring there was nothing overlooked, Li Fei went to the factory cafeteria to start eating with the employees. The food had significantly improved after his earlier reforms. The newly hired chef knew the boss was coming to eat, so he had prepared a lot of fresh vegetables and meats in advance. Therefore, the lunch was exceptionally lavish. Li Fei began to eat, accompanied by many members of the factory's management. Meanwhile, the factory employees also came over for lunch after finishing their shifts. Have you heard? An employee asked mysteriously. A classic baiting opener. Heard what? One employee couldn't help but respond. I heard that the boss is going to expand the cafeteria, build a new bathhouse, and also provide a luxury bus for the employees to commute. That employee said proudly. Hiss. The surrounding people made sounds of agreement. Moreover, it seems the boss intends to hire more staff. Cut it out, the hiring expansion has nothing to do with us. Short-sighted. The boss said that the new employees can be referred by us old employees, and for every person recommended we will be rewarded with 500 yuan. As soon as that informed employee finished speaking, everyone began to excitedly discuss. My second uncle's sister's son has long wanted to come to our factory. He has been asking me to inquire, but I felt too shy to ask. Now that we can recommend new employees, this is fantastic. A man said happily. Not only will it solve my second uncle's sister's son's job problem, but I can also earn 500 yuan. It's a win-win. Wow, really? I have so many relatives. As long as I shout out, at least 10 can come over. That's over 5,000 yuan. Referral fees don't matter. The key is that our factory is expanding and this is an opportunity. Exactly, I will call my brother over when I get home today. My brother just graduated from a second-tier university. He has long wanted to leave the real estate agency. Wow, are you really going to let your brother, a second-tier university graduate, come to work here and screws? An employee asked in confusion. You don't know. Nowadays second-tier university graduates are abundant, and without connections or background they can hardly find good jobs. It's better to come to our factory. At least working in our factory offers 5 insurances and 1 fund plus weekends off, high salaries and good benefits. Isn't that better than selling houses in an agency? The surrounding employees all nodded in agreement. This is indeed the case. There are countless college graduates who can't find jobs, and even if they do, the salaries are only around 3,000 to 4,000. There's a saying that rings true. A salary of 3,000 can't recruit a single migrant worker, yet it can attract a whole bunch of college graduates. Instead of this, it's better to come to Guangming factory to screws. Moreover, working at Guangming factory isn't that tiring. 8 hours a day with weekends off. The key is that the working environment has greatly improved. During the discussion, some quick-witted employees had already started messaging their relatives or friends. Our Guangming factory is about to expand, hiring, hurry over. Hey, don't think I haven't thought of you during good times. There's a huge good news right now. After Li Fei finished eating, he went to the conference room to talk about work with the management team. The issue he cared about the most now was whether the products produced by Guangming factory were selling well. Boss, since you asked, I'll speak frankly. The high-end stainless steel cups produced by our factory are very hard to sell. Ma Liang said in a deep voice. He had been keeping an eye on the marketing department, and just a few days ago he had even expanded the marketing team by 3 members, and he himself had participated. But it was useless. The market doesn't change just because you put in effort. I deeply reflect on this. It's all due to my incompetence as the factory manager. Ma Liang said with difficulty. Very hard to sell. Li Fei was overjoyed upon hearing this. Haha, this was the best news he had heard all day. Indeed, Ma Liang was worthy of being the top talent I recognized. A three-legged horse is common, but a talent like Li Fei is rare. Ma Liang kept his head bowed low, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on his employer, wondering whether the boss would erupt in fury and berate him mercilessly or simply dismiss him on the spot. Ma Liang began to wait anxiously for his employer's verdict, yet not a trace of regret stirred within him. He had to speak those words. Silence he knew would have been the true regret. His employer had poured staggering sums into Guangming factory, yet the facility had secured neither major nor sustainable orders. At this rate, Ma Liang genuinely feared his employer might face bankruptcy. No need to blame yourself, Director Ma. The lack of orders at Guangming factory stems solely from an unfavorable market. Ma Liang had braced himself for an outburst, but after long tense silence what came instead were words of reassurance. In that instant the young resolute factory director's eyes welled with tears. Woo woo woo. Boss, thank you for believing in me. I swear I will strive relentlessly until Guangming factory rises to become the undisputed leader in the water bottle and tableware industry across Binjiang City. Ma Liang declared with unwavering sincerity. Li Fei, inwardly stunned, muttered to himself, damn, it seems I spoke too soon. Yet he quickly regained composure. Become Binjiang's number one. Impossible, utterly impossible. Youthful dreams after all flourish most vividly in slumber. One more thing, the Mercedes I previously drove has been retired. You may assign it to Guangming factory, Li Fei said. Regarding that Mercedes, Li Fei consulted the system. Since he had purchased the vehicle with his own funds, he wondered whether the system would offer compensation if factory staff were to use it. The system may grant the host partial financial compensation based on depreciation. The current market value of the host's Mercedes is 500,000 yuan. The host may transfer this amount in system credits directly to his personal account. Upon receiving the system's affirmative response, Li Fei's grin stretched ear to ear. He'd bought it for over 600,000 yuan and now stood to recoup 500,000. A windfall beyond imagination. Selling it privately in the second-hand market would likely slash its value by half. So all his retired vehicles could be systematically reclaimed. Once he grew weary of his Cullinan, he'd simply hand that over to the system as well. He only wondered how much the system would offer for it. With matters settled, Li Fei departed Guangming factory in his Cullinan. Meeting now. The moment Li Fei left, Ma Liang's voice rang out, firm, resolute. If his employer had gone to such lengths, how could he possibly stand idle? Within minutes, all Guangming factory executives assembled. Today's meeting has one sole agenda: sales channels. Sales channels. And again, sales channels. Ma Liang spoke with fierce determination. Upon hearing his tone, every manager instinctively tensed. This young director was truly enraged. Marketing department, you go first, Ma Liang commanded. The department head, a man in his late 20s, rose hesitantly. Director, our team has visited numerous small supermarkets these past days and achieved modest progress. To further expand sales of our water bottles, might we consider reaching out to online retailers? The marketing manager ventured softly. Approved. From now on, marketing department shall devote its full focus to partnering with online water bottle retailers. Having spoken, Ma Liang shifted his gaze to the others. This isn't merely marketing's concern, it's a matter of survival for the entire factory. I don't care which department you belong to, even the gatekeeper must contribute ideas and suggestions. Ma Liang declared with grim intensity. There's an international commodities exhibition in Zhonghai City in a few days, shall we exhibit there? A nameless staffer murmured timidly. Damn. Brilliant idea. Yes, we absolutely should exhibit. Instantly every executive turned toward the speaker. Which department are you from? Ma Liang asked. Human Resources, came the reply. Lu Laolu, leisurely and unflustered, replied. Lately he'd grown bored binge-watching dramas and his latest novel had just ended, leaving him listless and hollow. That day, idly revisiting an old website, he'd stumbled upon the exhibition announcement. Excellent, outstanding. Ma Liang declared. Effective immediately, you are appointed Deputy Director of Marketing for Guangming Factory. All sales strategy for Guangming Factory products falls under your sole authority. Name any resources you require within the factory's means, and they shall be provided without delay. A collective gasp rippled through the room. A mere HR clerk, promoted overnight to Deputy Director of Marketing. It was faster than rocket propulsion. Lu Laolu, no Deputy Director. Lu stood utterly dumbfounded. A single offhand suggestion, and he descended to deputy leadership. Deputy Director, a position second only to the Director commanding hundreds. What a calamity, he shouldn't have opened his mouth. Such a role demanded relentless toil. Wasn't life as an HR officer perfectly agreeable? Binge-watching dramas, devouring novels, wasn't that bliss? Understood, Director. I'll need a vehicle, an assistant, and an interpreter. Additionally, I request a hospitality budget of approximately 100,000 yuan, fully at my discretion. That's all for now, further needs will be communicated promptly. Deputy Director Lu reflected carefully before speaking. Ma Liang remained calm, but the rest of the management team could no longer sit still. A car, an assistant, and interpreter, reasonable enough. But 100,000 yuan for hospitality. Granted. The retired Mercedes left by the boss is now yours to use. Your assistant and interpreter will be assigned without delay. Ma Liang ignored the murmurs of dissent and nodded in agreement. Thank you, Director. Deputy Director Liu replied with a warm smile. He'd deliberately listed such extensive demands to test whether the director's resolve was genuine. Now he knew this was a leader who acted decisively and delivered results. Lu Qingshan, the era of indolence was over. It was time to rise once more. Once the name Lu Qingshan had echoed powerfully across Zhanghai City. Years ago he'd single-handedly secured a foreign contract worth hundreds of millions of US dollars for his former employer's factory. In just a few short years under his stewardship, a modest workshop transformed into a Zhanghai industrial titan. True, he'd once sold high-precision machinery, whereas today he marketed stainless steel water bottles priced at just over 200 yuan. Yet to him precision engineering and a humble water bottle were one and the same. He'd long chosen to ignore such trivial concerns, having already attained financial independence. But his employer's actions stirred profound emotion within him. This was but a small factory, yet its owner consistently placed the welfare of frontline workers above all else. Such employers were rare indeed. And not only the owner, the factory director too moved him deeply. That youthful defiance, the unyielding courage to strive to dare to overcome, ignited a long-dormant battle spirit within him. The recollections of hotel staff member Zhao Chunmei. Zhao Chunmei is just an ordinary cleaner living in a village in the city with a husband who lacks ambition and a daughter with average grades. At first she thought her life would continue to be so ordinary. The change began when her boss character transformed dramatically. Previously her boss was submissive. However, one day her boss suddenly began to strike back fiercely. Especially when he kicked over the landlord's son. It was truly exhilarating. Wow, I have endured this landlord and her son for so long, and now someone has finally come to deal with them. Indeed, sometimes it takes a villain to deal with another villain. Initially she thought her boss would go bankrupt, meaning she would have to look for another job. At her age in her 40s, finding a job close to home with less work is still not easy. Unexpectedly her boss plans to open another hotel across the street. When she saw the newly opened hotel, which was not good at all, she was completely stunned. Is this a hotel in the village? Such a hotel would be explosive in a bustling urban area. Moreover, her boss actually raised their salaries and provided so many benefits. She heard that employees received birthday gifts on their birthdays. It feels so unreal. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. Just when she was enjoying such a delightful life, her boss acquired a 3-star hotel. Unexpectedly, she could one day work at a 3-star hotel. Moreover, her boss promoted her to the position of cleaning department manager at the hotel. This is too dreamlike. What was her position at home before? Now, after being promoted to manager of the cleaning department at a 3-star hotel, what is her position now? Previously, when she returned home, she had to cook, do laundry, and clean the house. Now when she returns home, the house is clean, meals are prepared, and laundry is done. Everything came as such a delightful surprise. Now she heard that her boss' other company is implementing some program to recruit new employees through old ones. Old employees can earn a reward of 500 for bringing in a new employee. A reward of 500 is small, but it's great for old employees to bring in new ones. If given the opportunity, she is determined to bring her husband into her boss company. With such a high salary and great benefits, it would be such a waste not to bring her husband over. Her husband is just a driver for a ride-hailing service with a loan for the car, working hard every day but earning little. As for the other benefits like 5 insurances and 1 fun, weekends off, and strict adherence to an 8-hour workday, there are none. The next day inside the Guangming factory, Lu Qingshan sat in the office arranged for him by the factory director Ma Lianggang, scribbling notes on his notebook. The registration date for the International Commodity Exhibition in Zhanghai City was about to close, so he planned to set off for Zhanghai City today. Before departing, he needed to carefully plan his itinerary. Although he had been in retirement for over 2 years, the network and resources he had built in Zhanghai City still needed to be utilized. Vice Director Lu, these 2 are the assistants and translators I found for you. At that moment, Ma Liang walked in, followed by 2 very young employees. Ma Liang had put in a lot of effort to find these 2 talents for Vice Director Lu. Initially, he had hoped to find suitable candidates within the factory, but he couldn't find anyone. Reluctantly, he had to spend a significant amount of money to hire 2 people from outside. The 2 who came this time, 1 male and 1 female, were both very young. The male was an assistant who also served as a driver, while the female was a translator doubling as a secretary. Despite their youth, both were graduates from prestigious 985 universities. Initially, they looked down on coming to such a small factory as they were high achievers from 985 universities. If their classmates knew they ended up in such a place, they would surely be ridiculed. However, after learning about the salary and benefits at Guangming factory, they were immediately convinced. The factory director offered them a monthly salary of 100,000 plus nearly 2,000 in benefits, along with contributions to social insurance and housing fund. The key point was that the factory implemented a strict 8-hour workday with weekends off. Such a heavenly factory was considerably better than those big companies outside. Thank you, Director, Lu Qingshan said, raising his head. By the way, this card has 100,000 yuan on it and the password is 123,456. This is the key to the boss Mercedes-Benz car. As he spoke, Ma Liang took out a bank card and a car key. The production capacity of Guangming factory had increased, but the sales channels remained elusive. This put immense pressure on him as the factory director. Originally he wanted to reduce production capacity, but reducing capacity would inevitably lead to layoffs. When the owner heard about the layoffs, he immediately rejected the proposal without any room for discussion. Since production capacity couldn't be reduced, he could only brace himself and seek new sales channels. He just hoped that Vice Director Lu could find new sales channels for Guangming factory's products. Lu Qingshan set off carrying the hopes of the entire Guangming factory. He truly didn't expect that just attending a small international commodity exhibition would result in Director Ma Liang mobilizing all the factory employees to throw a farewell party for him. It was quite absurd. However, it seemed rather enjoyable. After a journey of 4 to 5 hours, they finally arrived at the venue for the international commodity exhibition. Lu Qingshan then took the two to the registration area. We are from Guangming factory in Binjiang City here to participate in the exhibition. Sorry, registration has already closed, the staff member said without looking up. Closed? That can't be right. The deadline on the official website is until tomorrow, Lu Qingshan replied. I said it's closed, so it's closed. Why are you talking so much, the staff member said impatiently. Just as Lu Qingshan was debating with the staff, another manufacturer arrived. Hey, let us through. We are from Zhongtong Holdings in Zhonghai City here to register. How can all sorts of riffraff participate in the international commodity exhibition? The representatives from Zhongtong Holdings mocked. Upon hearing that the newcomers were from Zhongtong Holdings, the staff members' demeanor changed dramatically. Zhongtong Holdings was a giant enterprise. Their participation in the international commodity exhibition immediately elevated the event's profile. The staff member immediately became very enthusiastic and began processing their registration. Lu Qingshan watched all of this in disbelief and could only helplessly take out his phone and dial a number. Brother, it's useless. Small factories like ours from remote places will not be allowed to participate in this exhibition at all. Sigh, it seems this trip was in vain. I originally hoped to showcase our products at the exhibition and perhaps meet a client, but it looks like that won't happen. Representatives from several other manufacturers nearby remarked, indeed, coming from a small place like this, how could you even think of attending an exhibition held in Zhonghai City? Has still on the phone. Do you think one phone call will get you into this exhibition? One representative from Zhongtong Holdings scoffed. While they were discussing, a man in a suit hurried over, followed by a group of seemingly elite employees. Mr. Lu, is that really you? The man in the suit felt a surge of emotion upon seeing Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan, Mr. Lu. This man had returned. Back when he was still a newcomer, he always followed behind Mr. Lu to do business. Now he was the vice president in charge of the market at Zhonghai City's Xinyi Precision Group. Wow. Vice President Su. The representatives from Zhongtong Holdings and the staff member at the venue were all stunned upon seeing the newcomer. Why was the vice president of Xinyi Precision here? After all, Xinyi Precision was even more impressive than Zhongtong Holdings. Could it be because of him? All eyes turned to Lu Qingshan. Su Sun. Lu Qingshan's eyes reddened, his mouth slightly agape, and after a moment he managed to utter one word. What? Did he dare to call Vice President Su by his first name? At that moment, the representatives from Zhongtong Holdings and the staff member at the venue were completely frozen. Was this person a close friend of Vice President Su from Xinyi Precision? Wow. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said that, not only could you have registered, but we could have also put your booth in the prime location. At that moment, the two young employees following Lu Qingshan were also in a state of shock. Initially, they were quite reluctant to follow Vice Director Lu. They never expected that this Vice Director Lu, whom they had looked down upon, had such deep connections. So did that mean they had just hitched a ride on a big opportunity? Thinking about it made them quite excited. Xinyi Precision. This supergiant enterprise in Zhonghai City was once merely a small factory on the brink of bankruptcy. After Lu Qingshan joined, he quickly used his outstanding sales skills to break through the most difficult predicament faced by Xinyi Precision. He successfully helped a small enterprise rise to become one of the top supergiants in Zhonghai City. Furthermore, he also acquired a share of over 10% of the enterprise. At the moment he achieved success, he took his rightful share and left. He had grown weary of the intrigues and scheme. Since he had already achieved financial freedom, he decided to go out and enjoy the beautiful scenery. However, even the most beautiful landscapes can become tiresome. When he wandered around Binjiang City, he happened to see a recruitment advertisement from Guangming Factory online. They strictly implemented an 8-hour workday with weekends off and contributions to social insurance and housing fund. There were many other attractive benefits as well. Interesting, this factory was quite intriguing. Thus he logically became a small personnel officer at Guangming factory and inexplicably became the factory's vice director arriving in Zhonghai City. Lu Qingshan was pushed out of Xinyi Precision and in the end he would seek revenge with the help of the protagonist. The author has received everyone's suggestions. Writing it this way is indeed too cliché and the subsequent plot will not continue in this manner. Li Fei went to the Bright factory yesterday and took care of all the recent expenses that needed to be addressed. It seems that there will be no need to visit the Bright factory for a while. Today Li Fei decided to check out the hotel. It was the place where he first started his entrepreneurial journey and that small hotel earned him his first pot of gold in life. When Li Fei arrived at the Natsagriat hotel, the new employees were chatting. "Hello boss." Upon seeing their boss, everyone enthusiastically greeted him. Especially Zhang Lele at the front desk, who not only had her boss defend her and make the customer apologize but also received a consolation prize of 1000 yuan. This made her feel exceptionally moved. "This time I came here I plan to renovate and upgrade our hotel. Do you have any good suggestions?" Li Fei sat down and said. No, everything here is just fine. Exactly, working here makes us feel like we're dreaming and waking up smiling." Hearing the boss ask for suggestions for the renovation, the employees all shook their heads and expressed that everything here was great and did not need any changes. Typically when a boss asks this, it's not genuinely to seek your suggestions. If you stubbornly insist on sharing your ideas, it might leave a very bad impression. Renovations require a lot of money. The employees are not fresh graduates, they understand this logic. I think we could install an elevator in our hotel," a young waitress timidly suggested. She was a newly hired waitress and often heard guests complain about the lack of an elevator being inconvenient. Now that the boss was inviting suggestions, she didn't want to miss this great opportunity. The other employees were stunned to hear someone actually dare to make a suggestion. "Wow, who's so bold? The boss was just saying it casually and you really went ahead and suggested it. An elevator. Do you know how much it costs to install one? Install an elevator. Not bad, that's a great suggestion," Li Fei said, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, how had he not thought of it? This shows that it's necessary to engage everyone's thoughts to spend more money. The other employees were bewildered to see the boss praising that waitress' suggestion instead of criticizing her. So does that mean the boss genuinely came to seek their suggestions? "Boss, I suggest we prepare a few umbrellas in the lobby so guests can use them on rainy days. We could also buy a shoe cleaning machine so that guests can clean their dirty shoes on it." Since the boss truly wanted to hear their suggestions, the employees began to speak earnestly. "Also, could we upgrade the internet connection? The current speed is a bit slow and I often experience buffering while watching TV series." Cough, cough. As soon as the previous employee finished speaking, a series of coughs erupted. Very good, your suggestions are excellent." Li Fei frequently nodded in agreement. All these suggestions from the employees were indeed very good. However, aside from the elevator installation, the other suggestions would not cost too much combined. "Let's do this, I'll leave this matter to you. Summarize the suggestions made by the employees just now and compile a list to send to me. Also calculate the total cost and send that to me as well, I'll transfer the money to you later." Li Fei pointed at a young man beside him. "Very good, young man. Everyone is in a meeting yet you keep dozing off, you must be a careless talent. It would be good if you could report more expenses to me later." Me? Zhou Jie was completely stunned. He was just a small security guard, how could he take on such an important task? "Yes, it's you. I believe you can handle this matter well," Li Fei said. After settling these matters, Li Fei went to the nearby Ganshuangxiang restaurant. "Oh, Mr. Li, you're here. Please sit down, I'll get you some tea," the restaurant owner's wife said, her face beaming upon seeing Li Fei enter. Hearing that Li Fei was now the owner of a 3-star hotel, she naturally dared not neglect him. Moreover, Li Fei's hotel ordered meals from her every day. That's a business worth over 100,000 every year. In other words, Li Fei is her god of wealth. "Madam, we need to make some changes to the meals we ordered before." Was there something wrong with our meals? The restaurant owner's wife immediately became nervous. "The meals are fine. It's just that the previous order of 25 yuan per meal needs to be upgraded. I plan to raise our meal expenses to 40 yuan per meal. Also, previously the restaurant did not provide meals for employees on their days off, that needs to change as well. From now on, regardless of whether employees are working or on their days off, your restaurant should deliver meals to the hotel. Of course, the dinner for hotel guests should also be upgraded to a standard of 40 yuan per meal," Li Fei stated. "Just because employees have days off doesn't mean they shouldn't receive meals. That's unacceptable. Meals must be provided. Even if some employees are off, they can come and pick up their meals. I'm sure the employees would be happy to come and pick them up. If they really don't want to come, they can use Meida's delivery service. I heard that Meida now offers a delivery service for just 5 yuan, delivering from the west of the city to the east. Now the system's task funds have increased to 50 million and it might be even more in the future. Therefore he needs to make adjustments in various aspects to strive to spend more system funds. 40 yuan per meal." The restaurant owner's wife was very surprised. That's quite extravagant. And they're going to deliver meals even to employees on their days off. The hotel has a total of 10 people amounting to 800 per day, 24000 per month, and over 280000 per year. This doesn't even include the dinners for hotel guests. This is more than double the previous amount. Alright, no problem. Our restaurant will ensure that meals for the hotel staff and guests are of high quality and quantity, the restaurant owner's wife confidently said. After everything was agreed upon, Li Fei left the restaurant. When he returned to the Ruili Hotel, an earth-shattering piece of news arrived. Boss, something terrible has happened. You're trending on social media. The general manager of Ruili Hotel Xinxingzhu said in a panic. Ha! I'm trending. Li Fei was immediately dumbfounded. He quickly picked up his phone to check online. It turned out that the incident where he had a guest apologize to the hotel front desk had been posted online. Now on various platforms like Baidu, Tieba, Weibo, Bianhu and Douyin, there were reports about the Natsagriad hotel boss forcing guests to apologize. However, the post with the highest engagement was on Baidu Taiba Binjiang forum. Shocking, the boss of the Binjiang Not So Great Hotel actually forced a guest to apologize and permanently blacklisted them. This particular post was even pinned at the top of the Binjiang forum. The number of views had already exceeded several tens of thousands. What the hell, this is way too exaggerated, right? After reading the content of the post, Li Fei was completely stunned. In this post, he was portrayed as a scoundrel bullying honest and kind-hearted merchants. Seeing the uniform barrage of insults and attacks in the comments below, Li Fei couldn't help but laugh. Well, with this, how could the hotel possibly have any guests? Being a bit more optimistic, not only would this hotel suffer, but even the Suntupan Ruili Hotel Iron Blood Security Meda Delivery and Guangming Factory might also get dragged into this mess. If that's the case, wouldn't it be perfect for losing money? Thinking of this, Li Fei directly began to expose information in the post. I know this unscrupulous merchant. I heard he also runs a hotel called Ruili Hotel. Moreover, Iron Blood Security Meda Delivery and Guangming Factory are also run by this boss. We must stand up and strongly boycott such unscrupulous merchants and their companies. After leaving a comment, Li Fei even liked his own message. Slander, this is simply slander. Boss, I think we should hire a lawyer to bring this slanderous person to justice. The general manager of Ruili Hotel Xinxingzhu said angrily, what kind of people are these? Such a good boss has turned into a heinous scoundrel in his post. It's fine, rumors stop with the wise, we need not pay attention to them, Li Fei replied calmly. Hire a lawyer. If I hire a lawyer to bring them to justice and in the end the netizens find out that the situation is not what it seems, what if they crazily come to support me? How would I still lose money then? When it came to completing the system task and clarifying this matter, Li Fei decisively chose the former. Making money is not shameful. In Zhonghai City, at the luxurious private room of the Dihao International Hotel, it is said that Lu Qingshan has returned to Zhonghai City and the chairman of Xinli Precision, several vice presidents and other high executives are all present. No matter how you put it, Lu Qingshan has made significant contributions to Xinli Precision. Therefore, he deserves due respect. Lu Qingshan looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces in front of him and couldn't help but feel that things had changed immensely. Just a few years ago they were comrades fighting side by side, and now they felt so distant. Qingshan, it's been years since we last met. I didn't expect you to have changed, not at all. Unlike me, with all the worries I've had these years, look, I've even grown white hair. What have you been busy with all these years since leaving Xinli Precision? Asked Wu Zhongxiong, the chairman of Xinli Precision. Oh. I've just been wandering around, switching from one place to another when I got tired of it. Mr. Lu really has a refined taste, but I heard you recently found a job at a small factory in Bijiang City, asked a vice president of Xinli Precision with a smile. Oh. A factory that can attract our famous Mr. Lu Qingshan must be quite impressive. What's the name of this factory? Another executive inquired. Lu Qingshan ignored the sarcastic remarks of the two and calmly replied, this is indeed the case. I was originally visiting Bijiang for leisure and stumbled upon the factory's recruitment notice. When I saw the various benefits and treatments offered by the factory, I was very surprised. So I thought I should go see for myself whether it was true or not. Ha, how good could it be? Can it be better than Xinli Precision? A high executive from Xinli Precision sneered. Everyone present from Xinli Precision burst into laughter upon hearing the executive's words. When it comes to employee treatment, if Xinli Precision claims second place, no one would dare to say they are first. It is no exaggeration to say that in Zhonghai City people are lining up from Zhonghai City to Xinjiang province just to join Xinli Precision. Just to give an example, every summer during the hottest months of July and August, Xinli Precision provides employees with bottled water and various drinks. Do other factories do that? During the New Year and festivals, Xinli Precision gives employees a red envelope of 200. Do other factories do that? Not only that, Xinli Precision also pays for 5 insurances for employees so that when they grow old they can receive a pension. Do other factories do that? Lu Qingshan couldn't be bothered with the laughter around him and slowly said, in our factory ordinary workers have a base salary of 5,000 plus commission every month with a strict 8-hour workday and weekends off. Moreover, the factory also pays for 5 insurances in one fund, and there are nearly 2,000 in various benefits every month. On employees' birthdays we give gifts worth around 5,000. Not only that, during various holidays the factory also gives employees holiday gifts or red envelopes. Just a few days ago the boss expanded the cafeteria and built a new bathhouse, so now our factory employees can take a shower after work before heading home. Considering that it's inconvenient for employees to ride electric bikes home, the boss even bought a luxury bus worth $1 million to transport employees to and from work. Of course, as for things like free drinks, fruits and snacks, we have all of that. The room fell silent, unusually quiet. Everyone from Xinli Precision, from the chairman to the executives, was shocked. Is what Lu Qingshan said true? It can't be. This is simply impossible. How could there be a factory with such excellent welfare benefits in the world? How could the boss provide such high salaries and benefits for employees and still make a profit? Doesn't the boss want to change his luxury car? Doesn't he want his mansion to be even bigger? Doesn't he want his bank balance to increase? Qingshan, you don't need to exaggerate the benefits of your factory just to get back at us. How could there possibly be a factory with such great welfare benefits in this world? If you say the benefits for executives are that good, I could believe that to some extent, but if you say ordinary workers can have such benefits, I can't believe that at all. How about this if you come back? Well, our Xinli Precision has a branch in Suzhou that is lacking a vice president. If you come back, I'll let you take that position. How does that sound? Wu Zhongxiong, the chairman of Xinli Precision, thought for a moment and replied. A vice president of a branch. All the vice presidents and executives present exchanged knowing smiles. Su Sun frowned upon hearing this. Who is Lu Qingshan? When he left Xinli Precision he was already at the vice president level, and now you want him to come back for a mere position as vice president of a branch. This is simply a blatant slap in the face and humiliation. Isn't that too much? Lu Qingshan saw Su Sun about to stand up and confront the others angrily and quickly reached out to stop him. This Su Sun was indeed still the same hot-headed person. Lu Qingshan replied with a smile, I appreciate Director Wu's goodwill, but I still prefer the current factory a bit more. Because there is one aspect that Xinli Precision can never match, Lu Qingshan said. Oh. What could possibly be beyond our Xinli Precision? Wu Zhongxiong asked in a deep voice. Human warmth. Lu Qingshan replied. Suddenly the atmosphere in the entire private room turned cold. Especially for Wu Zhongxiong, the chairman of Xinli Precision. Human warmth. By saying this, are you implying that I am unkind and ungrateful? Are you suggesting that I, Wu Zhongxian, lack the capacity to accommodate others? At this moment Wu Zhongxian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Thank you all for coming, but let's part ways here. Having said that, Lu Qingshan walked out of the private room without looking back. After leaving the hotel, Lu Qingshan took out a cigarette and lit it. Xinli Precision would definitely not be going back, so we should transform Guangming Factory into the next Xinli Precision. To turn Guangming Factory into a giant enterprise, the most crucial aspect is to find a long-term and stable sales channel. As long as a long-term stable sales channel is found, the factory will have the funds to continuously upgrade the production line and expand its scale. Thinking of this, Lu Qingshan was filled with anticipation for the International Commodity Exhibition 2 days later. Early in the morning, Li Fei woke up from the soft bed in the luxurious suite of the Ruili Hotel. The restaurant was small with only about 10 tables, but the dishes were exceptionally delicious. The new chef hired by the hotel was said to have been poached from a 5-star hotel by Shin Xingzhu. Li Fei took a bite and immediately felt the difference. Indeed, the chefs from 5-star hotels are indeed superior. In recent days he had been eating meals delivered from local restaurants or quick meals from a decent cafeteria. Now, compared to the meals prepared by the 5-star hotel chef, the meals from those two places could only be considered edible. He used to think that providing meals for the employees at 25 each was already quite good, but now it seemed he had been short-sighted. In that case, it would be better to build an employee canteen for the staff. Once the canteen is built, he can hire some 5-star hotel chefs at a high salary. With a canteen established, he would need to hire several employees to serve food, wash dishes, as well as staff for service cleaning and food preparation. In this way, wouldn't he be able to hire even more employees? Moreover, after building the canteen, the employees could enjoy better meals. This is essentially a win-win situation. Thinking of this, Li Fei was suddenly filled with excitement. Great, let's build the canteen. Considering that the hotel staff is too few, the canteen probably cannot be built. Because the system does not agree. However, Li Fei still tentatively asked, just in case. Host, you only have a small hotel with 10 rooms and you want to build a canteen. Why don't you reach for the sky? I advise you to be kind. Sure enough, there was no chance. The Ruili Hotel has its own kitchen and chef, and employees can eat at the hotel. Guangming Factory also has its own canteen and it has already been expanded. As long as 2 more 5-star hotel chefs are hired, the work is complete. The hotel cannot build a canteen. Now only Tai Xuan Bao and Mei Dawai can establish their own canteens. Therefore, Li Fei's current focus is to build employee canteens for Tai Xuan Bao and Mei Dawai. After the new employee canteen is built, the meals from the Good Conscience canteen naturally will not need to be ordered anymore. Li Fei began to. The owner of the Good Conscience canteen, Zhang Song, is still a very good person and Li Fei has a very good impression of him. After thinking for a moment, Li Fei called Zhang Song. Ah. Are you saying that Tai Xuan Bao Company wants to build a new employee canteen and once it's completed you won't be ordering meals from me anymore? Zhang Song exclaimed. The sky has fallen. My sky has fallen. Just yesterday I was still planning to take a loan to buy a villa and today my benefactor has told me that the cooperation will be terminated soon. Based on the previous calculation of 1,500 security guards at Tai Xuan Bao with each spending 50 on meals daily, his Good Conscience canteen could earn nearly 10 million in profit each year. Now they want to build their own canteen. It makes sense. Tai Xuan Bao is a large security company with 1,500 security guards and just the employees' meal expenses would amount to over 27 million every year. With that kind of money, wouldn't the boss want to build an employee canteen for himself? After realizing this, Zhang Song's mindset calmed down a lot. After all, he has already made quite a bit and one should not be too greedy in life. Alright, Mr. Li, I understand you. Thank you for supporting our Good Conscience canteen during this time. Zhang Song said. Now both Tai Xuan Bao Company and Mei Dawai My Company are going to build employee canteens and both canteens lack a long-term supplier for ingredients. I wonder if Boss Zhang would be willing to cooperate. Li Fei said. Once the canteen is built it will definitely need to find a reliable long-term supplier for ingredients. The profits involved are substantial and rather than giving the profits to strangers it would be better to give them to Zhang Song, the owner of the Good Conscience canteen. Even if it is just a small compensation for him. Of course, not using suppliers for procurement is the most cost-effective. However, Li Fei's goal is to spend more money. Now he can spend more money and compensate Zhang Song, why not take advantage of it? Ha! You want me to be the supplier? Zhang Song asked in disbelief. Stunned and shocked. The surprise came too quickly and too suddenly. Just a moment ago he was still sad about Li Fei not ordering meals from him and the next moment he learned that Li Fei wanted him to be the supplier, causing him to tremble with excitement. Supplying ingredients for the employee canteens of Tai Xuan Bao and Mei Dawai, this business is too big. The combined number of employees in these two companies is over 2,500 and he heard they would soon be expanding their staff. With so many people, the daily supply of ingredients will be an astonishing figure. Since he is purchasing in bulk, the procurement price will naturally be lower. Li Fei drove his Cullinan to the Iron Blood security. Though the Cullinan was splendid, it would be exhausting to drive everywhere. System brother, can I hire a driver? You wouldn't want your host to wear themselves out, would you? The host's request falls within a reasonable range. The system allows the host to hire a driver. But. Speak your mind, let it all out. One driver isn't enough. Think about it, I am the owner of so many companies and I am undoubtedly very busy every day. Sometimes I have to leave for work early in the morning and may be busy until late at night. If we follow the 8-hour work system, shouldn't I be assigned 2 drivers? Li Fei began to chatter incessantly. Host, I have never seen someone so shameless. Am I wrong? Isn't it the truth? If I only hire 1 driver and they don't rest well, that's considered fatigue driving, which is quite dangerous. Please stop your rambling, the system has agreed. Upon hearing the system's approval of his request, Li Fei was finally satisfied. Great, that's 2 more employees on the books. Soon Li Fei arrived at the Iron Blood Security Company. Su Shaoxi, please recruit another 1,000 delivery personnel, 1,500 security staff and also hire me 2 drivers. By the way, just like before, part of the recruitment should be open to the public while the other part should adopt the old employee referral model, Li Fei instructed. Su Shaoxi, who was originally binge-watching a drama, was taken aback upon hearing this. More recruitment. And this time the scale was astonishingly large. As the HR manager for Iron Blood Security and also a part-time HR manager for Meda Delivery, she certainly hoped for more. The more employees the company recruited, the more it reflected her value as an HR manager. Now Iron Blood Security and Meda Delivery had become major employers in Binjiang City. Even she as the HR manager became quite sought after. Whenever she went to the talent market, the head of the market would come out to greet her. Now the Binjiang City talent market had set up 2 very large recruitment booths specifically for Iron Blood Security and Meda Delivery. These 2 booths were specially reserved for their company, making them very prominent among the many booths. Just in time, there was a recruitment fair happening soon, so Su Shaoxi decided to go check it out today. This large-scale recruitment aimed to hire 2,500 people at once, which was quite explosive in the entire Binjiang City. Regarding the recruitment method, Su Shaoxi decided that external hiring and internal employee referrals would each account for 50%. At Iron Blood, once the boss assigned tasks, they would not inquire about specific details. As for the proportion of external hiring versus internal referrals, the boss wouldn't bother asking at all. This was the aspect she found most satisfying. She had heard that many bosses like to meddle and give unnecessary commands. If she had such a boss, it would be quite frustrating. Then Su Shaoxi sent out an announcement in the employee groups of Iron Blood and Meda companies. Wow, our company is expanding again. This time I can earn a hefty referral fee. Really? Last time I didn't refer any newcomers and missed out on that 500, which was a huge loss. This time I will refer many newcomers and make a lot of money. Recently several of my friends have been asking me when our company will be expanding. They've been wanting to join for a long time. I'll bring them over right now. Meanwhile, inside Iron Blood Security Company, the security guards also saw the announcement in the group. Previously, Iron Blood Security had no referral rewards, and seeing the employees of Meta Delivery gain rewards for referrals made them quite envious. Now they could also earn referral rewards. While the rewards were secondary, the most important thing was the connections. Who wouldn't want to join Iron Blood Security? Joining Iron Blood through the normal recruitment process was quite challenging. But having these old employees refer them was much easier. In this way, the new employees would surely be grateful to these old employees. Quite nice. When Su Xiaoxi arrived at the talent market, the head of the market had been waiting for a long time. Manager Su, this way please. I have kept your company's booth reserved. You have no idea many companies are eyeing these two booths. Thank you very much. This time Iron Blood Security and Meta Delivery need to hire a total of 1,250 employees. 1,250. The head's mouth dropped open in shock. In recent days there had been fewer job seekers at the talent market because the conditions offered by employers were simply too poor. Now by simply broadcasting the recruitment news for Iron Blood Security and Meta Delivery, the talent market would soon be flooded with job seekers. With more job seekers at the talent market, employers would come to recruit. This way the talent market could charge service fees to those employers. Thinking of this, the head of the talent market couldn't help but smile broadly. Manager Su, please come in. I wonder if this recruitment event can last a few more days. Upon hearing the head's question, Su Xiaoxi understood their ulterior motives. However, extending the recruitment event for a few more days would surely lead to a higher overall quality of hires, which would be very beneficial for the company. With that in mind, Su Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the recruitment venue, she found her company's booth. She then sent 2 HR employees to another booth. Just as Su Xiaoxi sat down and was about to take a sip of water to start her day, a loud buzz erupted as a crowd of people rushed towards her booth like mad. It was chaotic. A massive crowd surged toward her. This made Su Xiaoxi quite nervous. Is this the recruitment area for Iron Blood Security? Have you started hiring yet? Is the salary and benefits at Iron Blood Security really as they say outside? Su Xiaoxi looked at the crowd and stood up, saying, "This is the recruitment area for Iron Blood Security. The salary and benefits are all listed here for you to check out." The crowd took the materials Su Xiaoxi handed out and began to read carefully. Wow, it's all true. This is even better than what those outside said. I want to sign up. I want to sign up. The recruitment fair at the talent market was exceptionally lively. At this moment, hundreds of people had already gathered in front of the recruitment booths of the Iron Blood Security Company and Meta Delivery Company. Moreover, the crowd coming for interviews was still increasing. The HR personnel from other recruiting companies looked on with envy at this scene. Working in HR for such a company must be incredibly easy. Recruiting a few thousand people would probably be a breeze. Unlike them, for their company it was a struggle to recruit just a handful of people. This was not due to their HR's lack of effort. The conditions set by the boss were just too poor. Those job seekers were not fools. They could distinguish which company was good and which was not. If only the boss could offer the generous conditions provided by Iron Blood or Meta, would they still worry about not being able to hire employees? The boss needed to hire 2 drivers. This time the selection of drivers would be prioritized from internal employee recommendations. This news caused a huge stir among the employees in the groups of Bad Business Hotel, Roll Hotel, Guangming Factory, Iron Blood Security, and Meta Delivery. Being the boss driver was no ordinary position. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the first sip. If one's relatives or family members were fortunate enough to become the boss driver, their future development would be much smoother. In just half a day there were dozens of recommended candidates. Su Xiaoxi felt overwhelmed after seeing these thus she requested the information or resumes of these individuals and began to review them. Excluding those who were too old or too young, those with too little driving experience, and those who had previously been involved in accidents, she ultimately selected 5 people. Finally, Su Xiaoxi sent the information and resumes of these 5 individuals to her boss. After receiving the message from Su Xiaoxi, Li Fei was also puzzled. All 5 candidates were excellent. He wanted them all. Host, I advise you to take it easy and not be too greedy. Helpless Li Fei could only select 2 from the 5. One of them was Zhao Chunmai's husband, the cleaning manager of Roll Hotel. As a veteran employee who had followed him, Li Fei naturally wanted to give Zhao Chunmai special consideration. The other was a retired soldier in his 40s who had previously driven professionally and was exceptionally skilled. After deciding on the 2 driver candidates, Li Fei directly asked them to report. After losing his job, Zhao Chunmai's husband Chen Wei started driving for Didi. Initially, when the Didi market was doing well, he made some money. Then he took a loan to buy a slightly better car. He was confident that with his current income he could repay the loan soon. He never expected that the Didi market would become increasingly difficult. The online car hailing market was already saturated and competition was fierce. To earn a little more money he had to drive for 13 or 14 hours a day. Even so he only earned 6 or 7,000 a month. After deducting car loans and various expenses there was hardly anything left to save. Today after hearing from his wife that their company boss was hiring 2 drivers he sent his resume over. While he anxiously awaited the result he suddenly received a hiring notice from HR. 2 got hired. Chen Wei trembled with excitement when he saw the notification message. Wife 2 got hired, they want me to be your boss driver. Really? Zhao Chunmai's voice trembled on the other end of the phone, clearly very excited. Of course it's true, they even sent a notification message. The boss is letting me come over. Chen Wei said proudly. At last he could hold his head high and showcase his prowess. Previously his wife's higher salary and better benefits made his position in the family very low. A few days ago his wife was promoted to cleaning manager at Roll Hotel, which made things even more daunting for him. Most of the household chores were now his responsibility. Not only that, but he even had to wash his wife's clothes. As a man, how could he tolerate this? However, with his low salary he felt naturally inferior. Now having become the boss driver he could enjoy a high salary and great benefits. Would his wife still dare to ask him to cook, wash dishes and do laundry? Perhaps he wouldn't have to do any housework in the future. Just thinking about it made him happy and excited. Soon Chen Wei arrived at Iron Blood Security Company to meet the legendary mysterious boss. Handsome, just incredibly handsome. This was Chen Wei's first impression of his boss. Hello boss, I am your new driver Chen Wei. Chen Wei spoke up. Li Fei smiled and nodded. At that moment another middle-aged man with a crew cut walked in. Hello boss, driver Zhang Nan reporting for duty, the middle-aged man said with vigor. Good, you two are selected from among many outstanding talents. Next I will talk about your salary and benefits. Your salary is 8,000 per month and the benefits are the same as other employees. Then there are the working hours, 8 hours a day with weekends off. The working schedule will be on a rotating basis, 8 hours for each person. The day shift is from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and the night shift is from 4 p.m. to midnight, rotating weekly. When I need to go out I will call you. Otherwise you can move freely during work hours. Of course you also need to handle the fuel and maintenance for the cars. If you need expenses just request them from the finance department. Li Fei said with a smile. Hiring drivers was merely a means to leverage the system, their role was not very significant to him. Moreover, he enjoyed driving, he would only let the driver take over when he was too tired to drive. Another benefit of hiring drivers was that the costs for fuel and maintenance could be reimbursed by the system. It was simply delightful. Ha! Chen Wei and Zhang Nan could hardly believe their ears after hearing the boss words. Which boss driver does not need to be on call at all times? Thus drivers were required to stay in the office during work hours. Now their boss was actually allowing them to move freely when there was no work. This was just too good to be true. Especially for Chen Wei, he immediately thought about being able to drive for Didi during his free time. But then he considered that if the boss needed him while he was out he might not be found and his job could be at risk. He quickly dismissed this idea. While the boss could be lenient with them, they could not afford to be lax with themselves. If he lost his job over such a trivial matter he would regret it for the rest of his life. Today marked the official opening of the International Commodity Exhibition. Early in the morning Lu Qingshan brought 2 young men sent by Guangming Factory to the venue. This time the booth was quite impressive. Lu Qingshan took out the products produced by Guangming Factory, set them up and began to quietly wait. This time he brought stainless steel water cups, stainless steel plates and stainless steel cutlery among other items. He was determined to succeed at this International Commodity Exhibition. Lu Qingshan's extreme confidence infected the 2 young men behind him. Just as they were filled with beautiful imaginations about the future, a rather unfriendly voice interrupted them. I must say, gentlemen, we are at an international goods exhibition and you are selling stainless steel water cups and utensils here. If you were selling high-tech stainless steel water cups that would be one thing, but this cup clearly lacks any technological content. In the exhibition hall, Xin Jianjun, the general manager of Liangheng Precision Instruments, remarked from the neighboring booth of Guangming Factory. This is an international goods exhibition. Here everyone either sells various high-tech equipment or some highly sophisticated precision machinery or instruments. You actually came to this place to sell cups and utensils. What angered him was that companies like theirs which sell precision instruments could not even secure such a good booth, so why should this garbage little factory take center stage? The 2 young men were about to argue back when Lu Qingshan stopped them. He then approached Xin Jianjun and took out a cigarette, starting a conversation with him. Xin Jianjun did not expect the person in front of him to be so well-spoken. The key was that this person had an elegant demeanor, clearly someone with real skills. He had seen many capable people, but it was his first time meeting someone so capable yet so calm and composed, unaffected by the ebb and flow of fortune. Xin Jianjun's attitude towards Lu Qingshan quickly changed. Someone who could occupy the center position here surely had some influence, it would be beneficial to befriend him. Thus the 2 began to chat enthusiastically. The scene made it believable that they were long-lost brothers. This left the employees of Guangming Factory and Liangheng Precision Instruments dumbfounded. Just a moment ago everyone was on edge, appearing as if they held deep grudges against each other, but now the two main figures were treating each other like brothers. What were they supposed to do? While Xin Jianjun and Lu Qingshan were chatting, a group of foreigners walked over. When this group of foreigners saw the precision instruments, their eyes lit up. George, these precision instruments are quite impressive. I didn't expect Panda Country to have such high-precision equipment. God, this exceeds the precision we require. George asked, how much is this instrument? Brother, what are they saying? I can't understand a word. Oh no, they aren't even speaking English. We only have an English translator here. Xin Jianjun from Liangheng Precision looked anxiously at Lu Qingshan. He had asked the translator he brought to communicate in English, but unexpectedly none of the group spoke English. Xin Jianjun panicked. No matter how much he had calculated, he never expected to fail in such a small matter as translation. This group was clearly very interested in their company's products, and if they lost such an order over a minor issue like translation, he would truly be devastated. They praised your company's product, saying the precision of this instrument is very high, and asked how much it costs. Lu Qingshan said with a smile. Brother, what country are they from? Do you understand their language? Xin Jianjun tightly grasped Lu Qingshan's arm, asking excitedly. They are French. I only learned a little French. Lu Qingshan replied nonchalantly. Wow, impressive. At this moment Xin Jianjun was completely convinced by Lu Qingshan. 20 million, they just secured an order of 20 million. Xin Jianjun was overjoyed. This was a super order worth $14 million. If it weren't for Lu Qingshan's help just now, he would have missed this 140 million. It's worth noting that not far from their booth was another precision instrument company whose products were not any worse than his own. Although they might also lack a translator who understood French, did he dare to gamble on that? No, he didn't dare. Brother, no, you are my dear brother. How about this? You come to our company and he'll make you the vice president with a salary of your choice. Xin Jianjun said excitedly. Just for Lu Qingshan helping him secure this order, offering him a vice president position was no loss at all. Now, not to mention Lu Qingshan was very much to his liking. Thank you very much for your great kindness, President Shan, but I still prefer staying at my current factory. Well, brother, what can I say? I've met many capable people, but someone as loyal and righteous as you is truly a first for me. No more words need to be said from now on. Your affairs are my affairs, Xin Jianjun's. Old Zhao, immediately contact the companies we have business dealings with. I don't care how you do it, you must help my brother sell these cups and utensils. President Shin, I know a group company that has several subsidiaries needing to procure these cups and utensils, Vice President Zhao said. President Shin, this. I feel so embarrassed. Lu Qingshan's smile was about to split his face as he attempted to stop President Shin. Brother, it's really not a big deal since they are companies we have cooperation with. It's a simple task, Xin Jianjun said, very generous. President Shin, they replied that they do indeed need to order a batch of utensils soon, Vice President Zhao said as he returned with a grin after the call. How much? Xin Jianjun asked. Not too much, just over 8 million, Vice President Zhao said, showing off. An order of 8 million, your little factory probably wouldn't even dare to think of that, right? 8 million. The two employees of Guangming Factory were incredulous. Lu Qingshan was also extremely excited inside, but on the surface he appeared calm. Brother. Brother. At the same moment Li Fei was still wandering around, his only obsession being spending money. Let's build the canteen here. After a long search, Li Fei finally selected a location for the canteen. No. Boss, this is the place for training new security guards. Boss, should we choose another location? The few people following Li Fei were nearly scared out of their wits. What the heck, our boss really does not play by the rules. You want to convert such a great training area for new security guards into a canteen? This place is great. Look at how deep this water prison is, how cool the water is. Look at how muddy this pit is, how sturdy this tree stump is. Look at how cleverly designed this 400-meter obstacle course is. Now just like that they want to dismantle it. We do not understand, we really do not understand. Due to using a mobile phone to type, I couldn't copy the IDs of those who sent gifts, please forgive me.